Chapter 1. Betrayal. In a serene Xincheng at the Zhao family villa. Is he truly your new love? Su Ming's voice was laced with bitterness, and a flicker of anguish crossed his face. Before him stood his fiancée, Zhao Yin, a vision of beauty and grace, hand in hand with another man clad in a suit, her face radiating a blissful smile. Her abdomen was slightly rounded, unmistakably indicating her pregnancy. A sharp pang of hurt coursed through Su Ming, accompanied by a profound anger. She had betrayed and deceived him. Yes, Zhao Yin replied, her gaze icy as she addressed Su Ming. You can only blame yourself. Who told you to abandon me for over half a year? I am a normal woman with needs, and I hope you can understand. You lie. Based on the timing of your pregnancy, it's evident you've strayed long before. Su Ming's eyes blazed with fury as he unflinchingly exposed her deceit. 3 years prior, Su Ming had been dispatched abroad by his company, where he encountered his mentor, the ghostly physician Ouyang Zheng, an unparalleled figure in both medicine and martial arts. Ouyang Zheng proclaimed that Su Ming was a natural talent for both healing and combat, prompting him to secretly resign from his job and dedicate 3 years to mastering his mentor's extraordinary skills, emerging as the new generation's ghostly physician. 2 years ago, Zhao Yin suffered a tragic car accident, resulting in the permanent disability of her legs, leading her family and friends to view her as a burden, one by one abandoning her. Zhao Yin endured an unprecedented darkness, plagued by despair, and contemplated ending her life on multiple occasions. After over a month of treatment, coupled with Su Ming's meticulous care, she managed to rise once more. With his encouragement, Zhao Yin established her own company, achieving remarkable success within a mere 2 years. However, the unexpected transpired. Just as she began to flourish, Zhao Yin turned her back on him, calling off their engagement and straying from their vows. Do you have any idea what I sacrificed to heal your legs? Su Ming's voice trembled with rage. The rare medicinal materials alone were worth over 100 million. I don't blame you for ending our engagement, but you cannot betray me. Were it not for me, your life of darkness would have been eternally frozen 2 years ago. In response to Su Ming's accusations, Zhao Yin merely scoffed dismissively. Did I ever seek your help? No. Everything you did was voluntary, so I owe you nothing. I am merely pursuing my own happiness and do not believe I have erred. It is you who clings to the past, attempting to bind me with your past favors. You are utterly shameless. The 100 million worth of medicinal materials you speak of is without basis. It's nothing short of extortion. Zhao Yin frowned, adding, let me tell you, Su Ming, although Yu Chun is the heir of the Lin family, do not think you could take advantage of this opportunity to extort me. One cannot be so shameless. Were it not for the fact that you saved me, I would have reported you for extortion. She chastised him with a sense of righteous indignation. Su Ming was taken aback. He could hardly fathom that the fiancée he had cherished could be so devoid of shame, reflecting on the years of sincere devotion. It was more nauseating than consuming a dead fly. You must have investigated me. Lin Yuchun sneered at Su Ming. Were it not for your role in treating Yin, I could make you disappear with a mere phone call. Now, before I lose my temper, you should leave at once. Zhao Yin produced a bank card, tossing it in front of Su Ming as if she were bestowing alms upon a beggar. There are 3 million in the card. Consider it your reward for treating my legs. From now on, we are even. 3 million is something you will never earn in your lifetime. One should not be so greedy. Extortion? Did she truly view him as a beggar? Gazing at the bank card on the ground, Su Ming felt a wave of piercing disdain, a bitter irony. I do not lack money. Su Ming's expression grew increasingly frigid as he fixed his gaze on Zhao Yin. I agree to the annulment of our engagement, but mark my words, you will regret this. Regret? I have done nothing wrong, so why should I regret? Zhao Yin retorted coldly. Su Ming, having some medical knowledge is of no use in this world. It is wealth that holds sway. In just 2 years, I have become the CEO of a company valued in the hundreds of millions. Meanwhile, you have stagnated, showing no ambition, utterly unworthy of me. People like you are inherently destined to be lower class. Do you think you have the right to make me regret? Su Ming felt his anger intensifying. Medical knowledge counts for nothing? Were it not for his exceptional skills, could she even stand before him? How could she have the audacity to utter such words? Country bumpkin, remember this well. If you dare to pursue Yin, I can have someone eliminate you in an instant. Lin Yuchun issued a threat before taking Zhao Yin's hand and stepping into a nearby luxury vehicle, departing with a flourish. In the car, Yuchun, I have completely severed ties with him. Can you now rest easy? Zhao Yin nestled against Lin Yuchun, speaking in a tone of playful charm. The Lin family was among the most prominent in Qingcheng. A true aristocracy marrying into the Lin family would elevate her status dramatically. She would become a true upper-class individual. In contrast, Su Ming appeared utterly insignificant. You are a clever woman, of course. You would not choose a worthless man. Lin Yuchun grinned with self-satisfaction. Did a barefoot doctor from the countryside truly think he could compete with him for a woman? What utter delusion! The driver interjected. No. Take me to Bailu Mountain Villa. The old master said Liu Ronghua is nearing his end. I must appear there. Is it the chairman of the Chamber of Commerce, Liu Ronghua, who offered a 500 million reward for saving him? Indeed, that's him. Now drive. Not long after the two departed. A sleek Porsche raced towards them, screeching to a halt beside Su Ming. He halted in his tracks, turning to look. The car door swung open. A pair of long, fair legs clad in black stockings emerged, followed by a delicate, slender waist. Dressed in a black professional outfit, she possessed an elegant stature, a mesmerizing figure, an exquisite featurista beauty of extraordinary caliber. She was a stunning woman, easily scoring above 90. Mr. Su, please wait. Just as Su Ming turned to leave, the striking beauty called out urgently. You know me? Su Ming regarded her with some surprise. My name is Liu Ronghua is my grandfather. My friends have mentioned that your medical skills are exceptional, claiming there is no ailment you cannot cure. Is this true? Liu Ronghua inquired anxiously. Chapter 2. There is hope for grandfather. Su Ming was momentarily taken aback. Her statement contained elements of exaggeration, yet it was not entirely unfounded. He nodded. I suppose, so thus far, I have never disappointed my patients. That's wonderful. Liu Ronghua exclaimed. My grandfather is on the verge of death. Would you accompany me now? Even if you can only extend his life for a year or so, I will pay you any fee you desire. The chairman of the Qingqing Chamber of Commerce, Liu Ronghua, the self-made legend? Su Ming had heard of him and, after a moment's contemplation, nodded. Very well. Please follow me. 30 minutes later, they arrived at Bailu Mountain Villa. This was one of the most prestigious mansions in Qingcheng, nestled against Bailu Mountain, overlooking Fianlakia, a true embodiment of nature's splendor. Quack doctors. All of you are nothing but quacks. Get the hell out of here. Before they even entered, they witnessed a tall, lean young man, his face contorted with rage, berating a group of physicians. How can you still call yourselves esteemed doctors when you can't even diagnose the illness? Did I hire you to waste my money? Get out. The assembly of experts and professors from various hospitals lowered their heads in shame, too intimidated to retort. This young man was Liu's family heir, the son of Liu Rongua's uncle, and Su Ming's cousin, Liu Ziyu. Calm down, Liu Xiao. Don't let your anger harm your health. Liu Xiao, please take a look. This is a rare, century-old wild ginseng I managed to procure, rich in medicinal properties. I hope it can aid in treating Liu Lao's condition. Suddenly, a sycophantic voice rang out. Su Ming instantly recognized it as Lin Yuchun's. What a coincidence! As he pondered this, Su Ming followed Liu Ronghua into the living room and immediately spotted Zhao Yin seated on the sofa. Su Ming? What are you doing here? Both were momentarily taken aback, not expecting to see Su Ming in this setting. Su Ming replied nonchalantly, I was invited to examine a patient. Lin Yuchun was momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. You, a barefoot doctor from the countryside, dares to come here and embarrass himself? These are esteemed experts from top hospitals, and if they are at a loss, what makes you think you can succeed? Turning to Liu Ziyu, he continued, Liu Xiao, please believe me, this fellow is nothing but a worthless barefoot doctor without even a licensee, could never cure Liu Lao's illness. Zhao Yin immediately echoed. Indeed, Liu Xiao, Su Ming is nothing more than a barefoot doctor without any medical qualifications, utterly untrustworthy. Liu Lao's ailment is beyond our capabilities. What use could a barefoot doctor possibly have? Let it be gone, this is not a place for him. Such a typical case of frantic and misguided medical seeking. A chorus of experts and professors murmured amongst themselves, with several voices laced with derision. Did you hear that, Liu Ronghua? This fellow lacks even a medical license and could easily endanger the old gentleman's life. Liu Ziyu sneered coldly. As a rival within the family, Liu Ziyu had long harbored disdain for his cousin and now seized the opportunity to strike. Liu Ziyu continued icily. My grandfather has already summoned the renowned physician Wang from Yinjing. You should hasten to remove this rubbish. Liu Rongua's complexion darkened, her chest heaving with agitation, visibly infuriated. Su Ming remained silent, feeling an overwhelming chill within. The fiancée he once cherished had, in her eagerness to please her new lover, resorted to fabrications, falsely accusing him of deceit. What a heartless wretch! In that moment, his heart for Zhao Yin was irrevocably extinguished. She was no longer that innocent and endearing girl he once knew. I have no time for your quarrels. Step aside. In my view, it is you who harbors ill intentions, plotting against grandfather. With a final cold laugh, she declared, at present, Uncle has summoned yet another so-called miracle Dr. Ha. I suspect it is you and your father who are truly up to no good. Liu Ronghua, dare you repeat that? Liu Ziyu appeared struck where it hurt, glaring fiercely as he pointed at Liu Ronghua and shouted, Mr. Su, please come in. Liu Ronghua, uninterested in further engagement, turned to invite Su Ming inside. Su Ming nodded and entered the room. A heavy chill enveloped him. The moment he stepped into the room, a peculiar coldness assailed him, prompting an involuntary shiver. Something feels amiss. Su Ming furrowed his brow and gazed intently. Before him lay a gaunt elderly man on the bed, his face ghostly pale, shrouded in an eerie chill that rendered the room's temperature uncomfortably low. He was Liu Ronghua, the president of the Qingqing Chamber of Commerce. Su Ming knelt to examine him closely, prying open his eyelids, mouth, and ears, soon uncovering the issue. Your grandfather has succumbed to a rare cold poison, however. Fret not. Give me 3 minutes, and I shall cure him. Just as he spoke, a sudden flurry of footsteps echoed from outside. Then a disdainful, aged voice rang out. 3 minutes to cure? Ha, what audacity! As the words fell, an elderly man clad in a Tang suit entered, followed by a gaunt middle-aged man carrying a purple sandalwood medical box. This is no place for you, be gone. The gaunt middle-aged man glared at Su Ming, his face contorted with disdain. You dare speak of curing in such a manner? Ha, do you take us all for fools? If the old gentleman's ailment were so easily treated, it wouldn't have persisted until now. The middle-aged man was Liu Rongua's uncle, Liu Fu. Uncle, Mr. Su is currently attending to the patient. Please do not disturb him. Liu Ronghua protested with irritation. Just as Su Ming was about to speak, the elderly man in the Tang suit interjected. To dare discuss treatment in my presence is akin to brandishing a sword before Guan Gong, utterly presumptuous. Young man, this matter is now under my purview. You may leave. The old man exuded arrogance, clearly disregarding Su Ming entirely. Your confidence is commendable, old sir. Su Ming replied, unperturbed. But how can you be so certain I cannot succeed? Needless to say, Liu Fu immediately chimed in. This esteemed gentleman is the illustrious Wang Qingping, renowned throughout Yinjing. A favored guest among countless dignitaries. Even the wealthiest in Qingqing owe him their gratitude. You, a lowly barefoot doctor, have no standing to converse with Wang Laoshi. Now leave this place at once. With a sweeping gesture, Liu Fu signaled 3 bodyguards to enter, their eyes fixed menacingly upon Su Ming. As Su Ming prepared to speak, Liu Ronghua tugged at his sleeve, whispering, Mr. Su, do not engage further. Wang Laoshi is reputed to be the finest physician in Yinjing, with unparalleled skill in acupuncture. You cannot compete with him. In his presence, anyone who is not on the brink of death can be saved. My grandfather is certainly salvageable. Please, come with me. A pleading expression crossed Liu Rongua's face, fearful that Su Ming might inadvertently offend Wang Qingping. Chapter 3. Gradually putting things in order, I will pay you a handsome fee for your efforts, Liu Ronghua hastily remarked. Could you please step outside with me for a moment? The beauty implored softly, her tone imbued with humility. Su Ming, not wishing to place her in a difficult position, nodded in acquiescence, expressing his hope that the esteemed elder would indeed prove worthy of his reputation and possess the capability to heal the patient. With that, he produced a business card, placing on the table, and added, "Should you encounter any difficulties along the way, do not hesitate to give me a call." Farewell that he then turned and departed, with Liu Ronghua quickly following behind. What a joke! There is no ailment in this world that an old man cannot cure, Lu Fu scoffed, casually tossing the business card into the wastebasket. In the hall, Lin Yuchen and others witnessed Su Ming being unceremoniously expelled, and they burst into ridicule. "If it were me, I would have broken his legs," Lin Yuchen taunted. "How dare he come to the Liu family to swindle us? He clearly holds us in contempt. If we hadn't exposed him, the old master would be in grave danger." Humph. Had it not been for Liu Ronghua accompanying him, I would have ensured he left on a stretcher. Lu Ziyu glared with a chilling gaze at Su Ming. Ignoring their taunts, Su Ming walked with his head lowered toward the exit. Once outside, he paused, turning to gaze upon Liu Ronghua stunning visage. "I'm sorry, Mr. Su. This matter is my fault." Liu Ronghua assumed he was upset and quickly apologized. "I will make it up to you as one of the power holders of the Liu group. She need not feel this way." Yet, for reasons unknown, she always felt a sense of unease in Su Ming's presence, rendering her cautious. With a snap, Su Ming retrieved a cigarette, lighting it as he smiled at Liu Ronghua. Raising a finger with confidence, he declared, "In less than a minute, they will call me begging for help." "What?" Liu Ronghua eyes widened in disbelief. "That's impossible. He is the renowned Wang Qingping, the legendary physician. How could he possibly fail?" Meanwhile, in the sick room, Wang Qingping had begun to examine Liu Ronghua, feeling his pulse and assessing his condition. However, just 5 seconds after taking his pulse, an eerie chill enveloped his arm, swiftly forming a layer of dark purple frost upon the surface. The room's temperature plummeted. Lu Fu and several bodyguards exhaled clouds of mist in alarm. "This is bad." Wang Qingping's expression changed dramatically as he retracted his hand, but it was already too late. The sinister purple frost had immobilized half of his body, rendering him unable to move and making breathing increasingly difficult. In his decades of practice, Wang Qingping had never encountered such a bizarre situation, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. "Wang. Elder Wang, your hand," Lu Fu stammered, trembling in fear. Wang Qingping, terrified, shouted, "Hurry!" The strange purple frost had seeped into the majority of his body, creating a nightmarish scenario. Lu Fu, feeling a chill run down his spine, nervously rummaged through the trash can for the business card and dialed the number. Outside the door, as Su Ming took a couple of puffs from his cigarette, his phone rang amidst Liu Ronghua skeptical gaze that he held up the phone before her, saying, "ISNT, this your uncle's call?" He answered the call and switched to speaker mode. "This is Su Ming." "Mr. Su. No, Divine Healer Su. Please help. Elder Wang has had an accident. His hand is frozen." Lu Fu's desperate plea echoed through the receiver. Liu Ronghua stood in stunned silence, utterly astonished. It was true. The once arrogant Elder Wang and her uncle were now frantically seeking Su Ming's assistance. "Understand, I'm sorry. I should not have doubted you," Liu Ronghua stammered, her voice laced with panic. Apologizing verbally was insufficient. "Treat me to dinner tonight." Su Ming chuckled, discarding the cigarette, but as he turned to re-enter. "As long as you can cure my grandfather, I would gladly agree to a date," Liu Ronghua murmured softly, hastening to follow him. In the living room, Lu Ziyu and Lin Yuchen exchanged bewildered glances upon seeing Su Ming return. "Wasn't this loser kicked out?" Lu Ziyu exclaimed, stepping forward to block his path, his tone haughty. "This is the Liu family's territory. Who permitted you to re-enter? Get out. I will count to 3. If you don't leave, I'll break your legs and throw you out," Lu Ziyu declared, fingers raised in a countdown. "1 daha. This fool is in for it now." Lin Yuchen smirked, already envisioning the scene of Su Ming crawling in a pool of his own blood after having his legs broken. He truly is beyond salvation. Zhaoyin shook her head in disbelief. Su Ming has truly lost his mind. Daring to swindle from the Liu family is tantamount to seeking death. Point 3. Lu Ziyu grinned wickedly. "Bring it on. Break this loser's legs." However, before he could finish his sentence, a resounding slap struck the back of his head. "Unfilial son, how dare you disrespect Mr. Su? Kneel and apologize." Lu Fu glared angrily at his son. Lu Ziyu, what did you say? Lu Ziyu held his head in astonishment. You want me to kneel before this loser? Both Lin Yuchen and Zhao Yin were equally stunned. What was happening? Lu Fu seemed like a different person, demanding that his own son kneel to apologize. Their expressions were a mixture of shock and intrigue. With a swift motion, Lu Fu landed another hard slap on Lu Ziyu's cheek, admonishing kneel. Otherwise, I will personally break your legs. Seeing his father's furious countenance, Lu Ziyu realized he was not joking. Reluctantly, he knelt, gritting his teeth as he said, I apologize, Mr. Su. Please forgive me. I am sorry, Mr. Su. It is my failure as a parent. Please be magnanimous. Lu Fu chimed in, smiling apologetically that I am here to provide treatment, not to create enmity, Su Ming remarked, patting Lu Ziyu's head with a smile before striding toward the room. Liu Ronghua cast a cold glance at Lu Ziyu on the floor, a smirk playing at the corners of her mouth as she quickly followed Su Ming inside. Fuming with resentment, Lu Ziyu glared at their retreating figures, muttering, Dad, how could you that we currently have a need for him? Lu Fu's expression turned icy as he spoke in a conspiratorial tone. Once he has healed the old master, we can deal with him slowly. Do you understand? Chapter 4. Frozen stiff in the room. When Su Ming and Liu Ronghua entered, Wang Qingping's body was already encased in a layer of dark purple frost, on the verge of becoming completely frozen. The rumored black, ice-cold poison was indeed formidable. Su Ming approached him, scrutinizing the situation closely. Nodding in approval, he had only encountered this type of poison in ancient texts. If he did not intervene, Wang Qingping would be dead within 5 minutes. Reduced to a lifeless corpse, please save me. Wang Qingping desperately opened his mouth, yearning for help. The cold poison had encased him, freezing even his veins and marrow, subjecting him to torturous agony akin to an ice-cold punishment. It was remarkable that the old man had held on this long. Liu Ronghua was utterly astounded by the scene before her. The fact that her grandfather emanated an icy aura, immobilizing a living person, was beyond her comprehension. Had she not witnessed it firsthand, she would never have believed it. This is the consequence of poor learning and ignoring advice, as Su Ming murmured, extending his right index finger to press against Wang Qingping's third eye. In an instant, a faint golden light blossomed from his fingertip. The golden glow cascaded down, causing the dark purple frost enveloping Wang Qingping to visibly recede. Innate chi. Wang Qingping stared, dumbfounded, as if he had seen a ghost. His face was a mask of disbelief. This was a divine technique that only ancient medical sages could cultivate. How could a person in their 20s possibly possess innate chi? Wang Qingping could not fathom how he had struggled for decades without even brushing against the threshold of such power. While this young man had achieved heights comparable to those of ancient medical sages, that it was utterly inconceivable. In the blink of an eye, the cold poison was dispelled, and Wang Qingping's body returned to normal. Su Ming then approached the bedside, retrieving a set of silver needles and swiftly inserting them into various acupoints on Liu Ronghua's chest. Before long, all 18 silver needles were in place, the 18 soul-settling needles. Upon witnessing the arrangement of the needles, Wang Qingping was once again struck with awe. This was a legendary acupuncture technique. Once the 18 soul-settling needles were employed, even the king of hell himself could not claim the patient's soul. Hence the name. An outsider might see mere theatrics, but a practitioner recognized the profundity. Not to mention the extraordinary innate chi. Even this needle technique alone was enough to leave him in the dust. I truly have been blind to greatness. Wang Qingping couldn't help but reflect, feeling a wave of shame wash over him. Cough, cough, cough. Amidst a fit of coughing, Liu Ronghua, who had been in a coma for several months, opened his eyes. Grandfather. Liu Ronghua cried out joyfully, rushing forward to clasp Liu Ronghua's hand tightly, her body trembling with excitement, unable to articulate her feelings. Grandfather is fine. As Liu Ronghua gazed at his beloved granddaughter, a doting smile graced his features. There are guests present. Let us not provide them with fodder for amusement. Liu Ronghua, upon hearing this, managed to suppress her overwhelming emotions and lowered her head to wipe away the tears from her eyes. Thank you, Wang Lao, for saving my life, she expressed gratefully. Liu Ronghua turned his attention to Wang Qingping. Recognizing him and naturally assuming he was the one who had rescued him, he then glanced at Su Ming and inquired with a smile. "Is this your newly accepted disciple?" Wang Qingping waved his hands repeatedly, exclaiming, "Did I hear incorrectly?" "Indeed, had it not been for his intervention today, my life would have been forfeit," Liu Ronghua replied. Wang Qingping let out a bitter laugh as he recounted the events. What? This young man's medical skills surpass even those of Wang Qingping. Liu Ronghua realized the implications of this revelation. Standing up, Liu Ruoxi smiled and offered, "I apologize for the misunderstanding," with a twinkle in his eye. Liu Ronghua looked at Su Ming and praised, "I never expected you, Mr. Su, to possess such remarkable medical prowess at such a young age. It is indeed rare. It was merely a matter of convenience." Su Ming replied earnestly, "However, your condition remains unresolved, for the black ice cold poison is not to be trifled with." "What? Is this the legendary black ice cold poison?" Wang Qingping could not contain his astonishment, his face revealing an unmistakable fear. "Have you heard of it?" Wang Lao. Su Ming inquired. Wang Qingping nodded. "I have heard some rumors. It is said to be a creation of the Gu King from Yaojiang. Exceedingly malevolent. Death is certain upon contact, and even deities would struggle to provide salvation." As he spoke, a look of trepidation crossed his face that in simple terms, "You have been poisoned, and the one who inflicted it is formidable." Su Ming succinctly explained, "Take some rest. I shall prepare a prescription for you." With that, he exited the room, followed closely by Wang Qingping. "Xiaoxi, this Su Ming is quite extraordinary. I believe you should seize the opportunity," Liu Ronghua remarked seriously. Liu Ruoxi's cheeks flushed as she replied, "Grandfather, what are you saying? I only met him today. It matters not. Familiarity breeds fondness." Liu Ronghua smiled gently. "I fear your grandfather's time may be limited, and your cousin is rather unreliable. The family must rely on you. Grandfather, you out in the living room. Mr. Su, may I offer you some exquisite Longjing tea or pua? Mr. Su, I have imported chocolates. Would you care to sample them?" The Liu family eagerly presented a variety of delectable offerings to Su Ming, while they completely overlooked Lin Yuchen and Zhao Yin beside them. The two felt as though they had bitten into a rotten rat. Just luck," Lin Yuchen muttered under his breath. Zhao Yin remained silent, feeling a suffocating discomfort in her heart. In her eyes, Su Ming had always been a penniless, incompetent barefoot doctor. Yet unexpectedly, this individual had cured Liu Ronghua's ailment. Su Ming paid them no mind. He handed the prescription to Liu Ruoxi and instructed, "Prepare the medicine according to this list and take it for 3 consecutive days. Ensure you use quality ingredients." Liu Ruoxi tucked the prescription away and produced a brand new bank card. Smiling, "Mr. Su, this is your consultation fee. Though not a large amount, it is 200 million. Please do not find it lacking." 2.200 million. Zhao Yin gasped in shock, her eyes widening. Lin Yuchen was equally taken aback, not expecting Liu Ruoxi to be so extravagantly generous right off the bat. Doesn't this mean this good-for-nothing has turned his fortunes around? No, this fellow lacks both strength and background. Possessing such a sum is a calamity. With this thought, a sinister smile crept across Lin Yuchen's face. He knew many individuals in the underworld, and if news of Su Ming carrying such wealth spread, disaster was imminent. "Are you free tonight?" Liu Ruoxi suddenly asked, her beautiful eyes shining with anticipation. Su Ming smiled slightly and replied, "What? Do you truly wish to invite me to dinner? I always keep my promises." "Very well. I am available." Observing the two engaged in laughter and conversation, Zhao Yin felt an emptiness in her heart, as if she had lost something of utmost importance. Tea must be an illusion. Surely it is an illusion. Zhao Yin quickly shook off her thoughts, convincing herself that Su Ming's fortune was merely a stroke of luck and that he lacked the qualifications to compare with Yu Chen. Her choice had been correct. Chapter 5. Priceless treasure. Zhao Yin preferred to believe in her own convictions rather than accept the reality before her. In her mind, Su Ming was destined to be of the lower class. Just as Su Ming and Liu Ruoxi were about to depart, Wang Qingping suddenly spoke up. "Dr. Su, please hold on." "Mr. Wang, is there something you wish to discuss?" Liu Ruoxi inquired, her brow furrowed in curiosity. "It is this, Dr. Su," Wang Qingping said with a smile. "Your medical skills are extraordinary, and we would like to extend a special invitation for you to join our team as the chief physician at our hospital. With an annual salary of $10 million, Wang Qingping laid out his proposal, for he was the director of Qingqing Hospital. Upon witnessing Su Ming's remarkable medical abilities, he could not resist the urge to recruit him. I appreciate your kind offer, but I fear I cannot accept, Su Ming politely declined. That is not the case, Mr. Wang. I have not considered this matter at present. Su Ming gently turned down the offer. Wang Qingping was momentarily taken aback, but quickly realized that this doctor was not motivated by financial gain. Thus, he sought another way to express his gratitude. In that case, Dr. Su, here is 30% of the shares of Qingqing Hospital. Consider it a token of appreciation for saving old Liu today. Please do accept. Wang Qingping was willing to go to great lengths to retain Su Ming. The crowd erupted in astonishment, for they all understood the profitability of Qingqing Hospital. The value of such shares was immense. Saving old Liu was a promise I made to Miss Liu. It was my responsibility, Su Ming replied, eyeing the offered document without reaching out for it. Dr. Su, you are being too modest. Should anything happen to old Liu, it would be a significant blow to both my reputation and that of our hospital. You must accept these shares, Wang Qingping insisted. Su Ming regarded Wang Qingping, noting his earnestness. After a moment of contemplation, he finally extended his hand to accept the document. Wow, 30% of Qingqing Hospital shares. How much could that possibly be worth? Mr. Wang, unless there are further matters, we shall take our leave, Su Ming said, carefully storing the document. Actually, there's one more request. Wang Qingping's smile turned somewhat bashful as he asked, could I have your contact information? In the future, should the hospital encounter difficulties, I would like to consult you. Upon hearing this, the crowd suddenly understood. This was a meticulously orchestrated collaboration. Yes, Su Ming accepted the shares. He also became part of the hospital, naturally obligated to assist in addressing medical challenges. No1 perceived this as a one-sided advantage. Rather, they viewed it as a wise decision for both parties that if Su Ming were to regularly reside at Qingqing Hospital, he would be an invaluable asset. Of course, that is no problem at all. Wang Qingping beamed, his eyes nearly squinting with satisfaction. He had initially feared that Su Ming would refuse, but was pleasantly surprised by his readiness to comply. The two quickly exchanged contact information, and Wang Qingping handed Su Ming a bank card to facilitate the handling of the shares. Shortly thereafter, Su Ming and Liu Ronghua turned to leave, leaving Zhao Yin and Lin Yuchen in a state of bewilderment. On their way to dinner, Liu Ronghua, seated in the car, curiously asked, what made you agree to Mr. Wang's request? Oh, I thought it would help pass the time. Otherwise, it would be too dull, Su Ming explained calmly as he gazed out at the swiftly passing streets. He merely nodded in silence, offering no further elaboration. Liu Ronghua turned her head to observe Su Ming's profile and, quite unintentionally, found him to possess an indescribable charm. Despite his plain attire and simple haircut, he exuded a unique allure. Before long, Su Ming and Liu Ronghua arrived at a romantic French restaurant. The establishment boasted elegant decor, with soft lighting illuminating the space in a corner. A violinist played a melodious tune, creating an enchanting ambience. Mr. Su, the environment here is quite lovely. I hope you will enjoy it, Liu Ronghua said with a smile. It certainly has a delightful atmosphere. Thank you for the invitation, Su Ming replied, surveying the surroundings with evident satisfaction. The waiter led them to their reserved table, and Liu Ronghua graciously gestured for Su Ming to take a seat before elegantly sitting down herself. Please, order at your leisure. The waiter presented the menu with utmost respect. Su Ming took the menu but did not open it. Instead, he smiled and offered it to Liu Ronghua, saying, ladies first, please. Liu Ronghua was momentarily taken aback, then smiled as she accepted the menu, her admiration for Su Ming's chivalrous demeanor growing. She opened the menu and began to browse thoughtfully. The pan-seared foie gras here is a signature dish. It has a delicate texture paired with a specially crafted red wine sauce, making for a truly unique flavor, Liu Ronghua recommended. Then let us order a portion of the pan-seared foie gras. Su Ming replied with a nod, as he was not particularly picky about food, relishing instead the experience of dining with her. Is there anything else you would like to order? Liu Ronghua continued to inquire. You decide. I am not well-versed in French cuisine and trust your taste, Su Ming said, completely handing the decision-making to Liu Ronghua. Liu Ronghua lips curved into a smile, relishing the sensation of being trusted. She ordered several signature dishes from the restaurant, including a classic burgundy beef stew and a French dessert. That will be all, she declared, closing the menu and returning it to the waiter. Once the waiter departed, the two began to engage in light-hearted conversation. Su Ming was eloquent and able to discuss a variety of topics with ease, while Liu Ronghua proved to be an attentive listener, her eyes reflecting admiration for him. Mr. Su, I am quite curious. How did you acquire such exceptional medical skills? Liu Ronghua inquired, a question that had lingered in her mind. Su Ming smiled gently and began recounting his experiences studying medicine under his master. The dinner unfolded amidst pleasant conversation, and afterward, Su Ming gallantly pulled out Liu Ronghua chair before they exited the restaurant together. Walking side by side toward the parking lot, Su Ming remarked, "This evening's dinner was delightful. Thank you for your hospitality." His vehicle was an understated black sedan, and he opened the door for Liu Ronghua, gently closing it once she was seated before making his way to the driver's seat. Chapter 6. Do not act rashly ultimately. The car came to a stop beneath Liu Ronghua villa. As Su Ming prepared to leave, he noticed Liu Ronghua, her lips poised as if she wished to speak but hesitated. "Nothing. Goodbye." Liu Ronghua furrowed her brow, a hint of helplessness in her tone, and hurriedly departed. Women are truly enigmatic, Su Ming mused as he watched her retreating figure, scratching his head in confusion before quickly dismissing the matter from his mind and driving away. Outside the car, Liu Ronghua gazed at her phone, exhaling a sigh. "Grandfather wants me to establish a good relationship with him. How am I supposed to do that?" she murmured in frustration. The camera focused on her phone screen, which displayed a message from her grandfather. "Ronghua, Dr. Su not only possesses remarkable medical skills, but also an extraordinary charisma. In his youth, your grandfather was guided by a sage who foretold that he would encounter a life-threatening calamity, and only this divine physician could save him. Dr. Su is destined to be a benefactor for the Liu family and a promising match for you. Cherish this opportunity," as Liu Ronghua read the message. Her face was etched with worry. She understood that this task was far from simple, and Su Ming seemed to be much more complex than she had initially perceived, staring at the screen. Thoughts of the graceful Su Ming caused an unusual blush to rise upon her cheeks. I could see that moment. His consciousness had already entered a desolate realm shrouded in thick mist. Su Ming's body floated as surrounding forces gradually permeated his being. He could almost hear his mentor's parting words. "Su Ming, remember, until the pure yang poison within you is resolved, never allow others to discover your cultivation progress. Your family's influence is vast, unless you break through to the nascent soul realm. Do not act rashly." Recalling these words, Su Ming's expression turned pained. Suddenly, he tilted his head back and let out a cry of agony, blood spurting from his mouth as he was forced to interrupt his cultivation. A streak of black blood lingered at the corner of his mouth, and his body trembled slightly. Bang! Inside a private villa, Liu Ziyu's long-term enforcer, Wang Biao, slammed his teacup onto the table in frustration after hearing his complaints. "Young Master Liu, I cannot endure such humiliation," he bellowed. That moment, Liu Ziyu interjected. "What are you two discussing? If it weren't for your inability to treat the old master, Liu Ronghua would have had Su Ming treat him first and wouldn't have garnered so much support. I wouldn't be so passive now." What a waste." Wang Biao turned away. Otherwise, young Master Liu would have already seized control of the Liu family. Chen Duan wanted to argue, but could not find the words. Silently enduring the unexpected reproach, with a dejected expression, he stammered, unable to counter. "Enough? I didn't summon you here to witness your infighting. Now, think of a way to resolve this situation." Liu Ziyu gazed at the two before him, a flicker of disdain in his eyes as he suppressed the impulse to expel them and asked urgently, "What else can we do?" "In my opinion, simply eliminate that brat," Wang Biao scoffed, making a slashing gesture across his throat. "Are you mad? If I act against him now, it would be tantamount to signing a death warrant for the old master." Liu Ziyu slammed his hand on the table, rising to his feet, finger pointing furiously at Wang Biao's forehead. "Young master, do not be angry. I was merely speaking offhandedly." Wang Biao hastily soothed, recognizing that Lu Ziyu was his financial backer, someone he could not afford to offend. Young master, what Biao said does have some merit, Chen Duan added, a cunning smile creeping onto his face. What do you mean? Both Lu Ziyu and Wang Biao turned to him simultaneously. Haven't you always believed that the old master favors Lu Miss? He directly bestowed the chairman position upon her, indicating that you are clearly not as significant as eyes. Why concern yourself so much for him? Chen Duan coldly reminded them, but you think I'm worried about his life or death. Are you aware of the old master's influence in the city? He was once a prominent figure, and although he is retired, the Liu family's current standing is inseparable from his legacy if something were to happen to him. The Liu family's position would inevitably decline. Even if I became chairman, what would it matter then? Indeed, however, there is another path. Su Ming has already cured the old master's illness, but there are some residual effects that require time to recover. If you can deal with Su Ming, once you seize power, the old master's well-being will be of no consequence. Lu Ziyu fell into contemplation, finding himself momentarily indecisive. Young master, you must understand that with each passing day, Su Ming lives. He accrues more favor with the Liu family, and as Liu Ronghua supporter, his presence complicates your path to power. Chen Duan persuaded, all the while plotting his own scheme to make Su Ming pay a price. Very well, I shall heed your advice. Lu Ziyu squinted his eyes in deep thought before ultimately reaching a resolution. All right, since young master has made a firm decision, allow me to handle matters concerning Su Ming. A ruthless smile appeared on Wang Biao's face, as if he could already foresee the events to come. Grandfather, are you feeling any better now? She inquired with concern. Ha ha ha, my dear granddaughter, there is no need for you to worry. Ever since Dr. Su treated me, I feel as though I have been rejuvenated. My body is much lighter, old Master Liu replied, waving his hand with a smile, his eyes shining with the joy of regaining health. After all, he had endured so much suffering from illness, and now that he had finally been revitalized, how could he not feel elated? That is truly wonderful. Liu Ronghua also smiled sincerely, happy for her grandfather's recovery. In the past few years, though her grandfather had spent most of his time in slumber, the occasional groans of pain during his moments of consciousness had deeply pained her heart. This moment. Witnessing her grandfather's vitality, she felt immense gratitude. Chapter 7. A rare opportunity, by the way. Ronghua, how is the matter I asked you to keep an eye on progressing? Is there any new development between you and Su Ming? Old Master Liu suddenly posed a question that had been weighing on his mind these past few days. Grandfather, what are you talking about? I'm not quite sure I understand, Liu Ronghua responded, her cheeks slightly flushed as she attempted to feign ignorance to evade the topic. Oh, my little girl is shy, Old Master Liu teased. I am quite serious. Su Ming is not only steady and reliable, but he is also grateful and keeps his promises. These qualities alone are enough to prove that he's a trustworthy individual. Furthermore, his medical skills. Had it not been for him during that critical moment, I might have long ceased to exist. Such medical prowess is truly unparalleled. Therefore, you must cherish this opportunity. Old Master Liu spoke earnestly, clearly placing high hopes on Su Ming. However, grandfather, doesn't he have a marriage contract with the Zhao family? Liu Ronghua hesitated before voicing her concerns. What does that marriage contract amount to? Firstly, the Zhao family themselves do not acknowledge it, and Su Ming is already withdrawn from the engagement. Moreover, I later investigated, and that young lady from the Zhao family behaves improperly, while the old master of the Zhao family is utterly heartless. Do you think someone like that would catch Su Ming's eye? Old Master Liu's tone dripped with evident disdain when discussing the Zhao family, but Liu Ronghua hesitated, still wanting to say something, but faltering. What but? Do you not think Su Ming is a suitable candidate? Or do you believe he is unworthy of you? Old Master Liu pressed for answers. Noticing his granddaughter's indecision, he could not help but inquire again. Grandfather, you know I have always listened to you, she replied softly, her voice tinged with confusion and unease. But Su Ming, that he seems disinterested in me. In Qingsheng, exceptional young women like Liu Ronghua were pursued by numerous suitors, all of whom hailed from esteemed families. Yet, Su Ming was different. He had not taken the initiative to contact her, and even after accepting her contact information, he had shown no sign of interest. This left Liu Ronghua feeling somewhat discouraged. Ha ha ha. Old Master Liu suddenly burst into laughter. Seeing the aggrieved expression on his granddaughter's face, that he gently reassured her. My dear granddaughter, you have misunderstood. Su Ming has been studying under his master and has lived in seclusion. How could he have had the opportunity to understand the outside world? You must understand that although the Liu family is one of the most prominent clans in Qinsheng, the world is vast, and there are many families that surpass us in strength. Attracting a talent like Su Ming is a rare opportunity for our Liu family. Upon hearing this, Liu Ronghua slightly pouted and softly retorted, But, Grandpa, I believe I am not lacking either. The elder Liu gently patted her hand and patiently explained, Of course, my dear granddaughter is exceptionally talented. However, you must realize that Su Ming's abilities far exceed those of ordinary individuals. Such young talents are precisely the ones we need to cherish. Liu Ronghua bit her lip, a flicker of dissatisfaction crossing her eyes, but more so was her bewilderment at Su Ming's indifferent attitude. I do not know if he truly likes me, she confessed, her uncertainty palpable for the first time. Do not worry, my beloved granddaughter. With your brilliance, Su Ming will undoubtedly be drawn to you. Why not invite him over for dinner at our home? It would provide him an opportunity to understand you better and allow you to prove yourself as well, suggested the elder Liu with a smile, his eyes filled with encouragement. Invite Su Ming over for dinner? Liu Ronghua was taken aback by her grandfather's direct suggestion. The elder was a straightforward man. He believed that having Su Ming visit would help both Ronghua and Su Ming get to know each other better. Grandpa, please do not rush into a decision. Give me some time to think about it. Will you? Upon hearing her grandfather's words, Liu Ronghua face flushed, her voice tinged with shyness. The elder Liu chuckled heartily, saying, Very well, take your time. But do invite Su over. I wish to have a word with him as well. Noting her granddaughter's bashful demeanor, the elder Liu ceased to tease her and kindly urged her to invite Su Ming. All right, Liu Ronghua acquiesced and went upstairs to change into a more casual outfit before heading out. In the villa, Su Ming had been practicing diligently for 3 consecutive days and nights. Hearing a knock at the door, he furrowed his brow, paused his training, and donned a t-shirt and jeans before descending to open the door. As he swung the door wide, he was greeted by the sight of the naturally beautiful Liu Ronghua. Unadorned by makeup, Please come in. Su Ming stepped aside, politely inviting her in. Thank you. Liu Ronghua was somewhat taken aback by Su Ming's initiative, but she nodded and entered the house. She gracefully took a seat and began to scrutinize the man who had saved her grandfather. Su Ming was tall and well-built, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist. Even in a simple t-shirt, his physique, honed by long-term training, was undeniable. His cropped hair and resolute features exuded a rugged masculinity, starkly contrasting with the contemporary trend of softer male images, radiating a more potent allure. Thank you for your help these past few days. Su Ming offered Liu Ronghua a glass of water, sincerely expressing his gratitude. The two sat across from one another, the living room falling into a momentary silence, an air of awkwardness lingering. By the way, my grandfather would like to invite you over for dinner. Liu Ronghua broke the silence, revealing the purpose of her visit. Sure, I was just thinking of checking on his recovery. Su Ming responded. In the car, Liu Ronghua endeavored to engage Su Ming in conversation. And to her surprise, he was not the taciturn type she had imagined. Rather, he was quite talkative, and their dialogue quickly became animated. It seems we were being followed, just as they were getting engrossed in their conversation. Su Ming's expression shifted to one of seriousness. What? Liu Ronghua inquired, astonished, and glanced at the rearview mirror, where indeed a license plateless van was closely tailing them, figures inside brandishing steel pipes and emitting strange sounds. How did you get entangled with enemies? Liu Ronghua instinctively felt that these individuals were after Su Ming. Miss Liu, how are you so certain they are here for me? Su Ming smirked slightly, a hint of helplessness in his gaze as he looked at the visibly anxious Liu Ronghua. Chapter 8. A little trick-um. Liu Ronghua found herself at a loss for words. Well, perhaps they are after me. However, I truly cannot think of anyone who would hold a grudge against me. Su Ming too felt perplexed. Could it be the Zhao family? Perhaps so. Su Ming acknowledged the possibility, but remained doubtful. Could the conflict from that day truly have incited animosity from the Zhao family? What should we do now? Liu Ronghua shook her head, regretting not bringing a bodyguard or even a driver today. Let us stop. Judging by their demeanor, If they don't catch up with us, they certainly won't give up easily, as Ming observed the relentless pursuit of the vehicle and suggested Liu Ronghua pull over. What are you saying? In this situation, getting out of the car would be akin to walking into a trap. Liu Ronghua expressed her concerns, clearly unsettled by Ming's proposal. Internally, Liu Ronghua lamented, accelerating away while simultaneously grumbling about Ming. Their pursuers were relentless. The danger was escalating. One misstep, and we could face disaster, Ming remarked calmly. Suddenly, Liu Ronghua slammed on the brakes, leaving a long skid mark on the road as the luxurious sports car came to a halt. Gritting her teeth, she faced their pursuers. The van screeched to a stop, and a dozen rugged youths poured out, brandishing steel pipes and approaching with malicious grins. "Keep running, beautiful," the leader of the gang sneered, waving his pipe as he advanced menacingly. "Who are you? What do you want?" Liu Ronghua, though terrified, mustered her composure to question them. "What do we want? Is that even a question?" The ruffian's gaze was fixated on Liu Ronghua, filled with lascivious intent, while his companions erupted in laughter. Brother Sun speaks with such eloquence. This girl is truly stunning. Indeed, our boss instructed us to deal with that man, but this woman, a small-time thug queried, a glimmer of greed flashing in his eyes. "What should we do with her?" "Naturally, we enjoy ourselves first before taking action. After all, the boss said to leave no witnesses." The leader of the gang surveyed Ming and Liu Ronghua, revealing an evil grin. "However, this woman drives a luxury car. Her status must be significant, right?" A shorter thug furrowed his brow, seemingly worried. Smack! The leader of the gang slapped the smaller thug on the head. "You useless fool! If you lack even this bit of courage, how do you expect to survive under Brother Sun? Get lost!" Ming cast a disdainful glance at the diminutive subordinate, feeling that he not only failed to enhance his image, but also made the opposition appear more formidable. In a fit of anger, he delivered a sharp slap while loudly berating him. "Exactly, you little runt. How pitifully weak you are. What could a mere woman possibly achieve? Our boss has the backing of real power brokers," mocked a muscular thug beside him, pride etched across his face as he boasted of their formidable allies. Ming snorted derisively. "Useless, stand back." The scolded thug, frightened, quickly retreated, fearing further trouble. Ming, satisfied with his subordinate's retreat, turned to face Ming, gripping a steel pipe, and haughtily inquired, "You must be Ming, right? I've heard you crossed our boss." "Indeed, I am Ming," he acknowledged with composure, a tinge of disdain in his tone. "I have offended many, but your boss's name does not seem to carry much weight." Ming's relaxed demeanor starkly contrasted with the anxious Liu Ronghua beside him, clearly unafraid of the situation at hand. Seeing Ming so unfazed, Sun Ying's irritation dissipated, replaced by a grin as he relaxed his grip on the steel pipe. "Oh, is that so? I have encountered many arrogant individuals like you, but unfortunately, they all ended up on their knees begging for mercy. The scene was truly disheartening. Perhaps today you will witness a different outcome." Ming maintained his smile, yet the implication in his words prompted unease for those who heard it. "Ming, do not act recklessly. These individuals are desperate, and angering them will not bode well for you." Liu Ronghua cautioned with concern. "Oh, not worry. Everything is under control." Ming softly reassured her, seeking to alleviate her worries. Liu Ronghua frowned, feeling somewhat dissatisfied that Ming was underestimating the current danger. Ming laughed heartily, his white hair dancing in the wind, adding a touch of ferocity. "Good, you have guts. Individuals like you are worth the effort." Suddenly, Ming's expression turned sharp as a knife, the earlier levity vanishing without a trace. "Enough with the chatter. Soon you will be the one begging for mercy," he stated coldly, no longer inclined to converse further. Attack! Ming had never intended to let this go. Seeing Ming so composed only fueled his anger further. He waved his hand, and his underlings immediately stirred. "Boss, let me do it," a short thug eagerly volunteered. Seemingly eager to prove himself, he charged forward first, wielding his iron pipe with ferocity. Ming glanced over. Though he did not hold high hopes for the kid, he nodded in agreement. "Go ahead. Kill." The small figure lunged at Ming like a furious beast. Ming smiled slightly, his wrist twisting lightly, effortlessly catching the iron pipe that came crashing down. Since you were so eager, let me show you some pain. A dull thud echoed as their clash resonated sharply on the silent street. Remember, the nail that sticks out gets hammered down, Su Ming murmured. Then with lightning speed, he delivered a punch squarely to the thug's forehead. Another crisp sound rang out, this time a genuine impact. The short thug's vision went dark, his body collapsing involuntarily as he began to retch. Useless scum, you all go. Sun Ying gazed disdainfully at the subordinates sprawled on the ground, then commanded the other two henchmen armed with iron rods to step forward. Understood, the duo responded, gearing up to continue the fray. The two thugs, emboldened by the order, brandished their iron rods menacingly as they charged at Su Ming. Die, they shouted, their weapons slicing through the air with a menacing whoosh. The blow was potent enough to leave anyone bruised and battered. Su Ming, be careful. Liu Ronghua, protective of Su Ming, felt a mix of concern and admiration, unable to restrain her loud warning. Yet, Su Ming remained undaunted, standing firm as a mountain. Just a little trick. Chapter 9. A worthy adversary. As onlookers anticipated his retreat, Su Ming disdainfully uttered a remark. When the two thugs drew near, he propelled himself off the ground with a fierce kick, launching into the air like an arrow and sweeping his leg outward. Bang! Bang! Accompanied by two dull thuds and anguished wails, the once menacing thugs were now writhing on the ground, clutching their bellies. Come at me together. Don't waste my time. Su Ming glanced at the two on the floor with an air of indifference, finding the entire ordeal rather tedious, and urged the remaining henchmen to attack in unison. Damn it, this kid's got some skill. Everyone charge. Witnessing Su Ming effortlessly dispatch his underlings filled Sun Ying with fury, prompting him to command his men to strike all at once. Yes, charge. The remaining thugs, hearing the command, transformed their expressions into fierce scowls and roared as they lunged at Su Ming. However, at this juncture, their numbers mattered little. Regardless of how many rushed toward Su Ming, their fate was sealed before they could close the distance. They were kicked away, emitting cries of torment. Sun Yin's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom such a scene unfolding before him. That I never expected you to be this formidable. As he watched his subordinates fall one by one. Sun Yin discreetly glanced backward, calculating his chances of escape. Did you think I would kneel and beg for mercy? Su Ming clapped his hands casually and approached Sun Yin with a mocking tone, as if he were dealing not with a band of ruffians, but mere kittens. Don't come any closer. Sun Yin stammered, retreating as his voice trembled with feared, "Oh, trying to run." Su Ming chuckled softly, swiftly closing the distance to stand behind Sun Yin, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. "Ah, how did you get over here? With such little courage, you dare to mix in these affairs. Truly disappointing. Speak. Who sent you?" Su Ming loomed over the prostrate Sun Yin, his expression tinged with exasperation. Before sternly demanding an answer, I dot, Sun Yin stuttered, his gaze fixed on Su Ming in terror, his throat constricted as if choked by an unseen force, rendering him speechless. "Speak up." Su Ming, growing impatient, pressed a foot down on his Sun Yin's leg, commanding with authority. "I'll tell you, it was Feng Bin. He under Wang Biao. He said if we could eliminate you, we'd be allowed to join his territory, and he promised us a substantial sum of money." Under the pressure from Su Ming, Sun Yin divulged everything without reservation. "You may leave now. Tell Feng Bin and Wang Biao, should they wish to take my life, they must come themselves and not send these lackeys to waste my time." Su Ming lifted his foot and, having delivered his warning from a position of superiority, turned to leave. Yes. Sun Yin, feeling a weight lift off his shoulders, paid no heed to his groaning subordinates and hastily scrambled to escape. "Su Ming, I didn't expect you to possess not only exceptional medical skills, but also such remarkable martial prowess. Nothing much. I merely practiced some basics with my master on the mountain." These individuals are quite easy to deal with. Su Ming, slightly bashful in the face of Liu Ronghua astonishment, scratched his head and spoke modestly to him. He had yet to reach an ideal realm, still grappling with foundational challenges, thus deeming himself not particularly powerful. Is that so? Liu Ronghua mused, observing the man who had effortlessly taken down over a dozen armed adversaries, inwardly questioning how he could claim to know only the basics. Wang Biao. Why does that name sound so familiar? As Su Ming spoke, he settled into the car, seemingly unconcerned about his recent display. Liu Ronghua, as a manager of the Liu family enterprise, quickly composed herself, recognizing that Su Ming's strength was indeed fortuitous news for her. Wang Biao is the one who previously recommended Chen Duan to treat my grandfather. She elucidated, starting the vehicle. So, it was because I overshadowed Chen Duan that I became a target today. But why did they also come after you? Su Ming inquired, curiosity piqued. Through Liu Ronghua narrative, Su Ming began to comprehend the intricacies of the situation. Clearly, Liu Ronghua had already deemed him a trustworthy friend, willing to share familial secrets. If I hadn't shown up that day, Chen might have become the hero who saved my grandfather, and Liu Ziyu, as the recommender, would have garnered further support. Su Ming speculated. Indeed, Liu Ronghua nodded with a smile, her expression radiant like sunlight. Momentarily catching Su Ming off guard, it was evident that Liu Ronghua was renowned as the most beautiful woman in Qingqing for good reason. Su Ming cleared his throat, attempting to mask his moment of distraction that in truth, Chen Duan's medical skills are insufficient to cure your grandfather's ailment. If grandfather were to pass, he wouldn't care in the slightest. With Wang Biao backing him, along with his network, it wouldn't be impossible for him to deal with my father and me. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, Liu Ronghua expression turned icy, her grip on the steering wheel tightening, her teeth grinding in indignation at Liu Ziyu's actions. What a well-calculated scheme! Su Ming raised an eyebrow, commenting from an observer's perspective. Liu Ronghua's brow furrowed involuntarily at his words, yet she refrained from arguing. She acknowledged the truth in Su Ming's assertion. Liu Ziyu was indeed a formidable opponent, and why, lady, divine Dr. Su, the old master has been awaiting your arrival for quite some time. Upon reaching the Liu family villa, a servant promptly approached, respectfully opening the car door for them, and taking Liu Ronghua keys to park the vehicle. Come, take a seat. The tea is ready, and the meal will be prepared shortly. Why have you arrived so late? Have you been out on a secret date? Upon entering, they were greeted by the cheerful countenance of old Master Liu, who welcomed them warmly, inviting them to sit as he playfully inquired about their delay. Huffed. Liu Changjun, seated nearby sipping tea, was caught off guard, spitting out his drink. Grandfather, that is not the case. We encountered a group of thugs on our way, which caused our delay. Liu Ronghua hurriedly clarified, her cheeks flushing as she explained the reason for their tardiness. Chapter 10. An uncomfortable discussion. It was Wang Biao's men, about a dozen of them. They threatened that Su Ming and I would die. Liu Ronghua did not conceal anything, recounting the entire incident. Wang Biao, isn't he that guy who allied with Ziyu in the underworld? Is this truly Wang Biao's directive, or has Ziyu lost control? Liu Chengjuan's expression darkened. Alas, it's all my fault as grandfather. Had I not declared that only the most capable could manage the Liu family, we wouldn't be in this predicament today. Old Master Liu sighed heavily. Grandfather, this isn't your fault, without your decision. I wouldn't have been able to become one of the leaders of the Liu family business that, if Liu Ziyu truly has the capability, I would willingly step aside. Liu Ronghua reassured him, her tone revealing determination and maturity. Liu Ziyu is now ambitious, brandishing the Liu family's name to rally other clans, completely disregarding the stringent vetting process we've always upheld for partners. If the Liu family were to fall in his hands, decline would be inevitable. Ronghua, how did you and Su Ming manage to escape? Old Master Liu's primary concern always revolved around his granddaughter's safety. Who occupied that position was of little consequence to him. It was Su Ming who saved me. Liu Ronghua lowered her gaze slightly, a hint of a smile gracing her lips as she recounted their experiences to the two elders in detail. I never imagined divine Dr. Su to possess not only exceptional medical skills, but such extraordinary abilities. Old Master Liu and Liu Qingjun were once again astonished by Su Ming's prowess. Ronghua, your current situation is precarious. With someone like Su Ming by your side, you need not worry about anything else. Old Master Liu spoke earnestly. Grandfather, what are you saying? Liu Ronghua face flushed crimson, tinged with a playful reproach. Old Master, this cannot be taken as jest. Su Ming also appeared somewhat awkward, hoping to brush past the topic lightly. I am not jesting. Old Master Liu asserted seriously. Ruoshi, have you not informed divine Dr. Su of my intention to betroth you to him? Seeing both of them eager to deny the implication, old Master Lu's expression suddenly turned grave, first explaining the situation to Su Ming before sternly addressing Liu Ruoshi. Dad, what are you saying? Ruoshi is still young, and she cannot be casually thrust into decisions regarding her lifelong matters. Liu Changjun quickly interjected in opposition, bewildered by his father's unusual behavior today, from calling him to the ancestral home to preparing a lavish feast, all seemingly for this purpose. What do you understand? Do not interrupt. Divine Dr. Su is talented and unmatched in his medical skills throughout Yanjing. He and our Ruoshi are truly a match made in heaven. Old Master Liu, already somewhat displeased, found Liu Qingjuan's interjection fortuitously aligned with his frustrations. Dad, I acknowledge that Divine Dr. Su is exceptional, but that does not justify arbitrarily arranging their future, especially since they have only met a few times. Liu Changjun steadfastly maintained his position, unwilling to allow his daughter to be dictated to in such a manner. Enough. This is not a place for your voice. The patience of the elder Liu had finally worn thin, abruptly interrupting Liu Chengjuan's discourse. How have you been lately, old Liu? Su Ming deftly diverted the topic, steering away from the previous uncomfortable discussion. Much better, Dr. Su, if it weren't for your timely intervention that day. I fear my frail old bones would not have held out much longer. The grateful smile illuminated old Liu's face as he effortlessly transitioned to the new subject. Do not stand on ceremony. Simply call me Su Ming. Su Ming felt that the formal address was overly stiff, suggesting instead a more casual approach. A moment of surprise flickered across Su Ming's face, yet he quickly nodded in agreement, recognizing that this astute elder would not easily allow the conversation to stray from its intended course. Xiao Ming, what do you think of Ruoshi? Old Liu inquired with a sly smile while preparing the tea set. She is extraordinarily beautiful, Su Ming replied earnestly, genuinely believing this to be true. Upon hearing the compliment, Liu Ruoxi's cheeks flushed slightly, enhancing her charm. Haha, how does she compare to that young lady from the Zhao family? Old Liu seemed unwilling to relent. Pressing further, Su Ming pondered for a moment before resolutely stating, they are not comparable. Liu Ruo, she is unique. In Su Ming's eyes, her beauty was not merely skin-deep. What truly set her apart was her innocence and kindness, qualities that eluded description. Well then, Xiao Ming, would you consider pursuing a relationship with Ruoxi? Old Liu proposed with a twinkle of anticipation in his eyes. Upon uttering this, he gazed expectantly at Su Ming and Liu Ruoxi, a determination that commanded respect. Father, I assent it rather hasty to make such a decision, Liu Chengjun interjected, unable to contain his objections. His concern did not stem from any disapproval of Su Ming, but rather from the abruptness of his father's decision. What father does not cherish his daughter? With his father proposing to entrust his daughter right before him, how could he not feel anxious? Mind your tongue. Old Liu's brows furrowed at his son's words. Were it not for Xiao Ming, your sister, and I might well have departed this world long ago. Liu Chengjun opened his mouth, wishing to retort, but found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, Su Ming had not only saved his father, but also ensured his sister's safety. This kindness left him with no grounds for argument. Very well, you may decide. Liu Chengjun sighed, choosing silence and refraining from disrupting this pivotal moment. Ruoxi, what do you think of Su Ming? Old Liu, noticing Su Ming's silence, turned his gaze toward his granddaughter. He is quite good. Liu Ruoxi stammered, momentarily caught off guard. She quickly glanced at Su Ming, who was also looking at her, and hurriedly averted her gaze, a faint blush adorning her cheeks. Deep down, she recognized the profound impression Su Ming had made on her. Among the men she had encountered, few possessed his medical prowess, composed demeanor, and respectful distance. More importantly, he had unhesitatingly protected her in the face of danger, stirring something within her heart. Chapter 11. Trying to date I am open to it, Liu Ruo, she murmured, her voice soft, as if the very air had grown gentler. I will heed whatever Grandpa says, she added, her tone tinged with a blend of shyness and determination. What do you think, Xiao Ming? Old Liu turned his hopeful gaze toward Su Ming. Taking a deep breath, Su Ming felt a swirl of emotions within him. He understood the significance of this moment and was unwilling to betray the trust placed in him by both the elder and Liu Ronghua. Old Liu's eyes were filled with expectation as he regarded Su Ming. "Let us give it a try," as Su Ming initially intended to decline, yet upon seeing Liu Ronghua, focused gaze upon him, the words of refusal lodged in his throat. Truth be told, he bore no ill feelings toward Liu Ronghua. In fact, he held a degree of admiration for her. However, the brevity of their acquaintance made him reluctant to rush into a decision. After much contemplation, he ultimately nodded in agreement. "Father." Liu Changjun began to speak, but was immediately silenced by old Liu's command. "Silence, Grandpa." Liu Ronghua, cheeks flushed as she voiced her mild discontent, although she had acquiesced to dating Su Ming. Moving in together felt like too great a leap. They had yet to cultivate a profound bond. "Do not fret. I merely suggest you reside together without any ulterior motives. This arrangement facilitates your dating. While I, being of advanced age, prefer tranquility, the sounds of your comings and goings are rather disruptive to my peace," old Liu explained with a smile, his eyes glinting with shrewdness. Years of experience had taught him to recognize that Su Ming was no ordinary individual. Such a prospective son-in-law would undoubtedly serve as a tremendous boon for the Liu family, a chance for the clan to ascend to greater heights. "Old Liu, this matter may require further consideration. I have studies in pharmacology to attend to daily, and it may not be suitable." Su Ming stumbled, caught off guard by this unexpected arrangement, seeking a polite way to decline. His hesitation was not born from unwillingness to have Liu Ronghua move in, but rather from the fact that he bore the pure yang poison within, necessitating daily cultivation. According to his master's guidance, he must not disclose his training status until the poison was resolved. Hence, Liu Ronghua, presence would indeed complicate matters. "If you feel I am intruding, I shall move in with my parents," Liu Ronghua, said, feeling a touch aggrieved. She had not anticipated that Su Ming would harbor concerns, and in a fit of pique, she declared her intention to relocate. "Very well, go live with your parents. We shall not mind your noise," Liu Changjun interjected, seemingly finding newfound purpose in life, nodding merrily. "Aren't you the one who must care for Ronghua, mother daily? How could you possibly manage to attend to my granddaughter?" Old Liu shot a disapproving glance at his son before turning back to Su Ming. "Since Xiaoming finds it inconvenient, Ronghua, she shall stay with me. However, now that you are courting, it is imperative you maintain frequent contact and nurture your relationship." Old Liu, unfazed by Su Ming's polite refusal, felt only a tinge of regret. He remained determined to find a way to keep this promising young man close. "Enough, let us dine," he gently suggested, glancing at the two, confident that these minor frictions were a positive sign to him. Conflict would breed affection, and as time passed, their bond would only grow stronger at the dinner table. Old Liu displayed exceptional warmth towards Su Ming, continually serving him food while inquiring about his life in the mountains. When he learned that Su Ming's master was the legendary Ouyang Zheng, who had lived to the venerable age of 180, old Liu was so astonished that he stood up, visibly stirred. "So, you truly are a disciple of Ouyang Zheng. No wonder, no wonder. This is splendid. We Liu family have indeed chosen wisely," old Liu exclaimed in admiration. Liu Qingjuan's perception of Su Ming shifted dramatically upon hearing this revelation, and he too became increasingly enthusiastic. Who is Ouyang Zheng? That was a legendary figure in the martial world. Liu Qingjun had previously brushed it aside due to age, but now, hearing Su Ming's confirmation, the shock he felt was palpable. "Truly, heaven is aiding me," old Liu exclaimed excitedly. "Someone spread the word. In 1 week's time, our family will host a grand banquet to celebrate my recovery at that event. I will officially announce Su Ming as a member of our Liu family." Once his excitement had settled, old Liu turned to his butler, issuing commands. "Yes, master," the butler replied promptly, setting about preparations. "Grandfather, is that not a bit excessive?" Liu Ronghua, whispered, equally astonished by this sudden decision. "Excessive? Not at all. Su Ming is exceptional. If we do not publicly acknowledge a relationship, what if someone else tries to make a claim?" Old Liu replied, his brow furrowed in concern. "Indeed, it should be made public. We must announce it to the world that our Liu family has such a fine son-in-law." Liu Changjun chimed in. echoing the sentiment. Their fervent reactions were not unwarranted. After all, during old Lu's period of unconsciousness, he had been unaware of Su Ming's true identity, while Liu Qingjun, although always regarding Su Ming as outstanding, had felt a lack of substantial backing. However, the circumstances had changed dramatically. Su Ming's identity had completely altered the narrative as a disciple of Ouyang Zheng. Such a pedigree was undoubtedly noteworthy. Ouyang Zheng had nearly reshaped the entire landscape of Yanjing. Revered and respected by all. In contrast, although the Liu family was the foremost clan in Xincheng, and Liu Ronghua, she was renowned as a beauty, such accolades paled in comparison to the disciple of Ouyang Zheng. How could old Liu not be excited upon encountering such an outstanding young man? He was determined to see Su Ming become his granddaughter's husband, fearful that others might also recognize this treasure. Thus, he was filled with anticipation for their relationship, ever eager to give them a gentle push. Ruashi, after dinner, you two should take a walk to foster your connection. Ideally, you should become engaged soon. Old Liu could hardly conceal his excitement, his tone laced with urgency. Chapter 12. Difficult to look away. Liu Ruashi, holding her bowl and chopsticks, found herself compelled to seek her father's assistance at her grandfather's urging. Father, do you see how Grandpa is that? I should not have allowed them to dine at home. I should have suggested they go out instead, which would be more conducive to nurturing their feelings. Liu Chengjun seemed to admonish old Liu, but his gaze quickly shifted to the two of them. Xiao Ming, Ruashi, heed your grandfather's wishes and take the time to connect with one another. With that, Liu Chengjun gently took the utensils from their hands, nudging them toward the door. With a resounding bang, the door slammed shut, leaving Su Ming and Liu Ruashi exchanging glances, shoulders lifting in a gesture of helplessness. Have you eaten enough? Liu Ruashi inquired. Not yet, Su Ming replied innocently, gazing at her. Then allow me to take you to a delightful place to eat. Upon witnessing Su Ming's endearing demeanor, Liu Ruashi felt her heart quicken, and playfully dashed ahead. Indeed, this was quite pleasant. Su Ming smiled as he followed her, contemplating that perhaps this was an integral part of life, unexpected yet filled with charm. His gaze unconsciously trailed after Liu Ruashi, captivated by her light steps and graceful figure, which seemed to possess an invisible allure. Hurry up and catch up. Liu Ruashi turned her head, noticing Su Ming still rooted in place, and urged him on. During dinner, Liu Chengjun observed the smile on his father's face and couldn't help but ask, Dad, do you think Su Ming has learned all of his master Ouyang Zheng's skills? I've heard that Ouyang Zheng is not only exceptional in medicine, but also dabbles in the cultivation of immortality. Although there is no concrete evidence, who else can live to be 180 years old? Liu Chengjun continued. Even if he hasn't mastered everything, his medical skills alone are commendable. With just that, Ruashi will not suffer while following him. The elder Liu gently shook his head, unwilling to speculate on the profound and arcane matters. But will someone as outstanding as Su Ming truly treat our Ruashi sincerely? Liu Qingjun expressed his concerns that I believe Su Ming is not the type to be ungrateful. Even if his feelings for Ruashi are not yet fully formed, he will undoubtedly take responsibility for her and ensure she is not wronged. The elder Liu appeared rather magnanimous, but he understood that truly devoted men were scarce in this world, especially talented young men like Su Ming. Furthermore, if it were not for their matchmaking, Su Ming might have had a wider array of choices. In the future, even if someone else were to enter his life, they should trust he would not mistreat Ruashi. The elder Liu wiped his mouth and revealed a sly smile. All right, today is a splendid day. You go announce some good news and invite all the prominent families to the banquet, especially the Zhao family. Let them understand how mistaken their attitude toward Xiao Ming was. This can be considered a gift for Su Ming. Understood, Father, Liu Chengjun replied with a smile, his heart already anticipating the forthcoming gathering. The Zhao family had once looked down upon the son-in-law chosen by the Liu family. It was high time they witnessed the Liu family's strength. Meanwhile, at the beach outside Xincheng, a vibrant sports car was parked nearby. Not far off, a picnic blanket was spread across the sand, laden with various snacks and a few empty beer cans, recently escorted out of the Liu family home. Su Ming and Liu Ruashi were now comfortably seated on a bench by the sea, the gentle breeze caressing their faces. How does it feel? Isn't it delightful? Liu Ronghua turned to Su Ming. A smug smile gracing her lips. "That I often come here to relax when work tires me," she added, her eyes sparkling with pride. "Su Ming, did you agree to stay with me today, just to save face with Grandpa?" Liu Ronghua suddenly asked, her gaze earnest and direct. "But we haven't met often. Why did you agree?" Liu Ronghua, slightly tipsy, blushed adorably. "Because you are an exceptional girl, both intelligent and beautiful," Su Ming replied, meeting Liu Ronghua gaze, warmth inexplicably swelling within him. "Then why don't you want to live with me?" Liu Ronghua pouted, a hint of grievance flickering on her lips. "What did you say?" Su Ming, unable to hear clearly, unconsciously leaned closer. "I said." Liu Ronghua lips parted slightly as she leaned in towards Su Ming, seemingly wanting to say something. Their proximity grew, creating a subtle tension in the air. Liu Ronghua's breath brushed against Su Ming's cheek, causing his heart to race. In that fleeting moment, Su Ming acted on instinct, gently pressing his lips against Liu Ronghua's. Liu Ronghua gasped in surprise, quickly retreating, her senses sharpening. Su Ming stood frozen, watching Liu Ronghua, confusion first flickering in his eyes, then transforming into delight, his gaze shining with a brilliance that was hard to look away from. Just moments ago, when Liu Ronghua's lips had neared his, it had not only brought him exquisite sensations, but had also miraculously quelled the relentless torment of the pure yang poison within him. Even in that brief exchange, Su Ming, long plagued by the pure yang poison, keenly sensed that rare relief. What purine body? What are you talking about? Liu Ronghua, still reeling from the shock of her first kiss, looked at Su Ming with a bewildered expression, tinged with displeasure. This Su Ming, taking advantage of her, without even a word of apology, was spouting nonsense. "It's nothing, I'm sorry." Realizing his lapse in decorum, Su Ming hastily apologized. He could have revealed the truth, but knew Liu Ronghua would struggle to understand. Besides, how could he broach such a topic? Was he to confess that he was afflicted by pure yang poison, and that only by uniting with her? A purine body. Could he find relief? How could that be possible? Su Ming silently vowed that if he uttered such a thing, Liu Ronghua would certainly slap him and storm away. Just the thought of that scene made his head ache. Liu Ronghua, observing Su Ming's perfunctory apology, felt her anger simmer, replaced by a sense of disappointment. She couldn't quite grasp her feelings at that moment, only feeling a tightness in her chest. Chapter 13. Seeking trouble, the two had become a couple. Perhaps what she truly wished to hear was not an apology, but something else. Yet upon reflection, it was indeed peculiar for someone like Su Ming to utter sweet nothings. Ultimately, she could only sigh in resignation. Perhaps their personalities were genuinely incompatible. Forget it. Let's go. It's too cold. Liu Ronghua decided not to linger any longer and prepared to leave. All right. Although Su Ming was puzzled by Liu Ronghua's sudden change of demeanor, he complied, quietly gathering his belongings and getting into the car. The journey was steeped in silence. "Would you like to come in for a bit?" Su Ming offered as he stood at the villa's entrance. Turning to Liu Ronghua, "No, I have work tomorrow," Liu Ronghua replied, lightly pursing her lips, firmly declining the invitation and getting into the CART that moment. Her heart was filled with doubt. With Su Ming's character, could she truly fulfill her grandfather's and father's wishes and become his wife? Su Ming watched Liu Ronghua drive away, softly reminding her to drive safely. He sensed her anger, likely stemming from that unexpected kiss. Su Ming himself struggled to articulate an explanation, for that kiss held profound significance for him. It not only confirmed Liu Ronghua's unique constitution, but also solidified his resolve to spend his life with her. Just that single contact had yielded such remarkable effects, igniting Su Ming's anticipation for future cultivation. If he could be with Liu Ronghua and balance the yin and yang within him, his cultivation would undoubtedly soar at an unprecedented pace. In the ensuing days, Su Ming immersed himself in his training, nearly reaching the brink of breaking through the foundational realm. However, the sparse spiritual energy in the city thwarted his efforts, though filled with frustration. Su Ming did not relinquish hope that he understood that to overcome this bottleneck, he needed to take action, and if there isn't enough spiritual energy, then I shall create it, Su Ming resolved, preparing to concoct his own elixirs. Although alchemy required a vast array of precious herbs, was costly, and bore a low success rate, it was the only viable path under the current circumstances. Fortunately, Wang Qingping's bank card held sufficient funds to support this endeavor. With that thought in mind, Su Ming dialed Wang Qingping's number. "Mr. Su, I need some special herbs. Could you assist me?" Wang Qingping's enthusiastic voice resonated from the other end of the line. "Su, God Doctor. Feel free to tell me what you need. I will personally deliver them." With Wang Qingping's assistance, Su Ming felt a sense of comfort. Wang Qingping, excitedly on the phone, continued, "No need. The herbs I need are not available at regular pharmacies. They are quite rare. Oh, you know where I might procure them." Su Ming politely declined Wang Qingping's kindness and inquired out of course, "The herbs you require are certainly uncommon. There's a place in Qingxiang called Wanwu Street, where you can find nearly everything. However, do be cautious, as there are many fakes there." Wang Qingping not only provided the information, but also thoughtfully issued a warning. Su Ming exited the taxi and stood at the entrance of Wanwu Street, surveying his surroundings. "Oh, isn't that the beggar I rejected for marriage?" Just as he confirmed he was at the Wanwu Street Wang Qingping mentioned and was about to enter, a disdainful voice rang out from behind him. Turning around, he found Zhao Yin and Lin Yuqing, accompanied by a man resembling Zhao Yin, who regarded him with contempt. Su Ming frowned, not wishing to entangle himself with them, and turned to step into the street. "Stop!" Zhao Yin suddenly called out sharply. Yes, there's something you need." Su Ming turned to face her, his gaze growing stirred at Su Ming. "Weren't you rather arrogant that day at the hotel?" Zhao Yin mocked. "Did you think that by climbing onto the Liu family tree, you could dictate terms to the Zhao family? Now that Miss Liu has discarded you, you resemble a stray dog. Are you here to seek employment?" Zhao Yin clung to Lin Yuqing's arm, her demeanor haughty as if the world lay beneath her feet. Her words laced with relentless derision. "Zhao Yin, if I were you, I'd spend more time with old Master Zhao. Seeing as his days are numbered, Su Ming had no intention of engaging in a dispute with her. But now, with Liu Ronghua in the picture, he had lost interest in conversing with other women. However, faced with Zhao Yin's provocation, he resolved to break his silence. "What do you have to say, Su Ming?" Zhao Yin's expression instantly shifted. "What? Are those words unpalatable?" Su Ming inquired, a hint of sardonic amusement gracing his features. "I assumed that when you asked me to stop, you meant to express such sentiments." He feigned innocence, shrugging as if it were all merely a misunderstanding. Yet his gaze betrayed his disdain. "You must be Su Ming, right?" A man positioned behind Zhao Yin stepped forward, looking down at Su Ming with an accusatory glare. "Indeed, and you are?" Su Ming shot back, his eyes sharp as blades. "Are you also seeking a quarrel?" He decided to abandon any pretense of courtesy in the face of such provocation. "Humph, you covet the Zhao family's wealth. Yet you know not who I am." The man advanced a step, declaring, "I am Zhao Cheng'an, the sole heir of the Zhao family." Su Ming let out a derisive laugh. "Oh, so you are the future corpse." Such contemptuous words ignited Zhao Cheng'an's fury. He felt as though he were striking a pillow, utterly impotent, and further infuriated by Su Ming's curse of him as a dead in a fit of rage. Zhao Cheng'an raised his hand, ready to strike. Yet, Su Ming was not one to be trifled with in an instant. He retaliated, landing a punch squarely on Zhao Cheng'an's wrist, with a sickening crack accompanied by Zhao Cheng'an's anguished scream. His wrist was shattered. "Su Ming, how dare you harm my brother?" Zhao Yin shrieked, her eyes brimming with rage and terror. "You ought to be grateful that I only retaliated against his hand. Had it been his face, you would have had no opportunity to scream so loudly." Su Ming replied coldly, his gaze as frigid as ice. Zhao Yin halted, a chill coursing down her spine, too fearful to advance another step. "Remember, the hand that Zhao Cheng'an has lost today is a warning to your Zhao family that, if you wish to remain unscathed, it would be wise to keep your distance." Su Ming's voice was steady and resolute. Leaving the Zhao family with a threat that could not be ignored, he cast one last frosty glance at Zhao Yin, delivered his warning, and strode into Wanwu Street. Chapter 14. Dragon Blood Herb Sister. "It hurts so much." Zhao Cheng'an's face contorted in agony, his voice rife with pain and fury. He was merely a useless wretch. How dare he be treated in such a manner? While Zhao Yin consoled her brother, her gaze was filled with hatred as she watched Su Ming depart. She turned to the silent Lin Yuchen beside her, reproaching him slightly. Lin Yuchen, you are to be my future husband. Will you allow someone like Su Ming to bully my brother? The Liu family? Humph. That Liu family's young lady is merely playing around. Do you truly believe she would be interested in someone like Su Ming? Zhao Yin felt disappointment in Lin Yuchen's attitude. Your Wang family is also a prominent clan in Qingzhou City. Are you truly going to stand idly by while others mistreat your fiancé's brother? Zhao Yin scoffed, accepting Lin Yuchen's attempts at comfort, and then assisted the groaning Zhao Qingyan toward the car. Her earlier shopping enthusiasm completely dissipated. Upon entering Wanwu Street, Su Ming was immediately captivated by the dazzling array of stalls lining the street. Indeed, as Wang Qingping had mentioned, one could find almost anything here, from expensive jewels to everyday trinkets, ancient antiques to rare herbs. It was all available. After perusing the market, Su Ming made significant purchases, acquiring several urgently needed medicinal herbs. Yet he still had a considerable distance to go before gathering all the materials required for his alchemical endeavors. As he passed a lavishly decorated shop, a cheerful attendant outside warmly invited him to come in and take a look. Sir, what can I assist you with? Our Wanbao pavilion boasts a rich variety of goods, be it antiques or herbs. We have it all. You sell herbs here. Su Ming halted, inquiring. He had been browsing for quite some time and was somewhat fatigued, hoping to find more of what he needed here. Yes, soon as Su Ming spoke, the attendant eagerly approached, aiming to guide him into the store. However, Su Ming waved his hand, indicating that he wished to browse alone and did not require accompaniment. Observing this, the attendant politely nodded and stepped away. Boss, do you have dragon blood herb? At that moment, a woman's voice from downstairs caught Su Ming's attention. The dragon blood herb was a rare medicinal plant, potent in its efficacy, safe for use only by those possessing true energy within. The woman appeared quite anxious, bombarding the attendant with questions. Who bought it? Is he still here? What does he look like? The attendant smiled and reassured her. Miss, please don't worry. That gentleman is still on the second floor, but if you urgently need the dragon blood herb, perhaps you can negotiate with him. Hearing this, Su Ming smiled faintly. Clutching the freshly purchased dragon blood herb, deciding to find a corner to sit and observe how the situation would unfold. Which gentleman bought these 3 dragon blood herbs? The woman's voice rang out again, infused with a sense of hope and urgency, as melodious as a clear spring. Wow, how beautiful! Suddenly, the crowd erupted in admiration, followed by a cacophony of voices. Such a lovely girl. I may not have dragon blood herb, but I possess many more precious items. Whatever you desire, I can provide. Indeed, I may not know about dragon blood herb, but I have the means. I can procure anything you wish. The crowd buzzed with excitement, each individual vying for the beautiful woman's attention, rendering the scene somewhat chaotic. Su Ming concealed himself behind the shelves. He felt a twinge of curiosity, but chose to remain detached, continuing to observe silently. Please make way. Thank you. I urgently need to find someone. The woman's voice carried a hint of urgency and entreaty. Could you please tell me who purchased the dragon blood herb? I truly need it. Could you inform me? Her voice rose slightly, sounding both desperate and somewhat resigned. Su Ming, positioned behind several rows of shelves, could only vaguely discern a figure. Hearing her plea, he couldn't help but ponder why this girl didn't simply move around to search for it herself. However, since fate had brought him in her path, he felt inclined to lend a helping hand. I bought it, Su Ming announced, thinking of himself as a benevolent soul eager to assist. Hello? Are these 3 dragon blood herbs yours? The woman seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, her face alight with expectation as she inquired, several curious gentlemen trailing behind her. Indeed, that's correct, Su Ming confirmed with a nod, then looked up to meet the gaze of the lady before him. Momentarily entranced by her beauty, her allure lay not only in her appearance, but also in an indescribable charm. Her phoenix eyes seemed to harbor stories, and a gentle smile could stir the very strings of one's heart. I am Han Linlin. Could you sell me your dragon blood herb? I can offer you double the price. Miss Han, do you have a special purpose for needing the dragon blood herb? Su Ming scrutinized Han Linlin, who was fixated on the medicinal box in his hand, feeling a sense of intrigue. While dragon blood herb might merely be a costly herbal remedy to the average person, it could hold extraordinary significance for those who understood its true value. Su Ming was curious to know if this enchanting woman sought it for similar reasons. Without hesitation, Han Linlin replied, "My grandfather urgently needs this herb. I just want to obtain it as quickly as possible." As Su Ming began to ask questions, she perceived him as merely stalling for time or imposing additional conditions. "Sir, just sell it to me directly. Why all the inquiries?" she stated bluntly, her impatience surfacing. Su Ming frowned, evidently displeased with her demeanor. His tone turned assertive, clearly unwilling to continue the circular conversation. Chapter 15. The greatest concern several onlookers, witnessing the exchange, could not help but rally in support of the lovely Han Linlin. "Come on, man, this young lady is being sincere and is willing to pay a handsome price. Why make it difficult for her?" "Exactly. If I had that herb, I would give it to her for free." Murmurs of discontent arose among the crowd, expressing their disbelief at Su Ming's lack of empathy. Yet, Su Ming remained unfazed, brushing off their protests as he prepared to leave. "I am under no obligation to divulge my decision." Since she was unwilling to explain, he felt no compulsion to hand over his possession to a stranger. "Wait," Han Linlin, exasperated, clenched her teeth and raised her offer. "I am willing to pay 10 times the price." In her view, this was not merely a matter of money, but a frustration at being deliberately hampered by a petty individual. "Oh, you think I care about money? I simply cannot abide this feeling of being restrained." Nonetheless, Su Ming shook his head in refusal. "Even if you offered 100-fold, I would not sell it, unless you can tell me what you intend to do with the dragon blood herb." His insistence took everyone by surprise. They had assumed he would relent due to the exorbitant offer. This fellow out of his mind. Not even a 10-fold offer can satisfy him. The crowd buzzed with speculation, some contemplating intervening, yet hesitant to invite trouble. Han Linlin felt a surge of urgency, bewildered by Su Ming's obstinacy, yet she understood the clock was ticking and that she needed to find a way to persuade him. The onlookers seemed more anxious than Han Linlin, having already cast Su Ming as a villain threatening the beautiful goddess. "Why must you pry into my motives?" Han Linlin suddenly lifted her gaze, a layer of wariness in her eyes, narrowing her gaze as she questioned him. Indeed, it was significant. Encountering other cultivators in Xinjiang could signify a monumental turning point for Su Ming. If the other party possesses profound cultivation, they might be able to offer guidance on breaking through bottlenecks or even share insights from their training. Ever since entering the city, his cultivation had stagnated. If he could practice as usual here, it would be an unexpected delight. "Even if I tell you, you might not comprehend, so just give me the dragon blood grass. Time is of the essence, and my grandfather is in danger." Han Linlin gazed at the resolute Su Ming, disregarding his confusion, feeling that this matter was vital to her life, and could only speak urgently. Seeing Han Linlin's anxiety but refusal to divulge details, and her unwavering obsession with the dragon blood grass, Su Ming became increasingly certain that she was indeed a practitioner. The dragon blood grass is merely an ordinary blood-replenishing herb on the outside, with numerous substitutes, unless that it is meant for a practitioner. Without further ado, Su Ming gradually approached Han Linlin and whispered into her ear, under her vigilant gaze, "You know?" Han Linlin took a step back, disbelief etched across her face, her eyes filled with shock. "Your grandfather's need for dragon blood grass clearly indicates that something went awry during his cultivation, with his vital energy rebounding and causing a depletion of both essence and blood. Take me to him immediately, or it will be too late." Su Ming issued his command with gravity. "You lack sufficient vital energy within you, and your feeble spiritual power cannot activate the dragon blood grass. Moreover, those who suffer from rebounding vital energy are enduring immense pain and cannot self-heal. You must take me with you, otherwise I shall not part with the dragon blood grass either." As Su Ming pressed on, each word shaking Han Linlin's psychological defenses, yet his intentions were genuinely to help. "Very well, I agree." Han Linlin finally nodded in acquiescence. "But I warn you, should you harbor any ill intentions, I will ensure you pay the price." "Rest assured," Su Ming smiled slightly, unfazed by Han Linlin's warning. After all, in this world, A strikingly handsome person who is entirely unguarded is the greatest folly. Follow me. Han Linlin spoke softly, her voice laced with an imperceptible tension, although she felt some relief at Su Ming's agreement. Her grandfather's safety remained her paramount concern. The crowd nearby began to murmur quietly, their gazes filled with curiosity and longing. What did he say? I truly wish to know. A voice rang out among the crowd, immediately followed by a chorus of agreement. What on earth did that man say? How could it persuade such a beautiful girl to follow him? I wish I could find out. Another sighed, lamenting, if only you could tell me. I would gladly kneel and listen. Alas, why did that beauty have to leave? I was hoping that if that man didn't agree, I could gaze upon her a little longer. Another expressed regret. All eyes turned to Su Ming, their looks imbued with envy, jealousy, and even a hint of resentment, as if they could pierce through his back. This was not because they had never seen a beauty before, but because Han Linlin's beauty was indeed extraordinary. A rare sight even in a place like Qingcheng. Every movement she made seemed to carry an irresistible charm, captivating those who beheld her. Han Linlin led Su Ming away from the shop, directly toward a red Ferrari D. Oh, you truly know how to save my grandfather. Han Linlin turned to Su Ming, her tone tinged with skepticism. You seem quite confident, making such assertions before even meeting the person. Han Linlin scoffed lightly, her words dripping with clear doubt. Umph. Han Linlin chose not to respond, focusing solely on driving, her heart still teetering between belief and disbelief. Yet at that moment, she had resolved to reach their destination as swiftly as possible. The car sped into the bustling streets, racing toward Wanbao Pavilion. Boss, today a customer bought 3 dragon blood grasses in one go, and shortly after, a lady expressed her interest in purchasing them, offering 10 times the price to that gentleman. Chapter 16. Few and far between the attendant, having witnessed Su Ming and Han Linlin's departure, quietly ascended to the top floor, relaying the information via phone. A light chuckle came from the other end of the line. Amusing, evidently. Qingcheng holds some secrets. A sharp screech of brakes shattered the tranquility of the outskirts. The sedan halted before a villa concealed amid the mountains and waters. Su Ming and Han Linlin stepped out of the car, the surrounding scenery prompting Su Ming to exclaim, "What a splendid place to retreat from the world." Han Linlin, slightly impatient with Su Ming's astonishment, assumed he was merely a naive newcomer from the countryside, and urged, "Don't waste time, let's go inside." The two pushed open the heavy iron gate and entered the villa. Su Ming felt a refreshing aura envelop him, clearly indicating that this place was extraordinary. He mused internally, never expecting Qingcheng to harbor such a sanctuary. "Where are you going?" Upon seeing Su Ming heading straight upstairs, Han Linlin's expression darkened instantly, her tone laced with evident displeasure. Han Linlin was taken aback when Su Ming accurately located her grandfather's room. She widened her eyes in disbelief and hurried to follow him. How does he know? Han Linlin's mind swirled with questions, but at that moment, her primary concern was whether Su Ming could truly save her grandfather. Thud! A muffled sound erupted as the elder, upon their entrance, coughed up a mouthful of blood, his back turned to them. The sound was filled with anguish and helplessness. "Grandfather!" Han Linlin cried out in terror, her heart racing as she yearned to rush forward and support him. Not move him. Su Ming swiftly reacted, halting her actions, and then stepped forward to sit before the elder. The old man's face contorted in pain, cold sweat soaking his cheeks, his body trembling uncontrollably. His hands maintained the posture of cultivation, his eyes tightly shut as if engaged in a silent battle. "Quickly, feed my grandfather the dragon blood grass. He will recover after consuming it," Han Linlin urgently instructed Su Ming. Hearing this, Han Linlin froze for a moment before sighing in relief, realizing that Su Ming seemed to know what to do. How do you know so much? You must be able to save my grandfather, right?" She grasped Su Ming's hand, her eyes sparkling with hope. "Step back a little. You lack the vital energy for protection, and you may be harmed." Su Ming gently moved her hand away and began preparing silver needles. Han Linlin repeatedly expressed her gratitude, retreating to the side, her gaze fixed intently on Su Ming, her heart a mix of emotions. She never anticipated that the person she had previously underestimated would become her only lifeline, and that he was willing to extend a helping hand. Su Ming focused intently on the treatment. The silver needles dancing like living creatures at his fingertips. First, he targeted the elder's Shunfeng acupoint, deftly inserting a needle and injecting an invisible stream of vital energy, his movements swift and precise. Then he proceeded to apply needles to other acupoints such as Qianqi, Tianqi, and Liuha Shunsong, each puncture flawlessly executed. Han Linlin watched in stunned silence. Although she lacked medical knowledge, she could sense the professionalism and confidence in every action Su Ming took. This person was far more unfathomable than he appeared. Soon, as the last needle was placed, the old man's body gradually calmed, his hands relaxing, and his expression transformed into one of tranquility. Su Ming steadied the elder's body as he began to slump, turning to Han Linlin and saying, "Come, help me lift him onto the bed." Han Linlin hesitated for a moment, but quickly sprang into action, assisting Su Ming in moving her grandfather to the bed. "Sir, how is my grandfather's condition?" Han Linlin looked at her still unconscious grandfather, her heart racing with anxiety, yet she dared not ask directly, only inquiring indirectly, observing the glimmer of hope in Han Linlin's eyes. Su Ming wasted no time in revealing the truth and guiding her on how to handle the medicine. "Oh, my grandfather." Han Linlin felt a twinge of unease. Although she understood that Su Ming had saved her grandfather, she still harbored doubts about this stranger and was reluctant to leave. "Rest assured, your grandfather is merely in the qi gathering stage. To me, it is but a trivial matter." "Thank you." As Han Linlin watched Su Ming close his eyes to begin his incantation, the word she intended to say remained unspoken, her heart filled with awe. She recalled her grandfather's words. The path of cultivation is fraught with peril. Each breakthrough is akin to rebirth, and failure may result in death. Only those with strength far surpassing one's own can offer assistance in critical moments. Her knowledge. In all of Yin Jing, practitioners who could reach above the qi gathering stage were exceedingly rare. And yet Su Ming deemed the qi gathering stage insignificant, showcasing his immense power. Even the most rudimentary spiritual energy could enable an ordinary person to easily contend with those adept in martial arts, let alone practitioners at the qi gathering stage. Su Ming's nonchalant demeanor left her struggling to maintain her composure. "The medicine is prepared." Shortly after, Han Linlin entered with a bowl of steaming medicinal liquor, containing no more than 3 spoonfuls of concentrated liquid. "Have him drink this." Su Ming released his grip, propping up Han Linlin's grandfather's upper body with a pillow to facilitate his consumption of the medicine. "Are you all right?" While administering the medicine, Han Linlin noticed Su Ming's steps appeared somewhat unsteady, fine beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "I am fine." Su Ming shook his head, settling onto the carpet in a cross-legged position to recover his depleted spiritual energy. A flicker of guilt passed through Han Linlin's eyes as she sincerely thanked Su Ming. Su Ming did not open his eyes nor respond, seemingly feeling no need for words. He had indeed saved Han Linlin's grandfather. Yet his initial motivations were not entirely altruistic. Although he found the elder's strength to be less formidable than he had imagined, he was still a practitioner. More importantly, Su Ming's master had taught him that learning arts was not solely for oneself, but also for doing good deeds. Chapter 17. Within the grasp of others, the duty of a healer is to extend a helping hand whenever possible. Given that he had witnessed everything today, Su Ming could not remain a mere bystander. The silence that enveloped the room rendered the atmosphere serene, and Han Linlin refrained from further inquiring about her grandfather's condition. She noticed that her grandfather's breathing had stabilized, and she understood in her heart that Su Ming's capabilities far surpassed those of her grandfather. Thus, she believed her grandfather was out of danger and felt no need to press further. Ahem. Approximately half an hour later, the stillness was interrupted by a faint cough. Han Linlin's grandfather slowly opened his eyes. "Grandfather!" Han Linlin softly called out, her face radiating an unmistakable joy. Su Ming, having awakened from his meditation, stood quietly to the side, allowing this tender moment to unfold without interruption. "Linlin, why are you crying?" The first words of the elder upon waking were filled with concern for his granddaughter. "Grandfather, I was so scared. I thought you would leave me." As her emotions relaxed, Han Linlin could not help but shed tears. Why, foolish girl? The path of cultivation is fraught with uncertainties. This was bound to happen sooner or later. There is no need for such sorrow. The elder gazed at his granddaughter with tender affection, his voice gentle yet resolute. Grandfather, I don't want you to cultivate anymore. I don't want you to take any more risks. Han Linlin looked up, her eyes filled with pleading and fear. Linlin, my cultivation is not solely for your sake. It is also for myself. If I do not cultivate, when I am gone, how will you face life alone? What will become of your company? The elder smiled to reassure his granddaughter, encouraging her not to worry excessively. By the way, Linlin, I recall suffering a backlash during my breakthrough. How is it that I am now perfectly fine? Moreover, I feel an abundance of energy within me. My spiritual power has become harmonious, and my aura is more stable than before. Upon awakening, the elder realized that not only was he unharmed, but he was in an even better state than prior to his breakthrough. That is because you have successfully advanced to the Qi gathering stage, Su Ming finally explained, stepping closer. Really? I have actually broken through? The elder was astonished, incredulous as he asked. Sir, who are you? The elder inquired with curiosity. You seem to understand the Qi gathering stage and are aware of my breakthrough. Are you also a cultivator? Su Ming countered, a glimmer of surprise flickering in his eyes. Upon hearing this, the elder was filled with questions and astonishment. He turned to his granddaughter, Han Linlin, hoping she could elucidate everything. Subsequently, Han Linlin began to explain how could this possible. The elder exclaimed in disbelief. Young man, it is not that I do not wish to believe you, but this is simply too incredible. You appear to be merely in your 20s. Grandfather, indeed, it was this gentleman who saved you that I encountered him on my way to purchase dragon bloodgrass. Han Linlin, concerned that her grandfather's words might seem impolite. After all, Su Ming was their lifesaver. Hurriedly added, feeling remorseful for her previous rudeness. Young man, I'm deeply grateful for your life-saving assistance. The elder, recovering from his shock, immediately rose to bow in gratitude to Su Ming. There's no need for such formality. It was merely a small act, Su Ming said gently, helping the elder to his feet. Young man, it is I, Han, who have been discourteous. How about allowing my granddaughter to take you to the living room for tea while I change into more appropriate attire and properly thank you? The elder, realizing his attire was insufficiently formal, hastily invited Su Ming downstairs to rest. Very well, Su Ming acquiesced, then strode purposefully toward the door. Linlin, this young man is extraordinary. Be sure to treat him with the utmost respect. Go inform the steward to summon the finest chefs in Qincheng and prepare a lavish feast. The elder instructed, stopping Han Linlin as she was about to follow him. Rest assured, grandfather, I know what to do, Han Linlin assured, her eyes sparkling as she promised, clearly determined not to let Su Ming's kindness go unappreciated. Good granddaughter, the elder nodded with satisfaction, patting her shoulder as he watched her leave before heading to change. Sir, I sincerely apologize for my earlier rudeness, Han Linlin said, preparing a cup of fine tea for Su Ming and taking a seat across from him. Her tone earnest. Su Ming took a gentle sip of tea and replied casually, It's quite all right. When one cares, it is natural to become flustered. I understand, by the way, you can simply call me Su Ming. All right, then I shall be direct. I am Han Linlin. Her eyes met Su Ming's, her smile warm and enchanting, as if capable of penetrating one's very soul. Su Ming found himself involuntarily swallowing, silently marveling at the extraordinary charm of this woman. Han Linlin's smile seemed to possess a certain magic, effortlessly drawing one in. Dr. Su, do you not feel a bit warm? Would you like me to help wipe your sweat? Han Linlin asked playfully. Leaning slightly forward, her movements as graceful as a dance. Oh, there's no need. I can manage myself. Su Ming quickly declined, wiping the beads of sweat from his brow with the back of his hand, wishing to maintain some distance to tea that moment. Cheerful laughter echoed from upstairs, followed by an elderly gentleman dressed in a Zhongshan suit descending the staircase. It seems this young man and my granddaughter are quite in sync. He exclaimed, Why, granddaughter is indeed a great beauty, is she not? Su Ming offered an awkward smile, responding, Yes, she's quite lovely. The elder approached them, chuckling as he explained, You see, my granddaughter is not merely beautiful. She is the leader of the night organization, skilled in the art of enchantment, capable of influencing others silently and subtly. It is only natural for you to feel pressure. You need not feel embarrassed. Upon hearing her grandfather's words, Han Linlin let out a soft hum, her smile fading as she quietly sat to one side, toying with her teacup, clearly displeased by her grandfather's revelation. The night organization? Su Ming frowned. Suddenly everything made sense. He had initially believed he was merely captivated by an ordinary beauty, but now understood that it was all within the other's control. The elder continued, I share this with you not to unsettle you, but to prepare you for the psychological readiness needed in your interactions with her. The Seven Kills is a mysterious organization that emerged 5 years ago, composed entirely of beautiful yet deadly women. These women are not only striking in appearance, each with their unique traits, but also exceptionally skilled in combat. There is a saying among the people, to encounter one of the 7 kills is to find a semblance of freedom between life and death, to be ended by the blade of 7 kills. Even spirits feel a sense of grandeur. This saying reflects the fearsome reputation of the Night Organization. Han Linlin, as the leader of the Night Organization, is equally breathtaking. Her allure is not solely due to her looks, but is also a result of her strength and captivating abilities that are hard to resist. Chapter 18. Unseen Abilities. Su Ming was taken aback upon learning of her identity, but what puzzled him even more was why Han Jinchuan, the elderly patriarch of the Han family, would so readily share these secrets with him. Young man, you are my savior. There is no issue in sharing this with you. Our Han family never conceals anything from friends, the elder stated straightforwardly, his demeanor sincere and direct, extending an olive branch to Su Ming. Young man, I will not beat around the bush. I wish to ask you directly. Are you also a cultivator? Han Jinchuan noticed Su Ming's cautious demeanor, but did not mind that it was normal for a powerful figure like Su Ming to maintain a certain air of mystery. The Han family held significant influence in Yanjing, and Han Jinchuan himself was once a prominent official on the border, boasting a distinguished military background. Thus his pride was well-founded. Indeed, I am a cultivator, Su Ming admitted, no longer concealing his identity. Having already saved Han Jinchuan, there was no reason to hide further. May I ask how you are addressed, young brother? A glimmer of appreciation flashed in Han Jinchuan's eyes, further solidifying his desire to befriend Su Ming. My name is Su Ming, he replied. Young brother Su, since you are my savior, I will be forthright with you. I am the head of the Han family in Yanjing. This time I have come to Qingsheng for 2 reasons, to expand the family business and to seek the path of cultivation. Hearing this, Su Ming felt a jolt of surprise. He had heard of the Han family, and, even after years of seclusion in the mountains, was aware that the prominent families of Yanjing were anything but ordinary. Despite his advanced age, Han Jinchuan, as demeanor and mannerisms, exuded an aura that revealed he was once a military officer of considerable stature. Su Ming realized that this elder's standing in Yanjing was undoubtedly significant. Han Jinchuan, you have shared this with me, but what is your intent? Su Ming inquired, gently setting down his teacup, his gaze finally settling earnestly on the elder opposite him. Brother Su, as I mentioned earlier, the Han family plans to expand its influence in Qingsheng and other smaller cities. Finding reliable partners is an essential step in this endeavor. As you are a local of Qingsheng and well acquainted with the families here, I wonder if you could recommend a trustworthy collaborator for the Han family? The elder appeared to be seeking assistance. Yet in reality, he was testing the depth of Su Ming's connections with local families to determine a direction for cooperation. This was not merely an ordinary inquiry. Han Jinchuan was effectively inviting Su Ming to partake in a decision of considerable influence. For a small city like Qingsheng, the arrival of the Han family from Yanjing was akin to a royal visitation. Any small family able to ally with them would consider it a fortuitous opportunity. Thus, involving Su Ming in the selection of collaborators was tantamount to granting him significant power. Faced with such a proposition, Su Ming was astonished, but he clearly recognized it as a gesture of goodwill from the other party. Nevertheless, he gracefully declined the proposal, for it involved significant matters pertaining to the future of another family, a burden he could not easily bear. Old Master Han chuckled softly, seemingly unperturbed by Su Ming's refusal. Su brother, you truly leave no room for negotiation, he said with a smile. Since you are unwilling to expend further effort, I shall not press you. Here is a small token of appreciation. Please do accept it. Han Jinchuan retrieved a black gold card from his sleeve and presented it to Su Ming, a symbol of utmost trust and privilege. Su Ming understood that this could be a consultation fee or another form of remuneration. Noticing Han Jinchuan's expectant gaze, he ultimately refrained from refusing again and simply placed the card into his pocket. Meanwhile, Han Linlin observed this exchange, a hint of curiosity flickering in her eyes as her lips curled into a subtle smile. The black gold card, of which only 10 exist globally, represented the power to access the Han family's vast wealth, indicating that the grandfather had already regarded Su Ming as one of their own. However, it appeared that Su Ming was not entirely aware of this significance. Later, during a more in-depth conversation, Old Master Han mentioned his cultivation bottleneck. What? Su brother is actually a master beyond the chi refinement stage. Old Master Han was taken aback. He sighed lightly, a touch of regret in his voice. My old eyes have failed me. I was unable to discern Su brother's true prowess before. It is indeed shameful. He gazed at Su Ming, his heart filled with astonishment. It is worth noting that he himself had painstakingly broken through to the chi gathering layer, believing it to be the pinnacle of cultivation. Little did he expect to encounter a young master far surpassing him today. Not only had Su Ming achieved remarkable cultivation, but he was also proficient in acupuncture, each skill alone sufficient to make him stand out in Yanjing. It is my honor to make the acquaintance of Su brother, Han Jinchuan sincerely remarked, genuine admiration evident in his eyes. You flatter me. Han Jinchuan. These are merely minor skills, hardly worth mentioning, Su Ming replied with a faint smile, halting the other from bowing in thanks. He then articulated the purpose of his visit. I have come today with a request. Han Jinchuan quickly waved his hand, indicating that Su Ming need not be so formal, and then invited him to sit, personally pouring him a cup of tea. Please, Su brother, do share what you require. Su Ming fixed his gaze on Han Jinchuan, inquiring, I have heard that the spiritual energy in the city is rather thin, making cultivation fraught with challenges. Might I ask how you managed to reach the chi gathering layer? Han Jinchuan did not withhold his insights, sharing his experiences. Indeed, it is no easy feat, but it is not without its solutions. Choosing to cultivate in desolate areas, untouched by technological pollution, often reveals usable spiritual energy. Su Ming nodded in gratitude, listening intently. Although his strength far exceeded that of Han Jinchuan, the latter's experience regarding the cultivation path within the city was evidently more abundant. Su Ming's inquiry stemmed from his fresh arrival. Having already sensed a greater abundance of spiritual energy here compared to other places, were it not for your assistance, I fear I would have long ceased to exist. Han Jinchuan expressed his gratitude, politely declining Su Ming's thanks. In fact, I have one more matter I wish to request of you. Su brother. A trace of hesitation appeared on Han Jinchuan's face as he cast a pleading glance at Su Ming. Chapter 19. With all efforts noticing Han Jinchuan's expression, Su Ming proactively asked, Is there something you need assistance with, Old Master Han? I would like my granddaughter to remain in Qingqing, although she has made considerable achievements in business. She is still unfamiliar with this place. I wonder if Su brother could lend her a hand. Seeing that Su Ming displayed no signs of displeasure, Han Jinchuan breathed a sigh of relief and continued. However, he harbored other intentions in his heart. After a moment's contemplation, Su Ming nodded in agreement. No problem. Excellent. I have always worried that Linlin would become too mature following this old man around. Now that she has a young man like you accompanying her, I can rest easy. A look of contentment spread across Han Jinchuan's face. As dusk fell, Su Ming realized he had yet to begin refining his medicinal boat. Thus he took his leave. Old Master Han, if there are no other matters, I shall take my leave at Su Shini. May I have your contact information? Han Jinchuan observed the situation and did not insist on keeping him, but merely requested to exchange contact details. Certainly, Su Ming readily agreed and exchanged phone numbers with Han Jinchuan. How about letting Linlin give you a ride? My home is a bit far from the city center. It would be more convenient by car. Han Jinchuan suggested. Rest assured, grandfather, I will ensure Su Shini arrives safely. Han Linlin replied to Su Ming with a gentle smile, her demeanor obedient. Wonderful. You two seem quite well matched. Han Jinchuan nodded in satisfaction as he watched their departing figures, softly muttering to himself. Lin Lin, this is a splendid opportunity. Do cherish it. If you can be with such a young man, our Han family's prospects in Yanjing will be even brighter. Is this your home? Han Linlin inquired curiously as she drove Su Ming. Su Ming parked the car outside the villa, turned to Han Linlin, and softly said, "Just drop me off here." "Thank you." "Just a thank you?" Han Linlin raised an eyebrow, her tone teasing. "Is no one at your home welcoming me in for a visit? Or perhaps as someone inside is eagerly awaiting?" She inched closer, the delicate straps of her tank top slipping slightly, inadvertently revealing a hint of alluring charm. The atmosphere within the confined car suddenly became delicate. Su Ming's expression shifted, his gaze involuntarily drawn to a place he ought not to look. Upon realizing his reaction, he quickly opened the car door, allowing the cool wind to rush in, attempting to calm the turmoil within. "Well, perhaps you could come in and sit for a while," he stammered, striving to maintain his composure as he extended the invitation. "Perfect. I was just thinking of familiarizing myself with the surroundings. Otherwise, how can I come and go freely in the future?" Han Linlin's smile carried a hint of mischief as she found Su Ming's rare innocence, both intriguing and amusing. Her grandfather had advised her that if the opportunity arose to become Su Ming's partner, she must not let it slip away easily. As a young lady from a prestigious family and a veteran of the Dark Knight organization, Han Linlin never wavered. Once she made a decision, she pursued it wholeheartedly. "Let us go." Su Ming felt a tightening in his chest, surprised by how readily Han Linlin agreed. With no other option, he steeled himself and led her into the courtyard. At that moment, various scenarios began to flicker through his mind, worrying about how he would cope if Han Linlin continued in the same manner as before. Su Ming was acutely aware that the pure yang poison still lingering within him could lead to serious consequences when in contact with a woman of a non-pure yin constitution. However, he quickly realized he was overthinking. He forced himself to calm down, that he sensed no trace of other men on Han Linlin, her enthusiasm perhaps merely a reflection of her character or her identity within the Dark Knight organization. Just as the two entered the courtyard, Liu Ronghua emerged from the villa, clearly taken aback upon seeing Han Linlin. "Liu Ronghua, what are you doing here?" Su Ming inquired, simultaneously contemplating what might transpire next. Han Linlin quietly observed from the side. Her decisive nature had always led her to act without hesitation once she made up her mind. This moment, a subtle glint of determination flashed in her eyes as if she had already resolved her course of action. Su Ming paused slightly, a note of surprise in his tone. "What's wrong? Am I not supposed to be here?" "No, that's not what I meant." Realizing he may have misspoken, Su Ming quickly offered a soft explanation. He genuinely hadn't anticipated encountering Liu Ronghua here, but he did not find it inappropriate, considering they were now in a relationship. "Oh, Su Ming, it seems today is not a good time that I shall take my leave then." "Don't miss me too much," Han Linlin remarked, sensing the delicate atmosphere between the two and understanding her presence was no longer suitable. Before departing, she took a moment to scrutinize Liu Ronghua, leaving behind a slightly provocative remark. "Goodbye. Who is she?" "That is Han Linlin, the granddaughter of a patient. Why don't you come inside? Or at least give me a call. It's quite cold out here." Su Ming, oblivious to Liu Ronghua emotional shift, smiled as he took her hand and led her inside. "You both seemed so happy together. If I called, wouldn't that be interrupting?" Liu Ronghua felt the warmth of Su Ming's hand, her discontent gradually dissipating, though a hint of annoyance lingered in her words. "Don't you think she is beautiful?" Although she observed that there appeared to be no special connection between Su Ming and Han Linlin. A woman's intuition prompted Liu Ronghua to feel that Han Linlin harbored some interest in Su Ming. Coupled with the latter's beauty, she couldn't help but ask in a probing manner. "Indeed, she is quite beautiful. However, beautiful women often resemble a double-edged sword. I mean, women like Han Linlin." Chapter 20. Ripples in the Heart. Su Ming nodded, offering an honest assessment while also alluding to Han Linlin's profession, suggesting that her beauty might conceal risks not easily perceived. Su Ming, if it weren't for my grandfather, would you choose to be with me? Liu Ronghua, listening to Su Ming praise Han Linlin, felt a twinge of discomfort as she sat on the sofa, unable to resist asking, "Why do you suddenly bring this up?" Su Ming, having changed into slippers, sat beside Liu Ronghua, puzzled as he switched on the television. Is there something particularly significant about that? He genuinely did not understand why Liu Ronghua would inquire so. Our encounters have been few and far between, and you have not previously displayed any affection towards me. Therefore, is your presence with me merely a result of your grandfather's pressure? Liu Ronghua pondered that perhaps their union was merely a favor to the Liu family, given that she only knew of Su Ming's exceptional medical skills, yet remained oblivious to his other attributes. Such doubts are significant for a girl, and Su Ming, aware of this, resolved to speak candidly, wishing to avoid any misunderstandings. Liu Ronghua, the first time I saw you, I found you beautiful. However, I did not fall in love with you at that moment. At home, I reluctantly agreed to this engagement. Yet since our visit to the seaside, that kiss made me realize that I genuinely wished to be with you. Independent of your family. Su Ming's words were heartfelt that in truth, Liu Ronghua possessed a unique constitution that could alleviate the pure yang poison within him, coupled with her aid during the Zhao family's hardships and the subsequent trust from the hospital, all of which solidified his determination to cherish her for a lifetime. That really is that true? Liu Ronghua gazed into Su Ming's steadfast eyes, her heart fluttering. Indeed, I will treat you well, for a lifetime. Su Ming nodded with a smile, affirming his promise. By the way, what brings you here all of a sudden today? Su Ming looked at Liu Ronghua flushed face, a result of her shyness, and gently draped his arm over her shoulder. Grandfather asked me to inform you that on the day of the banquet, he has invited the Zhao family. You may express yourself freely, for he wishes the people of Qingsheng to recognize that our Liu family's future son-in-law should not be underestimated. In the living room, the only sounds apart from the television were the synchronized heartbeats of the two, resonating in harmony. Gradually, Su Ming drew closer, and Liu Ronghua closed her eyes to Su Ming, she whispered, her voice laced with trepidation. Their lips intertwined, lingering long in a tender embrace. Liu Ronghua, this girl experiencing the sweetness of love for the first time, felt her cheeks flush, bashfully pushing against Su Ming's solid chest until he slowly released her, allowing her to gasp for breath, as if awakening from a delightful dream. Liu 11, Su Ming softly called her name, a complex expression gracing his face. She looked up, meeting his chest rising and falling with emotion, symbolizing strength. Instantly, her gaze reflected shyness mingled with an unexpected surge of panic and confusion. This. Liu Ronghua stammered, her innocence unaccustomed to such scenes, her heart filled with both bashfulness and bewilderment. Su Ming, I can do this. Liu Ronghua suddenly summoned her courage, calling out to him, her eyes shimmering with determination. Then she hurried upstairs, fully aware that although Liu Ronghua was pure and innocent, she had yet to encounter the other side of this world, and he could not easily harm her. Watching Su Ming's retreating figure, Liu Ronghua felt a warm wave surge within her, accompanied by a hint of guilt as she recognized that she had found someone truly worthy of her trust. "Good night," she softly said, her face alight with a blissful smile, before exiting the room. The Zhao family. An unexpected piece of news sent the entire household into a frenzy. "What did you say?" Zhao Zhong trembled as he accepted the invitation from the butler. Disbelief and elation etched across his face. The Liu family personally delivered the invitation, inviting our entire family to their banquet. "Indeed, sir," the butler nodded eagerly, barely containing his excitement. "It was the head of the Liu family who brought it himself." "Ha ha!" Zhao Zhong burst into laughter. "Quick, summon Zhao Yin and notify Lin Yuchen. Let the Wang family see that our Zhao family standing has dramatically changed. Humph, that Wang brat has become increasingly arrogant since marrying Zhao Yin." Last time, when Chengji was struck by Su Ming, he not only refused to help but quarreled with Zhao Yin that he has been absent for days. This time, let's see how he maintains his bravado. Zhao Zhong clutched the invitation tightly, his face radiating uncontainable joy and pride. "Sir, although the young master's hand is healed, how dare Su Ming lay a hand on our Zhao family's heir? Isn't that courting death? Should we teach him a lesson?" The butler approached Zhao Zhong, indignation evident in his tone, clearly advocating for his master. "Of course we should. What is a mere Su Ming worth, even if he is Ouyang Zheng's apprentice?" Zhao Zhong gritted his teeth in disdain. "That old fool is no longer around. I doubt Su Ming has acquired much true skill. Once we ally with the Liu family, We'll deal with him thoroughly." "Yes, sir," the butler replied. Nodding in agreement, his heart lightened as he turned to relay the command. Meanwhile, the doors of the Liu family swung open, welcoming a special guest. "Haha, Xiao Ming, you have finally arrived. I have awaited your presence for so long." The elder Liu had prepared a sumptuous feast in advance, eagerly standing at the entrance to greet Su Ming. It was not solely due to Su Ming's arrival, but also because he realized that the relationship between his ideal grandson-in-law and granddaughter had taken a significant step forward. "Elder Liu Ruashi, the wind is strong outside. You need not stand here." Su Ming approached swiftly, gently inviting both inside. Today, Liu Ruashi donned a pure white dress, her skin appearing even more porcelain-like under the sunlight. Her straight, flowing hair cascading like a waterfall, exuding a gentle charm. Chapter 21. The topic of cultivation with just a glance. Su Ming was captivated by her beauty, warmth and affection evident in his gaze. "Haha," Liu Ronghua interrupted their silent exchange. "Xiao Ming, you and my Ruashi are now a couple. Why the formality? It's time to address each other differently." Grandfather," Su Ming hesitated briefly before softly responding, a smile gracing his face. Liu Ronghua nodded in satisfaction, laughter ringing out. "Excellent. This is a momentous occasion for the Liu family. Grandfather, are you aware of cultivation?" Su Ming wiped his mouth and turned his eyes towards the elder Liu, gently inquiring. "Cultivation? Xiao Ming, why do you suddenly ask about this?" Liu Ronghua set down his utensils, his warm smile vanishing as a serious expression took its place, scrutinizing Su Ming intently. Seeing his grandfather's reaction, Su Ming felt a sense of certainty. "Indeed, I have heard of it. Affluent families possess some knowledge of such matters. Yet for ordinary individuals, it remains elusive, gradually becoming akin to legend," Liu Ronghua candidly admitted. Then sighed softly, returning to his meal. "Then, Grandfather and Ruashi, would you like to attempt cultivation?" Just as Liu Ruashi and Liu Ronghua were perplexed by Su Ming's abrupt topic, he posed an even more astonishing question. "Xiao Ming, what did you just say?" Liu Ronghua could no longer remain seated, his utensils clattering to the ground in disbelief as he stared at Su Ming, shock written all over his face. "I asked if you would be willing to cultivate, especially Rule 11. Su Ming calmly reiterated his question, having anticipated their reactions. "Xiao Ming, this is not merely a matter of willingness. It is fundamentally unattainable." Liu Ronghua gazed at Su Ming, his eyes reflecting defeat and helplessness. "Indeed, Su Ming, I too have heard of cultivation tales, but those are mere legends. How could they manifest in real life?" Liu Ruashi, though not as well-versed as her grandfather, approached the world with a scientific and rational perspective as a modern woman, thus had never truly believed in such stories. Although every girl may have dreamt of becoming a fairy, soaring through the skies, she never thought such dreams could come true, leading her to assume Su Ming was merely engaging in idle chatter, and she worried whether he harbored an obsession with this notion. Cultivation is indeed real. Furthermore, if you are willing, I can guide you on this path. Su Ming looked directly at them, his tone calm, yet resolute. "What did you say?" Liu Ruashi's utensils clattered onto the table, producing a crisp sound. As soon as Su Ming finished speaking, Liu Ronghua leapt to his feet, his utensils crashing to the floor, disbelief etched on his features as he stared at Su Ming. "Su Ming, what do you mean?" Unlike her grandfather's overwhelming excitement, Liu Ruashi furrowed her brows, reproach evident in her tone. "Xiao Ming, you cannot merely be proficient in medicine, can you?" Liu Ronghua struggled to suppress the turmoil within, his voice trembling slightly. "What aspect does grandfather refer to?" Su Ming looked at the elder, genuinely perplexed as to why he would say such a thing. "The poison within me has persisted for 5 years. Our Liu family has sought out renowned physicians, exhausting every method and precious herb. Yet to no avail. Just when I thought my days were numbered, you came to treat me. When I felt a surge of power infuse my body, it was as though my organs were revitalized, enabling me to endure your treatment. Furthermore, your acupuncture technique. I've seen many traditional Chinese physicians, yet your needles feel entirely different upon insertion, each movement resonating with my breath and nerves that in truth, from the beginning." Liu Ronghua had harbored suspicions, but due to Su Ming's youth, he feared he might be mistaken and thus kept these doubts to himself. It was only today, upon Su Ming's mention of cultivation and his claim of being able to guide them, that the elder Lu's suspicions solidified, leading him to methodically analyze the situation. Indeed, the 18 needles of the soul are indeed formidable. However, without sufficient true energy to support it, the poison that seeps deeply into one's marrow cannot be completely eradicated. Su Ming no longer concealed the truth. He had indeed come to enable the Liu family, both grandfather and grandson, to strengthen their bodies through cultivation, and at that moment, he made the decision to speak candidly. "I knew it! I knew it!" Liu Ronghua exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. "There's an ancient saying that a healer does not heal himself, and even my master was no exception. His longevity was primarily due to his cultivation. Had he not encountered backlash during his final breakthrough, he might have lived even longer." After hearing Su Ming's explanation, the elder Liu felt a surge of clarity, his face breaking into a beaming smile. And his affection for this future grandson-in-law was palpable as he showered praises upon him. "Haha, how wonderful! The Liu family is truly fortunate to have you," Liu Ronghua declared joyfully. "Grandfather, meeting Liu Ruoxi is my true fortune." Su Ming gently addressed Liu Ruoxi, who was still processing all this information. His words were not merely to flatter. They were heartfelt. After all, he had endured the torment of the pure yang poison for many years. And each episode was excruciating. The arrival of Liu Ruoxi was like a ray of hope to him. Since meeting Liu Ruoxi, Su Ming had discovered that being with her brought him unprecedented relaxation and comfort. He often pondered that had Liu Ruoxi not extended her hand that day of the Zhao family, he might never have learned of her unique constitution, the purine body. Su Ming understood that without Liu Ruoxi's assistance, he could hardly fathom the dangers he might face 3 years hence, and thus he sincerely appreciated fate for bringing him this kind-hearted girl, Su Ming. Just as Liu Ruoxi was grappling with the unfolding situation, she suddenly heard Su Ming's heartfelt confession. She glanced at her grandfather, whose teasing smile made her cheeks flush instantly, and she could not help but softly reproach him. "Haha, all is well. All is well." "Xiaoming, what did you mean earlier about cultivation? Do you know something?" Liu Ronghua inquired with a curious smile, eager to discuss the topic of cultivation. More importantly, for Liu Ruoxi, cultivation was not merely a choice. It was a matter of life and death. Without it, she would face dire peril 3 years hence. Chapter 22. A renewed hope upon hearing this. Both Liu Ruoxi and the elder Liu displayed expressions of shock. Su Ming, what did you say? Is this true? Liu Ruoxi's voice trembled, her eyes filled with bewilderment. "Elder Liu, cultivation will only benefit you. There is no need to pursue profound realms or supernatural abilities." Su Ming explained, but for Liu Ruoxi, cultivation is the only path forward. Because she possesses the extreme body, this constitution not only suits cultivation, but poses a lethal threat if left unaddressed as the extreme force reaches its peak. Extreme body, Liu Ruoxi and the elder Liu remained perplexed, clearly unaware of what this entailed. Has Liu Ruoxi not always been unbothered by cold and heat, emanating an aura of chill regardless of the season? Su Ming sought to elucidate their understanding in the simplest terms. Yet, the reality was far more complex. Su Ming continued, explaining that Liu Ruoxi's constitution surpassed that of ordinary individuals, necessitating cultivation to balance the yin and yang within her. Otherwise, when the extreme yin force peaked, it would threaten to consume her very life. Every situation has its reasons. If a person is born extraordinary, they are indeed an exception. The extreme body is exceedingly rare, and its emergence is invariably accompanied by unusual phenomena. Su Ming remained steadfast in his explanation, undeterred by the elder Liu's perspective. This discourse was reminiscent of what his mentor, Ouyang Zheng, had once articulated, which was also the reason Ouyang Zheng had chosen him. Possessing a pure yang body is both a blessing and a potential curse. This innate constitution draws attention, allowing for cultivation at an unparalleled pace. Yet it also harbors latent risks. Every special constitution adheres to the principle that extremes will reverse. When the power of a unique constitution surpasses the body's capacity, it can lead to catastrophic consequences. This is why Su Ming was able to master knowledge and skills that Ouyang Zheng had accumulated over 180 years within a mere 15 years. The same reasoning applied to Liu Ronghua. And the notion of opportunities and challenges coexisting was precisely what he meant. There have indeed been instances of similar special constitutions, yet many have tragically perished for failing to find a complementary constitution. So you're saying that my constitution is special, and if I do not cultivate, I will face life-threatening dangers in 3 years. And if I succeed in cultivation, I can avert this fate? Liu Ronghua, not ignorant, began to grasp her predicament through Su Ming's elucidation. For years, she had remained silent about these abnormalities to spare her family worry. However, those frigid nights were utterly unbearable, instilling profound fear within her. Must I endure such suffering indefinitely? Disappointment flickered in Liu Ronghwa's eyes, evoking sympathy from those present. Not necessarily. A pure yang body can assist you. If the two are combined, the issue will naturally resolve itself. Su Ming offered with a smile, presenting a solution. Where can we find a pure yang body? The elder Liu inquired anxiously, his eyes brimming with concern for his granddaughter. Combined, does that imply what I think it does? Liu Ronghua, upon hearing this, felt a mix of terror and shyness, cautiously asking for clarification. Indeed, Su Ming nodded affirmatively. In truth, what Liu Ronghua wished to express was a desire for any man other than Su Ming. Yet she ultimately could not voice this thought. The elder Liu's demeanor grew grave, filled with unease. He not only worried about finding the legendary pure yang body to save his granddaughter, but also feared that she might have to rely on others, thereby losing someone as exceptional as Su Ming. Su Ming, why are you smiling? Liu Ronghua questioned angrily, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, feeling that laughter at this moment was utterly callous. Her boyfriend. He was seemingly unfazed while she faced the daunting prospect of needing to unite with another to preserve her life. Xiao Ming, you are truly out of place. Even Liu Ronghua, who had always held high hopes for him, furrowed his brow, questioning whether the pressure had driven Su Ming to madness. Yet, Su Ming's smile did not falter until he uttered the words that left everyone speechless. If I could not save you, why would I agree to be your boyfriend? Wouldn't that be detrimental to you? Moreover, who dares lay a hand on my woman? As soon as he finished speaking, the warmth in Su Ming's smile dissipated, replaced by an undeniable authority. In that instant, he resembled an innate leader, proclaiming his unwavering protection over those around him. Su Ming. Liu Ronghua was momentarily taken aback, then her face softened into a relieved smile as she gently reproached him. If you have a solution, why not say so earlier? You made me worry unnecessarily. Ronghua, I meant that the extreme yin body and pure yang body are immutable innate constitutions, Su Ming clarified, casting an affirming glance at the elder Liu. Then what you mentioned earlier. Liu Ronghua pressed, hope rekindling in his eyes. Because I am inherently a pure yang body, Su Ming replied nonchalantly, shrugging as if discussing the most mundane matter, yet his statement detonated like a bomb, instantly transforming the atmosphere. What? Liu Ronghua and Liu Ronghua nearly leaped to their feet, their eyes fixed on Su Ming in astonishment. What happened? Faced with their sudden shift from concern to mild anger, Su Ming scratched his head, feeling somewhat bewildered. You were playing with me, making me worry for nothing all this time. Liu Ronghua crossed her arms, her tone laced with playful reproach, yet her eyes sparkled with amusement. Chapter 23. A tremendous assistance, haha. It truly was not intentional. I simply did not expect you to misunderstand so profoundly, Su Ming hastily explained, his face adorned with a conciliatory smile. Ronghua, don't be angry. Being upset does not suit you at all. Liu Ronghua huffed, yet the corners of her mouth betrayed a smile. Deep down, she felt elated, for this signified that the bond between her and Su Ming was stronger than she had imagined. She believed they would surely be together forever. You rascal, truly cunning. Liu Ronghua jested. So you had your eye on my Ronghua from the very beginning and pretended to be deep in thought. Grandfather, it seems I have underestimated the thoughts of the youth, he continued, secretly relieved. Initially, he had worried that such an exceptional young man as Su Ming might be snatched away by daughters from other families. But now it appeared that Su Ming and Ronghua were indeed a match made in heaven, allowing him to rest easy as for Ronghwa's special constitution. He had only learned of it afterward. Upon hearing this, Liu Ronghua gaze softened. She understood that Su Ming's choice stemmed not from self-interest but from genuine affection. This sincerity ignited a warmth within her, as if something was quietly blossoming in her heart. "Ha! It seems I was the one overthinking." Liu Ronghua laughed heartily. "So, Xiao Ming, you mentioned that Ronghua needs to cultivate to balance the effects of her constitution, that I too wish to grow stronger. I wonder how I should proceed?" "Indeed, I am here today precisely to address this matter." Su Ming, with a serious demeanor, addressed his grandfather. "Grandfather, could you assist me in procuring a few specific traditional Chinese medicinal herbs, such as dragon bloodgrass, as well as an alchemical furnace? If possible, I would also like to obtain an ancient martial arts manual." He had tempered his initial playful attitude, adopting a demeanor of earnestness as he conveyed the items he required to the expectant Liu elder. "Very well. I shall arrange for someone to attend to this immediately." Liu Ronghua rose, nodding, his heart brimming with excitement and anticipation. Su Ming halted Liu Ronghua, who was about to make a phone call, and earnestly suggested, "All right, Ronghua, please take good care of Xiao Ming at home." Liu Ronghua set down the phone, acquiescing, yet he felt compelled to remind his granddaughter, Liu Ronghua, with a hint of concern. "Grandfather, why don't we accompany you?" Liu Ronghua gazed at her elderly grandfather, feeling a twinge of unease. Although her grandfather's health had improved significantly with Su Ming's assistance, and he moved with admirable agility, she still recalled the time he was gravely ill, a memory that haunted her. "No need. Although I am retired, I haven't had the chance to step outside for a while. It's a perfect opportunity to get some fresh air. You youngsters should attend to your own affairs and not worry about me." Liu Ronghua cast a slightly reproachful glance at his granddaughter, hastily declining, as he viewed this as a rare opportunity for Su Ming and Liu Ronghua to bond and strengthen their relationship. "However, Ronghua, there's no need for concern. Just send a few people to accompany grandfather. You must remain at home, for I intend to teach you how to cultivate. Your constitution is unique and requires special guidance." Unlike grandfathers, observing Liu Ronghua lingering apprehension, Su Ming elucidated that this was one of the reasons he preferred Liu Ronghua to be away, as those with special constitutions must endure a painful process before commencing cultivation, far more arduous than that of ordinary individuals. Su Ming vividly recalled the suffering he endured when his master initiated him, and thus hoped to shield Liu Ronghua from hearing any cries of anguish Liu Ronghua might emit. "Ronghua, you must listen to Xiao Ming and stay at home obediently. I will ask your father to accompany me, so you need not worry." Upon learning the rationale, Liu Ronghua smiled contentedly, reassuring Liu Ronghua, secretly delighted at the prospect of having a cultivator in the Liu family, which would be a formidable asset. All right. Hearing Su Ming's explanation and learning that her father would accompany her grandfather, Liu Ronghua finally felt reassured and nodded in compliance. "Grandfather, it's not that I am unwilling to pursue further development, but rather that we have arrived too late. Su Ming is already surrounded by other women." In a villa on the outskirts, Han Linlin, devoid of makeup and lacking her usual flamboyance, appeared refreshingly natural as she sighed helplessly at her grandfather on a video call. "What? He already has women? Is he married?" Han Jinchuan, clad in a sharply tailored suit, exuded authority as he furrowed his brow upon hearing his granddaughter's words. "Grandfather, regardless of whether he is married or not, he indeed has a woman." Han Linlin gently massaged her temple, emitting a weary sigh. "Linlin, we know Su Ming well. Given his exceptional qualities, it is quite normal for him to have several women around him. Besides, with your beauty and intelligence, if you were to be with him, it would not only win his favor, but also greatly benefit our Han family." Grandfather Han Jinchuan seemed unfazed by her concerns, continuing to counsel her patiently, clearly holding high hopes for Su Ming. However, Han Linlin furrowed her brow, feeling hesitant. Her apprehension did not stem from her own position, but rather from the fear that such a relationship might harm other women involved. "But what?" Han Jinchuan pressed, his gaze turning serious. "Linlin, is a person of such excellence not enough to captivate you? Su Ming was indeed remarkable, possessing good character. Yet, Han Linlin remained indecisive. Since you believe he is exceptional, you should not easily give up. Those girls are merely ordinary citizens of Qingsheng. How could they possibly compare to you?" Han Jinchuan sought to bolster his granddaughter's confidence, asserting that even if Su Ming showed a preference for another girl, it was of little consequence. As long as he harbored a favorable impression of the Han family, it would be a tremendous boon for their lineage. Han Jinchuan was always discerning, never misjudging a person, and he firmly believed that Su Ming was worthy of the Han family's unwavering support, especially since Su Ming had once saved his life. "All right, grandfather, I will do my utmost." Han Linlin bit her lip, ultimately conceding. Although she did not feel romantic love for Su Ming, he was indeed the only person who had stirred her heart in many years, and she was reluctant to relinquish this opportunity easily. "Linlin, one more thing. Do you not think Su Ming bears a resemblance to someone?" Just as the video call was about to conclude, Han Jinchuan suddenly inquired, a contemplative expression crossing his face. "He does seem somewhat familiar, but I cannot quite place who," Han Linlin mused, recognizing a sense of déjà vu, but unable to pinpoint the person. Liu Ronghua. Han Jinchuan narrowed his eyes, uttering the name. Confronted by the darkened screen, Han Linlin felt as though she were gazing upon her past self. "Ha! The Dark Knight organization." That man sneered contemptuously. "What an insignificant faction dares to act against me." Truly a path to self-destruction. He coldly issued orders to the guards beside him. "Take her away and teach her a lesson." With that, he returned to his documents, not sparing Han Linlin another glance. Viewing her exquisite beauty with indifference, even disdain. Han Linlin was confined in a windowless, small room with only a tiny ventilation hole, enduring a month of meager sustenance and medication merely to survive. Until one day, she feigned unconsciousness, seizing a fleeting opportunity to escape after enduring a brutal beating. This marked the sole failure of her career, a stain of shame that would forever haunt her. That experience left Han Linlin with irreversible physical trauma. Every winter, she endured pain akin to having her bones shattered, in a bid to cleanse her granddaughter's body of residual drugs. Her grandfather, Han Jinchuan, resolved to retreat into the shadows, focusing on cultivation in hopes of avenging her one day. Within the Liu family villa, a sharp cry shattered the tranquility. In Liu Ronghua room, Su Ming sat cross-legged, eyes closed in meditation, channeling his vital energy into Liu 11 tea that moment. Han Linlin experienced unprecedented agony, yet she understood that Su Ming's decision to send her grandfather away was intentional. Only in his absence could she express her suffering without restraint. Focus your mind and feel the icy power within you. Sweat beaded on Su Ming's forehead as his vital energy swiftly depleted. Noticing Liu Ronghua concentration wavering, he urgently reminded her, "To the Zhao family residence." Zhao Yin brandished the invitation from the Liu family, proudly displaying it to Lin Yuchen. "Lin Yuchen, look, this is an invitation personally sent by the Liu family, inviting our entire family." A triumphant smile graced her delicate features, as if the piece of paper was a path to glory. Over the past few days, she had perused the invitation countless times, each reading igniting the same excitement as the first. Recently, the relationship between Zhao Yin and Lin Yuchen had shown signs of strain. Since their engagement, she felt Lin Yuchen had grown distant, even occasionally refusing her requests for dates. Zhao Yin, could this be a favorable omen for our previous real estate partnership with the Liu family? Lin Yuchen inquired, a feigned smile gracing his face as he scrutinized the invitation. Although he appeared happy for Zhao Yin, he harbored ulterior motives. He had agreed to the engagement out of necessity due to his family's financial crisis. Seeing the Zhao family's collaboration with the Liu family as an excellent opportunity for monetary relief, of course, with the Liu family personally inviting us, they must be interested in collaboration. Zhao Yin nodded proudly, as if she could already see the dawn of success. "Fantastic, Zhao Yin. I will accompany you tomorrow. If we can secure this partnership, both families will reap immense benefits." Lin Yuchen enthusiastically proposed, plotting how to exploit this opportunity to his advantage. "All right, seeing your sincerity, I will consider it." Zhao Yin feigned reluctance, yet a satisfied smile lingered on her lips as she relished Lin Yuchen's flattery, secretly feeling triumphant. "You truly are my precious gem, the most obedient." While Lin Yuchen praised Zhao Yin, he inwardly sneered, having meticulously planned to extract maximum profit from this banquet. Regardless of the outcome, by the way, I noticed that Liu Ronghua and Su Ming seemed to have a good relationship last time. Why are they inviting us this time? Just as Lin Yuchen was about to continue his sweet talk, he suddenly recalled a question that sparked his curiosity. During the engagement banquet, he had witnessed Liu Ronghua stepping forward to protect Su Ming, and the sight of them leaving together had raised suspicions in his mind. This made him ponder whether there was a special bond between them, which stirred a vague sense of unease within him. Zhao Ying dismissed his concerns, believing Lin Yuchen was overthinking. You are still fretting over such matters? Truly a case of paranoia. Su Ming merely caught the Liu family's attention by chance. He has no real abilities. Time had elapsed, and she believed it improbable that someone like Liu Ronghua would maintain interest in an ordinary boy indefinitely. She presumed she had likely grown bored and would have already discarded him. Moreover, if the Liu family truly supports him, why have they not taken any action against us following Su Ming's uproar at the engagement banquet? In response to Lin Yuchen's concerns, Zhao Ying secretly chuckled at his timidity, yet maintained an air of superiority, intending to soothe him with rational analysis. Indeed, a young man from the countryside capturing Miss Liu's fleeting interest is already a stroke of fortune for him. Upon hearing Zhao Yin's words, Lin Yuchen seemed to feel that his worries were unwarranted, and why grandfather has gathered intelligence indicating that at tomorrow's banquet, the Liu family will introduce a gentleman of paramount importance to their lineage, reportedly one whom the Liu family has actively sought to collaborate with. Zhao Ying divulged this information, aiming to demonstrate that Su Ming had lost his backing while also hoping to relieve Lin Yuchen's anxieties. Oh, a man personally introduced by the Liu family. Could he be a potential suitor for the future? Chapter 25. The opportunity to pursue. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuchen did not appear particularly elated. Instead, he seemed increasingly troubled, as long as Liu Ronghua remained unmarried. He harbored a glimmer of hope. It is unlikely. To my knowledge, that gentleman is exceptionally accomplished and may not necessarily be interested in Liu Ronghua. Zhao Ying dismissed Lin Yuchen's notion, contemplating. Although Liu Ronghua is beautiful, she might merely be a pretty vase, lacking the understanding of how to win a man's heart. Conversely, I may not possess her beauty. Yet I comprehend a man's thoughts, and perhaps that distinguished gentleman would be more inclined towards me. As Zhao Ying mused, she drew closer to Lin Yuchen, wishing to mend the rift between them. It had been a long time since they had been together following their previous unpleasantness, and now that Lin Yuchen was right in front of her, she did not want to let this opportunity slip away. Perhaps so. Lin Yuchen agreed verbally while inwardly sighing with relief. As long as Liu Ronghua had not wed, he still had a chance to pursue her. Night fell. Within the Liu household, Liu Ronghua found herself alone, her body drenched in sweat from exhaustion, yet her gaze radiated determination and resolve. Soon, everything will be all right, she murmured softly, as if to encourage herself. That moment, Su Ming was engaged in an intense internal struggle. He needed to concentrate on using the true energy within him to assist Liu Ronghua in expanding her dantian, while also guiding her to sense and absorb spiritual energy to nourish her newly forming dantian. All of this required his undivided attention, and the greatest challenge lay in the fact that he was faced with the bare Liu Ronghua, her delicate skin and perfect form rendering it difficult for him to remain composed. To make matters worse, due to their contrasting physiques, one being of extreme yin and the other pure yang, Su Ming had to exert twice the effort to control his reactions, lest he harm Liu Ronghua or lose control himself. Good. Although Liu Ronghua was drenched in sweat, she no longer appeared as pained as before. Under Su Ming's assistance, she began to experience an unprecedented sense of tranquility and comfort. Spiritual energy slowly flowed into her body. She gradually relaxed as if all her stress had been released. Following Su Ming's instructions, Liu Ronghua gently rotated her hands, forming a crystalline water sphere in her palms, surrounded by an invisible vortex of power. Though unseen, its strength was palpable. Thank you, Su Ming. Liu Ronghua withdrew her spiritual energy, reveling in a newfound strength within her, her heart brimming with gratitude as she turned to Su Ming, offering him a sweet smile. However, this turn caused Su Ming's eyes to widen in shock. It seemed Liu Ronghua had forgotten her current state, revealing everything save for what her cascading hair obscured. Su Ming, what's wrong? Why is your nose bleeding? Liu Ronghua, still unaware of what had transpired, noticed the blood trickling from Su Ming's nose and asked with concern, her eyes filled with confusion. As Liu Ronghua stepped closer, Su Ming felt a surge of restlessness within him. Nearly losing control, he gritted his teeth, forcing himself to remain calm, while reminding Liu Ronghua to be mindful of her appearance. Liu Ronghua beauty was already renowned in Qingcheng, and now, having been nourished by the cultivation of spiritual energy, her skin appeared even more radiant and smooth, exuding an otherworldly charm. Su Ming could not help but lament. If only he had introduced Liu Ronghua to cultivation earlier, they might not be facing such a dilemma now. After all, had she adapted to cultivation sooner, she would better cope with the fiery, pure yang energy within him. Clothing? Liu Ronghua suddenly realized, her face flushing as she hurriedly searched for her garments. Turn around quickly. Upon hearing Su Ming's prompt, Liu Ronghua's bright eyes widened, first revealing a hint of confusion, then quickly transforming into panic as she glanced downward and let out a shriek. Flustered, she attempted to cover her exposed body while also trying to block Su Ming's view. Resembling a startled kitten, adorable yet slightly proud. All right, don't panic. I'll step outside. You take your time to dress. Su Ming, taken aback by Liu Ronghua's usual grace and composure now in such disarray, couldn't help but chuckle softly, gently reassuring her as he left the room with a smile. Liu Ronghua, watching Su Ming's retreating figure, felt her face flush with embarrassment as she buried herself into the bed. Her mind racing with awkwardness, she questioned herself. What was I just doing? After exiting the room, Su Ming could not stifle a laugh, feeling that life had become even more splendid with such a beautiful and endearing wife. After changing into fresh clothes, Su Ming descended the stairs to pour himself a cup of tea, just then catching the sound of Liu Ronghua's soft and slightly bashful voice from above. Turning around, he was captivated by Liu Ronghua, who was clad in a pink spaghetti-strap nightgown, instantly feeling a wave of dizziness. Her beauty quickened his pulse, or rather, her allure was irresistibly sensual. Su Ming had never seen Liu Ronghua in such attire. Her ample skin was prominently displayed while cleverly concealing certain key areas, creating an almost suffocating sense of allure. Liu Ronghua, noticing Su Ming's gaze, felt a bit embarrassed and coughed lightly, pulling her outer robe tighter as she descended the stairs in fluffy white slippers. She had deliberately chosen this more sensual nightwear, intentionally leaving her outer robe unbuttoned, and even her earlier shout had been a calculated move. Observing Su Ming's reaction, Liu Ronghua felt reassured. He was not indifferent to her, but rather respected and protected her. And this realization filled her with warmth. How are you feeling? Su Ming, feeling slightly awkward, decided to change the subject. Chapter 26. An unwavering force that is good. In the coming days, you could try venturing to the outskirts to feel and absorb spiritual energy. Practicing according to the methods I've taught you. Take your time. You will discover the essence of cultivation. Su Ming spoke softly, pulling Liu Ronghua's hand to sit beside him, meticulously explaining the precautions. Despite their numerous encounters, each time Su Ming drew near, Liu Ronghua's heart would involuntarily race, yet she relished this tenderness. All right. Liu Ronghua nodded in agreement, then gently leaned against Su Ming's shoulder, gazing up at him. But I'm a bit scared to go to the outskirts. Could we perhaps try in a villa you gave me? If you guide me there, I would feel much more at ease. Of course, Su Ming readily acquiesced, but then feigned hesitation, asking, But are you not afraid to be with me? Afraid of you. Liu Ronghua began to wonder, but before she could finish, she realized Su Ming's implication. Her face flushing crimson, leaving her speechless. Su Ming, unable to contain his laughter, exclaimed, Silly. Rest assured, as long as you have not fully mastered your spiritual energy and control over your physique, I will not do anything to you. But that I don't want you to always have to endure. Liu Ronghua felt touched, while also pained by Su Ming's restraint. That don't worry. This little matter is nothing to me that I have cultivated for many years. And this challenge is not insurmountable, Su Ming reassured her. Looking into Liu Ronghua's concerned eyes, his heart filled with tenderness. Where could he find such a partner? Both beautiful and kind. You can rest assured. Su Ming, I will double my efforts in cultivation and not keep you waiting too long. After a moment of contemplation, Liu Ronghua made a resolute promise. She did not wish for Su Ming to bear all the pressure alone. As a modern woman, she was determined to stand by his side. Su Ming smiled at her, his eyes brimming with trust. I believe in you. The two sat closely together, as if time had come to a standstill in that moment. And everything around them transformed into tranquility and serenity. Grandfather, Liu Ronghua called softly, hastily rising from beside Su Ming. However, her movement was caught by the entrance of Liu Haojuan, who wore a broad smile. What are you two? Liu Haojuan's smile froze instantly, pointing at the pair in astonishment. What are you doing? Xiaojun, do not be rude. Old Master Liu immediately reprimanded his grandson, still wearing a kind smile. Su Ming is your brother-in-law. How can you treat him this way? Liu Haojuan stared incredulously at his grandfather, then glanced at his sister and Su Ming, the shock in his heart beyond words. Brother-in-law? How is that possible? Why is my sister leaning on him? Xiaojun, Su Ming, and I have already established our relationship. We just have not yet become engaged, if you find it uncomfortable calling him brother-in-law. You may refer to him as Ming for now. Liu Ronghua gently elucidated her intention to soothe her brother's agitation. No, this is inconceivable. Liu Haojuan vehemently rejected this reality, his voice laden with confusion. Sister, how could you choose an ordinary man from the countryside as your partner? What qualifications does he possess to be my brother-in-law? Xiaojun, Elder Liu interjected sternly. How can you utter such words? Su Ming not only saved your grandfather's life, but he is also an exceptionally talented individual. You ought to respect him rather than spout nonsense here. Liu Haojuan's expression darkened further, yet under the weight of his grandfather's rebuke. He was compelled to stifle his dissatisfaction. Although he found it difficult to accept, he opted for silence, merely casting a complex gaze at Su Ming. Liu Ronghua had never anticipated that her brother Liu Haojuan would be so agitated over Su Ming. Despite her repeated entreaties, Liu Haojuan remained obstinate, ultimately leading to an enraged Liu Ronghua unable to restrain herself from delivering a slap. Sister, how could you strike me? Liu Haojuan exclaimed, covering his face, astonishment and grievance filling his eyes. You would hit me for the sake of a stranger. To ask me to witness your union and extend my blessings is sheer folly. Elder Liu observed this scene in silence, his brow furrowed. Upon witnessing his grandson's unrepentant demeanor after being struck, he could no longer contain himself. Xiaojun, be silent. Your sister's slap was not unwarranted. That's the heir of the Liu family. Is it appropriate for you to jump to conclusions without understanding the situation? Is this in accordance with the traditions of the Liu family? The elder's words carried an undeniable authority, instantly silencing the entire villa, though advanced in years and having retreated from the forefront. The authority he had built over the years remained unshaken in matters of family significance. His decisions held unwavering power. Grandfather, do you also believe that sister can be with such an ordinary person? Liu Haojuan's voice was tinged with despair, his gaze lingering on the simply dressed Su Ming, clearly struggling to accept this reality. Xiaojun, there are matters you do not yet comprehend. Elder Liu replied slowly. It is acceptable that you do not understand us, but you must trust the judgment of me and your sister. If Su Ming were merely an ordinary man, would we have chosen him? Liu Haojuan cast a downward glance at Su Ming, his voice subdued. I recognize his merits, particularly in the realm of medicine, but that does not imply that sister should be with him. I believe he is unworthy of her. Elder Liu sighed, a complex emotion flickering in his gaze. Xiaojun, my intention in bringing you here today is to help you grasp certain matters, he explained softly. I hope you can attempt to understand, as the current situation is crucial for us. Liu Ronghua was the first to stand by my side. We need her support. Su Ming stood by, acutely aware of Elder Liu's motives. Yet unwilling to become embroiled in this familial conflict, in light of Liu Haojuan's previous rudeness, he found his patience waning. Liu Ronghua, Elder Liu, you may handle your family matters. I shall take my leave. Su Ming stated calmly, turning to depart, knowing that some issues ultimately required resolution from within. Sighing, Su Ming addressed Xiao Ming. I sincerely apologize for today's incident. Rest assured, once I have a word with that fellow, I will ensure he personally comes to apologize. Chapter 27. A sudden assault. Elder Liu felt a wave of disappointment as he noticed Su Ming's intention to leave. acknowledging their prior shortcomings. He hesitated to forcefully retain him, finally conceding, "Su Ming, allow me to escort you. No need. Wanner." Su Ming replied with a light-hearted smile, gently ruffling Liu Ronghua hair. "You have only just completed your training. Your body remains weak. Please rest well tonight." Liu Ronghua nodded, her face brimming with remorse as she watched Su Ming depart calmly under Liu Haojuan's furious gaze. "Kneel." As soon as Su Ming stepped outside, he heard Elder Liu's stern voice echoing from within. Su Ming merely smiled faintly, resolutely leaving the Liu residence. Just as he prepared to enter, a crisp greeting rang out beside him, tinged with reproach. "Who?" Su Ming frowned, sensing the presence of another, disliking the feeling of being scrutinized from the shadows. "Have you forgotten your sister so soon?" A woman emerged from the shadows, her figure gracefully alluring. Han Linlin's hand lightly rested on Su Ming's shoulder as she playfully admonished him. "Ah, it's Sister Han." Su Ming turned, nodding politely while skillfully evading her touch. "Yes, there's something you need. Is it not permissible to visit you without reason?" Han Linlin observed Su Ming's withdrawal, a faint smile gracing her lips. Her tone laced with mockery. "Indeed, last time there was a small guest, I did not have the opportunity to properly explore your room. Now that I'm here, I must not let it slip by again." Han Linlin smiled subtly, a smile so captivating that it rendered the surrounding scenery dull in comparison. Oblivious to her own allure, she walked into the room with a charming grin. "Would you prefer to sit or stand? Would you like tea or water?" Su Ming casually inquired as he stepped inside, moving towards the tea set to brood, "Yes, their juice." Han Linlin glanced at Su Ming's movements, innocently inquiring, "There is, but is rather cold and not suitable for you." "What does that mean?" Han Linlin, aware of Su Ming's formidable strength, found herself perplexed by his words and could not help but probe further. "Drink some warm water. The sensation of cold entering your body is quite unpleasant." "What do you know? You are aware of that incident, aren't you?" Han Linlin's expression suddenly turned grave, her beautiful smile vanished, and she scrutinized Su Ming, her gaze growing as cold as winter's plum blossom. "That incident?" Su Ming tilted his head, a hint of amusement dancing in his eyes as he softly inquired. "Indeed." Han Linlin suddenly realized something, swiftly drawing a dagger from her boot, her movements swift and fluid. In the blink of an eye, the blade was pressed against Su Ming's throat, glinting menacingly. Everything transpired so rapidly that had Su Ming not been a practitioner with strength far surpassing Han Linlin's, he might have been entirely oblivious to this unexpected assault. Han Linlin's actions were spurred by Su Ming's earlier smile and tone, evoking memories of a man she harbored deep-seated hatred for, igniting the fury within her. "What do you mean by indeed? Han Linlin, do you intend to kill the Liu family savior? Or do you believe you can take my life?" Su Ming chuckled lightly, seemingly unperturbed by the dagger at his throat, as if engaged in casual conversation. "You remain as confidently arrogant as ever, which is infuriating." Han Linlin tightened her grip on the dagger, her hand trembling involuntarily despite her advantageous position. This contradictory behavior rendered her intentions inscrutable. Su Ming furrowed his brow, contemplating Han Linlin's earlier words, the implications nebulous yet laced with unmistakable resentment. Years ago, he suddenly reached out, grasping her wrist tightly. Han Linlin, astonished, attempted to break free but found her hand ensnared as if held by an iron vice. Immovable, her heart raced, her voice betraying a hint of tremor and fear as she questioned, "What are you doing?" Though he possessed the capacity to compel her to reveal everything, he wished to avoid harming her. "Han Linlin, whom do you take me for?" Su Ming's voice was deep and serious. Han Linlin gazed into Su Ming's face, and after a moment, her expression gradually cleared. "You are Su Ming," she murmured, her inner turmoil settling. "You are not him?" "Not whom?" Su Ming pressed, the flames of a decade-long vendetta igniting within him, causing his expression to turn frigid. Su Ming astutely perceived Han Linlin's unusual behavior, convinced she had mistakenly identified him as another, the very foe he had sought for years. Thus, he spoke again, hoping to extract answers from her. Han Linlin recognized Su Ming's ignorance regarding certain matters, yet sensed an underlying connection between them. However, she was unwilling to divulge all secrets easily. After all, maintaining an air of mystery was far more intriguing, and she had her own objectives yet to fulfill. She could not reveal everything to Su Ming at this juncture. Then tell me, how did you know I cannot consume cold drinks? Han Linlin regained her characteristic elegance and charm, exuding an irresistible allure. There's a coldness within you, reminiscent of a situation involving a friend of mine. Su Ming elucidated, simultaneously observing her reaction as they both cautiously probed each other's boundaries. Su Ming understood that Han Linlin possessed information he sought, prompting him to be forthright if he truly intended to conceal anything. He would not have previously kindly warned her against consuming cold beverages. Chapter 28. The targets sought, after all, having established a certain rapport with the Han family, it was only natural to offer a word of caution. Little did he anticipate that this act of goodwill would yield unexpected rewards. The girl you mentioned, is she the one who came to the villa to see me that day? Han Linlin inquired curiously. Su Ming nodded, explaining, indeed, she has a condition of internal coldness, much like many girls. That my warning was out of concern, nothing more. Are you worried about our delicate constitution, which is why you forbid us from consuming cold beverages? Very well. Han Linlin let out a light huff, settled onto the sofa, and drank the hot water in one gulp, feeling that Su Ming was holding something back. Changing the subject, Han Linlin sought to approach from another angle. I have heard that your medical skills are remarkable, to the extent that even the elderly master of the Liu family was saved by you. You know I possess medical knowledge, Su Ming retorted, neither confirming nor denying that I am aware of your abilities. But I did not anticipate their extent. Han Linlin's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Can you cure my cold poison? Su Ming understood her intent, but continued along the conversational thread. A complete cure may not be feasible, but I can assist in alleviating your symptoms. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of joy and excitement flashed in Han Linlin's eyes. That would be splendid. Please assist me in my treatment, and cost is no concern. Su Ming regarded her with an understanding of how burdensome this cold poison was for her, as each episode inflicted great torment. However, he was also acutely aware that he could only alleviate her suffering, not eradicate the root of the ailment. Her grandfather had risked enhancing his own abilities to expel the cold poison within, and now that Su Ming had found a method to address it, Han Linlin felt immense relief, for he valued acquiring significant information from her more than monetary gain. Indeed, the wealth contained in the black gold card your grandfather bestowed upon you may never be exhausted in your lifetime. Han Linlin continued, then tell me, aside from money, what do you desire? Yet the cold poison within compelled her not to relinquish her resolve easily, and she suddenly became playful, leaning gently against Su Ming, her voice laced with a hint of allure as she inquired. Ahem. Su Ming cleared his throat, attempting to quell the turmoil within. Han Linlin, should you wish for my assistance in alleviating your cold poison, I would appreciate it if you refrain from approaching me in such a manner henceforth, lest I misconstrue your intentions as hostile. Han Linlin was amused by Su Ming's words, distancing herself from him and elegantly perching on the armrest of the sofa, still exuding her captivating charm. Since you admire my allure so much, I shall temper it a bit, but do enlighten me on what precisely you seek. Su Ming cut straight to the heart of the matter. I wish to know, whom did you mistake me for just now? Han Linlin had anticipated this question long before, yet a flicker of resistance surged within her. Someone who leaves the capital's most charming individuals utterly helpless. She narrowed her eyes, her voice tinged with profound resentment, a presence that has caused me endless suffering and is indelibly etched in my memory. Who is he? Su Ming pressed eagerly. What is his name? Why did you confuse us? Han Linlin's gaze intertwined expectation with a barely perceptible hint of animosity. You have posed 3 questions in one breath. That is indeed rather excessive, she replied softly, momentarily diverting her gaze from Su Ming before quickly regaining her composure. A fleeting smile gracing her lips, yet she offered no answer. Su Ming pressed his lips together, regarding her earnestly. Then let us address them one by one. Han Linlin smiled gently, seemingly weighing her options. If I divulge everything to you now, what if you later renege on your promise and refuse to treat me? Or perhaps your treatment proves ineffective. She turned to face Su Ming directly, her eyes radiating a challenge and pride, yet devoid of any discomfort, as if it were simply her nature. How do you propose we proceed? Su Ming's brow furrowed slightly, clearly displeased with her procrastination. Su Ming evaded her touch, his expression returning to its former calm, as if he had never been troubled. Very well. Let us commence at once. Hold on. Han Linlin halted his impending seated posture, confidently standing before him. This matter shall proceed according to my rules. I shall dictate when the treatment begins. Su Ming's countenance darkened slightly. Even though he typically maintained excellent control over his emotions, that on what grounds do you presume I would acquiesce to such conditions? You must comply, Han Linlin asserted resolutely, not only because you promised my grandfather to look after me, but also she paused, emphasizing her words, you wish to uncover the identity of that individual even more than you desire to treat the cold poison within me. The air between them seemed to solidify, each harboring unspoken calculations in their hearts. Ultimately, Su Ming nodded, accepting this unusual arrangement. He understood that to obtain the answers he sought, sometimes concessions must be made. While Han Linlin smiled contentedly, having prepared herself for this game, now ready to seize the initiative. Han Linlin paused, her gaze fixed on Su Ming. Her tone remained calm, yet it stirred tumult within him. Very well, I consent to your terms. After a prolonged moment of scrutiny, Su Ming finally nodded in agreement, aware that Han Linlin's words carried deeper meaning. She had undoubtedly uncovered some crucial clue, and this person might very well be the target he had long sought. A clever individual, naturally, grasps things readily. Han Linlin's smile deepened. She leaned slightly forward to meet Su Ming's gaze, her eyes filled with approval. Chapter 29. Top-tier quality, what are your arrangements? Han Linlin's smile vanished as she maintained her pose and inquiry. Oh, I recall that the Liu family in Qinsheng is hosting a banquet tomorrow. Is this what you refer to? Furthermore, your relationship with Liu Ronghua appears to be rather extraordinary. Then I shall attend as well. Han Linlin suddenly laughed, proposing, did you not promise my grandfather to assist me in selecting a cooperative family? This presents a perfect opportunity to notify the various families in advance to prepare accordingly. Su Ming furrowed his brow, feeling a sense of caution regarding Han Linlin's suggestion. If this is to sabotage the Liu family's banquet, I shall not agree, he cautioned, also concerned that Han Linlin's appearance might lead Liu Ronghua to misunderstand their intentions. Han Linlin shook her head, her smile remaining gentle. Worry not. I merely wish to utilize this opportunity for necessary communication. Shall we go together? A hint of determination shone in her eyes, clearly resolved. Hey. Han Linlin's voice bore a touch of grievance, her eyes fixed on Su Ming as if to pierce through his very soul. Oh, you realize how hurtful this is. Can you not see that I have feelings for you? Yet, you warn me for the sake of another. Han Linlin feigned a wounded demeanor, her beautiful face adopting a pitiful expression that tugged at the heartstrings. However, Su Ming remained unfazed by her display. Liu Ronghua is my girlfriend, he stated firmly, his tone unwavering. He understood that Han Linlin's feelings might merely stem from curiosity rather than genuine affection, and thus he would not alter his stance based on her expression. Very well, I know how to proceed. Rest assured, the Han family understands gratitude. Han Linlin sighed softly, feeling reluctant yet agreeing to Su Ming's request. She had rescued Su Ming's grandfather and accepted his assistance, so she would not act against him. Yet, a sliver of disappointment lingered within her, for Su Ming was the only man who piqued her interest, and now he stood before her in defense of another woman, which caused her heartache. Well then, you shall come here to collect me tomorrow. As Su Ming realized that his previous demeanor had been somewhat harsh, and considering that Han Linlin had always treated him well. Aside from a hint of wariness during their initial meeting, he softened his approach. You know, your attitude makes a girl feel like a failure. I even begin to doubt whether my allure has faded. Han Linlin reverted to her usual charm, drawing closer to Su Ming, speaking earnestly, "Oh, not think so. Your charm is considerable." Su Ming chuckled wryly, gesturing towards a noticeable reaction of his own, unabashedly facing a woman who constantly tempted him. Maintaining his composure was already quite the challenge. Han Linlin glanced down, her cheeks flushing crimson as she quickly stood, feeling both embarrassed and a touch triumphant. Are you satisfied now? Su Ming suppressed the turmoil within, his voice slightly husky. If you wish to prevent anything from occurring, it would be best for you to leave now. Oh, Very well. I shall come to fetch you tomorrow. Han Linlin nodded eagerly, and without another word, she hurriedly exited the room. Phew. After entering the mundane world, events truly unfold in rapid succession. Once Han Linlin departed, Su Ming leaned back against the sofa, letting out a deep sigh, savoring a moment of tranquility. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Su Ming believed the day was drawing to a peaceful close, a knock echoed from the door. Coming, Su Ming replied, opening his half-closed eyes, rising to approach the door. Standing outside was the steward of the Liu family, pushing a cart laden with exquisite gifts that he politely stated. Dr. Su, these items have been specially prepared for you by the master. He said that all the items were meticulously selected according to your specifications. And regarding the dragon blood herb, the owner of Wanbao Pavilion has promised to deliver it in a few days. Dr. Su, please convey to you that the master hopes you will not take today's events to heart and cordially invites you to attend the banquet tomorrow. He will provide you with a satisfactory response then. The steward's demeanor was humble and respectful, clearly having received special instructions from the elder Liu. Very well, I will convey this accurately. The steward bowed deeply, then elegantly stepped back, turning to leave. As Su Ming gazed at the retreating figure of the steward, a light chuckle escaped his lips. It was evident that Old Master Liu was concerned about the potential rift that might arise from Liu Haojuan's words, which prompted him to send the steward for an explanation in the stillness of the night. In truth, Su Ming had long regarded his future brother-in-law as family, and he harbored no resentment whatsoever. After closing the door, he began to unwrap the various packages, each revelation filling him with delight. Truly, Old Master Liu was meticulous in his endeavors, ensuring that even the herbs were of the finest quality. He retrieved the cauldron and selected several of the most exquisite herbs before commencing the alchemical process in the living room. After all, Su Ming recalled that Old Master Liu had yet to embark on the path of cultivation. For an ordinary person to cultivate, it was not as intricate as it was for Liu Ronghua. They merely needed to utilize elixirs and combine them with scholarly insight to achieve enlightenment. As dawn broke, Su Ming slowly opened his eyes, witnessing wisps of smoke rising from the cauldron, infused with a delicate fragrance. Success. He retracted his true energy and gently placed the cauldron on the ground. As a gentle yet potent aura radiated outward, causing nearby objects to flutter slightly. Such a reaction, however, likely indicated that he had not produced any extraordinary elixirs, despite a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. He cautiously lifted the lid of the cauldron. Only 5 8th-grade elixirs. Su Ming examined his yield, his voice tinged with both surprise and anticipation. Alas, with a deep sigh, he contemplated the fruits of his labor. Filled with a sense of helplessness, it had been ages since he last practiced alchemy, and after expending an entire day in an abundance of precious herbs, the result of merely a few 8th-grade elixirs was indeed disappointing. He hastily gathered the 5 elixirs, which emitted a faint fragrance and soft glow, and tossed them into an ordinary plastic container. In the eyes of other alchemists, these elixirs would be considered priceless treasures. Yet at that moment, they seemed to have lost their luster. Chapter 30. Great shock in today's world. True alchemists were nearly extinct. Even the most skilled practitioners found it exceedingly difficult to produce a single 9th-grade elixir in one attempt, often requiring 10 days to half a month. These rare treasures not only commanded exorbitant prices, but many alchemists, even when successful, preferred to keep them for themselves rather than sell them. Yet, Su Ming had astonishingly concocted 5 8th-grade elixirs in a single day, all the while appearing dissatisfied. If others were to discover this, they would likely be rendered speechless in astonishment. Just then, as Su Ming tidied the scene, his phone rang unexpectedly. Without checking the caller, he answered directly. Hello? Su Ming, I'll pick you up shortly. Let us choose an outfit for the banquet together, came the gentle and slightly eager voice of Liu Ronghua from the other. No need. I've already made plans with a friend to go together. Su Ming replied, a tender smile gracing his face at the sound of his girlfriend's voice. However, he recalled his agreement with Han Linlin from the previous day and thus politely declined. All right then. I'll wait for you at the banquet hall. Liu Ronghua responded after a brief silence, her voice tinged with a scarcely perceptible hint of disappointment. In the Liu family's living room. The atmosphere felt somewhat heavy. How is it, granddaughter? Old Master Liu, impeccably dressed in a sharp suit, inquired with eager anticipation. When do you plan to pick up Su Ming? I can arrange a car for you. Grandfather, Su Ming said he doesn't need me to pick him up. He'll come with a friend. Liu Ronghua replied. Her eyes slightly reddened as she looked at Old Master Liu, her voice carrying a trace of grievance. Alas, Old Master Liu sighed, shaking his head. It seems Su Ming is still upset. This is all my ungrateful grandson's fault. He lamented, clearly regretting his decision. The once eager smile on Old Master Liu's face abruptly froze. He sighed, his eyes filled with helplessness, before his expression shifted to one of anger as he turned sharply to glare at his grandson Liu Ronghua, who dared not meet his gaze, his eyes cast downward, as if they could pierce through him. Grandfather, I truly realize my mistakes. Liu Ronghua voice was barely audible, a stark contrast to the arrogance he had displayed the night before. Just yesterday, upon learning of Su Ming's true identity, he had been profoundly shocked. Even more astonishing was the strength his seemingly delicate sister had displayed. With a single palm strike on the table, she left a crack. A gentle twist of her wrist conjured a water sphere out of thin air. In that moment, Liu Ronghua fully grasped the gravity of his error. He had offended someone he should never have crossed. That moment. No one could truly comprehend the complex emotions swirling within Liu Ronghua. Once dismissive of Su Ming, he now yearned to kneel before him and seek forgiveness. Never mind, grandfather. If Su Ming distances himself from us due to my brother's words, perhaps this is simply fate's design. Liu Ronghua said, her voice tinged with a hint of melancholy as she clutched her phone and ascended the stairs with heavy steps. Rest assured, grandfather, even if you do not speak, I will sincerely apologize and correct my errors. Liu Ronghua earnestly nodded, his demeanor reflecting a newfound sincerity in a villa on the outskirts. Han Linlin looked at Su Ming, who was dressed in a simple t-shirt, jeans, and flip-flops, and couldn't help but roll her eyes. Is this how you plan to attend the banquet? She inquired. What's wrong? I'll change my shoes shortly, Su Ming replied, glancing at his attire, seemingly oblivious to any faults. Brother, do you think we look like we belong together standing side by side? Han Linlin pressed, clearly dissatisfied with Su Ming's outfit. Caught off guard, Su Ming fell silent. Indeed, their attire was worlds apart. Han Linlin had chosen a form-fitting black dress adorned with diamond cutouts that accentuated her slender waist. Her figure was perfectly showcased beneath the snug fabric, from her voluptuous bust to her flat abdomen, to her delicate waist, and her shapely hips and long legs, each inch radiating captivating allure. The crystal-heeled shoes she wore added an air of elegance. And under the sunlight, her skin glowed softly, resembling a fairy descended upon the mortal realm, rendering everything around her pale in comparison. In contrast, Su Ming's simple white t-shirt and loose jeans, coupled with hair that had grown unkempt from neglect, might have led one to mistake him for a farm laborer. Yet he possessed a unique aura that immediately set him apart from the ordinary. Han Linlin, observing Su Ming, let out a resigned sigh and extended her hand. Come on, let me help you tidy up. Su Ming smiled gently, shaking his head. No need. This is just fine. However, your girlfriend will be present today. Are you certain you wish to appear in this manner? Han Linlin reminded him. If my partner showed up to my banquet dressed like this, I would feel disrespected. Upon hearing this, Su Ming glanced down at himself, realizing that today's occasion indeed warranted a different approach. After a moment of contemplation, he ultimately nodded in agreement with Han Linlin's suggestion, but did not take her hand. Instead, he walked directly toward the car. Humph. Han Linlin huffed softly, feeling a sense of relief and satisfaction that Su Ming had accepted her proposal. They first visited an upscale suit store to have a tailored suit made for Su Ming, then sought the assistance of a personal stylist to refine his hairstyle, standing before the mirror. A rejuvenated Su Ming elicited a smile of satisfaction from Han Linlin. Now you look much more dashing. Su Ming stole a glance at his reflection. While the transformation was evident, he felt little excitement within. He knew that after cultivation, as his abilities increased, his appearance would naturally improve. Nevertheless, donning the new attire did lend him a somewhat affluent demeanor, despite his preference for a more casual style. Are we ready to go? Su Ming inquired. Absolutely, Han Linlin replied with a smile. linking her arm through his. This way will truly embody the term golden boy and jade maiden. The two walked side by side out of the clothing store. Su Ming did not resist, understanding that this was a part of social etiquette. The banquet was set to commence at 7 in the evening, and by the time they arrived at the banquet hall, it was already 6:30. Chapter 31. The flames of jealousy, just as they prepared to enter the hall, a voice laced with cold mockery rang out from behind. Oh, I sent that the Su Ming who was rejected? What is he doing mingling with someone else? All dressed up. What are his intentions? Su Ming and Han Linlin turned to find Zhao Yin and her fiancé Lin Yuchen. Zhao Yin clung to Lin Yuchen's arm, her face brimming with disdain and sarcasm. Today, she had made an effort to adorn herself, sporting a new hair color and fashionable French waves, her high-end custom gown clearly indicating her seriousness about the banquet. Zhao Zhong was also dressed formally, while Zhao Chengyan, whose hand appeared to have healed, glared at Su Ming with evident anger, a reflection of his lingering resentment from their previous encounter. However, Su Ming remained unfazed. In his eyes, the Zhao family was merely a group of fading figures, unworthy of his concern. What is this? Han Linlin furrowed her brow in confusion, unable to comprehend why the Zhao family members regarded them with such hostility. Her inquiry drew the attention of everyone present, as they had previously focused solely on Su Ming, overlooking her presence. Now, with Han Linlin speaking, the Zhao family's gaze was instantly captivated by her. Particularly, Lin Yuchen and Zhao Chengyan's eyes suddenly sparkled. Captivated by Han Linlin's beauty, well-traveled signs of wealthy families, they had encountered numerous beauties, yet Han Linlin was truly exceptional. Every gesture she made exuded an enchanting charm, and her exquisite visage coupled with a flawless figure rendered them unable to avert their gaze. Such beauty was unlike anything they had ever witnessed. Greetings, I am Lin Yuchen, the eldest son of the Wang family from Qinglin City. May I inquire how to address this stunning lady? Lin Yuchen completely disregarded that Han Linlin's question was directed at Su Ming. Instead, he proactively extended his hand for an introduction. Lin Yuchen, what on earth are you doing? Zhao Yin observed her fiancé's overly attentive demeanor with displeasure, her tone laced with palpable jealousy. Zhao Yin, do not be vexed. I was merely making an inquiry. Since we are all at the Liu family's banquet, it stands to reason that we are people of some standing that it is always beneficial to cultivate new friendships. Noticing Zhao Yin's irritation, Lin Yuchen felt slightly awkward, yet when he glanced back at Han Linlin, his gaze reignited with fervor to placate Zhao Yin. He found himself suppressing his inner impulses. Zhao Yin scoffed. I believe you are truly blind. If she were truly the daughter of a noble family, how could she possibly be with someone as unsuccessful as Su Ming? Moreover, with her looks, if she were indeed aristocratic, how could her name not appear on the top 10 beauty list? She is most likely just Su Ming's kept woman. Reluctantly, Zhao Yin acknowledged that Su Ming appeared particularly charming today. What made it even harder for her to accept was that a woman so outstanding had emerged beside the man she once belittled. This woman not only rendered Su Ming exceptionally considerate, but also ignited a flame of jealousy within her. Thus, when Han Linlin appeared before her, Zhao Yin deliberately overlooked her graceful demeanor and spoke with a tone of derision. Haha, sister, you truly have a knack for humor. Who is Su Ming, after all? He is merely a poor boy who has come down from the mountains, unworthy even to carry our Zhao family's shoes. I dare say, it is not he who supports this beauty, but rather she who supports him at that moment. Seeing the beautiful woman beside his enemy, he was itching to strike, but knowing it was the Liu family's territory, he refrained from acting impulsively, choosing instead to humiliate Su Ming with words. Indeed, what is Su Ming? Look at him now. He must have been cast aside by the Liu family's young lady and is now too broke to afford meals, thus seeking out a wealthy woman. Hearing her brother's remarks, Zhao Yin became even more arrogant, continuing to mock Su Ming with biting words that, Su Ming, let's go inside. Stop. Do you know what you are saying? How dare you compare me to a village woman? Zhao Yin could no longer bear such insult. Seizing Han Linlin's wrist and furiously questioning her, if you do not wish to have your hand broken here, let go at once. Han Linlin's expression shifted dramatically, a glint of coldness flashing in her eyes as she quietly warned, as the eldest daughter of the Han family from Yinjing and the leader of the Knight organization. Her authority was not to be underestimated. Zhao Yin, having never encountered such a situation, trembled in fear and quickly released her grip. Heed my advice. He is not a good person. Do not waste your time on him. Zhao Zhong feigned a heartfelt admonition, but in truth, he aimed to undermine Su Ming. Sir, if at your age you still do not comprehend the importance of self-cultivation, I fear you may find yourself descending to the 18th level of hell after death. It would be wiser to mind your own health rather than meddle in others' affairs, Han Linlin retorted coldly, casting a scornful glance at Zhao Zhong. Such audacity! Who is this little girl to dare be disrespectful to me? I am the head of the Zhao family, offering a well-meaning reminder, yet you respond with insolence. Since becoming the head of the Zhao family, Zhao Zhong had never been treated in such a manner, and his face flushed with anger. Zhao Zhong, perhaps you should keep quiet. Your heart has not been well of late, has it? Anger quickens your pulse, causing discomfort and shortness of breath. Yes, soon as Zhao Zhong finished speaking, they heard Su Ming's languid voice, which, though not loud, struck a chord. What are you babbling about? Zhao Zhong's complexion changed abruptly, his tone demanding, yet internally he felt a wave of panic. Ta lost for words. Zhao Zhong remained silent for a long moment, recalling Su Ming's warning from their engagement day. Grandfather, is what Su Ming said true? Zhao Yin and Zhao Qing'an also felt puzzled, pressing Zhao Zhong for answers. What truth? He is merely spouting nonsense. I am in perfect health. Zhao Zhong vehemently denied, angered and attempting to mask his unease. Well then, Su Ming, aside from cursing my grandfather at the engagement banquet and beating my brother on Wanwu Street, do you wish to act brazenly here as well? Chapter 32. Not worthy of fear seeing her grandfather support her, Zhao Yin sighed in relief, then sternly questioned Su Ming. The banquet is about to commence. I have no time to entangle with you. The Zhao family's accounts will be settled by me personally. Su Ming glanced at his watch and gently pushed Han Linlin's hand away. Stop. Our Zhao family possesses an invitation personally issued by the Liu family. You surely do not? Are you hoping to beg Miss Liu for an opportunity to continue being her follower? Let me tell you, you cannot enter. It would be better if you plead with me. The Liu family values us greatly. Perhaps I could speak a few good words on your behalf. Indeed, Su Ming has the audacity to come without an invitation. It truly is laughable, Zhao Cheng'an chimed in. An invitation? Han Linlin felt perplexed. Having followed Su Ming from the villa to the clothing store, she had not seen him with an invitation. Huh. Laughter erupted from the crowd. How dare he come without an invitation? Unafraid of being shown the door, Zhao Qing'an laughed heartily, his mirth brimming with smugness and schadenfreude. Without an invitation, how could you possibly enter? Han Linlin furrowed her brow, questioning, her gaze fixed on Su Ming. As she noticed the security at the entrance meticulously checking each invitation, a chill ran down her spine. Han Linlin understood Su Ming's connection with Liu Ronghua, but was unaware of how stringent the Liu family was regarding their guests. She did not wish to be ridiculed by those with sharp eyes and then denied entry to the banquet. Lin Yuqin, what do you mean by this? I never agreed to bring any woman in. Yet you dare to inquire about her? Zhao Yin's fury flared as she glared at Lin Yuqin, demanding an explanation. Zhao Yin, just look at how beautifully this lady has dressed for tonight's banquet. Lin Yuqin casually remarked, surely we cannot let her suffer outside simply because she is Su Ming's ex-girlfriend. From the very moment he laid eyes on Han Linlin, Lin Yuqin had resolved to win her over. And at this moment, he paid no heed to Zhao Yin's feelings, though he still managed to explain himself patiently. Greetings, beautiful lady. I am Zhao Cheng'an, the sole heir of the Zhao group, and Lin Yuqin is my brother-in-law. Observing the situation, Zhao Qing'an was unwilling to be outdone, quickly introducing himself and revealing his identity, attempting to seize the opportunity to attract Han Linlin's attention while simultaneously attempting to suppress Lin Yuqin's arrogance. Fair lady, do not misunderstand. My relationship with Zhao Yin is merely an engagement. We are not yet wed, but if you are willing, there remains significant potential between us. Lin Yuqin's words left the surrounding crowd in stunned silence, all eyes turning towards him. Lin Yuqin, what exactly do you mean? Zhao Yin was the first to react, her expression shifting like a palette. First shock, then anger, and finally a full-blown eruption as she chastised Lin Yuqin loudly. Yuchen, what are you saying? Do you think Zhao Yin is not worthy of you? Zhao Zhong, who had anticipated a triumphant day, found his expression change dramatically at Lin Yuchen's statement, staring incredulously at the grandson-in-law he had once been pleased with. Old Master Zhao, let us not beat around the bush. Do you think I am unaware of your family's motive for attending today? Since you obtained the Liu family's invitation, your family has been strutting about, as if gilded, especially Zhao Yin, who always acts superior towards me. I have had quite enough of it. Lin Yuchen's thoughts had long been occupied by Han Linlin, leaving him indifferent to Zhao Yin's demeanor. In truth, he had grown increasingly dissatisfied with Zhao Yin, perceiving her as overly adept in intimate relationships, and upon investigation, discovered her chaotic private life. Thus, Lin Yuchen deliberately distanced himself from Zhao Yin, having only visited the Zhao family yesterday for that precious invitation. What infuriated him more was that he had inadvertently overheard Zhao Yin and Zhao Zhong plotting to entice the mysterious man the Liu family was set to introduce. Lin Yuchen, Zhao Yin shrieked. Are you out of your mind? You dare to turn against me for a woman Su Ming has played with? Old Master Zhao, this invitation was given to your Zhao family by the Liu family. Do you expect me to bring this woman in? Do not expect me to accompany you. Zhao Yin's voice was sharp and furious, as if she intended to unleash all her grievances. Her cheeks burned, as though struck by an invisible hand, and her delicate makeup could not conceal her inner fury as she screamed at Lin Yuchen. Zhao Yin, hear me well. Your Zhao family's business largely relies on the Wang family now. If you continue to make such a scene or prevent me from bringing Han Linlin to the Liu family's banquet, I shall withdraw my investments and let your Zhao family fend for itself. And at this moment, Lin Yuchen had set his sights on a new target, no longer feeling the need to consider Zhao Yin's feelings. Threatening me. So what? I know you have also sought an escape route. Wishing to be with that mysterious man the Liu family is set to introduce, right? Lin Yuchen said mercilessly. Moreover, I have uncovered quite a bit regarding your scandals outside that I care not for your affairs. And you would do well to refrain from meddling in mine. Otherwise, none shall emerge unscathed. Lin Yuchen tightly grasped Zhao Yin's chin, releasing her with a look of disdain after delivering his warning. You. Zhao Yin gazed in terror at Lin Yuchen, whose demeanor had shifted so abruptly, leaving her heart in turmoil. Yuchen, what are you doing? Zhao Zhong, standing nearby, was taken aback, although he sensed that Lin Yuchen seemed privy to everything. He still felt compelled to admonish him as an elder. Old Master Zhao, it would be wise for you to remain uninvolved. You're scheming to marry me off to such a fiancé. It could be detrimental to the Zhao family if it reaches my father's ears. It would be better for you to feign ignorance, lest Lin Yuchen, now with his own ambitions, no longer felt inclined to show the Zhao family any courtesy, Zhao Zhong included. Alas, Zhao Yin, let Yuchen escort this young lady along. Zhao Zhong sighed, attempting to persuade his trembling granddaughter, signaling with his eyes that she should weigh the consequences, for if today's objectives could be achieved, Lin Yuchen would pose no further threat. Very well. Zhao Yin begrudgingly acquiesced, though her gaze toward Han Linlin brimmed with resentment. She did not blame Lin Yuchen, directing all her fury toward Han Linlin, pondering how her fiancé could behave so oddly were it not for this woman's deliberate advances. Chapter 33. A sure bet moreover. Zhao Qing'an, I warn you that my intentions toward Han Linlin are resolute. Should you dare to interfere, I shall tarnish the Zhao family's reputation, and you may as well prepare to forfeit your claim as heir. Lin Yuchen saw through Zhao Chang'an's thoughts and issued his threat without hesitation, clearly regarding Han Linlin as his own. Zhao Chang'an was about to retort when Zhao Zhong sharply interrupted. Qingji, be silent. Turning to his friend, Su Ming, Zhao Zhong inquired, his tone laced with helplessness and concern. What do you see them doing? Han Linlin leaned closer to Su Ming, a hint of disdain gracing her lips. Whispering a dog-eat-dog scenario, I find this quite amusing. I have an idea, he lowered his voice, continuing. Han Linlin covered her mouth, laughing softly, her smile as enchanting as spring blossoms, inadvertently stirring Lin Yuchen's heart from afar. What do you propose? Su Ming raised an eyebrow, his gaze fixed upon her. Watch my performance. The corners of Han Linlin's eyes lifted slightly, a mischievous smile adorning her face as she gracefully approached Lin Yuchen. Handsome. Upon seeing Han Linlin approach, Lin Yuchen's eyes burned with desire, drooling as he exclaimed, "You must be Lin Yuchen, the future successor of the Lin Group." Han Linlin feigned great interest in her inquiry. "Indeed, that would be Lin Yuchen, flattered by her compliment, puffed out his chest and nodded emphatically. "Quite commendable. I admire that. Might you escort me to the banquet?" Han Linlin pretended to ponder, then, as if making a monumental decision, nodded and extended her invitation to Lin Yuchen. "Certainly. As long as you agree to be my dance partner today, I promise to take you inside." Lin Yuchen, brimming with joy, believed himself to have secured victory. Making his vow, "This will not do. I've already made the greatest concession to you. Why must we also include him?" Zhao Yin, unable to contain herself, angrily interrogated, clearly displeased at the prospect of Han Linlin making further demands. However, Han Linlin deliberately displayed a troubled expression, seemingly considering how to persuade the other. Furrowing her brow, she spoke with an air of helplessness and grievance. "My utmost value lies in promises, since I agreed to take Su Ming inside. If he cannot enter, then my own presence would serve no purpose." As Su Ming stifled a laugh nearby, having surmised her intentions. Han Linlin's acting always evoked a blend of irritation and amusement. Zhao Yin was evidently incensed. Perceiving Han Linlin as merely playing clever games that not feign innocence. "Do you think I cannot see through you? You merely wish for us to bring you both inside. Such tricks dare not be attempted before me." She pointed accusatorily at Han Linlin, mercilessly exposing her scheme. "Sister, how can you speak so of this young lady? Look at how distressed she is. She's surely not that sort of person." Though Zhao Cheng'an had been warned by Lin Yuchen, witnessing the beauty's pitiable demeanor compelled him to speak in her defense. "Zhao Cheng'an, have you lost your senses? How could you act thus?" Zhao Yin could scarcely believe her ears, astonished that her brother would side with an outsider. Han Linlin maintained her air of grievance, softly stating, "Zhao Cheng'an, you are the future heir of the Zhao family. Indeed, a commendable choice. Alas." Her words trailed off, causing Zhao Cheng'an's heart to race. "No, no. The invitation is from our Zhao family. I am the future heir, and my word carries weight. The opinions of my sister and grandfather hold no significance." Upon hearing the goddess's praise, Zhao Cheng'an became exuberantly animated, promptly snatching the invitation from Zhao Yin's grasp and handing it to Han Linlin. A sharp slap echoed as Zhao Zhong glared furiously at his son, exclaiming, "Zhao Cheng'an, have you lost your mind over a woman?" Immediately, Lin Yuchen reacted, enraged by Zhao Cheng'an's betrayal, striking him again. "How dare you covet my woman?" Lin Yuchen, Zhao Yin, witnessing the scene, could no longer suppress her fury. Swinging her fist at Lin Yuchen, "You not only humiliated me, but now dare to strike my brother. You have gone too far." Zhao Yin clutched her face, incredulous, then lunged at Lin Yuchen like an enraged lioness, and the two became entangled in a fierce struggle, the atmosphere growing increasingly tense as chaos erupted unexpectedly, leaving onlookers stunned. Unable to contain his rage any longer, Zhao Cheng'an joined the fray, and soon the entrance to the banquet was alive with the sounds of fists and feet clashing, the scene descending into utter disorder. "Look over there, someone is fighting. Indeed, how dare they brawl at the Liu family's entrance? Let us investigate." A throng of spectators quickly gathered, with some guests who had already entered the banquet hall emerging in curiosity. Drawn to the commotion that captured everyone's attention. "Cease, cease, do not fight." Zhao Zhong, frantic, paced anxiously, fearing the disgrace that might befall the Zhao family. Observing the pandemonium, Han Linlin chuckled with satisfaction, clearly pleased that her plan had come to fruition. "This is hilarious. Continue. Let us see who prevails." Su Ming could not help but laugh, remarking, "You are truly ruthless. You are secretly enjoying this. Do not pretend otherwise." Han Linlin dismissively replied, "With individuals like them without a lesson, they will only escalate their antics. Indeed, sometimes they must endure hardship to recognize their errors." Su Ming nodded in agreement, feeling a sense of relief himself. Ever since the Zhao family rescinded their marriage contract, he had sought an opportunity for revenge. Witnessing the Zhao family engage in self-destructive behavior filled him with a sense of poetic justice. Suddenly, a stern voice rang out from the entrance. "Cease." The crowd fell silent, parting to make way for the newcomer. Halt! The Liu family has arrived. You must stop, Zhao Zhong urgently called out, striving to quell the melee. Upon hearing the voice, the three combatants gradually ceased their struggles, each appearing disheveled. Liu Butler, my sincerest apologies. These young ones are rather reckless and have had a disagreement, disrupting your event. My deepest regrets. Zhao Zhong offered his apologies, internally anxious, fearing that the Liu family might hold this incident against them, jeopardizing the Zhao family's standing in Qingqing. The arrival of Liu Butler immediately calmed the scene, as all present held their breath, uncertain of what would transpire next. Chapter 34. A cautious approach the Liu family had meticulously prepared for the banquet, sincerely extending invitations. Who could have anticipated that the Zhao family would engage in conflict outside the banquet hall? Could it be that there is some dissatisfaction with my family? Liu Butler, dressed in formal attire, though a servant, commanded respect through years of loyalty to old Master Liu. A misunderstanding. Liu Butler. This is entirely a misunderstanding. How could our Zhao family harbor any discontent towards the Liu family? These young ones are simply ignorant, and I assure you I will deal with them severely. Zhao Zhong, drenched in cold sweat, fervently explained, promising to discipline the troublesome youths. You see, they must have been provoked by Su Ming and that girl. Zhao Yin, adjusting her disheveled hairstyle and soiled gown, pointed accusingly at Su Ming and Han Linlin, her face bearing several visible handprints, entirely devoid of her former grace. Lin Yuchen and Zhao Qingyan followed Zhao Yin's gaze towards Su Ming and Han Linlin, their hearts a mix of anger and confusion. After a brawl, do you feel more satisfied? Han Linlin smiled, her enchanting smile prompting whispers among the onlookers regarding her identity, while Zhao Yin and the others perceived it as sheer mockery. Han Linlin, how could you conspire with Su Ming against us? Lin Yuchen's face turned pale with rage, feeling that his long-held dreams had shattered. He furiously demanded an explanation. That Su Ming, you despicable scoundrel, you have already incapacitated my hand, and now you have enlisted a woman to scheme against me. Zhao Chengyan's face contorted with fury. Though he found it hard to voice reproach towards Han Linlin, he unleashed his wrath upon Su Ming. Am I the scoundrel? Yet the Zhao family, faithless, accepted the bounty of my master, signing a binding contract, only to later renege on it. What do you call that? Su Ming scoffed, coolly countering Zhao Chengyan's accusations. On that day, you cursed my grandfather, and we let it slide. Yet today you remain so arrogant, truly seeking your own demise. Zhao Chengyan angrily retorted, seemingly oblivious to the fact that his behavior only rendered him more culpable. Butler Liu, this entire situation was instigated by Su Ming. He deliberately provoked us, disrupting the banquet of your esteemed Liu family. Observing this, Zhao Yin hastily shifted the blame onto Su Ming, eager to avoid becoming the target of collective ire. Indeed, it is all Su Ming's fault. He was once acquainted with Miss Liu, but was later cast aside. His actions this time are purely for revenge. Lin Yuchen quickly chimed in, attempting to distance himself from the unfolding chaos. Who exactly is this Su Ming? It seems he has offended quite a number of individuals, murmured some onlookers. Unclear, but judging by the words of the Zhao family's young lady, he appears to be Miss Liu's lover. That seems unlikely. Isn't there another woman by his side? If he were truly Miss Liu's lover, how could he dare bring another woman to the Liu family banquet? Various speculations began circulating among the crowd regarding Su Ming's identity and his relationship with the Liu family. I see him as courting disaster, whispered a bystander. The Liu family is quite formidable in this city. Yet, some were intrigued by Su Ming's audacity to remain unscathed amidst such turmoil, puzzled as to why a seemingly insignificant figure could cause such an uproar. At that moment, Butler Liu's voice interrupted the discussions. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain calm. The banquet is about to commence. The master requests your presence inside. His gaze inadvertently scanned the Zhao family members. Though he harbored no fondness for them, he nonetheless extended the invitation as per the elder Liu's instructions. Upon hearing they could enter, Zhao Zhong immediately exhaled in relief, promptly praising, "How magnanimous! We are grateful for the elder Liu's generosity." Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Yin inquired, "Butler Liu, what about Su Ming? Surely such a person should not be allowed entry." She believed this was a display of the Liu family's regard for the Zhao family, and thus felt quite pleased to her surprise. Butler Liu merely cast a fleeting glance at Su Ming, nodded slightly in acknowledgement, and turned to enter the banquet hall. This scene left some perplexed. They whispered amongst themselves, questioning if they had misinterpreted the situation, as individuals of Butler Liu's stature would never show deference to an ordinary person. As the crowd gradually moved towards the banquet hall, speculation regarding Su Ming's identity and background intensified. I heard that the elder Liu was gravely ill and that the Qingcheng hospital issued a critical condition notice, remarked a noble. Who would have thought there truly exists a miraculous doctor capable of saving his life? It seems this individual is indeed extraordinary. Though Su Ming's figure had receded, discussions about him continued to echo in the ears of the Zhao family members, that Su Ming truly benefits from our Zhao family's name. Having received Butler Liu's invitation to the banquet, Zhao Yin seethed, her heart brimming with resentment. Zhao Yin, do not be vexed. The Liu family's actions merely provide us with an avenue for retreat. They even permit such a worthless individual to enter, which you ought to consider fortunate, Zhao Zhong remarked, seemingly forgetting his earlier humility, convinced that the Liu family's decision was rooted in respect for the Zhao family, thus preserving their dignity. Indeed, let us allow him a moment of triumph. Once our collaboration with the Liu family is secured, we can deal with him later. Zhao Yin snorted coldly, but, after being persuaded by Zhao Zhong, resolved to refrain from pursuing the matter for the time being. Zhao Yin, did you hear what those people are saying? Zhao Zhong observed the chattering crowd, a sly smile playing on his lips. Of course I heard. Look, my earlier intelligence was indeed accurate. The Liu family has significant figures to introduce. Zhao Yin excitedly leaned closer to Zhao Zhong, relaying the news. Indeed, I have heard that the elder Liu has suffered from severe illness for many years. Unable to find a cure, that if someone can heal him, that person must be extraordinary. Zhao Zhong was equally exhilarated, not merely for the opportunity to meet influential individuals, but also because this individual might possess the ability to alleviate his recent bouts of palpitations and chest discomfort. Chapter 35. Irresistible Charm in the Banquet Hall. Upon hearing the butler's report, Liu Ronghua began anxiously searching for Su Ming. When she spotted him sitting alone in a corner, indulging in delicacies, she couldn't help but exclaim in delight. Ronghua, Su Ming, hearing the familiar voice, looked up to find Liu Ronghua before him, resembling a vision from a dream. Clad in a delicate pink princess gown, her long hair, gently curled and elegantly styled, adorned with sparkling crystal accessories, she exuded an ethereal charm. Her exquisite visage was graced with a subtle touch of makeup, her lips blooming like ripe peaches, becoming even more enchanting under the soft light. Every step she took seemed to descend from the heavens. Untouched by the mundane world, it was Liu Ronghua first time seeing Su Ming in a suit, and she curiously sat beside him, her eyes filled with novelty and admiration. You look particularly wonderful today. Su Ming smiled gently at Liu Ronghua. Ha, if you like it, I shall wear it more often for you. Amused by her bashful demeanor, he gently pinched her cheek, saying tenderly, no need. I prefer seeing you in your usual attire. It feels more casual, and you seem more comfortable that way. Liu Ronghua lowered her head, softly expressing her thoughts. What she didn't articulate was her concern that Su Ming's allure in a suit might draw the attention of other women. Very well. As you wished, a warm current surged within Su Ming. How could he refuse such a considerate and tender wife? As they sat in the corner, enveloped by the gentle glow of the lights, no one noticed the sweet interaction between the young couple. Were anyone to witness the usually formidable Liu family heiress displaying such shyness, they would undoubtedly be taken aback. Miss Liu, it has been a while that I tea that moment. An elegant voice emerged from beside them. And you are? Liu Ronghua turned her head, her vision obscured in the dim light, revealing a graceful figure with delicate features. We've met at Su Ming's villa. I am Han Linlin. Han Linlin smiled, placing the delicacies she held on the table before casually taking a seat. Han Linlin, are you a friend of Su Ming's? Liu Ronghua inquired, curiosity stirring within her. With a warm smile, Liu Ronghua extended her hand to the beautiful woman before her. Hello, I am Liu Ronghua, Su Ming's girlfriend. Han Linlin gently took Liu Ronghua hand, quickly releasing it, a faint smile gracing her lips. May I ask which esteemed family Ms. Han hails from? I have never heard Su Ming mention you before. Liu Ronghua questioned, her inner vigilance heightened as their hands made contact. Liu Ronghua suddenly sensed a peculiar resonance, as if an unspoken connection existed between them. However, she swiftly dismissed this feeling, focusing instead on unraveling the mystery surrounding the woman before her. I am visiting Qingcheng from Yinjing and encountered some troubles along the way. Fortunately, Su Ming came to my aid. He mentioned there would be a banquet today, so I decided to accompany him. Hoping not to intrude, of course, I don't mind. Since you are a friend of Su Ming's, you are also my friend. Liu Ronghua endeavored to render her voice sincere and amiable, yet her heart brimmed with vigilance. She was acutely aware that a woman of such captivating allure could easily become the center of attention for men, including the one she cherished deeply, Su Ming. Han Linlin chuckled softly, expressing gratitude for Miss Liu's understanding. Her gaze bore a subtle scrutiny, evidently assessing her potential rival. She could not deny that Liu Ronghua was not only stunningly beautiful, but also exuded an elegance and poise that was irresistibly enchanting. The dialogue between the two appeared light-hearted, yet beneath the surface, undercurrents of tension surged. Both parties remained discreetly appraising one another, silently acknowledging each other's worth. Even amid this delicate competition, they could not help but concede that if Su Ming were to develop deeper feelings for either of them, it would be entirely understandable. Chapter 36. Enormous gains. At that moment, the host of the banquet broke the brief silence with a resounding voice. I extend my heartfelt thanks to all esteemed guests for gracing the Liu residence today. I also wish to share some delightful news. My granddaughter is soon to be engaged, and I hope to see you all again shortly to celebrate this joyous occasion together. Liu Ronghua and Han Linlin encountered each other for the first time. The curtain of the banquet was quietly drawn back. Elder Liu stood upon the stage, beaming as he announced a startling revelation to the guests. Congratulations! The audience erupted in applause, yet curiosity soon peaked among them. Elder Liu, congratulations indeed, but may we inquire which fortunate gentleman is to wed the most beautiful maiden of Qingcheng? Might we catch a glimpse of him? Another guest chimed in. Indeed, Liu Ronghua is the goddess in the hearts of all the eligible bachelors in Qingcheng. And now she is to be engaged. Who has captured her heart so decisively? At the very least, we wish to know, for clarity's sake. Elder Liu's words detonated like a bomb, shattering the hearts of the single wealthy heirs present, who clamored to catch a glimpse of the lucky suitor. Meanwhile, some astute family representatives keenly sensed the potential business opportunities entwined with this union. For them, an alliance with a prominent family, such as the Lius, could herald tremendous benefits. Please enjoy the delicacies first. My son will arrive shortly and will personally introduce this esteemed guest, Elder Liu said with a mysterious smile, heightening the anticipation among the crowd. The need for the Liu family's patriarch to make the introduction suggested that this young man held a significant status. Perhaps he was not merely a scion of Qingcheng, but rather a distinguished heir from Qingzhou City or even a larger metropolis. Sighing, one could only hope that his status was sufficiently illustrious, allowing her to relinquish her feelings entirely. Otherwise, the thought of her beloved becoming another's bride was simply unbearable. Elder Liu's remarks reignited speculation among the guests, and many affluent young men expressed their dismay. Yet, this news also served as a balm for those families initially intent on departing, as they all eagerly awaited the revelation of the mystery. In a secluded corner of the banquet hall, Liu Ronghua appeared somewhat restless, softly apologizing to Su Ming. Su Ming, I had no inkling that my grandfather would disclose such news so suddenly. I am truly sorry for not informing you in advance. It is quite all right. Though Su Ming furrowed his brow, displeased with the unexpected announcement, he refrained from directing his dissatisfaction towards Liu Ronghua. He was not averse to assuming responsibility. Rather, he was mindful of the lingering cold poison within Liu Ronghua and wished to shield her from any ensuing turmoil. Isn't the Liu family supposed to be a prominent clan? Why the suddenness in their actions, as if pressuring someone? Su Ming mused internally, finding the unfolding events rather unforeseen. Upon hearing the news of Su Ming's engagement to Liu Ronghua, Han Linlin felt a pang of discomfort, especially upon realizing that Su Ming was entirely unaware of the situation. She deemed the Liu family's actions excessively harsh. Han Linlin, this is my fault. I have yet to formally propose to Liu Ronghua. It is not the Liu family's doing, Su Ming clarified, recognizing Han Linlin's discontent while noticing Liu Ronghua despondency to go on. He encouraged, Ronghua, do not take it too much to heart. I am genuinely happy to be engaged to you. Liu Ronghua smiled and nodded at Su Ming before briskly ascending the stairs to find her grandfather. Ah, how dull. You are truly to be engaged. Han Linlin, seemingly unfazed by Su Ming's earlier admonition, spoke with genuine regret while nibbling on a pastry. Why so glum? Shouldn't you be happy for your friend's engagement? Su Ming, accustomed to Han Linlin's temperament, was not surprised by her emotional shifts and gently inquired with a smile. Of course, one should be delighted for a friend's engagement. Yet my feelings towards you transcend mere friendship. Han Linlin stood, advancing towards Su Ming with a glimmer of something more profound in her gaze. Declaring, I am your prey. Taken aback, Su Ming stared at Han Linlin, sensing her resolute determination, and the atmosphere grew palpably tense. Isn't this the Su Ming who wormed his way in through the Zhao family's connections? A sharp voice disrupted their standoff, revealing a newly adorned Zhao Yin, flanked by Zhao Zhong and Zhao Cheng'an, alongside Lin Yuchen, who had just clashed with her. What? Living off Miss Liu's generosity while parading around with a little lover to mooch off the feast. How brazen. Zhao Yin mocked, drawing curious glances from those nearby. Before Zhao Yin could continue, Lin Yuchen, seething, interjected, of course one must pursue relentlessly. Otherwise, falling prey to someone like you would indeed be a farce. Huh. That only makes it more ludicrous. Do you honestly think you can escape my jest? How naive. Han Linlin burst into laughter, her eyes sparkling with mischief and further allure. Humph. What are you all so smug about? Once the Liu family's collaboration is secured, just wait and see how I deal with you. Zhao Yin's jealousy intensified as she stepped in front of Lin Yuchen, coldly warning Su Ming and his companions. Zhao Yin, are you that confident? What makes you believe the Liu family will choose your Zhao family? With your assets and past performance, what qualifies you to negotiate with the Lius? Su Ming, incensed by her words, chuckled in disbelief, unable to fathom the audacity and unfounded confidence of the Zhao family, as if the world should revolve around them. That's because we delivered a substantial gift to the Liu family's young master last time. And shortly thereafter, Liu Ronghua personally attended our engagement banquet. That day was when you, worthless as you are, were expelled. Had it not been for Miss Liu's visit, you wouldn't even have laid eyes on the Liu family. A few days later, an invitation from the Liu family for collaboration arrived, the implications unmistakable. Zhao Yin, undeterred by Su Ming's skepticism, gleefully elaborated on the circumstances. Oh, is that so? Su Ming, taken aback, could not help but be astonished. Indeed, he had encountered Liu Ronghua that day, yet he failed to comprehend why she would deign to visit the Zhao family. It now appeared that the two families might indeed harbor intentions for collaboration. Chapter 37. A Fortunate Life Nevertheless. Even so, Su Ming had formulated a plan. Even if the Liu family were interested, no cooperation would materialize without his consent. How do you feel now? Regretting not having pursued me further that day? Humph, too late. Once our collaboration with the Liu family is successful, you will pay the price. Not just for disrupting my engagement banquet, but also for cursing my grandfather. The humiliation of today shall be repaid tenfold. Zhao Yin sneered, her expression darkening with vengeance. Su Ming, I considered the old ties between you and my master, but your incessant provocation leaves me no choice but to show no mercy this time. You shall pay for your actions. Zhao Zhong, standing beside Su Ming, exuded confidence and disdain. As if the matter was already settled, he reminisced about past favors received at a. Well said. Su Ming scoffed, his tone laced with derision. Do not forget that my master not only saved your life, but also bestowed upon you substantial wealth to establish your family and prosper the Zhao clan. He even allowed you to carry his surname. And now you dare to belittle such kindness? It was utterly incredulous. Su Ming's gaze turned frigid, his disdain for Zhao Zhong palpable. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhong's complexion drained of color, embarrassment etching itself across his features. Onlookers began to notice the altercation, gathering around to murmur and point. Umph. That childless old man could have any connection to our Zhao family. It is he who is fortunate beyond measure. Zhao Qingyin, Zhao Zhong's father, could no longer endure the scrutiny and stepped forth to defend his son. Yet before he could finish, a tremendous crash reverberated through the banquet hall, accompanied by Su Ming's furious roar. A chair had been hurled at Zhao Qingyin, sending him sprawling several meters away, leaving a trail of blood on the floor. A murder! A murder! Several timid guests screamed in terror. Silence! Su Ming barked, causing the frightened women to fall silent, their eyes wide with fear as they stared at him, too terrified to utter another word. The earlier scene had evidently demonstrated that Su Ming was not someone to be trifled with lightly. Han Lin, who had been leisurely seated across from Su Ming, was startled by the sudden turn of events, instinctively rising to retreat to the side. The atmosphere abruptly descended into a tense silence. My forbearance towards the Zhao family has reached its limit. Last time, I showed mercy, which was an immense restraint. That Su Ming's voice was as cold as ice, yet you repeatedly challenged my boundaries. His gaze, sharp as a knife, swept over Zhao Yin before settling on the still-shaking Zhao Zhong, his tone heavy and resolute. Chung and M. Why Chung and the elder's voice trembled as he struggled to steady himself, staggering towards his fallen grandson, kneeling to check for signs of life. However, the answer was already painfully clear. Even an ordinary person would find it difficult to survive such a blow to the head, let alone one dealt by the formidable Su Ming in a fit of rage. "Ah, my grandson!" Zhao Zhong cried out in despair, clutching his lifeless grandson tightly. "Su Ming, you have killed my brother!" Zhao Yin's eyes nearly spat fire as she pointed an accusing finger at Su Ming, her voice rife with anger and sorrow. "Since he cannot learn to curb his tongue, let him be silenced forever." Su Ming remained expressionless, deaf to Zhao Yin's furious outburst. The onlookers began to murmur among themselves, astonished yet exhilarated by the unfolding scene. Who is this person? How dare he act violently at the Liu family's banquet, killing a noble heir? His audacity is astonishing. Indeed, while the Zhao family may not be a top-tier clan, to strike here, in this setting, is tantamount to courting death. Nonetheless, witnessing someone openly challenge the authority of the aristocracy is undeniably thrilling. One could only wonder what would transpire next, but was certain that a grim fate awaited him. The spectators' reactions quickly shifted from shock to nonchalance, for in this world, interests often outweigh lives. What intrigued them most was that it was typically the nobility who dealt with commoners, but now the roles had reversed, heightening their interest in the matter. Su Ming, for the sake of your deceased master, you first insult us, and now you have slain my grandson. Today, you must pay the price. Zhao Zhong's tears flowed freely, his fury ablaze as he turned to the trembling Zhao Yin, sternly commanding. Zhao Yin immediately informed the family's guards. "Today, I demand blood from Su Ming to appease the spirit of your brother." Yes, a glimmer of ruthless determination flashed in Zhao Yin's eyes as she unhesitatingly pulled out her phone to make the call. "Lin Yuchen, why do you still hesitate? Su Ming has murdered your brother-in-law. Will you simply stand by and watch?" Zhao Yin shouted, turning to the dazed Lin Yuchen. What can I do?" Lin Yuchen stammered, terror gripping him as he recalled how narrowly he had escaped a similar fate, cold sweat trickling down his brow. "You coward! I regret marrying you. Every time trouble arises, you hide away, and now you won't even avenge your brother." Zhao Yin was nearly at a loss for words, her voice trembling with rage. The surrounding crowd began to whisper, deriding Lin Yuchen's cowardice. Is this the future of the Lin family? It seems they will amount to nothing. Upon hearing these comments, Lin Yuchen's expression shifted, realizing that his actions could tarnish the family's reputation. Gritting his teeth, he stood tall, addressing Su Ming loudly. "Su Ming, how dare you kill Zhao Chang'an? This is an affront to both our families. If not, I would not hesitate to let you taste the consequences." Su Ming, how can you act this way? An enraged member of the Zhao family could not contain himself. "You dare to speak to us so insolently, disregarding the young master of the Lin family? You truly have a death wish." Zhao Zhong wiped away his tears, rising slowly with a darkened expression as he approached Zhao Yin and Lin Yuchen. He coldly fixed his gaze on Su Ming. "I have warned you before. Do not appear before me again after descending the mountain, or you shall bear the consequences." Just then, a commotion erupted within the crowd. "The Zhao family has arrived," someone exclaimed. Moments later, over 20 security guards armed with iron rods stormed onto the scene. "Who are you to dare intrude upon the Liu family's banquet?" the guards at the entrance demanded. "If you value your lives, clear out at once." The head of the Zhao family's security commanded coldly, exuding an aura of threat. "Gentlemen, we have no intention of clashing with the Liu family, but the crime Su Ming has committed against my grandson is intolerable." Zhao Zhong stepped forward, pointing at Su Ming, his eyes ablaze with the fire of vengeance. "Old Master Zhao, we were unaware of the situation beforehand. Otherwise, we would never have allowed such an event to transpire." The guards glanced at the bloodied Zhao Cheng and on the ground, alarmed, yet they were more concerned about how to account to the Liu family if trouble arose today, despite their lowly status. Having never seen Su Ming frequent the Liu family, nor having the authority to appear in the main residence, they chose to side with Zhao Zhong. The Liu family is esteemed, and naturally, they disdain to involve themselves in such trivial matters. But I must ensure this man pays the price today. I implore your leniency. Zhao Zhong felt satisfied with the security stance, his mind solely focused on avenging his grandson. "I regret to inform you that this is a Liu family banquet, and we cannot allow violence to occur here." While the guards respected Zhao Zhong, they would not flout the Liu family's regulations. "Are you suggesting that you would protect this country bumpkin, Su Ming?" Zhao Zhong's expression darkened upon sensing the guard's unwillingness to relent, his tone laced with menace. Though he feared the Liu family's power, it did not mean he would tolerate a few lowly guards dictating to him. "Old Master Zhao this." The guards exchanged hesitant glances, appearing caught in a dilemma. "Humph. If your Liu family fears that this scoundrel will tarnish your floors, I will simply take him outside to resolve this matter." Zhao Zhong, eager for vengeance, did not wish to waste more breath with the guards or offend the Liu family, thus proposing a compromise. The guards remained indecisive. "Su Ming, do you dare step outside with me to settle today's account?" Zhao Zhong disregarded the guards' responses, directly challenging the indifferent Su Ming. The crowd began to murmur. Some believed Zhao Zhong was too naive. In such circumstances, how could Su Ming possibly accept such a proposal? Others thought that if Su Ming truly went outside, he would have little chance of survival. Some even suggested that this situation arose due to the Zhao family's betrayal, leading to the present scenario. During the engagement banquet, Su Ming had already warned them that the Zhao family's current prosperity and elder's life were gifts from his master. Now, having turned their backs on him, it was understandable that Su Ming would be furious enough to contemplate murder. Some even argued that killing the Zhao family's heir and severing their inheritance could be seen as repaying past kindness, especially since the Zhao family had enjoyed years of wealth and prosperity, thus having already profited enough. Moreover, it was pointed out that if the Zhao family had honored their commitments, today's events would not have transpired. In summary, the crowd buzzed with discussion over Zhao Zhong's challenge. Most believing Su Ming should not venture outside to meet his demise. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Su Ming smiled slightly, disdainfully responding, "What is there to fear? It is indeed time we settled our accounts," just as everyone thought he would refuse. He nodded in agreement to Zhao Zhong's challenge. The banquet hall was crowded, and given that it was his girlfriend's gathering, it was hardly an ideal place for a brawl, since Zhao Zhong had made the request. Su Ming thought it would be a perfect opportunity to teach them a lesson. Alas, what a foolish decision. Over 20 men await, and Su Ming is done for, that a sigh echoed among the onlookers. Some felt that, no matter how righteous Su Ming appeared, he could hardly contend against the powerful Zhao family. The outcome was all too predictable when a poor lad faced off against the signs of wealth. "Humph." Zhao Zhong scoffed, satisfied, and commanded the guard to follow him outside while instructing them to carry Zhao Cheng's corpse. With that, Zhao Zhong strode out of the banquet hall, flanked by a throng of security and the body of Zhao Cheng, and leaving behind a silence filled with unease. The Liu family's security personnel looked on at the dispersing crowd. Confusion etched on their faces. One turned to his companion, saying, "This situation is quite tricky. We should report to the elder promptly, as we cannot afford to neglect the matter of the Zhao family heir." Another security guard nodded in agreement and hurried toward the second floor. Outside the banquet hall, The crowd instinctively parted, curiously observing the unfolding events. Han Linlin approached Su Ming, whispering, "Are you ready? Do not worry. Step back a bit to avoid any danger." Su Ming gently nudged her, ensuring she stood in a safe spot. Han Linlin understood Su Ming's capabilities and silently retreated, her eyes never leaving him, ready to assist should the need arise. Lin Yuchen stood by, sneering, calculating, once Su Ming is dead, Han Linlin will inevitably be mine. Zhao Zhong, flanked by the guards, stood opposite, seething with rage, bellowing, "Su Ming, my greatest regret is not having eliminated you at that engagement banquet. Today, I shall personally rectify this oversight." Infuriated by Su Ming's words, Zhao Zhong could scarcely articulate his fury. Ultimately roaring, "You seek death," he then shouted at his subordinates, "Charge! Tear him to shreds." The guards immediately sprang into action, the atmosphere escalating to a fever pitch. Several guards, receiving the command, transformed into fierce warriors. They shouted in unison, brandishing their iron rods as they charged towards Su Ming. A sigh resonated through the crowd. With so many guards, Su Ming is surely doomed. However, the unfolding events took everyone by surprise. That a sudden loud bang was followed by a piercing scream. Chapter 39. The Last Hope. The foremost security guard seemed to be struck by an invisible force, his body soaring into the air before crashing heavily onto the ground, blood pooling beneath him, his fate uncertain. Shortly after, a series of thuds echoed as the remaining 3 guards met a similar fate. Before they could even approach Su Ming, they were struck in the abdomen by an unseen force and sent flying along the same trajectory. All of this transpired with such astonishing speed that it left the onlookers breathless. It turned out that Su Ming was indeed formidable. No wonder he could kill the young master of the Zhao family with a bench. It appears he possesses some skill. The crowd gasped in awe, their astonishment at Su Ming's strength palpable. Zhao Zhong, witnessing the scene, narrowed his eyes and sneered, "Humph, it seems your late master taught you a thing or two," rather than retreating in the face of Su Ming's counterattack. Zhao Zhong became even more arrogant. "You wish to show filial piety? Then go meet your dearly departed master." He shouted to the remaining guards, "Charge with me. Whoever kills Su Ming will be rewarded with 500,000. 500,000? The guards hesitated, but the allure of wealth evidently stirred their intentions. Blinded by hatred, Zhao Zhong was willing to go to any lengths to eliminate Su Ming. "Come on, brothers. 500,000 is enough for our annual salaries." With a rallying cry, the previously hesitant security personnel's eyes ignited with greed, and they shouted as they rushed towards Su Ming, "Kill! 500,000! We are coming!" A dozen guards brandished iron rods, descending upon him with the ferocity of wild monkeys descending a mountain. Yet, Su Ming merely smiled coldly, showing no hint of fear in the face of these money-driven assailants. Suddenly, with a powerful push of his foot, he leaped like a fierce tiger, his form tracing a graceful arc through the air. Then came a thunderous crash as Su Ming's fists moved like the wind, too fast for the eye to follow, each strike accompanied by a resounding impact. Before the guards could comprehend what was happening, they were sent reeling, cries of agony echoing around. A few skilled fighters attempted to retaliate, but they were no match for Su Ming, instantly sent flying by his overwhelming strength, crashing to the ground. Unable to move, the scene was one of utter chaos, with every onlooker wide-eyed, unable to believe the spectacle before them. Su Ming, barehanded, had effortlessly dispatched 20 well-trained security guards, his speed dazzling. Han Linlin, standing amidst the crowd, wore a smirk, as though she had anticipated this turn of events. She understood that for these ordinary people, Su Ming's prowess was akin to that of someone from another realm. The gap between them was insurmountable. "No, this cannot be happening," Zhao Zhong muttered to himself as he retreated, his eyes filled with fear and confusion. "Grandfather, what should we do now?" Zhao Yin, pale-faced with fright, rushed to her grandfather's side for assistance. "No, I cannot give up like this. I have fought for so many years. I cannot let it all go to waste. Su Ming must die. Only then can our Zhao family preserve its reputation and wealth." Zhao Zhong gritted his teeth, his eyes glinting with determination. "Indeed, only with Su Ming's demise will my capabilities remain unquestioned and the future of the Zhao family be secured." His gaze drifted between the fallen guards and Su Ming's mocking expression, muttering nearly inaudible words. "Grandfather, grandfather, what is wrong with you?" Zhao Yin called out anxiously, attempting to rouse the normally steadfast elder. She had never seen her grandfather so unhinged, her heart heavy with dread. Yet, Zhao Zhong seemed oblivious to his granddaughter's words. His mind consumed by hatred, his eyes filled solely with fury directed at Su Ming. This is all because of Su Ming. He must pay the price. He must die. Before he could finish, a resounding slap struck Zhao Yin's cheek, the force sending her staggering backward. Lin Yuchen, standing nearby, watched the scene unfold, his expression darkening. He was not angered by Zhao Yin's assault, but was concerned that Zhao Zhong had lost his grasp on sanity. "Lin Yuchen, what are you waiting for? Su Ming not only killed your brother-in-law, but also nearly took my life. Our families are to be united. Are you going to just stand by and watch him go unpunished?" Zhao Zhong grasped Lin Yuchen's arm, his voice trembling with agitation. Although Lin Yuchen understood the gravity of the situation, he was acutely aware that Su Ming's strength far exceeded that of an average person, and he had no interest in risking his life, especially for a brother-in-law he cared little about. "Lin Yuchen, can you tolerate a nameless nobody insulting you, the young master of the Lin family?" Zhao Zhong continued, "I know you care for the woman beside Su Ming. If he is gone, she will naturally belong to you." Zhao Yin felt a chill run down her spine upon hearing this. She stared incredulously at her grandfather, unable to fathom why he would speak such words. "Grandfather, what do you mean? As long as you help me eliminate Su Ming, Zhao Yin will agree to whatever woman you wish to pursue. And half of the Zhao family's real estate business will also belong to the Lin family," Zhao Zhong said, nearly in desperation, knowing that Zhao family security forces alone could not harm Su Ming, and that the Lin family's influence within the underworld of Qingzhou City might be their last hope. Lin Yuchen's eyes flickered, clearly intrigued by Zhao Zhong's proposition. "Are you certain that once I accomplish this, everything you've promised will come to fruition?" Zhao Zhong raised his hand, a resolute glint in his eyes. "As long as Su Ming is no more, I swear upon my reputation." Lin Yuchen gently rubbed his brow, a hint of mockery in his tone. "Grandfather, it's not that I don't trust you, but your credibility." This remark nearly rendered Zhao Zhong speechless in fury. The surrounding onlookers couldn't help but chuckle, their earlier fear of Su Ming momentarily forgotten. Laughter rippled through the crowd. "Ahem." Zhao Zhong cleared his throat, glaring at Lin Yuchen. "What did you just say?" Chapter 40. A Great Provocation. "There's no other way. While I may call you grandfather, if I can eliminate Su Ming, we will become partners, and my engagement to Zhao Yin will be annulled, fundamentally altering our relationship." Lin Yuchen shrugged, showing no regard for his past feelings for Zhao Yin. "Very well. I shall swear before everyone that if you can eliminate Su Ming, I will fulfill my promise. Otherwise, my family shall never know peace." Although Zhao Zhong was seething with rage, even feeling a twinge of pain in his chest, he maintained his composure as he made his vow to the crowd. "Agreed. It's settled. I will arrange for personnel immediately." Lin Yuchen nodded in satisfaction, pulling out his phone to make a call. "Have you all gone mad?" Zhao Yin looked at Zhao Zhong and Lin Yuchen, her voice trembling as she collapsed helplessly to the ground. "Stop your pitiful act, Zhao Yin." Lin Yuchen coldly glanced over at her after finishing his call, already envisioning a future without her. "You toyed with my emotions and even tricked me into undergoing surgery. Now I am merely mirroring your actions. No more tears and wailing to ruin the mood." Upon hearing this, the crowd gasped collectively, then began to murmur, with some believing Lin Yuchen was heartless, while others felt Zhao Yin had brought this upon herself. "Su Ming, I previously underestimated you, but it seems you might have some usefulness after all." Lin Yuchen spoke with a hint of disdain and calculation. With a scoff, Lin Yuchen addressed Zhao Yin. "If your death could bring me such significant benefits, then it would at least render your demise worthwhile." He then turned his gaze upon Su Ming, wearing a condescending smile. Lin Yuchen remained unfazed, as if Su Ming's words held no sway over him. "Let you indulge in your bravado for a moment longer. Soon enough, you will find yourself with no opportunity to speak," that he said dismissively, then turned his attention to Han Linlin behind him, sporting a self-satisfied grin. "Han Linlin, though your association with Su Ming irks me. Once he is out of the way, if you are willing to mend your ways, I would still consider having you by my side." Lin Yuchen extended an olive branch to Han Linlin. Lin Yuchen's demeanor darkened, but upon seeing Han Linlin's beautiful visage, his anger dissipated instantly. Women always require time to understand their place. Once I deal with Su Ming, I can take the time to properly educate you. He feigned generosity. Han Linlin felt a wave of nausea. Despite her refined upbringing, she could not help but mutter a curse under her breath. Suddenly, the crowd parted as a group of burly men swiftly approached Lin Yuchen. "Young master, who dares to lay a hand on you?" I demanded vehemently. "These are the bodyguards I specifically brought," Lin Yuchen explained to a startled Zhao Zhong. "Ever since witnessing Su Ming incapacitate Zhao Chengyan, I have remained vigilant to ensure my protection." Seeing the well-trained bodyguards, Zhao Zhong felt a surge of relief, as if his worries had significantly diminished. Lin Yuchen impatiently ordered his men, "You all, go deal with that brat." He was eager to spend time with the enchanting Han Linlin and hasten the acquisition of half of the Zhao family's shares, thus disregarding Zhao Zhong's words. "Yes, sir." A group of brawny men stirred into action at Lin Yuchen's pointed direction, casting their gazes towards Su Ming, poised to execute commands. "Hey, quite tall. I wonder if his punches pack a punch," one remarked, as Su Ming effortlessly flexed his wrists, displaying no hint of trepidation before these towering figures, each surpassing 6 feet 2 inches. Rather, he exuded eagerness. "Humph, a mere underling dares to be brazen before us," the leader of the muscular men coldly declared, perceiving Su Ming's audacity as an invitation to self-destruction. His voice rising in warning that, "Oh, so you can speak classical Chinese? Let's see, when you're left battered and bruised, will it be ink or blood that spills?" The surrounding crowd began to murmur softly. Though Su Ming possesses some skill, he is woefully unaware of his limitations. Just look at the formidable demeanor of the Lin family's bodyguards. This time he may find himself in grave peril. Yet, despite this, they mused, even if he were to perish, it would be a worthy end. For an ordinary individual to hold at bay a noble heir and over 20 security personnel is no small feat if it weren't for the Lin family's bodyguards being here. I would gladly offer a hefty sum to hire him as my personal protector. Just look at him. Handsome and skilled, he would surely bring prestige. Have you lost your mind? Can't you see the conflict he has with the Zhao and Lin families? Hiring him would be tantamount to declaring war on both clans. And what of it? While the Zhao and Lin families wield considerable influence, they are not omnipotent. Various comments echoed through the crowd. Seemingly oblivious to the imminent danger Su Ming faced to them, aside from their own interests. Everything else was trivial, mere occurrences beyond their sphere of concern. The leader of the muscular men had anticipated Su Ming would cower and plead for mercy upon seeing them. Yet he was taken aback by the latter's fearless demeanor and audacious mockery, which struck a profound blow to his pride. Seeking death, the bodyguards of the Lin family, brimming with arrogance, could hardly endure being publicly humiliated by an unknown figure and immediately readied themselves to strike. "Stop!" Just as the crowd braced for a confrontation, a clear, melodious female voice rang out from the entrance of the banquet, halting the impending clash. Heads turned to see Liu Ronghua, her face etched with concern, drawing everyone's attention with her exclamation, "What are you all doing?" Immediately following, an elderly voice resonated from the throng. Though frail, it carried an imposing authority that sent shivers down spines. The speaker was the host of the banquet, Old Master Liu, flanked by prominent members of the Liu family, including the family patriarch Liu Qingjun, the eldest son Liu Haojuan, and other influential figures in Qingchun. Old Master Liu has arrived, someone whispered, tension rippling through the crowd. Whispers circulated, apprehensive that this would entangle the Zhao and Lin families, as well as the young man Su Ming, in a dire predicament. A T.O. brawl at such a fine banquet is utterly senseless. Some remarked, while others speculated that the Zhao and Lin families might receive mild reprimands. But Su Ming, as an ordinary man, would likely face harsher consequences. The arrival of the Liu family instantly elevated the atmosphere, with all eyes eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama. Reactions among the Zhao and Lin clans varied. Zhao Zhong's complexion paled before he feigned anger. Zhao Yin, upon spotting the Liu family members she wished to befriend, hastily straightened her attire. I, Liu, have recovered my health and invited you all to celebrate. Yet you dare to engage in violence at my banquet? What sort of behavior is this for guests? Old Master Liu, clad in a suit and wielding a twisted dragon cane, strode purposefully into the center of the gathering. Old Master Liu, it's not as it seems. We hold you in great respect, but this Su Ming is utterly shameless, insulting our Zhao family and even harming my grandson. Zhao Zhong, faced with Old Master Liu's inquiry, appeared thoroughly intimidated, attempting to portray himself as the victim to avoid offending the powerful family head. Losing a loved one is indeed painful, yet cannot justify violence, particularly at my banquet. Old Master Liu's gaze fell upon Su Ming, who remained unharmed, offering him a measure of relief. However, upon hearing Zhao Zhong mention murder, his fury ignited. The Liu family, already apprehensive about offending Su Ming due to prior events, found Zhao's attempt to turn the tide against him perilously foolish. Old Master Liu, this matter has nothing to do with our Zhao family. Su Ming disdained the Liu family, killing my brother at your banquet, and he entered uninvited. Zhao Zhong persisted in his defense, eager to shift all blame onto Su Ming, even claiming he harbored resentment for being spurned by Miss Liu, intentionally causing chaos at the gathering. Listening intently, Old Master Liu furrowed his brow, acutely aware that deeper truths lay beneath the surface, complexities far beyond what was apparent. Zhao Yin, still miffed by her grandfather's cold demeanor, understood that the family's fate was intricately tied to personal honor. If she failed to clarify matters with Old Master Liu now, his wrath would inevitably extend to her as a member of the Zhao family. Yet, deep within, she secretly wished to see Su Ming punished. Old Master Liu, I can attest that Su Ming killed a young master of the Zhao family at the banquet and injured over 20 security personnel. This is an overt provocation against the Liu family, and I implore you to punish him severely. Lin Yuchen, standing nearby, incited the situation, hoping to incite the Liu family to take action against Su Ming, as he himself lacked the capability. Old Master Liu, we all know you invited us to the banquet with intentions of collaboration. However, Su Ming harbors deep-seated grievances against my family. If you can assist me in resolving this trouble, the Zhao family is willing to offer 30% of the profits to the Liu family as a gesture of sincerity. Zhao Zhong gritted his teeth as he uttered this, determination coursing through him. He was aware that such a profit-sharing arrangement was already the upper limit in typical collaborations. The surrounding guests, upon hearing Zhao Zhong's proposition, were stirred, convinced that the Liu family would surely accept such an offer. For a profit share of this magnitude is a tantalizing temptation for any family. However, Old Master Liu merely scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Zhao Zhong. You believe my Liu family would cooperate based on your paltry 30% profit? You overestimate your worth. Old Master Liu, what do you mean by that? Zhao Zhong's countenance darkened, confusion etching his features in response to Old Master Liu's reaction. You Zhao family think you can sway me with a mere 30% profit. How naive! Old Master Liu's frigid words left Zhao Zhong momentarily speechless. Clearly, Old Master Liu's stance indicated that monetary gain was not his sole consideration. There were likely far more significant principles or factors at play. Old Master Liu's expression darkened like the sky before a tempest, his chilling gaze fixed on Zhao Zhong as he spoke in a low, stern voice that, "Oh, so you think it insufficient? Fear not, if you help me eliminate this nuisance. I shall grant you 50% profit in future collaborations." Zhao Zhong's face instantly brightened with a semblance of relief, as if everything lay within his grasp. He raised the stakes, calculating. Although conceding half of the profits was not favorable for the Zhao family, allying with the Liu family was an opportunity that could not be purchased at any price. Aha! Yet Old Master Liu suddenly erupted into laughter. Ridiculous! You dare to mention 50% profit. Let me tell you today, not to mention that trifling 50%, even if your Zhao family and the Lin family were to offer all their assets, they would still pale in comparison to a mere finger from Su Ming. Those present assumed Old Master Liu would be ecstatic over such conditions, for that level of profit sharing could secure a family's comfort for generations. However, the ensuing words left everyone dumbfounded, their astonishment palpable. What does Old Master Liu mean by this? Am I hearing incorrectly? Why does it seem like he regards Su Ming as exceptionally significant? Whispers erupted among the crowd, confusion and shock swirling around them regarding old Master Lu's remarks. Zhao Zhong stood frozen, feeling as though he had been soundly slapped, a tumult of indescribable emotions roiling within him, yet he was unwilling to confront this unsettling truth. Old Master Lu, what do you mean by this? Zhao Zhong's expression stiffened, an impulse to argue rising within him, yet he hesitated to confront the undeniable reality before him. What do I mean? Precisely what I say. Old Master Lu's voice sliced through the air like an icy blade. Today at my banquet, your Zhao family and the Lin family dared to act against my future grandson-in-law. Are you openly declaring war on the Lu family? His gaze was electrifying, exuding a chilling authority that sent shivers through everyone present. A collective gasp echoed as all struggled to comprehend the implications of the revelation. Su Ming was to be the future son-in-law of the Lu family. Old Master Lu's regard for Su Ming was unmistakably clear. A truth even the most oblivious could not fail to discern as Lu's future son-in-law. Su Ming was evidently no ordinary individual, in the eyes of a man of such stature as old Master Lu. Su Ming's position was undoubtedly significant. Even this slight fact was sufficient to allow Su Ming to hold his head high within Qingcheng. Lu? Old Master Lu, what did you say? Zhao Zhong's heart raced like a drum, the turmoil and heaviness in his chest nearly consuming him. Old Master Lu must be jesting. How could this possibly be true? Zhao Zhong muttered in disbelief, as if attempting to convince himself that this was merely a misunderstanding by persistently denying it. A poor wretch like Su Ming. I had no desire for him when he begged at my feet, let alone the esteemed eldest daughter of the Lu family, taking an interest in him. Old Master Lu had always harbored grievances against the Zhao family, and now, witnessing Zhao Yin mention this matter before him, his discontent grew ever stronger. How dare she mock someone he valued in his presence? Was this not a blatant slap to his face? The Zhao family truly was laughable, discarding a potential gem like Su Ming while daring to bring him up before me. Old Master Lu's voice was laced with unmistakable fury. Old Master Lu, there must be some misunderstanding. Zhao Zhong exclaimed in terror, utterly unwilling to accept the words he had just heard, and even less willing to acknowledge that the Su Ming he had once looked down upon had garnered the approval of old Master Lu. He firmly believed Su Ming to be worthless, partly due to his ignorance of the young man's background, and also because he had seen Su Ming dressed so simply, even questioning whether he was spying on his family's enterprises. Of course, Zhao Zhong also shunned the reality that his family's foundation now relied on external funds for survival. He was reluctant to part with such assets. Indeed, Miss Lu, Su Ming possesses nothing, and he even uses your money to support a mistress. The woman beside him must surely be maintained with your funds, correct? You cannot stake your future on such a person. Zhao Yin could not fathom why Liu Ronghua would choose a man she herself had rejected. She was loath to admit her inner displeasure, even more so terrified that Su Ming indeed possessed some extraordinary quality that she had overlooked. Zhao Zhong, you are truly absurd. You think our Liu family extended an invitation to you out of a desire for cooperation? Preposterous. With your family's capabilities, do you even believe you are worthy of my attention? Old Master Lu coldly retorted, I invite you merely to make you realize what you have lost, by the way. I must also thank you. Had it not been for your Zhao family's broken engagement, my granddaughter would not have encountered such a fortunate relationship. Had it not been for Su Ming's timely intervention, the ailments that plagued me for 5 years would have long since claimed my life. Old Master Lu gazed at Zhao Zhong as one would at a comical jester, his demeanor unmistakably that of a victor. The crowd erupted in a fervor upon hearing Old Master Lu's words. All eyes converging on Su Ming. So, the legendary mysterious healer was none other than him. No wonder Su Ming had been so audacious at the banquet, even daring to resort to violence. It turned out he possessed such a formidable background and capability. Someone whispered, their eyes shimmering with astonishment. Clearly, the Liu family valued Su Ming for good reason, not only recognizing his talent, but also willing to intertwine their family's future with his. There were murmurs of admiration, as it seemed people began to grasp the depth of the Liu family's decision. And this is merely the beginning. Consider this. Su Ming is only in his 20s, yet has achieved such greatness. What might he become in the future? This indeed represented a sagacious investment. A wave of admiration surged through the crowd. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhong's complexion shifted dramatically, shaking his head in disbelief that, no, this cannot be. Su Ming was merely 7 or 8 years old when he became Ouyang Zheng's disciple. It has only been 15 years since, and his master was already advanced in years, having suffered injuries while saving me. How could he possibly have mastered such profound medical skills? Su Ming's gaze turned frigid, laced with indignation. Zhao Zhong, you are utterly unforgivable. My master's life should have endured longer, yet you drained it away. How dare you argue here? With that, Su Ming moved with lightning speed, appearing before Zhao Zhong, gazing down upon him as if he were a judge emerging from the depths of hell. That was Ouyang Zheng's own choice to save. It has nothing to do with me. Zhao Zhong attempted to defend himself, but his voice trembled, clearly intimidated by Su Ming's imposing presence. Ouyang Zheng, an elderly man in the crowd, echoed in astonishment. Realizing that he was indeed Ouyang Zheng's disciple, no wonder he possessed such extraordinary abilities. Old Master Chun, do you know Ouyang Zheng? Who exactly is he, and why have we never heard of him? Someone inquired with curiosity. Ouyang Zheng was a legendary figure decades ago, possessing unparalleled medical skills and having saved countless lives. However, he operated discreetly, rarely appearing in public, which is why many are unaware of his name. It seems that his successor, Su Ming, has already surpassed him, the elder explained, his face brimming with reverence that a middle-aged man nearby, filled with curiosity, could not help but ask, how could someone of his caliber possibly have such a young disciple? Old Master Chun was introducing Su Ming's master, but suddenly paused, his gaze fixed on Su Ming, lost in thought, evidently perplexed. That does not align. My master was already 180 years old when he departed. This statement struck like lightning, leaving those around him in shock. 180 years. This figure surpassed ordinary comprehension. Now that I think about it, when my grandfather mentioned Ouyang Zheng's retreat, he was already over 100 years old. Everyone assumed he had passed away, yet he chose to vanish from the world and even took on a disciple. Young master, if you have inherited even a third of Ouyang Zheng's medical skills, it would suffice to ensure your comfort and allow you to navigate this world without hindrance. Just how much have you learned? Chapter 43. Unable to resist provocation, Old Master Chun appeared exceedingly agitated, reflecting the profound impact Ouyang Zheng had made during his time. Then does that mean? Divine Healer Su, please accept my bow. Old Master Chin's eyes widened in shock, and in his excitement, he directly knelt. Old Master Chun, please rise. I have done nothing to warrant such reverence. I cannot accept this bow. I will visit you personally another day and hope to learn more about my esteemed master. Su Ming quickly stepped forward to assist Old Master Chun his feet, his demeanor exceedingly respectful, evidently seeking to forge a connection, for it was clear that the elder possessed extensive knowledge about his master. It is my honor, and I shall certainly host a banquet for Mr. Su in the future, Old Master Chun replied, his excitement palpable, repeatedly affirming that he understood better than anyone what Ouyang Zheng represented and what potential Su Ming embodied. Regret filled his heart for not recognizing Su Ming's identity sooner. Otherwise, how could he have allowed the Liu family to seize the initiative? The crowd collectively marveled. Who could have predicted that the Chun family, the second most prestigious family in Qingzhou City, would show such profound respect toward Su Ming? This naturally led to speculation about the power hidden behind Su Ming. Mr. Su, I'm the head of the Feng family. May I have the honor of inviting you to my home as a guest? Mr. Su, the leaders of these families, all astute individuals, immediately recognized Su Ming's significance and eagerly presented their business cards, hoping to establish connections with him. This is impossible. How could Su Ming possess such status? He is but an unknown individual, a person of no consequence. Zhao Yin witnessed it all, struggling to believe she had once overlooked such an extraordinary figure. Zhao Zhong observed the unfolding events, his fury and resentment finally breaking through his physical defenses. A mouthful of blood spewing forth as he collapsed to the ground, his eyes wide, body convulsing as if enduring immense suffering. Zhao Zhong, I warned you. To betray your promise and insult my master will bring retribution. Su Ming approached Zhao Zhong, towering over him as he calmly stated, "Grandfather." Zhao Yin cried out in desperation, her last psychological defenses crumbling entirely as she cried out to Su Ming, "Su Ming, you cannot be serious. My grandfather would never do this. I beg you, save him." Zhao Yin, I do not blame you for breaking the engagement, but your Zhao family ought not to forget my master's kindness after receiving aid. To dare insult him. This is the retribution you deserve. That Su Ming regarded the tear-streaked Zhao Yin with neither pity nor warmth, only indifference. Su Ming, I had no idea you had inherited all of your master's medical skills. Had I known sooner, I would have allowed Zhao Yin to marry you. That I beg you. Save me. Save me. Lying on the ground, Zhao Zhong thrashed in agony, realizing death was imminent, desperately clutching Su Ming's pant leg in supplication. Indeed, Su Ming, I implore you to save my grandfather. If you succeed, I will marry you, cancel my engagement with the Lin family, and devote myself to you wholeheartedly. Zhao Yin too crawled to Su Ming's feet. Her eyes filled with pleading, partly driven by concern for her grandfather's safety, yet also spurred by the realization of Su Ming's current status, her vanity compelling her to propose a marriage. Su Ming chuckled softly. You Zhao family truly are shameless. Must I, having not acquired the medical skills of my esteemed master, simply allow you to trample upon me? The words of Su Ming exuded profound disappointment and disdain. Faced with the pleas of the Zhao family, he chose to refuse, for their past actions had unequivocally demonstrated their unworthiness of trust. Su Ming cast a scornful gaze upon Zhao Zhong, who was shrouded in fear, and questioned with a hint of incredulity, "Have you forgotten the life-saving grace of our master?" At this moment, Zhao Yin, witnessing the exchange, hastily interjected, "Su Ming, I have acted solely according to my grandfather's wishes. My heart yearns to be with you, but it is my grandfather who has coerced me. How could I dare to resist?" Despite Zhao Yin's apparent foolishness, she understood that a future with Su Ming would far surpass any wealth the Zhao family could offer. Thus, she desperately sought to evade responsibility, feigning innocence in her pleas for mercy. "Begone! You, faithless wretch, are utterly repugnant." Su Ming kicked Zhao Yin aside, his eyes filled with contempt. He turned to Zhao Zhong, his tone resolute. "I shall not save you. To do so would be a betrayal of our master's spirit. You have betrayed him, and today I shall take my revenge. From this moment forth, the fate of the Zhao family shall depend solely upon your own fortunes." Su Ming coldly regarded Zhao Zhong's expression of regret and Zhao Yin's tears, then strode toward Liu Ronghua, taking her hand as he prepared to depart. "Liu Ronghua, no matter how admirable Su Ming may be, he does not love you. Were it not for the presence of women more alluring than you, your Liu family would not be so jubilant. One day, he shall tire of you, and your fate will not be any better than mine." Zhao Yin's jealousy surged as she watched their retreating figures, provoking her to speak out. "I shall never suffer such a fate as yours. The decline of the Zhao family is entirely self-inflicted, and your actions are deserving of scorn." Liu Ronghua was not to be trifled with. Faced with Zhao Yin's malice, she delivered a resounding slap and bluntly commented on the Zhao family's current plight. "Someone, remove all members of the Zhao family. Those unable to walk shall be carried out. I wish to see no more of this ill fortune." Liu Ronghua strode forward, tightly grasping Su Ming's hand, issuing commands as she walked. "Furthermore, I hereby warn all families, should anyone dare to collaborate or associate with the Zhao family in the future, they shall be considered my adversary. Mr. Lin, please leave this place." The security personnel of the Liu family politely addressed Lin Yuchen. Although he was Zhao Yin's former fiancé, as the young master of the Lin family in Qingzhou City, he was afforded due respect. "Why must I leave? I have severed all ties with the Zhao family. My engagement to Zhao Yin has been annulled." Lin Yuchen quickly distanced himself from the Zhao family, recognizing that they held no value for him now, and he did not wish to lose more because of them. The security guards exchanged uncertain glances. Let him, in a gentle voice, emerge from behind them, laced with a barely perceptible smile. Chapter 44. Unveiling the mystery, Lu Ziyu offered a slight smile. his eyes reflecting understanding and tolerance. Since Lin Yuchen has dissolved his engagement with the Zhao family, and as a distinguished guest of Qingzhou City, he should certainly be permitted to attend the banquet. He nodded to Lin Yuchen, and the security guards promptly cleared a path. Thank you, young Master Liu. Lin Yuchen nodded appreciatively, gratitude evident in his demeanor. You are most welcome, young Master Lin. Please come in. Lu Ziyu maintained his customary elegance until Lin Yuchen entered the venue, at which point his smile took on an elusive quality. The banquet hall buzzed with excitement. Han Lin, you see, Su Ming's gaze is not on you at all. Why not consider me instead? I can assure you that in the future, my eyes and heart will be solely for you. Lin Yuchen, holding a glass of red wine, attempted to charm Han Lin, who remained fixated on the figures of Su Ming and Liu Ronghua from a distance. Oh, really? Han Lin toyed with her empty wine glass, a faint smile gracing her lips. But my heart belongs only to Su Ming. That is of no consequence, as long as you choose to remain by my side. I believe time will help you forget him, and ultimately, you will come to love me. Lin Yuchen's gaze grew increasingly fervent, as though he could already envision hope. What if I can never forget? Han Lin tilted her head, a playful glint in her smile, seemingly testing his resolve. Fear not, I shall employ every means to ensure your happiness, until you no longer think of him, provided you grant me this chance. Lin Yuchen attempted to gently grasp Han Lin's hand, but she deftly evaded him. Despite her blatant refusal, he remained ardently determined to try harder. Just you. Han Lin cast a scornful glance at him. Do you think you are worthy? With a derisive retort, Han Lin rose and departed, leaving Lin Yuchen with the fading silhouette of her retreat. His smile froze upon his face, and within his heart, he silently vowed, one day, Han Lin shall be mine, and when that time comes, she will pay for each insult she has inflicted today. What a captivating woman. Even I find myself enchanted. A teasing voice emerged from behind him. Being enchanted is one thing. Maintaining control is another. The woman I choose shall be untouchable. Lin Yuchen, seething with anger from the rejection, turned to issue a warning. It is young Master Liu. I was unaware it was you. Upon recognizing Lu Ziyu, the individual who had just assisted him in entering, Lin Yuchen immediately retracted his previous arrogance and addressed him respectfully that it is of no consequence. Safeguarding one's dreams and beloved is the duty of us noble scions. Lu Ziyu appeared unfazed by Lin Yuchen's earlier rudeness, displaying remarkable tolerance, even offering a glass of red wine as he seated himself beside Lin Yuchen. Cheers. The two clinked their glasses gently, smiles gracing their faces. Young Master Liu, if you have something to say, please do so directly. There is no need for circumspection. Lin Yuchen was no fool. He recognized that Lu Ziyu would not lend his assistance without reason or ulterior motive. Young Master Lin is indeed no ordinary individual. Lu Ziyu's lips curled into a subtle smile, an air of unshakable confidence enveloping him, as though he had foreseen all that was to come. Let us speak plainly. I am here today to discuss a collaboration. Lu Ziyu gently set his wine glass upon the table, intertwining his fingers, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Yuchen, his tone shifting to one of solemn sincerity. Collaboration? Lin Yuchen echoed, curiosity piquing within him. What kind of collaboration? He questioned, aware that while Lu Ziyu held a revered position in the Liu family, he was not the chosen successor, nor did he possess substantial power. What exactly do you mean by collaboration? A faint smile danced upon Lin Yuchen's lips as he directly addressed Lu Ziyu's circumstances, his words tinged with challenge. Do you believe I am unworthy? Lu Ziyu's countenance darkened immediately. He had long harbored resentment for not inheriting the family business, and now, being so bluntly questioned by the young master of a lesser family in Qingzhou City, anger surged within him. Of course not. Since you have proposed collaboration, I naturally wish to understand specifics. Lin Yuchen swiftly adjusted his demeanor, aiming to diffuse the tension and avert an escalation of the situation. Lu Ziyu snorted derisively before continuing. Although my influence within the Liu family is limited, it does not imply that I lack power. I am aware that the Lin family is currently facing certain business dilemmas and urgently requires a formidable partner. I can provide you with this opportunity. Upon hearing this, A spark ignited in Lin Yuchen's eyes, his interest piqued by Lu Ziyu's mention of collaboration, a larger family. He set down his wine glass, curiosity evident in his tone. Indeed, young Master Lin, collaboration must be mutually beneficial. I've already sourced the resources you require. Now, what is it that I seek? Lu Ziyu swirled his wine glass, a glimmer of shrewdness flickering in his eyes, as though he had already formulated a plan. Lin Yuchen regarded Lu Ziyu with a hint of wariness. He spoke directly. Since we have reached this point, let us dispense with the pretense. What is it that you desire from me? Without hesitation, Lu Ziyu's gaze sharpened like an eagle's, the wine glass slamming heavily onto the table. That I wish to become the heir of the Lu family. And I want Su Ming dead. His voice was cold and resolute. Su Ming. Lin Yuchen repeated the name, a heaviness settling in his heart. You need not speak. I too wish to take Su Ming's life. But regarding the position of Lu family heir, as you know, though I am the heir of the Lin family, our standing pales in comparison to that of your Lu family. How can I assist you in achieving this aspiration? Upon hearing Lin Yuchen's words, a confident gleam shone in Lu Ziyu's eyes. You can indeed accomplish this. Your status as the heir of the Lin family is already sufficient. Chapter 45. One of the most powerful families, he was particularly concerned that Lu Ziyu's intentions might be directed towards Han Linlin, the woman who had captivated his heart and mind. His obsession with Han Linlin had reached an uncompromising level, to the extent that he had internally resolved that if Lu Ziyu harbored feelings for her as well, then collaboration would be out of the question. Lin Xiao, rest assured, my only desire is for Su Ming to perish. Lu Ziyu, having perceived Lin Yuchen's anxieties, promptly clarified his stance. That I reiterate, Su Ming poses nothing but harm to you. You must provide me with a reasonable justification. Lin Yuchen, in a bid to protect the woman he cherished, stood his ground resolutely. Despite the enticing conditions Lu Ziyu proposed, his determination regarding Han Linlin remained unshaken. While interests and power were undeniably alluring, for Lin Yuchen, they paled in comparison to what Han Linlin represented, a uniquely enchanting existence he had never encountered before. Her rejections and aloofness only served to intensify his interest, further solidifying his resolve to win her over. Since we have decided to collaborate, I shall speak plainly. Lu Ziyu inhaled deeply, breaking the silence that had enveloped the room. Indeed, Su Ming is my grandfather's savior. Yet now that he has recovered, my grandfather's gratitude has lost its practical significance. What I find most unbearable is that Su Ming intends to marry my sister. This is utterly unacceptable in my eyes. Confronted with Lin Yuchen's unwavering gaze, Lu Ziyu understood the necessity of elucidating his position. Do you believe I am envious of Su Ming, or that he is unworthy of my sister? He continued. It is true that Su Ming holds a certain status in the medical field, yet that does not imply he is suited to become a member of the Lu family. What we require are unions that can augment our family's influence, not an outsider who may introduce uncertainty. Lin Yuchen furrowed his brow, contemplating Lu Ziyu's words. That he recognized that in this sphere, connections and lineage were nearly everything. So, what you mean is, Lin Yuchen inquired tentatively. Su Ming's existence represents a potential threat to me. Should he continue to flourish and cultivate alliances, once he becomes Liu Ronghua husband, he could pose a formidable challenge in the future. Therefore, I believe eliminating him now is the wisest course of action. A resolute glint shone in Lu Ziyu's eyes. This move would not only eradicate a hidden danger, but also strip Han Linlin of her support and dishearten Liu Ronghua, thus granting us an opportunity. As Lu Ziyu spoke, he took a delicate sip of red wine, as though savoring the taste of imminent victory. It must be acknowledged that Lu Xiao's plan was impeccably crafted. Lin Yuchen smiled faintly, his confidence in the collaboration bolstered. Are you willing to act alongside me? Lu Ziyu inquired with a smile, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. The younger brother of the Su family has had mobility issues since childhood. Might I ask if Su could provide him with treatment? Old Master Liu has recently suffered from poor appetite and paralysis. Confined to his bed, we are willing to pay for the consultation. May I inquire if Su could make a visit? Faced with these familial requests, Su Ming appeared somewhat overwhelmed. Although they recognized the uniqueness of Su Ming's status, most regarded him merely as a physician and thus sought his assistance. Today marks the celebration of my granddaughter's recovery alongside my grandson-in-law, Xiao Ming. It is a momentous occasion for the Liu family. Do you not realize that your incessant inquiries are disturbing their reunion? Old Master Liu chuckled, deftly alleviating the crowd's encroachment. Ah, old Liu, now that you are healed, you look more spirited than ever. Who would have guessed you had such a fine grandson-in-law hidden away? Can't we have Mr. So take a look at our ailments as well. Several of old Master Liu's close friends could not help but voice their complaints. Indeed, old Liu, you found such an excellent doctor, yet kept it from us all this time. Not only did you hide him away, but you also married your granddaughter to him. Now that we wish to consult him, are you so eager to whisk him away? Elder Chun beamed with excitement at the prospect of meeting Su Ming. In his mind, Elder Chun mused that had he known Ouyang Zheng had such a disciple descending from the mountains, he would have gone to great lengths to secure this talent, hoping his granddaughter could find such a match. Old Chun, spare me the pretense. Do you think I am unaware of your intentions? If you had met Xiao Ming first, you would have made your move long ago. Such a fine grandson-in-law, I intend to keep him for myself. Old Master Liu replied, his expression one of pride as he deftly countered Elder Chen's teasing. The exchange between the two elders caused the others to refrain from further intrusion. Just as Su Ming and Liu Ronghua finally found a moment of tranquility at the banquet, a sudden commotion erupted at the entrance. The Qingsheng Law Enforcement Bureau has received reports and is in pursuit of illegal citizens. Who is Su Ming? Are those the law enforcement officers? Goodness, ISNT that way Zhichong. A subordinate of Chief Feng, it's rare for him to take matters into his own hands. Indeed, Su Ming has just killed the Zhao family's young master. Now the law enforcement officers are here to apprehend him. Surely not. The Liu family is one of the most powerful clans in Qingsheng. Even the Law Enforcement Bureau would hesitate to act against them. Nevertheless, Wei Zhichong has Chief Feng backing him, who is connected with the officials of Qingzhou City. No matter how powerful the Liu family is, it is difficult to influence Qingzhou City. The atmosphere at the banquet grew tense as discussions erupted among the guests. The crowd surged away from Su Ming, fearful of attracting any trouble. From their hushed whispers, it was evident that Su Ming's situation had become dire. Everyone, step aside. The Law Enforcement Bureau is executing a mission. Unrelated persons must vacate the area immediately. Wei Zhichong, flanked by several armed subordinates, wore a grim expression as he dispersed the surrounding crowd. Chapter 46. Greater Forces' unyielding demeanor left no room for dissent. Those who had intended to linger and watch the spectacle now turned away, intimidated by the firearm in Wei Zhichong's hand. Old Master Liu, we are acting in accordance with the law and have no ties to your Liu family unless you can provide evidence of the Liu family's involvement in any crime. Wei Zhichong stated coldly, his expression remaining as frosty as ice, even in the presence of Qingsheng's most influential family. Captain Wei, you jest. How could my Liu family be implicated in such matters? Old Master Liu attempted to defuse the tension, but he was interrupted mid-sentence that in that case, Old Master Liu need not worry further. We do not wish to cause you any inconvenience. Old Master Liu chuckled awkwardly, eager to continue his defense, but Wei Zhichong had effectively closed the discussion. Recognizing that the situation today was far from ordinary, he adopted a firmer tone. Captain Wei, surely there must be an explanation for this matter. Typically, disputes among families should be resolved internally, should they not? Su Ming is to be a part of my Liu family in the future. The Zhao family not only occupies his family's business, but has also sent people to hunt him down, even going so far as to insult him afterward. Old Master Liu, Su Ming is not yet a member of the Liu family. According to regulations, he still holds civilian status. Under current rules, civilians cannot inflict fatal harm upon nobles. Although Wei Zhichong's words seemed unreasonable, to some, they were entirely justifiable. It appeared that Captain Wei had been dispatched on a mission. It remained unclear whether it was directed at the Liu family or Su Ming himself. Old Master Liu astutely detected the flaw in Wei Zhichong's statement that in the past, when the Liu family encountered issues, the Law Enforcement Bureau would often turn a blind eye, easily settled with a sum of money. However, Wei Zhichong's uncompromising attitude clearly diverged from past experiences, prompting Old Master Liu to suspect deeper motivations at play. Frowning slightly, Old Master Liu understood that the matter was complex, yet for Su Ming's safety, he felt compelled to attempt negotiation. Upon hearing Old Master Liu's proposal, a flicker of uncertainty crossed Wei Zhiqiang's eyes, but he quickly regained his resolve. Old Master, I cannot make that decision. Orders from above mandate that Su Ming must be taken away today. Otherwise, I will be unable to fulfill my duties. Please do not make this difficult for me. What if I refuse? Old Master Liu's hand lightly rested on the table's edge, his eyes narrowing, his tone heavy. Then do not blame me for disregarding the Liu family's reputation. Wei Zhiqiang sneered, raising his firearm slightly. Grandfather, I will go. Su Ming's voice suddenly rang out, interrupting the impending conflict. Xiao Ming, both Old Master Liu and Liu Ronghua exclaimed in unison. The audacity of the law enforcement officers indicated they had clearly received directives from above. Further discussion would be futile. Su Ming stepped forward, calmly explaining that he had seen through the entire situation. Su Ming, you are aware that this path is fraught with peril. You must not go. Liu Ronghua urged anxiously, fully aware of the dangers involved, that I cannot avoid it. Su Ming sighed softly. Let us go. This is my personal responsibility and has nothing to do with the Liu family. Su Ming nodded at Wei Zhiqiang, voluntarily expressing his willingness to accompany him. Wei Zhiqiang regarded Su Ming with approval, remarking, Well done. You have courage, but unfortunately, you have provoked those you should not have. With that, he signaled his subordinates to surround Su Ming, preparing to escort him away. Old Master Liu furrowed his brow and asked, Wei Zhiqiang, who exactly are these people you cannot afford to offend? Who is truly orchestrating this behind the scenes? Halt. Just as Wei Zhiqiang was about to leave, Liu Ronghua cold voice halted his steps. Miss Liu, do you have something to say? Wei Zhiqiang turned, a hint of derision in his smile as he inquired. Su Ming has slain the young master of the Zhao family, and you must apprehend him. Yet prior to this, the Zhao family dispatched over 20 bodyguards with the intent to take his life. Shouldn't the Law Enforcement Bureau also hold the Zhao family accountable? Liu Ronghua fixed her gaze upon Wei Zhiqiang, challenging him with her inquiry. Miss Liu, are you jesting? Su Ming stands before us, unharmed. Why should we pursue members of the Zhao family? Wei Zhiqiang retorted. Moreover, the Zhao family wields considerable influence. They have provided us with substantial funding. Is the life of an ordinary individual truly of such significance? Thus, the Law Enforcement Bureau openly favors the Zhao family, looking down upon us Liu family. The elder Liu felt incredulous that he had intended to personally welcome Su Ming's return. Never anticipating such a statement, the Liu family's standing far exceeds that of the Zhao family, and the Bureau's actions evidently aim to intimidate the Liu family. Old Master Liu, you have misunderstood. The Zhao family is but a minor clan. The crux lies in your future grandson-in-law having provoked the wrong individuals. Wei Zhiqiang was reluctant to acknowledge that greater forces were orchestrating these events. For offending a prominent family like the Lius was not a prudent move. Who is the mastermind behind this? The elder Liu's expression darkened. He had his suspicions, but learning that someone was scheming against his grandson-in-law incited a fury within him. This that I cannot disclose. Wei Zhiqiang shook his head, unwilling to divulge further information. Old Master Liu, I must take him away, that if there has been any offense, I beg your pardon. With that, he swiftly escorted Su Ming away from the scene. Grandfather, what shall we do? Liu Ronghua asked anxiously, her eyes slightly reddened. She had witnessed the moment Su Ming was taken, and his resolute silhouette and indomitable gaze had profoundly moved her heart. The elder Liu furrowed his brow, his eyes revealing an unwavering determination. We must immediately ascertain who is orchestrating this plot, if necessary. Even at the cost of my own reputation, I will plead for leniency. I cannot allow Xiao Ming to suffer. Chapter 47. Taking action, but where to begin the investigation? How can we uncover the clues? Liu Ronghua felt a modicum of reassurance upon hearing her grandfather's words, yet unease still lingered. She was acutely aware of Wei Zhiqiang's contemptuous demeanor when he took Su Ming, fearing they might deliberately create obstacles. Given that this matter involved the Zhao family, they would confront them directly for clarity, that I wish to see what kind of person dares to so brazenly disregard our Liu family from behind the Zhao family. The elder Liu struck his cane heavily against the ground. Very well, I shall proceed to the Zhao family at once. Without hesitation, Liu Ronghua turned and dashed away. Su Ming had evidently come to mean something extraordinary to her, even if she had yet to fully realize it. The Qingqing Law Enforcement Bureau. Han Linlin stood in a corner, watching with a cold gaze. Upon witnessing Su Ming's departure, her expression darkened considerably. How dare they lay hands on someone cherished by my Han family? She thought to herself, if it weren't for the fact that they were in Qingqing and her grandfather had warned her against revealing her identity to avoid trouble, she would have intervened long ago. My dear, where are you off to? Lin Yuqian drove up, rolling down his window to reveal a disingenuous smile, laced with malice. What business is it of yours? Han Linlin shot him a disdainful glance. Leaving no room for her contempt, of course it's relevant. I happen to be driving by, and you and that Su Ming have never ridden in such a luxurious vehicle, have you? This is the latest model of a supercar. Worth a fortune. Lin Yuqian appeared oblivious to Han Linlin's aversion, continuing to boast about his car, while also mocking Su Ming. Lin Yuqian, if you wish to meet a tragic end, do continue speaking. Han Linlin struggled to suppress her inner fury, deeply offended by Lin Yuqian's disparagement of Su Ming. Are you angry? Lin Yuqian taunted, seemingly unaware of the consequences his words could provoke. Han Linlin, have you truly developed feeling for that useless Su Ming? If it weren't for her recent preoccupation with cultivating her skills, battling the lingering cold energy within her, and fearing that harming Lin Yuqian would lead to complications, she would have acted long ago. Ah, your devotion is quite touching. Once Su Ming is gone, after a brief period of sorrow, you'll realize I'm the far superior choice. After all, a woman of the Lin family's young master should not fancy another. Lin Yuqian remained blissfully ignorant of Han Linlin's distaste, lost in his own fantasies. Han Linlin felt a mix of frustration and nausea. She shot Lin Yuqian a look of disgust before turning to leave. Yet Lin Yuqian clung on like an unyielding piece of gum, following her every step. Han Linlin, this is a residential area. Hailing a cab is inconvenient. You should ride with me. Otherwise, I may have to resort to force. Lin Yuqian continued his relentless pursuit, oblivious to the murderous intent now simmering in Han Linlin's gaze. Lin Yuqian, you are courting death. Han Linlin finally lost her patience, abruptly flinging open the unlocked car door and seizing Lin Yuqian by the neck. This sudden action startled Lin Yuqian, who, still reveling in the joy of Han Linlin entering the car, found himself under her control. Lin Yuqian quickly relinquished his grip on the steering wheel, and the vehicle halted abruptly. He attempted to pry Han Linlin's hands away, but found her grip astonishingly strong, rendering him incapable of escape. Cough. Han Linlin, what are you doing? Lin Yuqian never anticipated matters would escalate to this point. Struggling to utter his words, I intend to kill you, for I, Han Linlin, loathe being disturbed when I seek tranquility. Since you refuse to silence yourself, I shall assist you. Han Linlin's grip tightened, and Lin Yuqian found it increasingly difficult to breathe. His face turning crimson as his eyes threatened to bulge from their sockets. Su Ming. For the first time, facing the specter of death, Lin Yuqian's mind raced, and in his final moments, he recalled Su Ming. Laboriously uttering his name, Su Ming. What do you wish to convey? Han Linlin observed as Lin Yuqian desperately pounded against the car window, his eyes reflecting an urgent plea, as if he had something vital to share. Han Linlin initially had no intention of sparing Lin Yuqian. Her grip was lethal. However, upon hearing Su Ming's name, a flicker of hesitation coursed through her. Release dummy. Lin Yuqian exerted his final strength to squeeze out those words. Han Linlin's expression shifted to one of caution. She understood that once the matter involved Su Ming, the situation was no longer straightforward. Best behave yourself. Otherwise, I shall show you no mercy, Han Linlin warned. Her tone imbued with undeniable authority. Cough, cough. Lin Yuqian gasped, struggling to regain his breath. Speak. What did you mean by mentioning Su Ming earlier? Han Linlin's hand remained firmly on Lin Yuqian's neck, her seemingly delicate fingers now brimming with menace. Let me go, and I shall tell you. Lin Yuqian's voice trembled, yet he recognized that Su Ming's name was his leverage. You believe you still have a standing to negotiate with me? Han Linlin regarded him coldly. Akin to a predator poised to pounce, that I indeed possess that standing. For Su Ming holds great significance for you. Should you refuse to release me, We may both meet our demise, at the very least. You will forever remember this day and me. Though Lin Yuchen was terrified, he understood the power he wielded, recognizing Su Ming's importance to Han Linlin, that a glimmer of struggle flickered in Han Linlin's eyes. But she ultimately chose to relent. Gradually, she loosened her grip, yet remained in a state of vigilance. Should Lin Yuchen make any sudden moves, she would swiftly subdue him. This time, Su Ming cannot escape this calamity. Lin Yuchen glanced at his neck, a cold smile creeping across his lips, before stating in a tone that brooked no contradiction. What do you mean? Han Linlin's expression darkened further, pressing for clarification. Chapter 48. The chilling intent to kill Lin Yuchen's words landed like a heavy hammer, compelling Han Linlin to re-evaluate the situation before her. Lin Yuchen regarded Han Linlin with a slight smile, as if he held the upper hand. Han Linlin, you must provide me with a guarantee. How else would I dare to speak? What if I divulge information and you silence me? Han Linlin's eyes turned icy in an instant, tightening her grip further, her voice low and dangerous. Do you think I would refrain from acting now? I know you won't. Though Lin Yuchen felt a chill run down his spine, he persevered. Su Ming is too important to you, that if I perish, you'll be unable to uncover any leads regarding his capture. This would not be the wisest choice for you, would it? Han Linlin arched an eyebrow, a knowing smile gracing her features, yet veiled within it was a barely perceptible aura of menace. Is that so? She inquired softly. How can you be sure that, after killing you, I won't find another way to rescue Su Ming? Lin Yuchen's heart raced as he sensed Han Linlin reverting to her charming demeanor. Yet he remained vigilant, acutely aware of her words. What do you mean? He asked cautiously. Why not find out? Han Linlin retorted, applying a bit more pressure with her hand, as if testing Lin Yuchen's resolve, to see if she would truly take action if he remained silent. As the leader of the Dark Knight organization, Han Linlin might show restraint in the unfamiliar Qingsheng, but on her own turf, a mere character like Lin Yuchen was utterly powerless against her. No. Please no. Lin Yuchen sensed the chilling breath of death closing in and dared not feign toughness any longer, hastily pleading, I'll talk. Just remove your hand. Speak quickly. My patience is limited. Han Linlin admonished in a low voice, laced with an undeniable authority. Otherwise, you will regret it was Liu Ziyu who orchestrated it. Lin Yuchen hurriedly disclosed. He collaborated with a certain family, exchanging benefits for their support, pressuring the enforcement hall to capture Su Ming. Liu Ziyu, a cold, murderous intent flickered in Han Linlin's name. The Liu family, upon hearing Lin Yuchen's words, her expression darkened immediately. This name was unfamiliar to her, prompting a low murmur. Yes, he is the eldest son of the Liu family. Now that you know everything you wanted, can you let me go? Lin Yuchen lamented inwardly, regretting ever speaking to Han Linlin, which had ironically ensnared him in this predicament. Let you go. Han Linlin scoffed. Do you remember the murderous intent you harbored toward Su Ming? Do you think I would easily let you off? Han Linlin narrowed her eyes, contemplating for a moment. Upon hearing Lin Yuchen's words, she unconsciously tightened her grip, her voice tinged with a dangerous sweetness. Suddenly, a calm voice emerged from behind. If you dare to harm him, I will immediately notify the enforcement hall to deal with your Su Ming. Han Linlin turned to see a tall, handsome man standing there, a mischievous smile peeking from behind his frameless glasses. Who are you? Han Linlin released her grip, warily regarding this newcomer. I am the one who sent your pretty boy to the enforcement hall. Liu Ziyu nonchalantly pulled out a pack of cigarettes, igniting one and exhaling a puff of smoke, savoring the flavor while observing Han Linlin with keen interest. It's you. Han Linlin recognized him and promptly released Lin Yuchen. Cough, cough. Lin Yuchen choked a few times, his face turning ashen as he angrily exclaimed, Han Linlin, you are truly a heartless beauty. I have been sincere towards you, yet you repeatedly seek my life because of that useless Su Ming. Showing no regard for even a shred of sentiment, you call Su Ming useless, yet I have chosen him over you. What does that make you? Han Linlin retorted with a light laugh, finding Lin Yuchen's grievances utterly ridiculous. You, shut up. Liu Ziyu interrupted Lin Yuchen impatiently from outside the vehicle, who, though unwilling, could only comply and fall silent. Han Linlin, is it? Lu Ziyu turned his attention back to her, casting a glance at the silent Lin Yuchen. He satisfactorily shifted his gaze to Han Linlin, appraising her with a hint of admiration. Oh, and what about you? How do you feel about me? Faced with the mastermind behind Su Ming's predicament, Han Linlin suddenly found herself less eager to uncover the truth or rescue Su Ming immediately. She realized that since Lu Ziyu dared to appear so brazenly and speak, he likely would not take action against Su Ming in the short term. Moreover, Lu Ziyu's calm demeanor and scrutinizing gaze suggested that perhaps she could find an opportunity through him. It seems that Lin Xiao is indeed so enchanted by you that he has lost his way. Your charm is certainly not to be underestimated, Lu Ziyu remarked, exhaling a ring of smoke as his gaze pierced through the haze, landing on Han Linlin, who had just stepped out of the car. Lu Xiao, you promised me, inside the vehicle, Lin Yuchen's voice rang out, filled with urgency and unease. Lin Yuchen stammered, unable to counter, his eyes brimming with resentment. Clearly, he was terrified that Lu Ziyu would steal his woman. After all, Lu Ziyu not only held a higher status than him, but also surpassed him in looks, causing him immense worry. Not fret. Hurry and do as I instructed. Once the matter is settled, your woman will still be yours, Lu Ziyu assured with a light chuckle, promising the anxious Lin Yuchen. His ambition lay in becoming the chairman of the Lu Company. As for women, they were merely an additional prize. All right, I hope Lu Xiao will remember his promise. Han Linlin, just wait. One day, I will take my revenge, and you will be mine. Lin Yuchen gritted his teeth, filled with helplessness but knowing he had no choice but to acquiesce. In the end, he left behind a threat directed at Han Linlin, then pressed the accelerator and drove away, brimming with resentment. Once Lin Yuchen departed, only Lu Ziyu and Han Linlin remained at the scene. At that moment, an isolated space was created, leading one to wonder what actions Lu Ziyu might take next. Han Linlin cast a gentle glance, her eyes sparkling, as her fair fingers lightly rested on Lu Ziyu's shoulder. Her voice low and husky as she inquired, Chapter 49. Unable to bear the consequences, just a single phrase, an unintentional touch, rendered him utterly defenseless, igniting a flame of desire in his gaze. Really? Han Linlin's lips curled into a slight smile, her beauty and allure intensifying as her body unconsciously leaned in closer. But didn't you promise Lin Yuchen you wouldn't do this? Lin Yuchen? He is but the young master of a small family, the Qingzhou clan. Why should I seek his consent for what I wish to do? Lu Ziyu, entranced by Han Linlin's allure, found it nearly impossible to think straight. Extinguishing the cigarette in his hand and preparing to take further action. Lu Xiao, you should be grateful you are Liu Ruoxi's brother. Otherwise, you might not be alive right now. Han Linlin swiftly sensed his intentions. Pushing him away with lightning speed, as Lu Ziyu stood astonished, she whispered close to his ear, then elegantly departed. Han Linlin, what an intriguing woman! Lu Ziyu watched her retreating figure, his fingers grazing the shoulder she had just touched. Licking his lips, a chilling smile emerging beneath his glasses. Su Ming, you have yet another reason to die. Get in. Wei Zhicheng roughly shoved Su Ming into a cell within the enforcement hall, his face displaying disdainful anger. Taken aback, Su Ming stumbled slightly, his expression darkening. What are you looking at? You commoner, keep staring and I'll gouge out your eyes, Wei Zhicheng yelled at Su Ming. Suddenly, his phone rang. He shot a fierce glare at Su Ming before turning away to answer the call. Rest assured, Lu Xiao, I will take good care of him and ensure your satisfaction. Upon answering the call, Wei Zhicheng's demeanor shifted abruptly, turning exceedingly courteous. Even through the phone, one could sense the smile on his face. Yes, I will make sure he receives enough enjoyment before he dies. After hanging up, Wei Zhicheng turned to Su Ming, revealing a sinister smile. Bring me 2 stun batons. You two, hurry up. He beckoned to 2 guards standing outside the enforcement hall, issuing a loud command. The 2 guards immediately approached, eagerly handing over their stun batons, their faces plastered with ingratiating smiles, mirroring Wei Zhicheng's demeanor. 2 other burly guards swiftly approached, looking quite menacing. Captain, what are we using these stun batons for? Is there a special mission? One subordinate curiously inquired. What else could we do? Of course, it's to warm up our new guest today, Wei Zhicheng replied with a cold smile, lightly tapping the baton against his palm as he strode toward the cell holding Su Ming. "But Captain, the Ting Zhang hasn't he arrived yet? If we act against a person he specifically ordered us to capture, won't we get into trouble?" One subordinate asked worriedly, fearing repercussions. "Don't worry. Since the Ting Zhang agreed to the capture and Liu Xiao specifically called to ensure he is well taken care of, everything is under control," Wei Zhichong asserted confidently, as if feeling honored to serve the Liu family. Liu Xiao, the eldest son of the most powerful Liu family in Qingsheng. The subordinates exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with surprise. "Exactly. When have I ever been this courteous to anyone else? Only someone of Lu Zu's stature warrants my deference," Wei Zhichong declared proudly, his chest puffed out. "That's fantastic. Captain, if taking down an ordinary person can establish a connection with the Liu family, doesn't that mean our future is bright?" The subordinates exclaimed excitedly. "Of course, but the Liu family is just the beginning. There are even greater figures awaiting us," Wei Zhichong said, deliberately leaving them in suspense, fueling their curiosity further. Su Ming, overhearing this, furrowed his brow slightly. He knew Lu Ziyu might be targeting him for certain reasons. But he also understood that Lu Ziyu's status was insufficient to undermine the authority of Old Master Lu. Now, upon hearing Wei Zhichong's words, Su Ming sensed that a more formidable force might be orchestrating everything behind the scenes. Who exactly is masterminding all of this, and why target me? Who could this greater figure possibly be? One subordinate speculated curiously. Although Liu Xiao is from the Liu family, he is not the true power holder. Could it be that the order came directly from Old Master Liu? Another subordinate excitedly suggested, his tone filled with reverence at the mention of Old Master Liu. "Don't be ridiculous. That old man would never issue such orders." When I apprehended Su Ming, he was fiercely protective, even claiming that Su Ming was to be his future grandson-in-law. Wei Zhichong listened to his subordinate's report, casting an impatient glare at the individual, his tone dripping with disdain and dissatisfaction. Clearly, he still harbored resentment over the cold reception he received at the Su family, the future grandson-in-law. "Captain, did you not say that this person is merely an ordinary individual? Moreover, he is not a scion of any esteemed family. How could he possibly become a grandson-in-law of the Liu family? Captain, please do not jest. If Su Ming truly held such status, how would we dare to lay a finger on him? Should the Liu family pursue the matter afterward, we might find ourselves in grave trouble." Upon hearing this, the colleagues collectively gasped, casting fearful glances at their electric batons, relieved they had not yet had the chance to employ them. "You cowardly fools, unable to discern the basic circumstances, it's no wonder you will spend your lives in mediocrity. Consider, how long can the old man Liu last? Although Liu Ronghua is the chairwoman, she is still a woman destined to marry eventually. Would the collateral branches and elders of the Liu family willingly allow the family's power to fall into the hands of an outsider? The eldest son of the Liu family will inevitably assume control of the family affairs. Following his lead is the wisest course of action. Furthermore, Liu Xiao has already established a partnership with the Feng family in Qingzhou City. It is nearly a certainty that he will dominate the Liu family in the future." Observing the astonished expressions of his subordinates, Wei Zhichong, although harboring some apprehension regarding Su Ming's confrontation with the security, understood that he could not act alone, thus began to weigh the pros and cons, aiming to persuade them. The Feng family. Is that the Feng family that stand alongside the Zhang family in Qingzhou City? Several colleagues' eyes widened in surprise and shock. Of course, if it weren't for this. Do you think anyone could compel the chief inspector to personally intervene, even risking a rift with the old head of the Liu family? Witnessing his colleagues' reactions, Wei Zhichong's lips curled into a smirk, revealing a sense of triumph. Chapter 50. Victory within grasp indeed. As the captain suggested, the person Liu's young lady has set her sights on lacks familial backing. It is merely a matter of time before he tumbles from the position of chairwoman. While Liu Xiao's future appears significantly brighter. After Wei Zhichong's persuasion, his subordinates seemed to awaken to a new understanding, nodding in agreement. Now, will you shrink back in fear of the Liu family's might? Or will you choose to stand with Liu Xiao and the Feng family? Decide wisely before making your choice. Wei Zhichong held his head high, feigning an air of superiority as he inquired. Of course, we will follow wherever the captain directs. We have complete faith in your judgment. Having gained Wei Zhicheng's approval, the colleagues naturally would not let this opportunity slip away, eagerly expressing their willingness to follow his lead. Then let us dispense with the chatter. One person grab a phone to record video. And 3 of you come with me that we must demonstrate our efficiency to Liu Xiao. Wei Zhicheng waved his electric baton, swiftly assigning tasks and preparing for action. Excellent. Moments later, 5 or 6 individuals menacingly surrounded Su Ming. You are Su Ming, are you not? At least you shan't be lonely, for young Master Li shall accompany you on your journey to the underworld. Wei Zhicheng locked eyes with Su Ming. One was calm and composed, while the other exuded arrogance and rudeness. Su Ming coldly regarded Wei Zhicheng, his gaze devoid of fear, radiating only tranquility and resolve. Even without uttering a word, he emanated an air of inviolable authority. What does that gaze signify? Are you defiant? Wei Zhicheng provoked. It is a privilege to be personally taught a lesson by me today. Do you think that having climbed onto the branch of the Liu family's young lady makes you superior? Such delusions. Wei Zhicheng's anger escalated as he spoke, feeling as though his dominance diminished in the face of Su Ming, further fueling his irritation. You? Su Ming's expression remained impassive, suddenly breaking into a cold smirk as he apathetically questioned. Hey, you dare to retort? It seems you're courting death. Wei Zhicheng's smile turned sinister as he commanded his subordinates. Hold him down. I want to see whether his bones are sturdier or my baton. Understood. The subordinates eagerly sprang into action, not only motivated by the prospect of gaining Liu Xiao's approval by subduing Su Ming, but also by the exhilarating sensation of bullying the weak. However, just as they approached Su Ming, before they could land a blow, a fierce kick sent them sprawling backward, each crying out in agony. You bunch of useless fools. Wei Zhicheng was momentarily taken aback, then angrily berated them, rolling up his sleeves to prepare for direct confrontation. I do not wish to harm you. If you have any sense, it would be best to keep your distance from me. Su Ming's gaze was as icy as winter, sternly warning the approaching Wei Zhicheng. Daha, you think you can intimidate me? Wei Zhicheng scoffed disdainfully, yet a flicker of hesitation crossed his eyes, casting a glance at Su Ming. Then, at his colleagues writhing in pain on the ground, he revealed not an ounce of fear. Instead, a glimmer of excitement sparked in his eyes. He casually tapped his electric baton, speaking slowly. I know you possess some skills. But this is the enforcement hall. If you dare to strike here, I have the authority to dispose of you immediately. Should you injure me, not only will it affect you, but even the Liu family and your fiancée, Liu Ronghua, will be embroiled in the repercussions. He stared directly at Su Ming, his tone laced with a chilling warning. Su Ming's expression grew grave, coldly fixing his gaze on Wei Zhicheng as he inquired. What do you mean? My meaning is quite simple. Did Liu Ronghua not inform you that she's contending for power against Liu Xiao? Wei Zhicheng sneered, seemingly awaiting Su Ming's response. Upon hearing Wei Zhicheng's words, doubts began to stir within Su Ming. What is your purpose in saying this? Purpose? Naturally, it is to make you aware of the current situation. The Liu family is undergoing turmoil and urgently seeking partners. The board has decided to collaborate with Qingzhou City, and the competition between Liu Xiao and Liu Ronghua will determine who becomes the next chairman. Should you attract trouble, such as attacking us, we will inform the Liu family and see how that affects Liu Ronghua. Su Ming indeed felt taken aback, yet he was no stranger to family feuds, thus he did not perceive this as an insurmountable issue for Liu Ronghua. He believed in her capabilities, perplexed as to why Wei Zhicheng would choose to bring this matter up at such a time. Are you attempting to threaten me with this? Su Ming narrowed his eyes, an icy chill emanating from his gaze, though he feared that such actions might jeopardize Liu Ronghua. Threaten? I am merely stating the facts. Some board members of the Liu family have already shifted their support to Liu Xiao due to Liu Ronhua's intention to marry you, an ordinary person without a background. You have now become a captive. If you add the charge of assaulting enforcement personnel, do you think this would aid Liu Ronhua's situation? Wei Zhicheng smiled confidently, as if victory was already assured. You would do well to cooperate. This way, we can all have a more pleasant experience. Su Ming seethed inwardly. Yet considering Liu Ronhua's safety, he found himself compelled to restrain his emotions at this moment. He did not wish to burden those he cared for with additional troubles. Hearing Su Ming's threat, Wei Zhicheng could not suppress a derisive laugh. Then his expression darkened as he continued discussing the Liu family's circumstances, sounding both like a warning and a counsel. What have you done to the Liu family? Su Ming's heart tightened. Although he could be somewhat oblivious at times, he sensed the gravity of the situation in Wei Zhicheng's words, involuntarily raising his voice to question, I have done nothing. As for Liu Xiao, Wei Zhicheng shrugged. He merely asked me to record a video of me beating you that if I failed to fulfill this task, who knows what he might do as he observed Su Ming's increasingly furious expression. Wei Zhicheng felt a morbid thrill. You may do as you wish with me, but if Liu Ronghua or old Liu loses even a single hair, I swear, none of you will escape with your lives. Su Ming's countenance darkened like the sky before a tempest, yet he suppressed his rage, for Wei Zhicheng's words caused him considerable unease. Ha! Now that's more like it. Wei Zhicheng laughed with satisfaction, turning to his subordinates. Brothers, get up, settle any old scores you have, and for those without grudges, consider it a chance to stretch your limbs. Those colleagues whom he had previously kicked aside rose in response, filled with resentment as they pinned Su Ming down. Nodding towards Wei Zhicheng. Rest assured, Su Ming, we won't kill you. We will only beat you to the brink of death. Wei Zhicheng sneered as he raised his electric baton, preparing to bring it down with force. Chapter 51. Directly cutting to the chase, haha. Now, that's obedient. Wei Zhicheng laughed heartily, commanding his subordinates to begin recording. Do not forget to capture a good video for young Master Liu. If there's a delay in submission, you will bear the consequences. Yes, Captain, the individual tasked with recording immediately complied, pulling out his phone to prepare for filming. Captain, let us join in on the fun, someone eagerly suggested, clearly eager to partake in the unfolding brutality. Wei Zhicheng relished this moment, feeling as though he had become the sovereign of all, while Su Ming could only endure in silence. Observing that Su Ming truly refrained from retaliating, his colleagues' wariness dissipated. They watched as Wei Zhicheng became increasingly animated, their own desires to join in on the violent display igniting. Come on, everyone take a few swings. Don't be too harsh. We need him around to play for a few more days. I want to see how long he can endure. We have plenty of time in the coming days. Wei Zhicheng surveyed his colleagues, then glanced at Su Ming. Despite the agony etched across Su Ming's face, he remained silent. Wei Zhicheng nodded in satisfaction, instructing everyone to take their time and relish the experience. Understood. The colleagues eagerly lined up, clutching clubs tightly, their eyes glinting with a cruel light, as if they had forgotten that human life ought to be revered. This time was somewhat intriguing. In the past, those individuals either perished swiftly or wept inconsolably, offering no challenge whatsoever. They swung their clubs while lamenting their previous encounters. Su Ming, with blood trickling from his mouth, remained uninjured internally due to his protective energy, suffering primarily superficial wounds. Upon overhearing their dialogue, his expression darkened further as he quietly questioned, Do you often engage in such acts? What? Are you dissatisfied? The lives of commoners hold no significance in our eyes. When they err and remain ignorant of the rules, they must be taught a lesson that we typically bow low before the powerful. Must we show leniency towards the commoners? The higher the official rank, the more oppressive the authority. A handful of commoners are inconsequential, and disobedience warrants punishment. Su Ming's inquiry left the enforcers disgruntled. They perceived nothing amiss, seemingly believing that those without connections ought to endure such treatment. Su Ming scoffed, saying nothing further. He silently vowed that if he ever escaped, he would not spare those who abused their power and trampled on humanity. You have quite the audacity. Strike him. Seeing Su Ming not only refused to beg for mercy, but instead mock them. Wei Zhicheng was instantly consumed by rage and commanded them to act once more. Meanwhile, in the Liu family villa, Liu Chengjun and the elder were discussing how to rescue Su Ming with Liu Ronghua and Liu Haojuan. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks on the door shattered the silence within. Liu Ronghua cast a glance at the empty space left by Su Ming's departure, her heart heavy, yet she steeled herself and rose to open the door. Han Linlin, what brings you here? Upon opening the door, she was astonished to find the woman known for her aloof demeanor standing at the threshold, clearly unexpected. Miss Liu, I initially held reservations about your relationship. But I never anticipated that the Liu family's influence was so feeble that even the enforcement hall shows you no deference. The hint of dissatisfaction flickered in Han Linlin's gaze as she cut straight to the point. I hope that is indeed the case. However, Miss Liu, I must warn you that those who took Su Ming are not ordinary enforcers. They are being directed by someone behind the scenes. Their intentions remain unclear. But Su Ming's current predicament is likely perilous that if you truly care for him, you should act swiftly. Hearing this, Liu Ronghua heart tightened. Who is behind this? Miss Liu, as the helm of the Liu group. Surely you must understand whom you have offended. Han Linlin retorted, her tone laced with disdain. What do you mean? Liu Ronghua keenly sensed the implication in her words and pressed on anxiously. If you cannot even clarify this minor matter, I must seriously doubt your ability to protect Su Ming. Han Linlin smiled faintly, her eyes glinting with a challenging light. This is none of your concern. Who are you to judge our relationship? My purpose today is simple, to determine whether you possess the capability to resolve this issue. I shall give you 3 days. Should you fail to rescue Su Ming, I will take matters into my own hands. At that time, I hope you will consider the cost of the situation. Han Linlin's words were laden with warnings. Liu Ronghua stood at the door, watching Han Linlin's retreating figure, her heart a tumult of emotions. She understood that this invisible war had only just begun, and she must prove her worth, not only for Su Ming, but also to defend her own standing. Han Linlin, you must know something, do you not? Liu Ronghua expression turned grave. She recalled Su Ming's recent frequent encounters with Han Linlin, yet now her mind was solely focused on how to rescue her boyfriend. That I know a few things, but not much. While I cannot directly rescue Su Ming, I do possess some leads. However, I will not share this information with you. I am merely providing you with a deadline, hoping that I will not have to intervene personally. Han Linlin smiled subtly, her expression imbued with mystery, unabashedly revealing her possession of information and intent. Having said that, Han Linlin had no intention of sitting down. She simply offered Liu Ronghua an elegant smile, waved her hand, and turned to leave. Ronghua, who was that just now? The elder Liu, noticing Liu Ronghua had been outside for quite some time, having only heard her speaking at the door without anyone entering, felt puzzled and inquired, Grandpa, do you know her? Liu Ronghua asked in surprise, moving closer to her grandfather for clarification. I only know her name. As for her exact background, I am not entirely sure, the elder Liu replied, nodding before shaking his head, indicating he was not omniscient. Chapter 52. The Hidden Hand. Grandpa, is there anyone in Qinsheng you cannot investigate? Liu Haojuan interjected curiously. This woman should not be a local. If she were, I would have uncovered her background by now. Even if she hails from another province, I would not be completely devoid of leads if I were to investigate. Therefore, either her identity exceeds our reach or is so low that it is unrecorded. However, it is evident that the latter is highly unlikely. Ronghua, try to avoid conflict with her in the future. The elder Liu advised, I have no desire for conflict with her. She is the one causing me trouble. Liu Ronghua replied with a bitter smile, feeling helpless. Sister, what on earth is happening? Liu Haojuan inquired, his face filled with confusion. Liu Ronghua, facing her brother and family, withheld no details, recounting the entire sequence of events. So, this girl intends to compete with you for Su Ming, and she has set a 3-day deadline. Isn't she forcing you? Liu Haojuan interjected. If you cannot manage it, wouldn't she be justified in taking my sister's husband away? Liu Haojuan, agitated, nearly stood up from his chair, but upon seeing their grandfather's stern expression, promptly shut his mouth. The elder Liu wished to avoid chaos within the family, quickly curbing Liu Haojuan's impulsiveness. Just a while ago, you looked down upon Su Ming. How is it that you are now so affectionate in calling him brother-in-law? Liu Haojuan muttered, clearly dissatisfied with his sister's attitude. However, under their grandfather's watchful gaze, he had no choice but to remain silent. Su Ming is indeed exceptional. It is normal for someone to be fond of him. Yet, Han Linlin has always struck me as gentle. Her sudden shift in attitude makes me feel that things are far from simple. Liu Ronghua frowned in contemplation, attempting to decipher the motives behind Han Linlin's behavior. Perhaps she is merely a seemingly amiable person concealing ulterior motives. Liu Haojuan could not refrain from interjecting again, but was promptly interrupted by Liu Ronghua. Attractive? Just how beautiful is she? You dare to evaluate a rival in love that way? Liu Haojuan quietly complained, seemingly feeling his sister's actions were somewhat demeaning. Father, if Su Ming is indeed as capable as you say, not only able to cure Ruashi's poison, but also assist our Liu family, we must find a way to rescue him. Liu Changjun joined the discussion, having heard much about Su Ming from his father over the past few days. Feeling both excited and regretful. Excited that Su Ming's help had set his father and sister on the path of cultivation. Regretful for having been preoccupied with family matters and missing opportunities to establish a deeper connection with his future brother-in-law. The Zhao family was currently in mourning, their doors tightly shut, with no one in sight, and even Director Feng's calls went unanswered. The situation was indeed dire. The elder Liu, too, wished to assist Su Ming, yet felt powerless. That I cannot shake the feeling that the enforcers who took Su Ming away were not treating him kindly. I must go and check. Liu Ruashi, restless, ultimately decided to take action. Although Liu Changjun understood his daughter's determination, he still expressed concern. Let her go. It is of no use for her to remain here anxious. She might as well see Su Ming in person to ease everyone's minds, the elder Liu agreed. Then I shall be off. Liu Ruashi nodded and promptly departed the villa. My dear sister. Where are you headed? Outside the villa. As Liu Ruashi prepared to head to the parking lot, Liu Ziyu's voice suddenly rang out. Liu Ziyu, step aside. Su Ming is in danger. The enforcers treat captured individuals with extreme cruelty, and I must ensure his safety. Liu Ruashi looked up to see Liu Ziyu, their past camaraderie now a distant memory. Yet she stated her intent directly. Liu Ruashi, it would be futile for you to go. You cannot see Su Ming now. Liu Ziyu not only refused to yield, but stated firmly, showing no inclination to move. Liu Ziyu, what do you mean by this? A thought flickered through Liu Ruashi's mind, finding it hard to believe, and she questioned him in a low voice. If you wish to see Su Ming, you must first convene the board members and family elders. Otherwise, your little lover may find himself in grave danger. Liu Ziyu, undeterred by her inquiry, even displayed a hint of a cold smile, casually warning Liu Ruashi. You are calling the enforcers here? At that moment, even if Liu Ruashi were slow to comprehend, she realized that all of this was connected to Liu Ziyu. Recalling Han Linlin's sudden change in attitude and her warning before leaving, Liu Ruashi finally grasped the situation. Her astonishment and indignation. The one who had betrayed Su Ming was none other than her own brother. Liu Ruashi confronted Liu Ziyu, her heart brimming with confusion and fury. Liu Ziyu, by what right do you contend with me? What qualifications do you possess to usurp that which rightfully belongs to me? As the helmsman of the Liu family, overseeing all its enterprises. She was taken aback to realize that several hours had elapsed since the incident, and Liu Ziyu remained ignorant of who had imprisoned Su Ming. Liu Ziyu now exuded arrogance, having seized upon Su Ming's predicament to blackmail Liu Ruashi. Speaking without restraint, Liu Ziyu, I have never doubted you, yet I am astounded that you would stoop to such despicable actions. Liu Ruashi's voice was laced with disappointment. First, you collude with law enforcement against our own kin, and now you wield this situation against me. It is utterly contemptible. Liu Ruashi's countenance darkened, her eyes ablaze with wrath directed at Liu Ziyu. Liu Ziyu sneered, I may indeed be a scoundrel, but do not feign nobility. You seized my position while I was abroad studying. Now that you are in power, it is easy for you to overlook my plight. As for Su Ming, he is merely an ordinary individual. What right does he have to be part of the Liu family? If you have affection for him, so be it, but do not presume to bring such a worthless person into our family. Liu Ziyu dismissed Liu Ruashi's accusations with disdain, his words dripping with contempt for Su Ming. You may think whatever you wish of me, but do not forget that Su Ming is grandfather's savior. Without him, grandfather may have faced dire misfortune. Liu Ruashi was convinced that Liu Ziyu was the nefarious mastermind behind Su Ming's downfall, her anger simmering as she sternly interrogated him. His savior? Liu Ziyu scoffed. Had he not been grandfather's savior, I might not have acted against him at all. Yet, he possesses such abilities, which compels me to remain vigilant. The conflict between them was laid bare, with Liu Ziyu no longer concealing his intentions. A malevolent expression etched upon his face. Are you suggesting that in your struggle against me, You would disregard grandfather's safety, refusing to accept even a capable individual into the Liu family. Liu Ronghua was taken aback, her eyes betraying a mix of confusion and shock. "Oh, not pretend to be innocent, as if I do not consider the Liu family's welfare. You possess everything. Indeed, I do not object to talent within the Liu family. I only demand that such talent be under my control." Liu Ziyu advanced towards Liu Ronghua, gritting his teeth as he divulged his motivations. "Liu Ziyu, have you forgotten how, during the family's crisis, you and uncle abandoned everything? Taking half of the family's wealth with you, you went abroad to further your education, while father and grandfather held the Liu family together." Liu Ronghua revealed the past that Liu Ziyu and his father prefer to forget, warning him that his actions were merely for personal gain, all while feigning victimhood. "Your father? Your grandfather? What concern is that of yours? I am the eldest son of the Liu family, the one most entitled to inherit this legacy. Only I can ensure the Liu family's prosperity. Who do you think you are?" Liu Ziyu appeared exceedingly arrogant, seemingly oblivious to the impropriety of his words, imbued with a sense of entitlement that I tell you. "Do not presume to succeed. I have managed the Su family group for 6 years. Under my leadership, the company has thrived, and the Liu family has become a preeminent dynasty, despite her petite stature." Liu Ronghua displayed resolute decisiveness in business matters, exuding an undeniable tenacity. "I am aware that you are reluctant to relinquish power, which is precisely why I have decided to take action through Su Ming. I have no interest in debating this with you. I am granting you one day, by tomorrow, you must convene the board members and family elders to announce your abdication. Otherwise," Liu Ziyu anticipated Liu Ronghua resistance, and, rather than becoming angered, appeared self-assured, even setting a deadline. "Or else what?" Liu Ronghua inquired sternly, her expression darkening. "Or else, when you see Su Ming, he may very well be a cold corpse." Liu Ziyu sneered, leaning closer to Liu Ronghua to whisper his ominous warning, before swiftly distancing himself, leaving with an arrogant laugh. "Liu Ziyu, you despicable scoundrel." Liu Ronghua seethed, watching him depart with clenched teeth. "Sister, weren't we supposed to find a brother-in-law? Why are you still here? Little June, we have been schemed against." Liu Ronghua expression turned sorrowful upon seeing her brother, her voice heavy with helplessness as her eyes reddened. "Sister, what has happened? Who has bullied you?" Liu Haojuan immediately sensed his sister's distress, worry, and urgency flooding his heart. In his memories, Liu Ronghua had always been the strong, independent figure, seemingly capable of anything. Yet today, she appeared so helpless and wronged, a sight he found utterly unfamiliar. The tears cascading down her cheeks were a phenomenon he had never witnessed before. "Ronghua, Xiaojun, what are you doing here?" A voice suddenly interrupted their moment of silence from behind. It was Liu Qingjun, who had just received an assignment from Old Master Liu to ascertain what transpired here. "Ronghua, what is the matter? Why are you crying? Is it about Su Ming?" Liu Qingjun approached with urgency, his heart tightening at the sight of his daughter's swollen eyes. He attempted to comfort her, despite his own anxiety. "Father, the situation may be more complicated than we imagined. Even you and grandfather may not be able to rescue Su Ming now." Liu Ronghua struggled to maintain her composure, not wishing to burden her family further with her emotions. "Ronghua, what do you mean by that?" Liu Haojuan questioned in confusion. "Sister, what exactly has happened? We're the foremost family in Qingcheng. How can we not rescue our own?" Liu Haojuan's voice betrayed a mix of uncertainty and concern. "Let us go inside and talk," Liu Ronghua suggested softly, trying to conceal her sorrow. "All right, let us enter." Liu Qingjun nodded in agreement. Although his mind was rife with questions, he chose to prioritize calming his daughter first. "I'm not sure. Ronghua just mentioned that no one can save Su Ming. Grandfather, it was Liu Ziyu who colluded with the enforcement department, issuing the order to arrest Su Ming." Sitting on the sofa, Liu Ronghua eyes still burned with anger as she spoke that name. "What? How could it be him? A traitor among us?" The reactions of the others erupted simultaneously, shock and confusion etched across their faces. The atmosphere in the room froze instantaneously following Liu Ronghua revelation. Liu Haojuan, Liu Qingjun, and Old Master Liu all stared wide-eyed, almost in unison voicing their disbelief. "I just encountered Cheng Wei outside. He confessed everything." Old Master Liu, infuriated, struck the ground with his dragon-patterned cane, his anger palpable. Cheng Wei has been hinting to me lately that elder brother has also mentioned it, hoping we would relinquish our current power. Why should we grant him such power? I am the son of the family head. I never demanded it, so what right does he have? Upon hearing this, Liu Haojuan's temper flared, and he spoke out vehemently, expressing his discontent. Smack! You little rascal! Who do you think you are? Liu Changjun could no longer tolerate it, slapping his son's forehead and sternly questioning him. I misspoke. Liu Haojuan sheepishly stuck out his tongue, but quickly adopted a serious demeanor. Father, we absolutely cannot allow them to gain this power. Uncle's family has always been ruthless in dealings with Cheng Wei. Remember when grandfather was gravely ill, they disregarded our plight and took away half of our assets. Look at how they have treated brother-in-law, even resorting to threats. If we truly grant them this power, will our family have any future left? Liu Haojuan pounded his fist on the table, visibly agitated. Xiao Jun is correct. When I passed the position of family head to you, allowing Ruoshi to assume the role of chairman of the group, it was precisely due to my concerns regarding their actions. Old Master Liu spoke slowly. Though you are all my children, I am acutely aware of each of your temperaments. In your stewardship, you could allow the other family members to enjoy wealth and honor, continuing to act under the Liu name. However, if they inherit, they may strip you of your very space to exist. Faced with such a dire situation, Old Master Liu felt immense sorrow. After all, these were his own flesh and blood, embroiled in conflict over wealth and status. It was truly lamentable. Yet, the events had transpired, and he must confront reality, striving to make the best arrangements for each child and the Liu family's future. Father, alas, if only elder brother were a magnanimous man, I would not care about such power and status. Liu Changjun exhaled a deep sigh, as if the grievances accumulated over the years found a modicum of solace. For he was aware that his father comprehended his predicament. Grandfather, no matter what transpires in the future, even if it means relinquishing my position as chairman, I am resolute in my determination to rescue Su Ming. Liu Ruoshi was acutely aware of the numerous risks entailed in this course of action, yet she could not bear to watch Su Ming languish in distress without intervening. After overhearing the discussions among family members, she steadfastly articulated her intention. Ruoshi, you need not elaborate. We shall undoubtedly save Su Ming. The elder Liu, far from being irked by his granddaughter's words, expressed unwavering support for her decision. He reminisced about the Zhao family, a lineage that had relentlessly pursued power, only to lose everything in an instant, descending to a state worse than before. Father, Liu Changjun gazed at his father, his eyes reflecting both admiration and emotion. The Liu family's current splendor was the fruit of the elder's labor, and now, in a bid to save his granddaughter's husband, he was willing to sacrifice everything. Thank you, grandfather. Liu Ruoshi had initially anticipated some hesitation from her grandfather and had even prepared herself to depart from the family alone. As long as she could save Su Ming, her astonishment, her family provided such robust support. We are a family. There is no need for such words, the elder Liu remarked. Ruoshi, promptly disseminate the message for all board members to convene at the company tomorrow morning. Yes, Liu Ruoshi instantly acquiesced, unhesitatingly issuing the urgent notification and contacting Liu Ziyu to arrange the relevant matters. Liu Ruoshi was infuriated, fully aware that Liu Ziyu was deliberately creating difficulties for her. For convening a shareholders' meeting at such a late hour would inevitably incite considerable discontent. However, since Su Ming was currently under Liu Ziyu's control, Liu Ruoshi, despite her displeasure, had no choice but to comply with his directives. At midnight, Chairman, no matter how great your authority may be, you cannot summon us in the dead of night. Do you not consider our feelings? In the conference room of Liu Group, individuals who had received the notification arrived one after another. With those supporting Liu Ziyu and harboring grievances against Liu Ruoshi expressing their complaints. Ladies and gentlemen, the situation is urgent, and thus I had no choice but to convene you all at this late hour. I hope the shareholders can understand in the face of the crowd's reproaches. Liu Ruoshi maintained her composure, patiently elucidating the situation, and as soon as Liu Ruoshi began to speak, shareholders swarmed around her like bees. directing their discourse towards the issue of Su Ming being taken away by the law enforcement agency. You could have settled for a nameless boyfriend, but instead you chose a man of dubious character who has now landed in trouble. The law enforcement agency has taken him away, and you still expect us to devise a solution? One shareholder derisively remarked. The group stock price has plummeted as a result, incurring significant losses, and yet you summon us in the dead of night. This is utterly unacceptable, another shareholder added, his tone rife with dissatisfaction and reproach. Confronted with these sharp criticisms, Liu Ronghua found herself at a loss for words. Despite the Liu family's immense influence, rumors circulated that Miss Su had chosen a man of poor character with no background, whose romantic entanglements had adversely affected her work, rendering her unfit to manage the family business. While these rumors may seem trivial, they served as sufficient warning signals for business partners who sought absolute security, causing many to hesitate. Ladies and gentlemen, Su Ming is not as unworthy as you imagine. Do not forget that he once cured the elder Liu's ailment. That moment, Suin, an uncle from the collateral branch who had consistently supported Liu Ronghua, stepped forward to defend her, and Liu Ronghua cast a grateful glance in his direction. He is merely a doctor. What great achievements can he boast of? How could he possibly be worthy of our Liu family? Since Liu Ronghua has ascended to the position of chairman, she ought to consider the future of the family business. At the very least, she should find someone of comparable standing, should she not? Chun Xingzhan continued, attempting to undermine Liu Ronghua position. Yu Suan interjected, Liu Ronghua, I believe you have become muddled by flattery. Chun Xingzhan, unrelenting, retorted, as shareholders, although our power may not match Liu Rongua's, we have staked our entire fortunes on this company. Do we not even have the right to express our opinions? You are utterly shameless. Chun Xingzhan's words were as sharp as a blade, striking directly at Su and's vulnerabilities, causing the atmosphere to grow tense. Charged with an impending explosion, Suin was rendered speechless, helplessly glancing at Liu Ronghua, silently closing his mouth. Liu Ronghua, if you truly cannot fulfill the duties of chairman, it would be prudent to step down sooner rather than later. We do not wish to suffer greater losses due to your shortcomings, so do not blame us for lacking compassion when the time comes. Seizing the opportunity, Chun Xingzhan exerted pressure on the previously silent Liu Ronghua. Just then, a steady voice resonated from behind. Step down? Chun Xingzhan, do you have objections to my choice of heir? Everyone turned to see the long-absent elder Liu appearing at the door, although he had not participated in the board meetings for quite some time. All present regarded him with respect and trepidation. Elder Liu, the crowd murmured in low reverence. Grandfather, you misunderstand. The Liu family is currently in turmoil due to Su Ming's matter. We must deliberate carefully. Either we annul the engagement with Su Ming, or... Chun Xingzhan's tone softened upon seeing the elder Liu, yet he still endeavored to convey his perspective. Or what? The elder Liu's gaze was piercing, imbued with an undeniable authority. Chun Xingzhan was momentarily taken aback, unable to continue. Humph. The elder Liu snorted coldly, then called out to the empty hall, Liu Ziyu, since you have painstakingly orchestrated all of this, it is time for you to make your appearance. State your demands and plans openly. Suddenly, a door in the conference room swung open, accompanied by applause. Liu Ziyu stepped forth with a smile, holding a document. Grandfather, your foresight is indeed commendable. I, your grandson, am in awe. Liu Ziyu, I truly cannot comprehend how the once innocent and naive little grandson has transformed into what you are today. The elder Liu lamented, gazing at the cunning smile of his grandson. Grandfather, you have forced my hand. As the eldest son of the Liu family, everything belonging to the Su family rightfully belongs to me and my father. Why must it be entrusted to Liu Ronghua and her father? Discontent and determination flickered in Liu Ziyu's eyes. Whenever Liu Ziyu broached the subject, a trace of resentment would unconsciously cross his face. Liu Ziyu, the inheritance of a family is never determined by age, but rather by capability and virtue. Your management of the company has been riddled with errors. You can barely fulfill the role of vice chairman. To entrust the entire enterprise to you would be grossly irresponsible. The elder Liu regarded his son with a heavy heart. The reason I have not chosen Liu Ziyu as my heir all along is precisely due to this. Oh, what a grandiloquent excuse. I have been excluded from family affairs all these years. Naturally, I lack understanding of management. I ask that not, because you never afforded me the opportunity to learn. Liu Ziyu's voice dripped with disdain. I no longer care about any of this. The situation has reached a critical point. You may choose. Either abandon Su Ming's life or relinquish the position of chairman. Upon hearing his grandfather's words, Liu Ziyu's expression darkened rather than softened. He slammed the document he held onto the table with force, leaving behind a harsh declaration. How absurd! I've led a brilliant life, yet have produced descendants like you. Not to mention, you are willing to go to any lengths for the chairmanship, even threatening the life of another to confront your own grandfather. The elder Liu's eyes widened in anger, yet more so. He felt a profound sense of helplessness and the weight of his years. Do not attempt to placate me with such lofty principles. Liu Ronghua. The contract lies before you. Either sign the transfer agreement or allow Su Ming to perish. The choice is yours. Indifferent to the elder Liu's fury, Liu Ziyu pointed at the document on the table, coercing Liu Ronghua to make a decision. Do you believe it is so easy to take Su Ming's life? The elder Liu interjected, clearly hinting at something. Liu Ronghua, Su Ming is a cultivator. How could those from the law enforcement agency harm him? Liu Ronghua suddenly realized, laughter escaping her lips. Indeed, I know Su Ming possesses certain abilities, and the law enforcement agency cannot truly threaten him. However, like you, he has vulnerabilities. Look, when he learned that it would affect Liu Ronghua, he dared not resist any longer and could only endure silently. The sounds of punches and kicks emanating from the video caused Liu Rongua's face to turn pale in an instant. She and the elder Liu examined the footage, witnessing Su Ming being restrained by several individuals, while Wei Zhichong relentlessly struck him with a baton, and he did not retaliate at all. You are utterly shameless. Liu Rongua's eyes instantly reddened, tears welling in her beautiful orbs, filled with sorrow, evoking both pity and an inability to look away. What does shamelessness matter? This world values results above all. No one cares about the process. And what I desire is to become the most formidable leader of the Qingsheng family. Liu Ziyu unabashedly revealed his ambition, even taking pride in it. Liu Ziyu, you shall pay for your actions today, the elder Liu stated coldly, his voice imbued with determination. The elder Liu's hands clenched tightly, as if he had aged considerably in an instant, letting out a weary sigh. There is no need for your concern that if you wish for your beloved granddaughter's husband to cease suffering, you should hasten to sign. Liu Ziyu urged impatiently. I will sign. Liu Ronghua retorted through clenched teeth, her eyes brimming with tears as she trembled while reaching for the pen, yet her gaze remained fixed on the video. Wait a moment, Suan suddenly shouted, halting Liu Rongua's movements. Suan, what do you intend to do? Liu Ziyu's expression darkened instantly, his anger flaring as he sensed his impending success thwarted by this unexpected interruption. Young Master Liu, even if you acquire the chairman's position, should the others not willingly work for you, they can withdraw their investments at any time to that point. What you will possess is merely an empty shell of a company. Suan stepped forward, calmly elucidating his analysis to Liu Ziyu. Indeed, if we hand the group over to young Master Su, we too shall withdraw our investments. Although there will be losses, it is far preferable to sinking alongside a doomed vessel. Several shareholders, led by Suan, expressed their support for Liu Ronghua, aware that Liu Ziyu's capabilities pale in comparison to hers. Liu Ziyu's face turned ashen as he glared at the shareholders. Ladies and gentlemen, this matter need not escalate to such extremes. Regardless of who becomes the chairman of the Liu family, our interests remain aligned. Old Master Liu smiled faintly, swiftly intervening to mediate. Old man, are you toying with me? Liu Ziyu turned angrily to Old Master Liu, fully aware that most of these shareholders were following the elder's directives. Liu Ziyu, I understand your desire for the chairman's position. As your grandfather, I hold no grudges about the past. We can discuss this calmly. There remains one path. You release Su Ming, and I will publicly announce that you and Liu Ronghua each hold half of the company's shares for a month. During this period, whoever secures a more advantageous partnership shall become the chairman. Old Master Liu cast a reassuring glance at the equally astonished Liu Ronghua before proposing this compromise. Why should I heed your words? As long as Liu Ronghua signs, I can effortlessly obtain the chairman's position. Why go through such trouble? Liu Ziyu questioned, clearly unconvinced by the proposal. He found old Master Su's suggestion absurd, as it presented an obvious choice before him. Liu Ziyu, you cannot truly desire a collection of hollow titles, can you? If you were to assume the chairman's role in a rightful manner, that would be truly deserved and widely accepted. Should you prevail, I shall allow your sister to retain the position of vice chairman, though this will not involve any distribution of shares. Her resources will naturally belong to you. Knowing that persuading Liu Ziyu would not be an easy task, old Master Su had prepared a more enticing proposition. Liu Ziyu narrowed his eyes slightly, lost in contemplation as the inner turmoil began to manifest. Indeed, young Master Liu, as long as you can demonstrate that your abilities are on par with Miss Liu's, we shall all sincerely support you. That Suin timely echoed that we value individuals of true talent and practical skill. The other shareholders chimed in, unwilling to lose the protection offered by the Liu family. Very well, I agree to a fair competition with Liu Ronghua. After a moment of deliberation, Liu Ziyu ultimately nodded in acquiescence to the proposal. And what of Su Ming? Upon hearing her brother's decision, Liu Ronghua's face lit up with joy as she eagerly inquired that I wish to release him, but I cannot guarantee the situation with the Feng family. Liu Ziyu shrugged nonchalantly, appearing utterly unconcerned. What do you mean? Both old Master Liu and Liu Ronghua were taken aback, having believed the matter settled. The Feng family, they are a force even the Liu family regards with caution. What of it? Liu Ziyu retorted. Did you all not consider that I might be leveraging external assistance? Huh. Do you truly believe that the power I wield at present will compel those sycophants in the Enforcement Bureau to regard my interests? Liu Ziyu chuckled at the astonished expressions of the two, a surge of satisfaction coursing through him at his sense of control over the situation. Liu Ziyu, you are indeed a promising scion of the Liu family. Old Master Liu's chest rose and fell violently with anger, his finger pointing accusingly at Liu Ziyu, rendered speechless. I never anticipated you would collude with outsiders to betray your own family. Since I have publicly stated my position, I shall prove within a month that I possess greater capability than Liu Ronghua to assume the role of heir and am more suited for this position. Liu Ziyu steadfastly reiterated the 1-month agreement, disregarding the gazes of those around him. Liu Ronghua stepped in front of Liu Ziyu, obstructing his exit, and sternly questioned, what of the promise to release Su Ming? Should you not fulfill that as well? What I have previously stated has already been conveyed. Whether or not to release him is beyond my control. Do not assume I am in breach of contract. Neither of us has gained any advantage in this matter. He attempted to bypass Liu Ronghua, but before departing added, by the way, I do not intend to intervene in Su Ming's situation any further. You all may deal with the Enforcement Bureau or the Feng family on your OWAS for the outcome. Do not trouble me with the details, he then coldly remarked to Liu Ronghua. And sister, do prepare your belongings promptly. A month from now, you shall be stepping down from the chairman's position. Grandfather, what shall we do now? Liu Ronghua had initially hoped to rescue Su Ming today, only to find the situation deteriorating further. Had it merely been Liu Ziyu's interference, they might have leveraged the family's strength to compel the Enforcement Bureau to relent. However, now that they knew the Feng family was also involved, the complexity of the situation escalated. Very well. It seems I must take matters into my own hands and uncover what the Feng family truly desires. Although old Master Liu had not anticipated this turn of events, he recognized the necessity of rescuing Su Ming. Despite the lack of ties between the Liu and Feng families, as significant families in neighboring cities, old Master Liu resolved to pay a personal visit, hoping to discover a resolution. Have you been comfortable during your rest? Su Ming, within the Enforcement Bureau, Wei Zhichong entered the holding room, iron rod in hand, a cold smile gracing his lips as he faced the silent Su Ming. You young man, just endured a beating yesterday. Yet you remain so defiant today. Wei Zhichong seethed with rage, feeling his authority challenged by Su Ming's proud demeanor, bruised yet unyielding that if you plan to make a move, then do so swiftly. Isn't all this chatter rather tiresome? Su Ming lifted his head, his voice icy and resolute, fists clenched tightly as he struggled to suppress the urge to retaliate, ultimately transforming it into a succinct retort. Fine. What a foolhardy individual you are. Wei Zhichong, incensed further by Su Ming's attitude, felt his frustration deepen upon realizing that this boy from a humble background dared to harbor inappropriate thoughts toward the eldest daughter of the Liu family. Now in his grasp, still unrepentant, his heart brimmed with resentment and twisted desires. Su Ming's gaze swept over Wei Zhiqiang. Though he remained silent, the chill in his eyes was enough to instill fear. "What are you staring at? Today, we shall engage in a new game, to see what it feels like to slowly peel away your flesh with a knife that I can hardly wait to witness you begging for mercy on your knees." As Wei Zhiqiang approached, a sudden voice interrupted him. Captain, this is bad. Young Master Liu just called and stated he wishes to release Su Ming." "What?" Wei Zhiqiang spun around, astonished, with a hint of regret at not having had the chance to unleash his fury. "Captain, young Master Liu just called to say that Su Ming's matter has nothing to do with him. Whether we release him is our concern, but he warned that if old Master Liu or Liu Ronghua pursue this, he will not intervene. One of the subordinates spoke, nervously glancing at the injured Su Ming, aware that it participated in the earlier beating and now feared retaliation from the Liu family. "How is this possible? Has young Master Liu already seized power?" Wei Zhiqiang's hands trembled slightly as he regarded Su Ming, beginning to waver in his resolve. Hearing this, Wei Zhiqiang paused, reassessing the situation before him. "What should we do now?" Wei Zhiqiang looked down at his hands, then glanced at the sullen-faced Su Ming, involuntarily shuddering. "I do not know. We have always followed your lead." His subordinate hurriedly shook his head, trying to placate Wei Zhiqiang while also indicating to Su Ming that he was merely following orders, with no other choice. Yet in Su Ming's eyes, it mattered not who had issued the commands. Their participation in the persecution of innocents could not be altered. Their actions and attitudes had sealed their fates. "I don't believe it. I will make a call to confirm that I have already conveyed the message. Whether or not to release him is your decision." That on the other end of the line, Lu Ziyu appeared remarkably relaxed, his mood buoyed by the computer screen displaying that several smaller families had agreed to collaborate. "Young Master Liu, you cannot say that. Without your support, how would we dare to act against the Liu family?" Wei Zhiqiang felt a bitter frustration rise within, unable to voice his grievances. "Do as you please. But why not inquire about the Feng family's stance? Whatever they say, you shall act accordingly." Lu Ziyu smiled faintly, aware that a single phrase could lead to Su Ming's release, yet he deliberately refrained from uttering it, instead providing the enforcement hall with a clue. "The Feng family? Indeed, I am grateful for young Master Su's reminder." Wei Zhiqiang's eyes sparkled at this suggestion as he promptly called the pavilion chief. For such a lowly figure had no means to approach the Feng family. "Very well. I understand. I shall not disappoint young Master Feng's expectations." After hanging up, a smile graced Wei Zhiqiang's face as he nodded eagerly into the phone. Clearly satisfied, Su Ming, you have only your ill fortune to blame. Although the Liu family is willing to let you go, young Master Feng has ordered your demise. Perhaps he deems someone of your ilk unworthy of consideration. Hence his demand for your disposal. Wei Zhiqiang put down the phone, resuming his previous arrogance, looking at Su Ming with a smug satisfaction. The subordinates, who had been trembling beside him, immediately perked up upon hearing the news, seemingly eager to find their standing in this new situation. Of course, what is the Liu family compared to the Feng family? If I can align myself with the Feng family, why should I care about the Liu family's opinion? Wei Zhiqiang lifted his head high, as if he had already become a member of the Feng family, his words dripping with self-satisfaction. "Are you saying the Liu family has decided to cease pursuing me?" Su Ming abruptly looked up, his gaze icy as he bore down on Wei Zhiqiang. "Your hearing impaired. The Liu family indeed no longer seeks trouble with you. I wonder what methods that woman employed to persuade young Master Liu to change his mind." Wei Zhiqiang scoffed. "Nevertheless, that is of little consequence. What you should now be concerned about is the Feng family's intent to take your life. Truly a stroke of luck for me. Not only can I rid myself of you, but I can also forge an alliance with the Feng family. The Liu family is insignificant. They can go cool off. So, the Liu family's crisis has been averted?" Su Ming was not particularly interested in the Feng family's intentions. His primary concern was whether the Liu family had safely weathered the storm. Still a romantic at heart. "I initially thought you were merely after the Liu family's wealth and beauty. But it seems you genuinely harbor feelings. Wei Zhiqiang mocked. Since you care so much, I shall graciously inform you. Liu Ronghua and young master Liu have reconciled, and they have established a month-long wager, thus shifting public opinion that a person of your stature shall naturally be overlooked, and the Liu family's issues have been resolved effortlessly. Excellent that a slight smile crept across Su Ming's lips, his eyes flashing with a glint of cold light. TSK, such a sentimental man. It makes the prospect of killing you all the more intriguing. Wei Zhicheng grinned wickedly, gesturing for his subordinates to step forward. Restrain him. I shall personally sever his head as a gift for young Master Feng. Understood. Seeing the opportunity, Wei Zhicheng's subordinates responded eagerly, swiftly surrounding Su Ming. Captain, once we deal with Su Ming, do not forget to elevate us when you rise in the Feng family, they said with sycophantic smiles. Rest assured, as long as you follow me, you shall not lack for wealth and honor in the future. Wei Zhicheng patted his chest in assurance. Good. The crowd echoed in unison, filled with anticipation. First, bind him. This brat dared to glare at me earlier, so I must teach him a lesson before severing his head. Wei Zhicheng commanded, a cruel smile playing on his lips. I could see this moment. Wei Zhicheng assumed an air of authority, issuing commands to a few colleagues. Yes, that if you wish to avoid injury, it would be wise to keep your distance from me. Su Ming coldly regarded them, his voice low and filled with warning. Look, he is frightened. Ha ha. Someone mocked, don't listen to him. We have tormented him for an entire day and night. He surely lacks the strength to resist. Wei Zhicheng laughed heartily, encouraging his companions, seemingly confident in his plan. Upon hearing this, those who had hesitated were reinvigorated and surged forward. However, what awaited them was Su Ming's sudden counterattack. Each punch carried an undeniable force, striking true. Ouch! Oh my, that hurts! The previously aggressive colleagues were now sprawled on the ground, clutching their bodies and wailing. This is impossible. How do you still have strength? Wei Zhicheng gazed in disbelief at his fallen subordinates, astonished by the sight before him. Chapter 58. Brazen audacity, you will soon discover just how much strength I possess. Su Ming's gaze was as frigid as ice, sending a shiver down Wei Zhicheng's spine. You dare to touch me? I am under the command of Pavilion Chief Feng. If you lay a finger on me, he will seek retribution. Wei Zhicheng threatened while retreating, yet the iron door behind him blocked his escape, a precaution he had taken to prevent Su Ming's flight. Then let him come for me. Su Ming's voice was resolute. Had it not been for the Liu family, I would have struck you long ago. With a resounding thud, his fist flew out, this time aimed directly at Wei Zhicheng. Su Ming's punch landed, sending Wei Zhicheng crashing against the door and collapsing to the ground. Pooh! No, don't come any closer. Wei Zhicheng spat out a mouthful of blood, fearfully scrambling backward, his hand instinctively reaching for his waist. Su Ming noticed his movement, realizing Wei Zhicheng might have ulterior motives. Though he had not exerted all his strength, that punch was sufficient to incapacitate him. Observing Wei Zhicheng's furtive actions, Su Ming called out a warning. But it was too late. With a press of a hidden button, a shrill alarm blared throughout the enforcement hall. Moments later, the lights flickered, plunging the room into darkness, save for a few red dots moving about. When the lights returned, Wei Zhicheng and his colleagues had vanished without a trace. Su Ming, did you not expect this? Wei Zhicheng's voice echoed from outside, laced with a hint of triumph. Su Ming turned to see the enforcement hall surrounded by armed individuals. Their expressions threatening. You enforcement officers, instead of focusing on serving the public, you are quite adept at the art of escape. Su Ming scoffed, observing the now arrogant Wei Zhicheng, who should have been begging for mercy before him. Feeling a profound sense of irony. Still defiant in the face of death. Let us see how you struggle this time. Wei Zhicheng sneered disdainfully, snatching a gun from one of the bystanders and immediately firing. Bang! The bullet whizzed out, and everyone assumed Su Ming would surely meet his end. However, when the dust settled, they looked up to find Su Ming still standing firmly in place, expressionless, clutching the very bullet that had been shot at him. No, this is impossible. Wei Zhicheng's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the scene before him, unable to comprehend the reality he was witnessing. Su Ming, facing the incoming bullet, performed the unbelievable. He caught it barehanded. This spectacle left everyone present in stunned silence. for none had ever seen anyone catch a bullet with their bare hands. "Here you go!" A scream pierced the air of the enforcement hall as Wei Zhicheng howled in pain, akin to a slaughtered pig. His subordinates rushed over, anxiously inquiring about his condition. "Shoot! Kill him!" Wei Zhicheng roared, enduring the searing pain while his eyes burned with a desire for vengeance. He was not only fulfilling the Feng family's orders, but also seeking retribution for the shot he had just endured. Yet the earlier scene had instilled fear in the hearts of others, and one subordinate hesitated. "Captain, this person is formidable. You couldn't even harm him just now." "We? Useless. Open fire. I refuse to believe he can evade again." Wei Zhicheng gritted his teeth, issuing commands without hesitation. Gunfire erupted, and the enforcement hall was soon filled with smoke. But Su Ming was already prepared. At the moment the shots rang out, he moved swiftly, as if merging with the ground, effortlessly dodging all bullets. "Keep shooting. If he escapes, the Feng family will not spare you." Wei Zhicheng roared again, his voice thick with desperation and fury. The colleagues had no choice but to pull the trigger once more. Yet the outcome remained unchanged. Su Ming darted through the hail of bullets like a specter, unscathed. "Now it's my turn." Su Ming's gaze sharpened, a cold smile gracing his lips. He leaped, his right leg sweeping out like lightning. With a thunderous crash, the iron door of the cell shattered into fragments, the debris raining down upon a group of his attacking subordinates, sending them sprawling. Su Ming strode confidently towards the now incapacitated Wei Zhicheng. What do you intend to do?" Wei Zhicheng's voice trembled with fear, his face a mask of terror as his body involuntarily shook. At this moment, he realized he was not facing an ordinary individual, but a formidable adversary. In return for your actions, I shall repay you in kind." Su Ming's voice was chilling, power coalescing in his hand. The surrounding air seemingly growing heavier. "No, please. I'm acting on the orders of the Feng family. You wouldn't dare harm me. You can't." Wei Zhicheng attempted to retreat, but his injured shoulder rendered him immobile, and he could only scream desperately, his voice tinged with despair. How could Su Ming possibly waver in the face of an unknown adversary? With a deft flick of his wrist, he unleashed a powerful strike infused with internal energy. Crashing down with great swiftness, a resounding thud echoed through the air. Observers noted that although Su Ming's hand seemingly did not make contact with Wei Zhicheng's head, it had nonetheless driven his skull into the ground, leaving Wei Zhicheng with no opportunity for resistance. This man, notorious in Qincheng as the chaotic demon of the underworld and the head of the Law Enforcement Bureau, with the backing of a local magistrate, met his demise in such a manner. "Who dares to wreak havoc on my territory?" Just as Su Ming resolved the matter with Wei Zhicheng and prepared to depart, an enraged roar erupted from outside. A middle-aged, balding man strode in, flanked by over 20 armed subordinates. "Magistrate, you have finally arrived. The Captain T is already dead." A few terrified individuals, despite their injuries, crawled desperately to the magistrate, eager to relay their plight. "What?" The magistrate's pupils dilated in shock upon hearing the news. His gaze fell upon the lifeless form of Wei Zhicheng beneath Su Ming's feet, confirming the most unwelcome of realities. The very man he had personally promoted and held high hopes for had utterly lost his life. "Heavens!" Feng Baiwan's fury ignited, and he bellowed, "How dare anyone harm my people on my territory? Such audacity!" Feng Baiwan had initially rushed to provide support upon hearing the alarm from the Law Enforcement Bureau, only to witness the tragic death of Wei Zhicheng. Overwhelmed by grief and rage, he immediately ordered a counterattack. Understood. Chapter 59, Swift Elimination. The colleagues who had just been reprimanded by Su Ming felt a slight relief upon seeing reinforcements arrive. They cautioned the magistrate. "Magistrate, this person is incredibly formidable. Even bullets are ineffective against him. Do not engage him directly." "Indeed, we cannot compare to you, Magistrate," the colleagues awkwardly concurred, recognizing the authority of the magistrate, who they heard was a distant relative of the Feng family. They dared not offend him. Act swiftly, and remember, do not allow him to die easily. Feng Baiwan commanded his subordinates once more. Understood. Upon hearing this, his subordinates advanced, preparing to make a show of force against Su Ming. Following Feng Baiwan's orders, they opted to engage him with their fists rather than firearms, intending to make him suffer. However, such a decision proved to be gravely misguided. Annoyed by their approach, Su Ming resolved not to squander any more time. With a flick of his wrist, he channeled his inner energy into his palm, transforming it into a formidable force that swiftly countered. Bang! Accompanied by the sound of shattering bones, the overconfident subordinate lost all fighting capability upon colliding with Su Ming's fist. The sheer strength of the blow left onlookers astounded. What transpired next was astonishing. The man's arm was instantly reduced to a bloody pulp, bones splintering as if in slow motion. The injured man gritted his teeth and attempted to retaliate with his left hand. Yet fate was unkind, and with a sharp crack, his left arm met the same grim fate. Su Ming's hands, like iron pincers, seized the remnants of his opponent's arm. With a swift motion, the man was sent hurtling away, rendered incapable of further resistance. Indeed impressive. Someone murmured in admiration that all-out assault. Feng Baiwan's expression darkened. The sight of his defeated subordinate did not waver his resolve. He calmly commanded everyone to attack simultaneously. Clearly, this was not his first encounter with a formidable opponent. In Feng Baiwan's view, no matter how high one's martial prowess, it would falter against a strategy of sheer numbers. Yet, Su Ming's performance exceeded all expectations. The bullets aimed at him seemed to be anticipated, effortlessly evaded to him. These approaching adversaries were merely additional moving targets, and before they could close the distance, he sent them staggering back one by one, and a wonder Wei Huadong had fallen to him. Were it not for the order from young Master Feng, he might have considered recruiting him. Someone sighed inwardly. What a pity to have provoked the Feng family. You lot, bring me the guns. I refuse to believe he can fend off this many bullets. Feng Baiwan, observing the fallen subordinates, felt a heavy heart yet did not retreat. He commanded the remaining subordinates to comply. They quickly handed over handguns. If such a master could not be utilized for his own ends, then he must be eliminated, Feng Baiwan said coldly, raising his gun to aim at Su Ming. Just as the tension reached its peak, the telephone in the law enforcement bureau rang, shattering the charged atmosphere. Magistrate, there's a phone call for you, a subordinate reminded him. Feng Baiwan, visibly irritated, refocused on the moving Su Ming while muttering to his aide, the caller insists you take the call immediately. His subordinate urged him to attend to the more pressing matter at hand. Feng Baiwan, though displeased, recognized that a call to his office typically bore significant weight. He hastily handed the gun to a subordinate and rushed toward his office. A few of his men received the order. They raised their weapons and began firing. Yet every shot missed its mark. An unseen barrier seemed to surround Su Ming, rendering the bullets ineffective, compounded by the fact that he was constantly shifting positions during the fight. Hello, who is this? Feng Baiwan answered the phone, striving to maintain politeness. This Feng Baiwan. I am the owner of wanbage.com. Authoritative voice on the other end clearly stated its identity. What? Feng Baiwan could hardly believe his ears. Doubting if he had misheard, you have a question. The voice carried a hint of irritation. And no. What instructions do you have? Feng Baiwan rapidly recognized his lapse in composure, promptly adjusting his demeanor to one of deference. It was not that he was cowardly, but the caller's identity was far too formidable. Wanbage, a commercial giant with a presence in every city, wielded immense influence, and its owner commanded respect. Has your enforcement bureau detained an individual named Su Ming? Release him immediately. The voice on the phone issued a direct command without further elaboration. Sir, it's not that I refuse your command, but Su Ming is specifically targeted for elimination by the Feng family. Feng Baiwan attempted to explain, yet he understood the potential repercussions of opposing the owner of Wanbage. He felt trapped, unwilling to offend either party, and aware that both were beyond reproach. A light chuckle came from the other end. Is the magistrate suggesting that the enforcement bureau is taking too long? This mocking laughter sent a chill down Feng Baiwan's spine. It's solely directed at the Feng family, the voice inquired. Feng Baiwan gritted his teeth. Despite his overwhelming anxiety, he dared not defy the will of the caller and could only nod in acquiescence. Let them come to me directly if they have objections, the voice on the other end concluded before hanging up. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Feng Baiwan mused. What exactly is Su Ming's background? that both those wishing to kill him and those wanting to save him are equally formidable. Suddenly, he realized the urgency of the situation and hurried outside. That moment, outside the law enforcement bureau, Su Ming had nearly dispatched all the subordinates Feng Baiwan had brought, leaving only a few still resisting. In the distance, his colleagues were busy reloading their magazines, preparing for another round of battle. Even if Su Ming was valiant, he was gradually reaching his limits in this relentless confrontation, especially since he bore injuries and sweat drenched his hair. Brothers, hold on a little longer. Su Ming can hardly endure. Once we finish reloading, we'll send him on his way. A few exhausted colleagues exchanged triumphant smiles, finally glimpsing the dawn of victory, their spirits soaring. All right, Su Ming, your time is up, just as they prepared to fire in unison. Feng Baiwan rushed out of his office, shouting, "Halt! Magistrate, what is happening?" Upon hearing the command, the colleagues all stopped, their guns suspended in midair, refraining from shooting. Chapter 60. Confirming your identity. Fortunately, I made it in time, Feng Baiwan thought with a sigh of relief. Everyone, stand down. Upon seeing Su Ming still alive, Feng Baiwan felt a wave of relief wash over him and immediately issued a loud order. His subordinates, though bewildered, complied without question, turning their confused gazes toward their leader. "Dr. Su, please take your leave," Feng Baiwan said to Su Ming with a warm smile. His demeanor suddenly transformed as if the earlier conflict had never occurred. He approached Su Ming, adopting an unusually humble stance, inviting him to depart. "Magistrate, but weren't we on the verge of success?" One subordinate could not help but inquire, clearly perplexed and disgruntled by the sudden shift in tone. Feng Baiwan's expression darkened at once. "Silence," he barked, then turned to the questioning subordinate. "When did I ever say we should take action against Dr. Su? Do you think we can provoke such a formidable master?" His words carried an undeniable authority, deftly shifting the blame elsewhere. Witnessing Feng Baiwan's reaction, the subordinates began to understand. It seemed that higher-ups had issued new directives. They lowered their heads and stepped aside, no longer daring to meet Su Ming's gaze. Su Ming narrowed his eyes, observing this sudden turn of events with a heart full of questions. The depletion of his internal energy left him feeling weak, and he needed to recover swiftly. "May I leave now?" Su Ming inquired directly, uninterested in engaging in further banter with Feng Baiwan. Frowning slightly, he disregarded Feng Baiwan and merely cast him a glance before turning to depart. He pondered that this abrupt change might stem from Liu Ronghua resolving a particular crisis, thereby exerting pressure on the Law Enforcement Bureau. However, considering the previous stance of the Law Enforcement Bureau and the influence of the Feng family, such an explanation appears rather illogical. Yet, Su Ming is currently preoccupied with escaping his perilous situation, believing that as long as he can extricate himself from the immediate danger, that will suffice. As for the savior behind the scenes, having chosen to assist him, it is only a matter of time before they reveal themselves. After Su Ming departs, several subordinates surround Feng Baiwan, their faces etched with confusion. "Chief, Su Ming has inflicted so much harm upon us, and with the Feng family's orders in place, why did you let him go?" Feng Baiwan gazes at Su Ming's retreating figure, pausing in silence before murmuring, "Some matters are beyond our understanding at our level. Su Ming's status is extraordinary. Although the Feng family wishes him ill, they have not provided a justification." Meanwhile, the Wanbao Pavilion, known for its detachment from worldly affairs and commercial disputes, has stepped forward to protect him, a situation that is far beyond what the minor law enforcement bureau in Xinjiang can easily meddle in. Watching Su Ming's silhouette fade, Feng Baiwan casts a glance at the lifeless body and the pool of blood on the ground, inwardly lamenting his unfortunate luck. The owner of Wanbao Pavilion, that is a global chain of commerce. What authority do we, from a small locale, have to disregard them? Let's not forget, as a mere chief in Xinjiang, I am but a minor character. They can make me vanish with but a flick of their finger. His subordinates, puzzled, inquire, "Chief, isn't Wanbao Pavilion just a store? Why must we heed their commands? Furthermore, aren't you related to the Feng family?" Feng Baiwan leans back in his chair, beads of cold sweat forming. "Do you think Wanbao Pavilion is merely an ordinary shop? An entity capable of opening branches worldwide cannot have a simple background. My position as chief is nothing more than a grain of sand in their eyes. As for my ties to the Feng family. It's a joke. They may not even be aware of my existence. And what if the Feng family comes to investigate? His subordinates still express concern that we cannot afford to offend either side. Just say that Wei Zhicheng was no match for Su Ming. By the time I arrived, he had already fled, and your captain was murdered. Thus, the Feng family should not pursue this matter too deeply. This is Feng Baiwan's carefully considered plan for escape. Seeing their chief so resolute, his subordinates can only nod in agreement. The recent brush with death has made them understand that sometimes preserving one's life is of utmost importance, rather than aligning with a powerful family. The car door swings open, and a driver clad in white gloves steps out, courteously announcing, "Dr. Su, please get in." Su Ming glances at the driver, then peers inside the vehicle, where a middle-aged man in a suit is absorbed in reviewing documents. Although he does not raise his head, an aura of composure emanates from him that is hard to ignore. Su Ming understands that this gentleman is likely his savior. Thus he promptly enters the car. "Hello, Dr. Su. I am Wan Zhaolong." The man inside introduces himself, extending his hand. "How did you know it was I who assisted you in the shadows?" Wan Zhaolong's eyes flicker with surprise upon seeing Su Ming. But he quickly regains his composure, raising an eyebrow and feigning nonchalance. In truth, he does not recognize the person before him. Yet given that this individual greeted him at the Law Enforcement Bureau's entrance and called him by name, it is evident that he possesses some knowledge of Wan Zhaolong's identity. Had it not been for this person's intervention, their paths would not have crossed. "Dr. Su, you and your master seem quite different," Wan Zhaolong suddenly comments, fixating on Su Ming's relaxed smile. "You know of my master?" Su Ming is taken aback, for it is uncommon for many to be aware of his master, and to his surprise, Wan Zhaolong, who appears only slightly older than him, is among them. "I have heard a few things. The name of Master Ouyang Zheng was once renowned," he responds. "What have you heard?" The mention of his master piques Su Ming's interest, prompting him to inquire further that if Dr. Su is interested, we can discuss it in detail another day. Wan Zhaolong suggests with a smile, withholding more information. "That is agreeable, but I would like to first ask, why did you choose to rescue me today?" Since Wan Zhaolong is unwilling to elaborate, Su Ming shifts to a more pressing question. Chapter 61. No regrets after all, in a situation where escape seemed nearly impossible. The likelihood of a purely altruistic motive is exceedingly slim. Wan Zhaolong suddenly chuckles, looking at Su Ming with warmth as he responds, "I believed." Su Ming does not press the matter further, instead reciprocating with an understanding smile. Wan Zhaolong is evidently taken aback by Su Ming's swift acceptance of his explanation, momentarily at a loss for words. "Haha, in fact, I do have a request. I wonder if Dr. Su would be willing to assist?" Wan Zhaolong then laughs heartily, redirecting the conversation to his request. Su Ming is caught off guard by Wan Zhaolong's directness, pausing briefly before deciding to be forthright that, "Mr. Wan, you have helped me once. As long as your request is within my capabilities, I shall do my utmost to assist," Su Ming states candidly. "That is reassuring that I have a friend who is gravely ill and has sought treatment in many places without success. I have heard that you are the sole disciple of Ouyang Zheng and hope you can take a look." Su Ming simply acknowledges, considering this a fitting opportunity to repay Wan Zhaolong's kindness. He is not one to enjoy being indebted to others, and now he can repay this debt. "Shall we set off now?" Su Ming inquires, although he secretly hopes to stabilize the surging energy within him first. However, if it is an urgent matter, he cannot afford to delay. "Dr. Su appears to be in poor condition today. Perhaps we should go tomorrow instead?" The patient resides in Qingzhou City, and the journey will take some time, Wan Zhaolong observes with consideration, making a suggestion. Su Ming exhales in relief and nods in agreement. This grants him time to adjust his condition, that a sudden silence envelopes the vehicle, prompting Wan Zhaolong to break the quiet. "Do you not wish to know my identity, Dr. Su? If you are willing to share, then naturally, I would listen. I do not make a habit of prying into others' private matters." Wan Zhaolong appreciates Su Ming's attitude, viewing him as a physician who does not seek to curry favor with the powerful, in stark contrast to those who immediately inquire about a patient's background. "Thank you." Su Ming expresses his gratitude briefly. As the vehicle approaches his villa, he realizes that if someone could ascertain his identity, then his residence would not be a secret either, so he refrains from further questioning. Upon exiting the car, he turns to Wan Zhaolong, who has come to see him off, and politely offers, "Mr. Wan, would you care to come in for a while?" Wan Zhaolong smiles slightly, declining, "No need. Dr. Su, I shall return tomorrow afternoon to pick you up. I have some matters to attend to." With that, he boards his vehicle directly as Ming watches as the car pulls away. And once it vanishes from view, he discreetly expels a mouthful of blood, hastily retrieving his keys to open the door and ascend the stairs. The recent dealings with the Law Enforcement Bureau have drained him of considerable energy and vitality. If he does not recover promptly, he risks inflicting greater harm upon his body. Who could have imagined that one day I would resort to using 9-tiered pills for bodily recuperation? Su Ming wryly smiles as he takes out the medicinal pills he had prepared for attending a banquet. Promptly swallowing 2 before sitting cross-legged to begin his recovery practice, I end the car. Wan Zhaolong's driver, curious, asks, "Boss, who exactly is this Su Ming? Did you come all the way from Yinjing just because he purchased a dragon blood herb?" It turns out that Wan Zhaolong had heard in Yinjing about the Wanbao Pavilion in Qinsheng acquiring the dragon blood herb at high price, which piqued his interest. Each year, Wanbao Pavilion branches across various locations procure a batch of this rare herb. Yet it is seldom sought after, let alone proactively purchased. Su Ming's actions intrigued Wan Zhaolong. Prompting further investigation, he discovered that Su Ming is, in fact, the disciple of the once-renowned Ouyang Zheng, which left him both astonished and exhilarated. Based on various indicators, Wan Zhaolong deduced that Su Ming is likely a practitioner of cultivation. Moreover, after personally reviewing the footage of Su Ming's battle outside the Liu family's hotel, he became even more convinced of his suspicions. Additionally, Su Ming showcased extraordinary medical skills, managing to cure the Liu family's patriarch of his long-standing ailment, which further pleased Wan Zhaolong. But Dr. Su seems quite ordinary. Even a minor law enforcement bureau in Qinsheng can trouble him. "What exactly is it that you see in him?" The driver persists in his confusion. Wan Zhaolong sighs, rubbing his temples as he replies, "I cannot say for certain. If his abilities are exceptional, then he would indeed be a valuable ally. Even if his strength is not as formidable as I hope, as long as he possesses the skills to heal Brother Zhang, this journey will not have been in vain." Wan Zhaolong harbors no certainty regarding whether Su Ming has inherited all the skills of his master, Ouyang Zheng. Yet he is aware that this young man must possess some formidable power. The condition of the Zhang family patriarch is dire. Countless doctors have been at a loss for 3 years. Can Dr. Su truly provide a solution? The driver, having served alongside Wan Zhaolong for many years, shares a close bond with him. Thus he candidly expresses his doubts. "We shall find out tomorrow." However, Wan Zhaolong's firm commitment suggests he must have a degree of confidence. Initially, Wan Zhaolong's interest in Su Ming stemmed from his background and the incident involving the dragon blood herb. Yet he remains unaware of Su Ming's true capabilities. Thus his expectations are tempered. "Understood. Boss, where shall we head next?" After listening to Wan Zhaolong's words, the driver nodded respectfully and inquired about their next destination at Wanbage. "Since we ought to express our gratitude for their assistance, let us select some fine medicinal herbs as a token of appreciation." While gazing out of the window, Wan Zhaolong determined the destination, silently hoping that Su Ming could offer him some help. "Understood, sir," the driver replied, steering the vehicle towards Wanbage. Several hours later, within Su Ming's villa, his internal energy had stabilized, and most of the wounds sustained over the past 2 days had scabbed over. Were Wan Zhaolong to see Su Ming in his current state, he might be astonished by the rapidity of his recovery, especially considering that not long ago those injuries had still been bleeding. Just as Su Ming was preparing to rest, a knock echoed from the door. Chapter 62. The Living Immortal Without Hesitation. He descended the stairs to open the door, knowing that there were few residents in the vicinity, most of whom were familiar faces. "Su Shini, these medicinal herbs have been entrusted to me by our boss to deliver to you." Standing outside was the driver who had previously brought him here, bearing a half-meter-tall box filled with an assortment of herbs that a glance revealed that it contained all the medicinal materials he had purchased from Wanbage earlier, alongside some Western medicine for treating external injuries. Notably, within a separate package beside the box lay several fine specimens of dragon-s bloodgrass. Wan Zhaolong had been thorough in his considerations, sending items that Su Ming might need at any moment. Were it any other gift, Su Ming might have declined, as he was not fond of accepting unmerited offerings. However, these medicinal herbs were akin to a timely rain for him in his recovery, rendering the temptation hard to resist. So, Wan Xiaolong was indeed the owner of Wan Beige. Realizing the driver's intentions, Su Ming briefly inquired about the price. For him, these herbs were far more enticing than anything else. Since he needed them, he accepted them directly, yet did not wish to appear as though he were receiving something for nothing. Thus he asked about the cost. The boss said, "These are a gift for you." Su Shini, "No payment is required," the driver replied expressionlessly. "Very well, then I shall graciously accept. Please extend my gratitude to the boss." Su Ming responded, slightly furrowing his brow before quickly coming to terms with the situation and readily accepting the gift while expressing his thanks. The driver had anticipated that Su Ming would insist on declining further, perhaps even display more gratitude, but was taken aback by the simplicity of his acceptance, leaving him with a twinge of dissatisfaction. Nonetheless, Su Ming paid no heed to the driver's attitude. After the latter departed, he smiled as he moved the herbs to the living room and prepared to concoct elixirs. Did Su Shini accept the herbs? Wan Xiaolong casually inquired. He did, though he only hesitated slightly before accepting. Came to reply, "Boss, those herbs are quite valuable, worth millions. Is it appropriate to gift them to someone we've just met? Moreover, you saved his life. He should be the one presenting you with a gift that Wan Xiaolong's trusted aide." Li Shun felt that the boss had been taken advantage of and could not refrain from voicing his complaints. "I do not concern myself with these millions, Xiao Li. Trust is paramount. Su Shini, being valued by Ouyang Zheng and recognized by the Liu family, undoubtedly possesses exceptional qualities. What does the Liu family amount to? Merely the wealthiest in Qingcheng," Li Shun scoffed, believing Su Ming's identity was not sufficiently illustrious to warrant such attention from Wan Xiaolong. Truly powerful individuals do not rely on others' endorsements to validate their worth. Wan Xiaolong remained remarkably composed, exuding the confidence and calmness of someone in a position of authority. "I see now. I was overly hasty," Li Shun replied, reflecting and feeling a wave of shame wash over him as he recognized his earlier impulsiveness. He hurriedly apologized and assured he would amend his behavior. "Proceed then. Ensure you arrive on time to pick up Su Ming tomorrow." Wan Xiaolong bore no grudge, merely assigning a task to Li Shun. The following morning, jubilant cheers erupted from Su Ming's laboratory. It worked. Dragoness bloodgrass can indeed be refined into elixirs. He held 2 vibrant red pills, emanating a faint aroma, their striking hue revealing their extraordinary quality. Suddenly, a knock resonated from outside. Assuming it was Wan Xiaolong come see him, Su Ming swiftly tucked the elixirs away and greeted the visitor with a smile. "Su Shini, we may depart now." Despite their pleasant conversation the previous day, Wan Xiaolong retained his usual aloof demeanor. Su Ming glanced at his attire, noting that his suit was now unwearable due to yesterday's incident, and thus opted for a casual t-shirt and loose shorts. Very well. Initially intending to change, Su Ming saw that Li Shun was growing impatient in the car, so he decided against further delay. "Su Shini, when you meet my temperamental old friend, please try to speak less. If he speaks out of turn, I hope you will bear with it." Wan Xiaolong had intended to comment on Su Ming's clothing, but chose to remind him instead, recognizing his need for caution. "Not a problem." Su Ming was untroubled, having grown accustomed to interacting with individuals of diverse temperaments. Grateful to Wan Xiaolong, he was willing to continue assisting despite any rudeness he might encounter. Inside the car, Su Ming appeared fatigued from a sleepless night, while Wan Xiaolong diligently studied the materials, the two maintaining a tacit understanding of silence. Seizing the opportunity, Su Ming closed his eyes to rest, hoping to regain some energy. At that moment, Wan Xiaolong noticed that Su Ming's scars had nearly healed. If one did not observe closely, one would not discern that he had been severely injured. This revelation astonished him. Had he truly inherited the genuine teachings of his former master? Ouyang Zheng, contemplating this, Wan Xiaolong resolved to pay close attention to Su Ming, that if this individual were indeed a rare talent, he must find a way to befriend him and forge an alliance. The car journeyed towards Qingzhou City, and after a day's travel, they finally arrived at their destination by evening. Although Qingcheng and Qingzhou City were merely separated by a wall, the disparity in architecture and decor left Su Ming greatly surprised. Clearly, The difference in living standards between a second-tier city and a third-tier city was stark, as the vehicle traversed the suburbs and eventually halted before a sprawling luxury villa. Ming felt an even deeper understanding of this contrast. The villa not only boasted ample space, but also displayed exquisite aesthetics and landscaping that reflected the owner's wealth and status. As soon as the car door opened, a neatly attired and poised servant quickly approached to greet the guests. "Mr. Wan, our master has been eagerly awaiting your arrival," he said respectfully, gesturing for them to enter. "Where is your master now?" Wan Xiaolong inquired as he and Ming exited the vehicle. Driver Li Shun handed the car keys to the awaiting servant. "The master is currently receiving treatment in the medical room. Had it not been for the young master's specific arrangement for me to fetch you, he would have come to greet you himself. It is said that this doctor has cured numerous difficult ailments and is revered as a living immortal." Upon learning of the master's condition, he expressed great interest in this case, prompting the young master to personally invite him for treatment. Chapter 63. Convincing. Upon hearing this, Wan Xiaolong first furrowed his brow, then relaxed, clearly taken aback yet relieved by the news. He knew that the illness afflicting Zhang's master had been a source of distress for many years. With numerous esteemed doctors having tried and failed to find a cure, and some even meeting unfortunate fates as a result, in the past 6 months, the condition had worsened, rendering the situation even more precarious. Turning to Ming, he instructed, "When we enter shortly, observe closely if this doctor can indeed cure the master. That would be optimal. Rest assured, you will not leave empty-handed this time." Ming smiled gently, indicating that he did not mind the prospect of compensation. As a physician, the most rewarding outcome is witnessing a patient's recovery. The presence of another capable doctor signifies less suffering for the afflicted. After this exchange, the two proceeded deeper into the villa, preparing to witness a moment that could potentially alter everything. Outside, a cacophony of furious shouts and the sound of heavy objects crashing to the ground could be heard, suggesting that Zhang's master was in an increasingly dire state. Li Shun, standing outside, offered Wan Xiaolong a wry smile. "The intensity of resistance is greater than last year." "Boss," taking Shini inside, "could it possibly?" Li Shun hesitated before voicing his concerns that he feared that if Ming were unable to heal Zhang's master, not only would it bring shame upon Ming, but it would also reflect poorly on Wan Xiaolong. Wan Xiaolong frowned, evidently sharing some of the concern. After all, for someone of his stature, reputation was paramount. At that moment, Ming, listening intently to the commotion within, could no longer restrain his curiosity. What ailment does this patient suffer from? What are the symptoms? If they knew what the illness was, with Zhang's family's financial resources, it would have been resolved long ago, Li Shun retorted, his tone tinged with annoyance at what he perceived as an unnecessary question. Li Shun. Wan Xiaolong admonished sharply, "Apologize to Shini," realizing his faux pas. Li Shun quickly murmured an apology. Wan Xiaolong then explained, "Shini, please do not take offense. Li Shun has been with me for many years and sometimes speaks too directly. The master of the Zhang family was once a normal person until one day he acquired a martial arts manual, becoming utterly consumed by it, to the point where he could not eat, walk, or even use the restroom without it. 4 years ago, he abruptly ceased reading, and soon after, he began to experience hallucinations and utter nonsensical words." Wan Xiaolong recounted the patient's background. Ming and Wan Xiaolong entered the Zhang residence, where a heavy atmosphere seemed to pervade the air. Upon their arrival, Zhang Yichao greeted them with a face full of concern, apologetically stating, "Mr. Wan, Dr. Su, I sincerely apologize. My father is currently unwell and unable to properly host you both. Yichao, how is your father's condition?" Dr. Shu is examining him, but the prognosis is not optimistic. In Zhang Yichao's eyes, there was a mixture of weariness and hope as he glanced towards the elderly doctor, Shini, who stood by the bedside. The old man, with his graying hair and simple white robe, exuded an air of solemnity and mystery, akin to a hermit stepped from the pages of an ancient tome. Despite facing away from the gathering, his presence was palpable, instilling a sense of reassurance and reverence in those around him. Suddenly, the head of the Zhang family, lying on the sickbed, let out a pained scream. "Get away!" His voice was laden with fear and fury. Dr. Shi turned to face the assembly, his expression gentle yet grave. "Young master, please find several strong bodyguards to assist. Your father is extremely resistant to my approach, and we cannot proceed with effective treatment under these circumstances." His voice was steady, imbued with an undeniable authority. Those present were awestruck by the aura of this venerable doctor, nearly forgetting they were in a modern world. Every movement and utterance of his radiated a wisdom and power that transcended time, compelling everyone to believe he would surely uncover the truth. "Yes, I will attend to it immediately." Zhang Yichao responded promptly, hastily departing to arrange for assistance. Su Ming's gaze lingered on Dr. Shi, pondering the condition of the head of the Zhang family. Although the hospital's examinations indicated everything was normal, the scene before him clearly suggested deeper issues at play. Su Ming resolved to assist this family in finding answers and unraveling the enigma that plagued them. Li Shun, standing nearby, observed Dr. Shi's composed demeanor and couldn't help but murmur his admiration. He bore a striking resemblance to the esteemed physicians portrayed in television dramas, evoking a sense of respect. Li Shun's gaze inadvertently shifted to Su Ming, silently comparing the two to the professionalism and authoritative presence of Dr. Shi, stemming from age, undeniably inspired greater confidence. Indeed, Wan Chaolong nodded in agreement, clearly sharing the sentiment that Dr. Shi's aura was more fitting of a renowned physician. However, this did not imply any doubt towards Su Ming. It was simply that at this moment, Dr. Shi's presence was more pronounced. Su Ming, however, paid no heed to such thoughts, his focus entirely on the affliction of the head of the Zhang family. Unconsciously, he stepped forward, seeking to observe more closely. "Young man, please maintain your distance. The patient's condition is quite unstable, and I fear you may be harmed." Dr. Shi, assuming Su Ming to be a guest or servant of the Zhang family, kindly cautioned him and gestured for him to step back. At this juncture, it was Dr. Shi's examination in progress, and any unsolicited interjection would seem disrespectful and presumptuous. Thus, Su Ming stood quietly to the side, silently observing every movement and word, allowing Dr. Shi to carry out his work undisturbed. Dr. Shi maintained a prudent distance, avoiding any actions that might provoke the patient. Although the head of the Zhang family appeared ill, he seemed temporarily subdued, merely eyeing those around him with a wary glare, poised to erupt once more. "Dr. Shi, the men have arrived." Zhang Yichao re-entered, accompanied by several bodyguards, followed by a woman. This woman, with a stern yet beautiful visage and an elegant figure clad in professional attire, appeared to have just finished work. To Su Ming's surprise, she emanated a faint ethereal aura that caught his attention. "Hello, Uncle Wan," the woman greeted Wan Chaolong politely before approaching the bedside, casting a concerned glance at her father, her eyes briefly revealing a flicker of worry before she regained her composure. Turning to Dr. Shi, she inquired, "Dr. Shi, do you have confidence in curing my father?" "Miss Zhang, I require further examination before I can ascertain the cause of his ailment. I apologize for my impatience. Please proceed with your examination." Zhang Xingling softly expressed her apologies, stepping back to provide Dr. Shi with space. Chapter 64. The focus. As she stepped back, she found herself standing alongside Su Ming. She cast a glance at this stranger, nodding politely without further acknowledgement. Zhang Xingling exhibited an elegant demeanor, embodying both the grace of a refined lady and a sense of measured distance, evoking feelings of warmth without sacrificing sophistication. Her actions were neither ostentatious nor overly familiar, each movement perfectly poised. "Don't come any closer. If anyone approaches me again, there will be consequences." As the bodyguards drew near, the head of the Zhang family suddenly lost control of his emotions, flailing his arms wildly in an attempt to repel those encroaching upon him. "Father, please calm down and accept treatment. This doctor is a highly respected physician. He can surely cure your ailment." Zhang Yichao anxiously implored his father at the bedside, hoping for cooperation. Yet, the head of the Zhang family remained agitated, becoming increasingly furious, even resorting to shouting and cursing. "What illness do I have? I'm perfectly healthy." The bodyguards froze, startled by the sudden outburst. As the family patriarch, the head of the Zhang family had established his authority 3 years prior, and currently, they dared not act recklessly. "Young master, What should we do? The bodyguards exchanged troubled glances, uncertain of how to proceed. Hold him down. Though Zhang Yichao found it difficult to witness his father's struggle, he resolutely issued the command that we must cure him. This cannot continue. Despite his determination, upon seeing his father restrained by the bodyguards, he instinctively turned away, unable to bear the sight. This moment, Dr. Shi stepped forward to commence his diagnosis, first taking the pulse of the head of the Zhang family, then examining his eyelids, and finally gently pressing on his abdomen. Let go of me. Get away. I will kill you. Each contact only intensified the fury of the head of the Zhang family. His teeth clenched as he uttered curses. His expression grotesque. Dr. Shi, do you discern anything? Zhang Yichao anxiously inquired, hoping this esteemed physician could provide a glimmer of hope. Noticing Dr. Shi pause, Zhang Yichao rushed forward, his eyes filled with urgency and unease. Zhang Xingling also approached, her expression remaining composed, yet her eyes betrayed an undeniable worry. May I ask, has my father practiced any special martial arts? Dr. Shi's gaze shifted between the head of the Zhang family and the siblings before him, posing a question. Special martial arts? Zhang Yichao looked bewildered, clearly not grasping Dr. Shi's meaning. Zhang Xingling, however, furrowed her brow slightly, her eyes deep in thought as she contemplated the implications of Dr. Shi's words. Even Wan Qiaolong, who had been a silent observer, now displayed a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Su Ming maintained his composure, though his gaze towards Dr. Shi now held a hint of intrigue. While Su Ming had long sensed that this doctor was extraordinary, he had not anticipated such profound insights. An seemingly ordinary individual, devoid of any ethereal or true energy, yet clad in the garb of a practitioner, could perceive such intricacies, leaving Su Ming astonished. Dr. Shi, what do you mean by that? Zhang Xingling was the first to voice her question, her eyes scrutinizing, as if assessing the credibility of Dr. Shi's words. Sighing, Dr. Shi decided to speak plainly. Put it bluntly, the head of the Zhang family's condition is a result of improper cultivation leading to a derangement of his spirit. His consciousness is trapped in an internal realm, and it can no longer be cured through medication. Within 3 to 5 years, once the energy within him is depleted, he will pass away. When he senses someone approaching, his body instinctively reacts in resistance. This is a reflex developed from prolonged cultivation. However, once the perceived danger subsides, he appears entirely oblivious. Dr. Shi gestured for the guards to release their hold, and indeed, the head of the Zhang family immediately calmed down. In the face of the astonishment of those present, Dr. Shi slowly elucidated the situation. You speak nonsense. This is impossible. These are all mere legends. How could my father be like this? Zhang Yichao was the first to break the silence. His face flushed with anger. Young Master Zhang, are you questioning my expertise? Dr. Shi's countenance grew serious. Although he was typically gentle, he bore a dignity of his OW and, in his view, he had come to offer his assistance out of goodwill and deserved respect rather than unfounded accusations. Yichao, silence. Zhang Xingling admonished her brother sharply, then turned to Dr. Shi with a grave expression. Is there truly no way, Miss Zhang, to speak candidly, if I say cannot be cured, then it genuinely cannot be cured? Understand this may sound incredible, but you must comprehend the gravity of my words. That Dr. Shi, observing Zhang Xingling's calm demeanor, felt somewhat reassured and began to patiently explain the circumstances. However, one of his statements caused Zhang Xingling's eyes to well with tears. No matter how composed and strong she appeared to the outside world, she could not suppress her emotions in the face of her beloved father's illness, especially when that father was the head of the family. Zhang Yichao noticed his sister's reaction and felt a tightening in his chest, his own eyes beginning to redden. This astute young man quickly realized that the situation was far more complex than he had imagined. Sister, father is indeed a practitioner. 10 years ago, he revealed this secret to me and imparted some cultivation methods. Thus, I embarked on my own cultivation journey, though both of our levels of mastery are rather rudimentary. Zhang Xingling sighed, laying bare the truth. Why have I never heard of this before? Zhang Yichao was utterly astonished, his face a mask of confusion as he inquired. Father mentioned that the family business would be inherited by you. Yet he also wished to impart a means of self-defense to me, which is why he taught me. Zhang Xingling spoke with a calm demeanor, though her eyes betrayed a hint of helplessness. So there truly no way for father to be cured. Zhang Yichao's voice quivered slightly. Su Ming, who had been observing the tense emotions of the siblings, began to clarify, stating that the head of the Zhang family was not without hope for treatment. My father is a practitioner at the qi gathering stage. Finding someone of superior strength is no easy feat. Zhang Xingling did not press Su Ming on whether he could locate such a person, but instead focused on the fact that the conditions for treatment seemed almost unattainable for her. Young man, what you speak of sounds quite convincing, yet the legendary Jinhuan 18 Needles has been lost to time for many years. Who is unaware of this? You propose these ethereal solutions while suggesting to the family that there is a chance for recovery. Does that not lead them to false hopes? Dr. Shi could no longer contain himself, angrily questioning Su Ming. Everyone present turned their skeptical gazes towards Su Ming, the chorus of their doubts making him the center of attention that a practitioner at the qi gathering stage. There is one right here. What could be difficult about that? Chapter 65. Reverend Su Ming resolved to address each inquiry one by one, capturing the attention of Wan Zhaolong, a man who had quietly observed the proceedings, his eyelids flickering slightly. Who are you referring to? Zhang Xingling, as a practitioner herself, understood the challenges of reaching the qi gathering stage. Thus her surprise at Su Ming's claim was palpable. Mr. Wan, might I inquire if you would be willing to extend a helping hand? Uncle Wan. Zhang Xingling was completely taken aback. Uncle Wan had known her father for many years, and their encounters were always filled with tea and conversation, yet he had never mentioned anything regarding cultivation. She had never anticipated that this gentle elder was, in fact, a practitioner, and possibly one whose abilities surpassed the qi gathering stage. Everyone in the room, including Zhang Xingling, was rendered speechless by the revelation before them. Not only was Wan Zhaolong's strength astonishing, but it was equally remarkable that Su Ming could perceive it at a glance. Even Dr. Shi, who had maintained a skeptical stance towards Su Ming, could not help but re-evaluate him. There seemed to be a unique aura surrounding Su Ming, which further perplexed Dr. Shi. How did you come to know this? Wan Zhaolong approached Su Ming, incredulity evident in his voice. In his memory, they had never discussed matters of cultivation, even though he had once speculated that Su Ming might also be a practitioner. It was merely a casual observation, nothing of great significance. Casual to discern the depths of a practitioner's abilities just like that. Such confidence is truly astonishing. Both Zhang Xingling and Wan Zhaolong's gazes were fixed on Su Ming, their astonishment lingering in the air. Every practitioner understood that accurately assessing another's strength required either actual combat experience or possessing a power that far surpassed their opponents. Su Ming appeared younger than Zhang Xingling, yet he was already capable of contending with someone of the qi gathering level, evoking both envy and astonishment in her. She herself had only recently learned to channel spiritual energy after years of meticulous training from her father. Wan Zhaolong's reaction was even more intense. As Su Ming mentioned his name, his body trembled slightly, his feet seemingly nailed to the ground. The sudden shock left him unable to regain composure. Until now, Wan Zhaolong had been searching for promising practitioners, willing to enlist even the most basic beginners. However, now that Su Ming had recognized his cultivation level in mere hours, it suggested that Su Ming's own abilities might well exceed his. For someone like Wan Zhaolong, who had been actively seeking practitioners, such a revelation was undeniably thrilling. Furthermore, according to Su Ming, his medical skills might also surpass those of Dr. Shi. Standing nearby, Li Shun observed Su Ming and then glanced at his superior, feeling a burning embarrassment on his face. Could it be that this individual, whom he had always underestimated, was the very practitioner his boss had been desperately seeking? After a moment, Wan Zhaolong managed to collect himself and stepped forward, his gaze serious as he asked Su Ming, "Are you truly confident that you can cure the head of the Zhang family?" "Absolutely," Su Ming affirmed, his expression resolute as he nodded. "However, you must understand that if you intervene, the consumption of vital energy will be immense, potentially costing you the fruits of your cultivation for half a year or even an entire year," Su Ming added. This was also one of the reasons for his hesitation. Although he had promised Wan Zhaolong to save the head of the Zhang family, The continuous drain on his energy, coupled with his recent stagnation in cultivation, left him concerned that further assistance would make it difficult for him to break through his current bottleneck in the near future. After a moment of silence, Wan Zhaolong gritted his teeth and resolutely nodded, as long as he could save the head of the Zhang family. Nothing else mattered. For Wan Zhaolong, the gratitude he owed to the head of the Zhang family from years past was monumental. This debt of gratitude must be repaid. Do not worry. I will guide you from the sidelines, striving to minimize your losses. Su Ming expressed his admiration for Wan Zhaolong's decision, and this statement planted the seeds for future success in Su Ming's heart. Thank you, Dr. Su, Wan Zhaolong exclaimed, tears of gratitude welling in his eyes. Thank you, Uncle Wan. Your noble actions will forever be remembered by the Zhang family. Zhang Xingling, moved by Wan Zhaolong's willingness to make such sacrifices, stepped forward and bowed deeply in gratitude. Unbeknownst to him, Dr. Shi had begun to address Su Ming with respect, while his mind was filled with questions, who claimed that the Zhenhuan 18 needles had been lost. Su Ming countered, confidence and mystery gleaming in his eyes. Young man, it is evident that you possess genuine skill, but considering your youth, your exposure to traditional Chinese medicine must be quite limited, for you seem unaware that the legendary Zhenhuan 18 needles has long been lost to history. Given your confidence in curing the head of the Zhang family, you must have studied medicine for several years, correct? Dr. Shi, feeling a sense of superiority due to his years of experience, could not help but voice his skepticism. You appear to be no more than in your 20s. It stands to reason that you began your studies at a very young age, which explains your arrogance. Dr. Shi continued, however, young man, I have practiced medicine for many years and would never presume to make such bold promises. Hearing this, Su Ming remained unperturbed, responding instead with calmness. Dr. Shi, I see that you are a commendable physician. Would you care to join me in examining whether we can assist the head of the Zhang family? Despite Dr. Shi's skepticism toward Su Ming, he still maintained a level of respect, recognizing the other's genuine medical ethics, and thus offered him an opportunity for collaboration. What do you mean by that? Dr. Shi was taken aback, a flicker of indignation crossing his eyes. Would you like to witness the true Zhenhuan 18 needles? Su Ming inquired with a smile, remaining composed in the face of Dr. Shi's anger. As if discussing an ordinary matter, stop with the nonsense. Dr. Shi was infuriated, not for himself, but out of respect for the revered technique. The Zhenhuan 18 needles was an exceptional skill created by the renowned Dr. Ouyang Zheng. The entire traditional Chinese medicine community held it in the highest regard. Since it had been lost, how could a mere youth like him be so brazen as to mention it? At this moment, Wan Zhaolong, who had been hesitating nearby, could no longer hold back and interjected, his voice tinged with urgency. That Dr. Su is actually a disciple of Dr. Ouyang Zheng. Chapter 66. Everything will be all right. The room fell silent in an instant. Dr. Shi's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Wan Zhaolong, seemingly unable to accept this revelation. Upon hearing Wan Zhaolong's words, Dr. Shi nearly stumbled to the ground in shock. He did not immediately rise, but rather stared at Su Ming in astonishment, then back at Wan Zhaolong, stammering, "You don't mean to say?" Indeed, Wan Zhaolong quickly stepped forward to steady the elderly doctor, guiding him to a chair as he explained. Su Ming is indeed a disciple of Dr. Ouyang Zheng. Dr. Ouyang passed away recently, and Su Ming has just come down from the mountain, coincidentally arriving in time to treat the elder of the Liu family from Qingqing. How can this be possible? Dr. Shi uttered in disbelief. When I met Dr. Ouyang, he was already over 100 years old. Though he did not appear aged, how could he possibly have such a young disciple? Dr. Shi's gaze remained fixed on Su Ming, his hands and feet trembling slightly from excitement. The divine doctor still walks among us. The divine doctor still walks among us. Dr. Shi became even more agitated. Despite his body still shaking, he stood up and deeply bowed in apology, his sincerity moving everyone present. You flatter me, Dr. Shi. I am merely fortunate to have received the teachings of my late master. As fellow healers, there is no need for such humility. Su Ming stepped forward, supporting Dr. Shi and offering gentle words of comfort. You truly embody the legacy of Dr. Ouyang. After being lifted, Dr. Shi's eyes brimmed with admiration and reverence. and he quickly expressed that he could not accept the title of divine doctor. "You are far too humble, Dr. Sure. Since everyone addresses you as such, it must surely be well-deserved." Ming gazed at Dr. Sure, his appreciation unmasked. "Moreover, despite your lack of cultivation foundation, your precise diagnosis of the head of the Zhang family's condition is enough to merit that title." "Thank you for the compliments, Dr. Su," Dr. Sure replied gratefully. "However, you mentioned earlier that you would allow me to assist in treating the head of the Zhang family and showcase the Jinhuan 18 needles technique. Was that truly the case?" The esteemed Dr. Sure expressed his heartfelt gratitude in rapid succession, ultimately casting a gaze filled with anticipation towards Su Ming, his inner yearning unmistakable. Su Ming offered a gentle smile and softly replied, "Naturally. Thank you. When shall we commence?" The excitement was palpable in Dr. Sure's demeanor as he eagerly inquired, clearly unable to contain his impatience. "Su Doctor, please forgive my previous rudeness. I earnestly beseech you to save my father." Recovering swiftly from her initial shock, Zhang Xingling approached Su Ming with respect, imploring him. "Indeed, Su Doctor, I never expected you to be a hidden master. If you are able to cure my father's ailment, the Zhang family shall forever remember your kindness and will repay you manifold." Zhang Yichao joined in, albeit with a limited understanding of the prior conversation. He clearly recognized that this young man might be their father's sole hope, prompting him to express his plea as well. "Rest assured," Su Ming replied, observing the siblings with a burgeoning fondness for the Zhang family. "It is indeed rare to witness such humility and gentleness in a family of this stature." He then turned to Dr. Sure and inquired, "Do you have silver needles with you?" "Of course. As a physician, I always carry a complete set of silver needles. I specifically came today to administer treatment." "How could I forget?" Dr. Sure swiftly produced the needles, his hands trembling slightly from excitement, yet his professional composure ensured his movements remained steady. Su Ming then glanced at Wan Qiaolong beside him, calmly asking, "Mr. Wan, are you ready?" "I am prepared," Wan Qiaolong affirmed with a resolute nod, his heart still brimming with astonishment and anticipation, realizing for the first time that the power of cultivation could be utilized for healing. "Gentlemen, please step outside for a moment," Su Ming instructed the several bodyguards, who wore expressions of confusion, unable to comprehend why they should leave at such a critical juncture, believing their duty was to ensure the family head's safety during the treatment. "You witnessed my father's condition earlier. Although he appears calm now, once we approach him, his reactions may become uncontrollable," Zhang Yichao explained, attempting to convey the rationale behind Su Ming's request. Understanding the necessity for focus and space during treatment, Zhang Yichao quickly stepped forward to clarify the situation. "It is all right. The treatment may cause some discomfort, and the patient requires ample space to relax. Having too many people around could be counterproductive. I will remain here to observe. Everyone, please step back." Su Ming approached the sickbed with an air of calm determination. "Young master." The bodyguards exchanged glances, visibly reluctant, their eyes reflecting their unwillingness to leave. They understood this was a rare opportunity to witness the healing process of a cultivator, especially with the legendary 18 needles of soul suppression resurfacing after nearly a century. Their innate curiosity rendered them unable to resist such temptation. "Leave." Zhang Yichao supported Su Ming's decision, recognizing that disturbing the physician's work at this moment was inadvisable. Despite his concerns, "Understood." The bodyguards, though reluctant, complied with the order, exiting the room with a sense of regret. "Su Doctor, do you intend to use your abilities to stabilize the emotions of the Zhang family head, thus prompting me to prepare the needles?" Dr. Sure gazed at the departing bodyguards and then at the still, tranquil Zhang family head, unable to suppress his curiosity, secretly grateful that this exceptional circumstance had presented such a rare opportunity. It is not as such. Forcing control over him would only heighten his tension, provoking an instinctive rejection from his body, which would be detrimental to the treatment. Then, my father will lose control when someone approaches. Without restraint, won't the treatment become even more challenging? Zhang Yichao appeared somewhat anxious. "If I claim I can heal, I will certainly find a way." "Everyone, remain quiet." Su Ming positioned himself beside the sickbed, his tone authoritative yet imbued with confidence. Instantly, silence enveloped the room, all eyes fixated on Su Ming. Gently, he placed his hand upon the Zhang family head's forehead, who immediately began to writhe restlessly. "Fear not. Everything will be well," Su Ming softly reassured, as though an invisible force emanated from him, gradually soothing the patient. "Don't touch me. Go away." The atmosphere grew tense in an instant. Dr. Shi instinctively moved to assist, but a single glance from Su Ming halted his advance. Chapter 67. Sincere respect. Su Ming gently pressed his hand against the Zhang clan leader's head, a formless energy seemingly flowing from his palm into the elder's body. Miraculously, as this power traversed, the elder's gaze softened, and his body ceased to resist. He began to quiet down, even closing his eyes as if attuning himself to an inner voice, subsequently settling into a cross-legged position with hands clasped together, entering a meditative state. "Relax, you are not alone. Let us assist you," Su Ming assured, his voice both firm and gentle. The Zhang clan leader seemed to grasp his meaning, quietly complying. "Mr. Wan, please take a seat behind the Zhang clan leader and prepare to guide the vital energy into his body," Su Ming instructed, maintaining his palm's position. Time passed imperceptibly as spiritual energy flowed between the two, sweat saturating their garments. Suddenly, Wan Qiaolong spat out a mouthful of blood, sending shockwaves through the onlookers. Su Ming shot a warning glance, preventing any impulsive reactions. Zhang Yichao and Zhang Xingling, members of the Zhang family, silently prayed nearby, their gratitude palpable. Su Ming decisively issued commands, channeling a palm of vital energy into Wan Qiaolong's body to help stabilize him. Following Su Ming's guidance, Wan Qiaolong swiftly adjusted his breathing and energy, regaining composure. "It is over." Su Ming exhaled deeply, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "Su Doctor, I truly thank you for saving my life." Wan Qiaolong gradually sat up from the sickbed, his complexion still pale, yet eager to express his gratitude. "And no need for thanks. We are now mutually indebted for saving each other's lives." Su Ming gently assisted the elder of the Zhang family back into a reclining position, his tone serene. Having just utilized his vital energy to stabilize Wan Qiaolong's erratic circulation, he spared the elder from falling into a similar predicament that had nearly befallen the Zhang family head. With Li Shun's assistance, Wan Qiaolong settled into a chair, his heart overwhelmed with astonishment. He recognized that his earlier act of saving Su Ming had been a mere casual remark, whereas Su Ming had now employed genuine vital energy to heal him. Were it not for this vital energy, he might have followed in the footsteps of the Zhang family head. "Boss, how do you feel now?" Li Shun inquired with concern, worry etched across his face. "I am fine. Su Doctor just used half a year's worth of vital energy to stabilize my circulation," Wan Qiaolong replied, his voice somewhat weak, but deliberately lowered so only they could hear. "Li Shun, remember this. Su Ming is my savior." Wan Qiaolong's tone was solemn. "Understood, boss." Though Li Shun did not fully grasp the profound implications, he had witnessed the entirety of Su Ming's healing process and recognized his efforts. "Dr. Shi, please prepare the silver needles. We are about to commence the energy guiding treatment." Just when everyone presumed Su Ming needed a moment of respite, he calmly instructed Dr. Shi to continue the treatment. "At your command," Dr. Shi responded, his gaze focused as he swiftly and accurately retrieved the silver needles. Despite his inner excitement to document the moment, years of medical experience allowed him to maintain composure. For the Tugu point, raise and press gently until a sensation of warmth arises, then insert the needle, initially shallow, and then deeper, 3 times in and out. Su Ming's expression was serious. Upon seeing Dr. Shi ready, he began to guide him. For the Tianshu point, insert the needle 1 inch, employing the 16 method, starting deep then shallow. For the Shang, Zhong, and Xia Huan points, proceed according to the aforementioned method. Su Ming's instructions were clear and decisive, while Dr. Shi meticulously executed each directive, ensuring the safety and efficacy of the treatment process. With gentle guidance, the silver needles in Dr. Shi's hands seemed to come alive, deftly entering and exiting. In no time, 9 silver needles were accurately inserted into 9 specific points. The legendary 18 needles of soul suppression indeed lived up to its reputation. Today, I have only grasped a mere fraction. Yet I feel immensely enriched. Each insertion felt as though it opened a new realm. Point 1. Can only imagine how astonishing the skill would be if fully mastered. Dr. Shi reflected, feeling as though his horizons had expanded in an instant. Acquiring knowledge far more precious than in the past several decades. Even this small portion of the 18 needles of soul suppression filled him with boundless gratitude. Thank you, Su Doctor, for your instruction. Dr. Shi stepped back and performed a deep bow, conveying his sincere respect. Witnessing this, Zhang Xingling was deeply impressed by Su Ming's abilities. Though she knew it was inappropriate to interrupt, she could not help but inquire about her father's condition. Su Doctor. My father. Indeed, Su Doctor. Why is father not yet awakened? Zhang Yichao similarly inquired, his tone filled with respect and devoid of reproach. Thus, despite his anxiety, he maintained a courteous demeanor. The time is not yet ripe. 10 minutes later, Su Ming spoke again. Dr. Shi, acupuncture at the temples? Understanding the gravity of the situation, Dr. Shi immediately took action, fully aware of the medical protocols that necessitate ensuring the patient's safety before withdrawing the needles. Under Su Ming's guidance, his comprehension of acupuncture deepened, and his technique became more assured. With remarkable dexterity, he deftly manipulated the needles, swiftly and steadily inserting the silver acupuncture needles. Almost instantaneously, the previously tightly shut eyes of the Zhang family patriarch sprang wide open, revealing an unprecedented clarity in his gaze that moment. Su Ming turned his palms over, the vital energy surging in his hands, and forcefully directed it towards the chest of the Zhang family patriarch. With this push, a loud poof echoed as the patriarch abruptly sat up, turning to the side to expel a copious amount of dark blood, a manifestation of years of ailments now being expelled from his body as he began to recover. Father, Mr. Zhang, exclaimed the Zhang siblings and Wan Qiaolong in unison. However, Su Ming's expression shifted slightly. Narrowing his eyes, he firmly stated, Now is the time. In an instant, his right hand sliced through the air like lightning. And within the blink of an eye, he skillfully collected all 11 silver needles into his hand. Chapter 68. A meeting too late, he had astonishingly completed the extraction of all the needles in an instant. Dr. Shi stood by, utterly dumbfounded, rendered speechless by the spectacle before him, and he had witnessed such a scene once in his youth, a moment he had never been able to forget. The memory of that event was etched deeply in his mind, and he had thought he would never witness it again in his lifetime. Yet here he was, decades later, fortunate enough to behold it once more, and so vividly before his eyes. Thank you, divine healer, for saving my life. Remarkably, as the needles were withdrawn, the patriarch of the Zhang family, who had previously been confined to his bed in a state of resentment, now stood up unaided and bowed deeply to Su Ming in gratitude. Thank you, divine healer. Almost simultaneously, the Zhang siblings hurriedly followed suit, bending at the waist to express their thanks in unison. You should not only thank me. Su Ming gently assisted them upright, reminding them. Thank Uncle Wan. Thank Dr. Shi. Thank you, Brother Wan. And thank you, divine healer. Following Su Ming's cue, the 3 members of the Zhang family reiterated their gratitude towards the others, each addressing them differently. You overstate my abilities, Dr. Shi. What merit do I possess, Mr. Zhang? I truly cannot accept such honors. Were it not for the guidance of divine healer Su Ming, I might have committed a grave error. I in the face of the Zhang family's gratitude. Dr. Shi appeared exceedingly humble, demonstrating no airs of superiority, and readily acknowledged his shortcomings. Dr. Shi is indeed deserving of praise. The compassion of a healer, saving lives, is the greatest virtue. Su Ming consoled from aside. Zhang Yichao immediately chimed in, expressing sincere respect and admiration. Zhang Xingling and the patriarch of the Zhang family nodded gently in agreement. Divine healer Su, if it were not for your final surge of vital energy assisting me today, I fear I would have. Wan Qiaolong, supported by Li Shan, approached Su Ming, sincerely expressing his appreciation that Mr. Wan is far too gracious. You saved my life once and provided invaluable herbs. We are merely helping each other. However, upon hearing this, Wan Qiaolong quickly waved his hand in refusal, eager to interject before Su Ming could finish. Divine healer Su, please do not say that. The matter with the enforcement hall was merely a trifling issue. And as for those herbs, they can be purchased with money. How could that possibly compare to your life-saving grace? I have no means to repay you. How could I accept your gifts? Seeing his resolute stance, Su Ming decided to temporarily set aside the topic, contemplating an opportunity to express his gratitude to the Zhang patriarch later. Divine Healer Su, your kindness today will be forever etched in my heart. Whatever you may need, as long as it is within the capabilities of the Zhang family, I shall do my utmost. Upon hearing Wan Qiaolong's words, Zhang Weigong immediately affirmed, appearing both excited and grateful. You overstate my contributions, for my presence here is purely due to my promise to Mr. Wan, that, if you wish to express gratitude, it should be directed towards him. Observing Zhang Weigong's sincere expression, Su Ming felt a twinge of helplessness, but also held great respect for the Zhang family's gratitude. Believing that this act of assistance was indeed worthwhile, Brother Wan is indeed deserving of credit, yet I cannot overlook the immense favor that Divine Healer Su has bestowed upon us. Zhang Weigong silently resolved to seize the opportunity to forge a connection with this young and capable individual, not only for his remarkable achievements at such a young age, but also for his humility and integrity. Su Ming smiled slightly, feeling a bit bashful as he said, if the patriarch truly wishes to show gratitude, perhaps preparing a simple meal would suffice to satisfy my hunger. These past few days at the enforcement hall have been so busy that I scarcely had time to eat, and now I finally have the chance for a proper meal. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, Zhang Weigong paused for a moment, then chuckled while patting his forehead, repeatedly apologizing for his earlier oversight before promptly turning to instruct Zhang Yichao to make preparations. Realizing his own lapse, Zhang Yichao quickly asserted, "This is my fault. I will arrange dinner immediately. Please wait a moment." No worries. It is I who is too direct. Su Ming felt a bit embarrassed, as it was indeed his first time bringing up the subject of food in someone else's home. Indeed, who would have thought that Divine Healer Su not only possesses remarkable medical skills, but is also so approachable? Zhang Weigong soon regained his composure, becoming conversational and engaging in pleasant discourse with Su Ming. He sincerely remarked, while Su Ming merely smiled faintly without elaborating further. Under Zhang Weigong's guidance, the group departed the somewhat somber medical room and proceeded towards the spacious and bright living room of the Zhang family. Along the way, they exchanged laughter and banter, especially on the topic of cultivation, which made them feel as though they had met far too late in life. However, both Zhang Weigong and Wan Qiaolong were tactful, refraining from inquiring into the specifics of Su Ming's cultivation level. They understood that those who have navigated the world of commerce for long are well aware that true masters either boast of their prowess or, like Su Ming, remain enigmatic, never revealing their capabilities easily. Upon reaching the living room, the group sipped tea and engaged in conversation, the atmosphere light and enjoyable. Only Dr. Shi appeared troubled, occasionally glancing at Su Ming, as though he had something to say but hesitated to voice it. "Dr. Shi, what troubles you?" Su Ming noticed his unusual demeanor and gently inquired. "Divine Healer Su, I have a request, and I wonder if you would be willing to grant it." Encouraged by Su Ming's support, Dr. Shi clenched his fists, summoning his courage to stand and speak. "Dr. Shi, please do not stand on ceremony. Our meeting is a matter of fate. Whatever you wish to say, feel free to express it." Su Ming looked at Dr. Shi, inviting him to share what was on his mind. Suddenly, Dr. Shi knelt, his eyes filled with sincerity and longing, his body trembling slightly with emotion. "Divine Healer Su, years ago, I was fortunate enough to follow my master and meet Divine Healer Ouyang. His medical skills profoundly inspired me and influenced my entire life. That I have always emulated him, practicing medicine and saving lives, seeking only to act with a clear conscience, harboring an unwavering passion for the art of healing. Since that parting, I have not seen Divine Healer Ouyang again. Today, encountering you, I hope you will accept me as your disciple, fulfilling my lifelong aspiration." Su Ming hurriedly assisted Dr. Shi to his feet, gently saying, "Dr. Shi, you are quite advanced in age. Please, speak your mind while standing." "I truly cannot bear such a grand gesture. Divine Healer Su, I know the 18 needles of soul guarding are your unique expertise. I do not seek to learn this technique. I only wish to acquire the true methods of observation. Listening, inquiry, and palpation. Dr. Shi earnestly stated, his eyes brimming with anticipation as he gazed at Su Ming. Dr. Shi was highly esteemed locally, and everyone held him in great respect. Even the city lord treated him with deference, personally requesting his guidance, which underscored the extraordinary regard in which he was held. Dr. Shi, there is no need for such humility. There is no hierarchy in medical skill, only differing specialties, since you have met my master and now find yourself here with me. I greatly admire your spirit of healing. However, regarding the matter of accepting a disciple, I fear it is not appropriate. Not only due to the constraints of my master's teachings, but also because you are considerably older than I. I truly cannot bear the title of master. But should you encounter any perplexing or challenging issues in the future, do not hesitate to reach out to me for discussion, including the secrets of the 18 needles of soul guarding. Dr. Shi had anticipated the difficulty of succeeding in his request, and though he felt disheartened upon hearing Su Ming's response, the last few sentences left him nearly incredulous. Thank you, divine healer Su. I, sure, am willing to dedicate my remaining years to healing the sick. Su Ming's words prompted Dr. Shi to reflect for a moment before he reacted, excitement causing his white brows to rise and his lips to tremble as he nearly knelt again in gratitude. Dr. Shi, please refrain from such gestures. Simply call me Su Ming. I will leave my phone number and address shortly. Feel free to contact me anytime with questions, or you may visit directly. Su Ming quickly prevented Dr. Shi from making such a grand gesture, assuring him he would leave his contact information to ensure the matter was set in motion. How can this be? Calling you by your first name seems overly informal, if you do not mind. May I call you Su Xiao, brother? Dr. Shi, filled with both gratitude and concern for Su Ming's feelings, cautiously proposed a more affectionate title, hoping to bridge their connection. That works, Su Ming thought for a moment, deeming the title appropriate, and nodded in agreement. After all, Dr. Shi had met his master and was his senior, making such a term fitting. Congratulations to Dr. Shi. With Dr. Su's guidance in the future, your medical skills are sure to reach new heights, and your prospects are limitless, truly enviable. Zhang Weigong, observing from the side, felt an itch of impatience, not only because Dr. Shi had the opportunity to befriend Su Ming, but also because he could easily obtain his contact information. Despite his envy, he genuinely felt happy for the other party. Ha! Brother Su is so approachable. It is an honor for me, sure, facing the blessings from the head of the Zhang family. Dr. Shi beamed with a smile, clearly cherishing Su Ming's promise immensely. Dr. Su, I'm deeply grateful for your assistance today. I have no way to repay you, but this card allows you to spend freely at Wanbage, with all expenses charged to my account as a token of my appreciation. Wan Chaolong, seeing Dr. Shi establish such a connection, did not want to miss the opportunity. He quickly took out an exquisite green and gold business card and handed it to Su Ming as a gesture of gratitude. Su Ming glanced at the card and, though tempted, especially considering his current need for a substantial quantity of herbs for alchemy and his limited funds, he rationally declined. Dr. Su, how can you put me in such a position? I initially hoped to strengthen our friendship through this card for future interactions, and now you have directly refused that. He truly disappoints me. A successful businessman. Wan Chaolong swiftly adjusted his expression after the rejection, feigning regret as he expressed his original intention. Su Ming felt somewhat at a loss. He had merely wished to make a friend and had not anticipated that his stance would lead to a misunderstanding with Wan Chaolong. Dr. Su, let me be direct. I greatly admire you. That if you would be willing, could we become friends? Wan Chaolong, seeing the situation, decided to drop the pretense and directly express his desire. Having traveled all the way from Yanjing to personally rescue Su Ming from the law enforcement hall, he hoped to establish a deeper connection between them. Since they were now face to face, why not be candid? Mr. Wan, your actions are decisive, and you treat others sincerely. I would certainly be delighted to become your friend. Faced with such a straightforward invitation, Su Ming did not hesitate and gladly accepted. That is wonderful. From now on, I shall call you Brother Su. What do you think? Wan Chaolong's face lit up with joy. Since we are now brothers, please accept this card. Otherwise, it would seem as if you look down on me. Wan Chaolong, seizing the moment, once again extended the card, using brotherly affection as justification. Brother Juan, it is not that I am ungrateful, but the quantity of herbs I require is considerable. Since we are brothers, I do not wish for you to incur a loss. How about this? I will accept the card, but you can offer me a discounted price. Su Ming proposed a compromise, demonstrating his respect for friendship and fairness. All right, since Brother Su has put it this way, I shall not say more. Henceforth, you will receive a 50% discount, covering only the cost plus shipping. Wan Qiaolong readily agreed, indicating that he did not wish to take undue advantage of this moment. Zhang Weigong, witnessing the friendly interaction between the two men, felt compelled not to lag behind. Dr. Su, I may be a bit thick-skinned, but I'm also a brother to Wan. Since you two have become friends, may I not count myself among you? Do not forget about me. As he spoke, Zhang Weigong's face flushed slightly with embarrassment. Yet he boldly placed a set of keys on the table. This is a property of mine on the outskirts of Qingzhou City, a hotel and a sports car. Brother Su, if you do not mind, please accept them. Zhang Weigong nearly offered all that he had, pushing these items towards Su Ming, his eyes betraying both shyness and anticipation. He appeared like a middle-aged man recently recovered from illness. His complexion still pale, evoking a sense of sympathy. Brother Zhang, Su Ming looked at the scene before him, filled with gratitude and astonishment. Wan Qiaolong was momentarily stunned, unsure how to respond to such a display. He understood his brother's eagerness, yet this gesture seemed excessively direct. Zhang Xingling, standing nearby, felt a flicker of embarrassment cross her usually composed face. Despite feeling awkward, she chose to remain silent as a daughter. Su Ming clearly remembered that the Feng family in Qingzhou City had been eyeing him with hostility, thus he did not harbor any aversion to forging new alliances. This simply cannot be. You have already accepted Brother Wan's card. You cannot refuse my gift. Zhang Weigong insisted eagerly. Do you think Brother Su looks down on these trifles? He then asked tentatively, only to shift his tone with a hint of jest. How about this? I have a precious daughter. I wonder if Brother Su might be interested. Chapter 70. Timely assistance. This remark left everyone present utterly astonished. Dr. Shi and Wan Qiaolong, who had been sipping tea, nearly choked. Meanwhile, Zhang Xingling was so taken aback that she could not find her voice, her face flushing a deep red as her usually cold demeanor betrayed a rare display of shyness and panic. Dad, what are you saying? She reproached, her tone laced with evident unease. That I am making a serious proposal. If Dr. Su has eyes for my daughter Xingling, it would indeed be our Zhang family's honor. Zhang Xingling quickly turned to Su Ming, noticing his equally awkward expression, and hastily explained, Dr. Su, please do not take my father's words to heart. He is not fully recovered and may be a bit confused. Su Ming nodded in understanding, sharing a smile with her as they tried to ease the slightly uncomfortable atmosphere. Su Ming acknowledged that he was indeed quite remarkable, not just for his handsome appearance, but also for his character and values, which resonated with others. However, as this was their first meeting, Zhang Xingling's sudden mention of such a topic caught him completely off guard. Zhang Xingling was an incredibly captivating woman. Her beauty lay not solely in her long legs, alluring figure and lustrous black hair, but also in her exquisite features and enticing red lips. She embodied a mature, sophisticated charm that captivated many men. Yet, given that this was their initial encounter and that Su Ming already had a girlfriend, he felt even more flustered. Please have a seat. I will check on the meal preparations. Zhang Xingling felt her face redden like a cooked shrimp, realizing that lingering any longer would only deepen her embarrassment. So she made an excuse and hurriedly left the room. Zhang Weigong looked at Su Ming, his expression one of confusion. He could not fathom why Su Ming had reacted this way. In Zhang Weigong's eyes, most men were either driven by wealth or the allure of beauty, and he believed that by broaching the subject as a matter of brotherly camaraderie, it would resonate more with Su Ming. No, Mr. Zhang, your daughter is truly beautiful, but I already have a girlfriend, Su Ming quickly clarified, attempting to explain his reason for declining. Oh well, regardless, Brother Su must accept this. Otherwise, I will feel indebted to you. Zhang Weigong displayed a hint of disappointment, but quickly added, seemingly seeking to reassure Su Ming that he hoped that his daughter would find someone as exceptional as Su Ming, allowing him to rest easy. To demonstrate his sincerity, he insisted that Su Ming accept his gift. Since Brother Zhang is so generous, I shall graciously accept. Seeing no way out, Su Ming could only comply and took the set of keys, but he understood that continuing to refuse would likely make the situation even more awkward. Haha, that is wonderful. With Brother Su accepting these, I feel much more at ease. Zhang Weigong beamed, clearly in high spirits at the tea that moment. Dr. Shi intended to join the gift-giving, but he heard a voice from behind. Everyone, the food is ready. It turned out to be Zhang Yichao and Zhang Xingling leading a group of servants, each carrying platters of delicious dishes. Laughter erupted as everyone welcomed the sumptuous feast. Today, the four of them officially became brothers, and to celebrate this joyous occasion, they decided to have a grand meal together. Zhang Weigong laughed heartily, dismissing the attending servants, and personally set the table, cheerfully stating, "Come on, brothers, today we must drink to our heart's content." Wan Xiaolong was equally enthusiastic, rising to pour wine for everyone. These two powerful men, accustomed to commanding the business world, were now humbly serving Su Ming, demonstrating their respect for this esteemed guest. The atmosphere at the table was lively, and everyone enjoyed the meal. Su Ming even shared some insights on cultivation with the two, which earned him a measure of respect from Zhang Xingling, who was also a cultivator, her eyes reflecting admiration. "Dad, one uncle, you two are so quick. I was hoping to get closer to Dr. Su, yet you both rushed ahead, elevating Dr. Su's status so high. Don't you feel a bit embarrassed?" Laughter resonated around the table. The earlier awkwardness between the group now dissipated as they began to tease one another. Zhang Yichao downed his drink in one go, looking at his father Zhang Weigong and Wan Xiaolong, unable to resist making a jest. "Haha, you rascal. Brother Su is not only talented, but also exceptionally powerful. Addressing him as sir is only fitting. We are the ones who feel honored." "Humph." Zhang Yichao grumbled, but did not press the matter further. "Brother Su, since Wan and Zhang have presented gifts, I, sure, also have a modest offering, and I hope you will not disdain it." Dr. Shi's face was flushed from drinking, but he remembered his initial intention and pulled out a book from his pocket, presenting it to Su Ming. "Is this a book on cultivation?" "Su, indeed, these books have been passed down through my family. Regrettably, I have never been able to grasp their profound mysteries, and holding on to them feels like a waste. It is only fitting that I now bestow them upon you. Dear Brother Su," the esteemed physician Shi explained, feeling a sense of comfort upon witnessing Su Ming's delight. "Thank you very much, Senior Shi." Su Ming expressed his gratitude sincerely, accepting the gift without hesitation, for it held great significance for him. There is no need for such formality. "Young Brother Su, this is what you rightfully deserve," Physician Shi replied, his face adorned with a beaming smile. Clearly satisfied, seeing that everyone had presented him with gifts, Su Ming felt a pang of embarrassment about accepting them without reciprocation, and thus gently declined. "Brother Su, what are you doing? We offer these gifts in gratitude for your past assistance. It is merely a way to express our appreciation, so do not take it too seriously." "Indeed, these are but trifles, far inferior to the gratitude we owe you," another chimed in. "That's right, young Brother Su, your selfless sharing of medical knowledge renders these gifts trivial in comparison." They sincerely offered their presents, feeling that the true reward was the assistance they had received from Su Ming. Moreover, as successful individuals, they lacked for nothing and held little expectation or desire for gifts. Chapter 71. Am I mistaken? No. Since we are all friends, I cannot allow myself to benefit alone. These are not particularly valuable items. Let us accept them for the joy they bring to you think my gifts are too ordinary and unworthy. Su Ming half-jokingly remarked, feigning annoyance. "Brother Su, you have misunderstood us? Very well. Since you insist, we shall graciously accept." Zhang Weigong, with his generous nature, hurriedly agreed, fearing Su Ming would misconstrue his intentions as disdain for the gifts. "Since Brother Su has said so, to refuse would be overly pretentious, so I shall graciously accept." Wan Xiaolong followed suit, his tone more gentle. "Since both of you have accepted, I shall also partake in this fortune." "Thank you." Physician Su, the elder physician Shi, being more composed, stood up to bow to Su Ming before accepting the gift. "These are mere trifles. I hope no one finds them lacking." observing the other's acceptance. Su Ming smiled with relief, placing the carefully prepared boxes on the table and pushing them towards each individual. What is inside? Zhang Weigong curiously picked up an antiquated box, examining it closely without opening it. "Isn't this the box I used to store medicine for you?" Su Ming chuckled. "Could it be that you have already discerned our ailments, and these remedies are precisely what we require?" Wan Qiaolong, glancing at the assortment of boxes of various sizes, couldn't help but laugh. Assuming Su Ming merely gifted them herbal remedies he had previously collected, he then inquired with curiosity, "Physician Su, you truly live up to your reputation. Even your gifts are so unique. It seems you have mastered the art of diagnosis to such an extent that you can ascertain our health issues without even needing to take our pulses. Truly remarkable." Physician Shi, a devoted admirer of Su Ming, realized the implications of Wan Qiaolong's words and, stroking his white beard, expressed his admiration for Su Ming. "Oh!" Zhang Weigong exclaimed, immediately donning a look of eager anticipation as he swiftly opened one of the boxes. "Let me see. I suspect Brother Su has gifted us with tonics for replenishing blood and energy. This must be the box containing Dragon's blood herb." Wan Qiaolong, equally eager, opened his own box. Standing nearby, Physician Shi displayed great anticipation. Despite being a physician himself, he had not noticed any health issues, but if Su Ming could uncover them, this meeting would prove invaluable, allowing him to learn from Su Ming while also receiving a rare opportunity for treatment. "What is this?" Zhang Weigong exclaimed as he opened the box, nearly gasping in astonishment. "What's the matter?" Wan Qiaolong was startled by Zhang Weigong's reaction and leaned in a look, his face flushing crimson as he trembled while opening his own box. "It's real." Wan Qiaolong staggered back, heavily sitting down in a chair, breathing rapidly, completely losing his usual composure. "Let me see." Physician Shi, observing their reactions, opened his box with a puzzled expression, even with his extensive experience. He was shocked by the contents. "How is this possible?" he exclaimed. Zhang Yichao stood by, utterly bewildered, thinking, aren't these just herbs? Even if they are gifts from Mr. Su, their reactions seem excessively dramatic. "I'm not sure." Zhang Xingling added, her face a mask of confusion. Although she was accustomed to her father's exaggerated mannerisms, given one uncle's usual demeanor, his behavior today was indeed unusual. What on earth is happening? Su Ming was equally perplexed by their reactions, beginning to doubt whether he had been undervalued due to the ordinary nature of the gifts. However, those items were genuinely beneficial to their current situations. "Brother Su, this is a 9th grade elixir," Zhang Weigong exclaimed incredulously. "Are you truly giving this to me? Am I mistaken? Indeed, while it may be of a lower grade, this Gu Yuan Dan will greatly benefit your current health condition, helping to stabilize the spiritual energy and true qi within you," Su Ming clarified, as Zhang Weigong had expressed concern over the elixir's grade. "That is not the issue," Zhang Weigong shouted. "Brother Su, do you realize what this is? A 9th grade elixir. Only one emerges in the imperial capital every 5 years, worth over 100 million. It is utterly unattainable, without status." As Zhang Weigong heard Su Ming's words, he felt as though the world were crumbling around him. Unable to contain his excitement, the others understood his fervor, for they were all aware of the significance of such a 9th grade elixir, especially upon seeing the one emitting a delicate fragrance and glimmering translucently. Even Zhang Yichao, who lacked expertise in the field, could discern that it was no ordinary item, let alone a counterfeit. Just the scent alone invigorated one's body and calmed the restless spirit. Elixirs and cultivators have always been inextricably linked, but with the dwindling number of alchemists and the constraints of natural laws, the ability to concoct elixirs has become increasingly rare. This has led to a severe scarcity of high-grade elixirs in the market. Even low-grade elixirs are exorbitantly priced. 9th grade elixirs like this one are even rarer. Such treasures are typically auctioned only in major cities like the capital, and often, before the auction begins, they are preemptively reserved by illustrious families. Only once every 5 years do some alchemists, in the interest of generating buzz, publicly auction one. Therefore, it is not hard to fathom just how precious and extraordinary the gift Su Ming presented truly is. Indeed, young brother Su, while my knowledge is limited, I have heard of such treasures from both its color and shape. This elixir is undoubtedly of the highest quality. How can you simply gift it to us? Physician Shi, after a prolonged silence, finally asked Su Ming with a trembling voice, torn between the desire to accept and the reluctance to impose. His eyes remained fixated on the box. If you all hesitate to accept, what am I upon hearing the words of Zhang Weigong and Physician Shi? Wan Xiaolong took a deep breath, exerting great effort to turn his box around, slowly speaking. What grade of elixir is this? Good heavens! Zhang Weigong and Physician Shi turned to look, the former nearly cursing while the latter gasped, collapsing back in his chair, his face flushed. In Wan Xiaolong's hand was a box containing a bright red elixir, radiating a dark crimson glow, significantly larger than ordinary elixirs, of exceptional quality. Chapter 72. This elixir possesses approximately 8 extremes of efficacy, the quality barely acceptable. However, Physician Shi, and you are not yet able to consume it, as it is a new variety made from dragon's blood herb, and your current strength is insufficient to withstand its effects. Seeing their reactions, Su Ming kindly explained. Brother Su, how could we accept such a treasure? Indeed, Brother Su, it would be a waste to offer something so rare to mere commoners like us. Moreover, you must have invested a considerable fortune to obtain it. The value disparity with the items we have given you is far too great. We cannot accept it. Zhang Weigong, despite his resolute words, found his gaze irresistibly drawn to the precious item, and had it not been for his lingering reason, he would have likely surrendered to temptation. Physician Su, the unparalleled medical knowledge I have acquired is already a tremendous fortune. How could I accept such a valuable gift? Having practiced medicine for many years, he understood the value of every coin. Realizing that such treasures must have required immense effort on Su Ming's part, as an elder, he felt unworthy of such a grand gift. Physician Shi similarly expressed his refusal, though he harbored a deep yearning for health and nourishment, particularly for such a rare elixir. However, they were both honorable individuals, unwilling to impose on Su Ming by accepting a gift of such magnitude, and thus they unanimously declined. Simultaneously, they were curious about how Su Ming had acquired these treasures, as even spending vast sums to procure such miraculous elixirs would be worth it to them. These were all concocted by me. They required minimal cost. You just treated Brother Zhang, though it was not a serious ailment. It did deplete his stamina significantly. This dragon's blood elixir will aid in his full recovery. As Su Ming spoke, he gently pushed the box containing the elixirs towards the 3 individuals before him, softly introducing its contents. No sooner had he finished speaking than Zhang Weigong, taken aback by the revelation, lost his balance and fell to the ground, his mouth agape in astonishment yet unable to utter a word. The others did not rush to assist him, for they too were in a state of shock. Without the support of chairs, they might have crumpled to the floor like Zhang Weigong. They were still grappling with the implications of Su Ming's recent declarations. Su, Brother Su, who on earth are you? A cultivator, a top-tier divine physician, and a master alchemist as well. After a moment of struggle, Zhang Weigong managed to rise and took a seat beside Su Ming. His awe palpable. The abilities Su Ming had inadvertently showcased astonished even him, but he paused, realizing that ever since his master had brought him to the mountains, these skills had become part of his daily practice, so commonplace to him. Yet he had not anticipated how rare such talents were in the outside world. Wan Xiaolong, still in disbelief, attempted to invite Su Ming to accompany him. After pondering for a moment, Su Ming politely declined, saying, Brother Wan, my first stop upon descending the mountain was Benhai, where my beloved and those who care for me reside. I have no plans to leave just yet, having spent 15 years honing his craft in the mountains. Su Ming held little aspiration for fame or fortune. He cherished the people before him, but he believed that with genuine talent and knowledge, one could make a mark anywhere. Furthermore, he was in search of enemies and currently had no time for distractions. Indeed, I was presumptuous, Wan Xiaolong acknowledged with a nod. However, Brother Su, your abilities will shine brightly wherever you go. Places like Yinjing are fraught with complexities and dangers, which may bring you unnecessary troubles. Observing this, Physician Shi could not help but exclaim, Young Brother Su, to possess such accomplishments at your age is truly commendable. You are indeed a distinguished disciple of the esteemed physician Ouyang. it is not impossible for you to surpass your master one day. However, in light of the precious elixirs Su Ming had offered, Physician sure felt unworthy. Young brother Su, I have never practiced martial arts or cultivation in my life. Such rare elixirs are too extravagant for me. It would be best to reserve them for those in greater need. That Su Ming smiled faintly and extended his hand towards Physician Sure. The physician, perplexed, complied nonetheless, after taking his pulse for a moment. Su Ming identified the issue. You have stagnant energy within you, impeding the gathering of spiritual essence, which is why you are unable to cultivate. Please lend me your silver needles, Su Ming continued. After receiving the silver needles, he skillfully inserted them into several acupoints on Physician Sure's body. With a sigh of relief, the physician felt his body lighten, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Young brother Su, I feel so much more invigorated now. Very well. Now you can try taking this elixir, Su Ming suggested with a smile, retrieving the silver needles and offering an elixir to Physician Sure. How could I possibly accept this? Brother Su, you have already healed me of years of suffering, for which I am profoundly grateful. This elixir is invaluable. I cannot accept it, Physician Sure insisted earnestly, his face a picture of sincerity. You wish to truly comprehend the ancestral cultivation texts? Su Ming calmly inquired that if you desire to learn the 18 soul-soothing needles, you must cultivate. Otherwise, you will be unable to grasp true energy and thus will not master the technique. After a moment's hesitation, Physician Sure recalled his lifelong dream and ultimately nodded, accepting the elixir and swallowing it whole. Did he not yearn for all of this? The onlookers held their breath, their gazes fixated on Physician Sure. Suddenly, he stood up, letting out a cry of anguish toward the heavens. Look! Physician Sure's eyebrows and hair, Zhang Yizhao exclaimed. The crowd's attention shifted, witnessing the once gray-white hair of Physician Sure visibly transforming into a dark gray, and the wrinkles on his face smoothing out, making him appear significantly younger. This sight left Zhang Weigong in awe. This elixir is extraordinary. The effects are astonishing. Meanwhile, Physician Sure felt a surge of vitality coursing through him. His limbs brimming with energy, he was overwhelmed with gratitude and instinctively inclined to kneel before Su Ming to express his boundless thanks. Physician Sure, please rise. There is no need for such formality. We are now friends, and I cannot bear such gestures of gratitude. Su Ming quickly assisted him up, sincerely stating that there was no need for such politeness. Indeed, I was overly emotional. Physician Sure nodded repeatedly. His eyes filled with gratitude that Su Ming gently supported Physician Sure, saying, You are correct, physician. Although you are advanced in years, there remains an opportunity for you to embark on the path of cultivation. Chapter 73. Gratitude. Physician Sure could hardly believe his ears. He looked up, his eyes wide with astonishment, as if all the light around him converged upon him. This reminded him of the divine image of Physician Ouyang, and gradually, Su Ming seemed to assume his place. Indeed, under the right circumstances, anyone could embark on the path of cultivation. In response to Physician Sure's shock, Su Ming remained unusually composed, exhibiting an even greater calmness. I understand, Physician Sure declared resolutely, earnestly vowing to Su Ming, I will diligently cultivate and master the 18 soul-soothing needles technique, dedicating my life to saving others, never to betray your kindness. Divine Physician Su Ming chuckled lightly. Physician Sure, you need only stay true to yourself. Witnessing this exchange, Zhang Weigong could not help but exclaim, Brother Su, this elixir can truly rejuvenate a person and even open the path to cultivation. How miraculous is that? Together with my acupuncture assistance, it has facilitated his transformation. However, they had all witnessed the evident improvement in Physician Sure's hair and overall condition after consuming the elixir. Not only Zhang Weigong, but the others also wore expressions of confusion that Su Ming explained. Within the human body lies untapped energy. It is both a blessing and a burden. Although Physician Sure is not old, he appeared aged because the energy within him was affecting his body without proper guidance. The purpose of a 9-tiered elixir is to help him unlock the dantian that has always existed within him, allowing him to accept and utilize this energy for cultivation. Thus, not only will he be able to cultivate, but his previously aged appearance, affected by this energy, will gradually restore as well. The crowd nodded in understanding. Meanwhile, Zhang Yizhao, who had been eagerly anticipating, felt a twinge of disappointment. He had realized the formidable power of cultivators and had been tempted by the chance to change his destiny in an instant. Now, knowing that not everyone possessed the conditions to achieve such a transformation, he could not help but feel regretful if that is the case. As a cultivator, this elixir should hold little significance for me. Right? Zhang Weigong glanced at the elixir, longing for it, yet feeling disheartened by his current state, believing that consuming it might yield no benefits, but of course it is useful. You have been trapped in a state of demonic deviation for 5 years, and your true energy has been stabilized by Brother Wan. Combined with the assistance of the 18 soul-soothing needles, your power has already improved significantly. This elixir, though not the highest grade, is sufficient to restore you to your former strength. Su Ming explained with a smile. Moreover, it will help you break through the qi gathering stage within a week. Upon hearing this, Zhang Weigong could hardly believe his ears. Could he truly regain his strength? Break through the qi gathering stage? He mused. Such an elixir could hardly be classified as low grade. It was akin to a divine potion. Indeed, Su Ming nodded affirmatively, his eyes brimming with confidence. Zhang Weigong's hands trembled slightly, his inner desire roaring like a beast. Yet he hesitated to take the elixir directly, torn between the fear of taking advantage of Su Ming and the overwhelming effects of the elixir, making it hard for him to accept it with a clear conscience. Brother Zhang, we are brothers. This is merely a token of my goodwill. Upon hearing this, Zhang Weigong made up his mind, reaching for the box and unhesitatingly swallowing the elixir. Immediately, a peculiar phenomenon ensued. Unlike Physician Sure, Zhang Weigong's reaction was far more intense. Shortly after the elixir entered his mouth, he began to emit pained sounds, and faint cracking noises surrounded him, as if countless tiny sparks were igniting within him. Under the anxious gazes of the onlookers, time slowly passed until Zhang Weigong finally exhaled deeply, stretching his limbs in a posture of enjoyment. How fragrant, he murmured, evidently undergoing a wondrous transformation. The aroma and phenomena emanating from Zhang Weigong signified the elixir's activation within his body. Heralding the resurgence of power, all eyes were drawn to him. They watched as a dark yellow liquid began to seep from Zhang Weigong's body, exuding a foul odor reminiscent of decaying flesh. However, as this liquid flowed away, his skin rapidly regained its luster and health, his complexion becoming rosy. Wow, this feels incredible. It's as if I've just had a full-body massage or soaked in a hot spring. And the power within the dantian is surging, Zhang Weigong remarked, relishing the changes in his body, smoothing his hair and appearing invigorated. Yet soon he noticed the sticky sensation on his skin and looked down. Horrified, Brother Su, what is this on me? It smells awful. What? Toxins? Zhang Weigong inquired in disbelief, leaning closer, only to recoil quickly upon realizing the source of the odor, his gaze still fixed on Su Ming, yearning for further clarification. Su Ming recalled the transformations that Zhang Weigong had mentioned regarding the practice of martial arts, and immediately understood the origin of those peculiar liquids. He inquired about the martial arts book. Oh, right. Allow me a moment to retrieve it, Zhang Weigong exclaimed, a look of realization dawning upon him as he swiftly dashed away, clearly having experienced an enhancement in speed after consuming the elixir. In the meantime, Wan Qiaolong, holding a pill in his hand, curiously asked, Brother Su, what will happen if I consume this? Li Shun, standing nearby, expressed his concern. Dr. Su, will there be any side effects? None whatsoever, Su Ming replied without hesitation. I have complete faith in you, Brother Su, Wan Qiaolong asserted with unwavering determination. With a slight smile that conveyed resoluteness in his gaze, he unhesitatingly tilted his head back and swallowed the dragon blood pill. In an instant, his body began to undergo a remarkable transformation. A gentle red glow emanated beneath his skin, as if the vitality coursed through his very being. This change was swift but fleeting. Wan Qiaolong maintained his composure, appearing to savor the entire experience. His previously pallid complexion rapidly regained a healthy hue, even more vibrant than before, just as everyone stood in awe of this miraculous metamorphosis. Wan Qiaolong suddenly trembled, veins bulging, clearly engaged in an internal struggle. Chapter 74. Conspiracy. Su Ming observed the unfolding events with keen attention, and upon witnessing this scene, instantly sensed something amiss. He swiftly warned Zhang Xingling to keep her brother at a safe distance and urged the stone doctor to retreat to safety. Zhang Xingling reacted promptly. Though puzzled, she executed Su Ming's instructions without delay. Meanwhile, Li Shun appeared taken aback, unable to comprehend the urgency of the situation. Subsequently, Wan Qiaolong unleashed an uncontrollable force, striking the stone table with a powerful punch. With a resounding crash, the sturdy table shattered into fragments. Only then did Li Shun grasp the gravity of the situation. It was an effort to prevent injury. Unfortunately, he was unable to evade in time, and was struck by the flying debris, collapsing in agony. Ouch! Li Shun cried out, clutching his wound, inwardly cursing himself for not keeping up. Su Ming glanced at the groaning Li Shun on the ground, offering an awkward smile. It seems I truly forgot about him. Was it a genuine oversight or a feigned one? Li Shun pondered, suspecting it might be a subtle act of retribution from Su Ming, yet feeling powerless to contest it. Turning around, he noticed the unusual reactions from those around him and the unfortunate state of Li Shun, and inquired with confusion, "Li Shun, what happened to you?" "Nothing, boss, just that the wind was too strong, and I lost my balance," Li Shun replied with a strained smile, feeling fortunate that he had only sustained minor injuries. The stone doctor promptly understood the situation, rushing forward to assist Li Shun with treatment. Zhang Yichao approached, still shaken, and recounted the events that transpired, feeling utterly astonished by the effects of the dragon blood pill gifted by Su Ming. He experienced firsthand the astonishing power possessed by martial practitioners. Zhang Xingling also joined them, and as she observed Su Ming's calm demeanor, a sense of admiration welled up within her. "I never anticipated the effect of the dragon blood pill to be so remarkable." "Thank you so much, Brother Su." Having regained his strength, Wan Qiaolong sensed that the effects of the pill had yet to fully manifest, and he hastily expressed his gratitude to Su Ming. Even someone as composed as he could not conceal the joy radiating from his face. "Congratulations, Brother Wan." After listening to his son's account, Zhang Weigong felt genuinely elated for Wan Qiaolong. While a wave of intense envy surged within him, he silently vowed to reach such heights in his own training, if not surpass them. Smiling, Zhang Weigong handed the book he held to Su Ming, saying, "This martial arts treatise appears to be problematic. The subsequent content seems to have been tampered with." Su Ming accepted the book and swiftly skimmed through a few pages, his expression gradually growing grave. "Indeed, there is an issue," he stated. "What kind of issue?" Zhang Weigong inquired, furrowing his brow as he leaned in to inspect. "Worse still, it emphasizes the necessity of medicinal assistance, particularly mentioning the 7 divine herbs, which is nothing short of a nefarious trap," Su Ming continued. "While the 7 divine herbs are supplements that can invigorate the mind and strengthen the body, they can indeed provide substantial benefits in the early stages of martial training." His tone carried a chilling undertone as he summarized, realizing he had fallen victim to a meticulously orchestrated conspiracy. His initial rapid progress had spiraled out of control, leading him to the brink of madness. "Damn it," he exclaimed, striking a stone pillar, sending dust swirling, and oh wonder my early advancement was so swift, only to become uncontrollable later. It was all part of this scheme. His fury surged as he recalled the 5 years of mental turmoil caused by this ploy. Had it not been for Su Ming's assistance, he might still be ensnared. Each day, he bore witness to his own madness, an indescribable torment that fueled his hatred for the unseen puppeteer behind it all. "Brother Zhang, now that you understand the circumstances, it shouldn't be difficult to identify the instigator. We must remain vigilant in the future. Rest assured, Brother Su, now that I have regained my strength, there will undoubtedly be those who cannot contain themselves. I will personally bring justice to that sinner." Though his heart brimmed with anger, Zhang Weigong endeavored to maintain composure in front of his friends. When his gaze shifted towards the southeastern clan, the concealed animosity went unnoticed by anyone. The group spent the night at the Zhang residence, engaging in deep discussions and sharing insights, all feeling enriched by the exchange, observing Su Ming's resolute intent to depart. Zhang Weigong sent his daughter, Zhang Xingling, to accompany him. "Dad, let me handle it," Zhang Yichao volunteered, displaying an unusual eagerness. First, take care of the matters at the company. Zhang Weigong scolded, tapping his son's head in disapproval. Why can't you be more dependable? If only you could earn the favor of a talent like Su Ming, I would find solace. I'm still not finished. Zhang Yichao rubbed his head, wearing a pitiful expression that, oddly, made him appear somewhat endearing. Then hurry up, Zhang Weigong bellowed, leaving Zhang Yichao no choice but to bid farewell to the group, departing with a sense of regret. In truth, he only wished to inquire if there was a chance for him to become a practitioner. Shall we be off, Mr. Su? Zhang Xingling suggested. Brother Su, do remember to visit me in Qingzhou City for some leisure. Voices of friends echo behind them, filling Su Ming with warmth. Mr. Su, Uncle Wan mentioned that the law enforcement hall personnel, took you to their location before? On the way, Zhang Xingling cautiously broached the subject. She initially intended to use harsher language, but deemed it inappropriate, thus opting for a more tactful approach. Would you like me to assist you in dealing with him? Zhang Xingling inquired, gazing at Su Ming's resolute profile, momentarily lost in thought. There's no need. They're merely following orders, and besides, there are firearms involved. Far too perilous for someone like you. Chapter 75. High inside Su Ming held no fondness for the law enforcement hall. Yet he had no intentions of seeking revenge, nor did he wish to place a woman in danger on his behalf. To him, those individuals were insignificant, and if he truly wished to confront them, it would be as simple as a flick of the wrist. There will be no issues. The law enforcement hall in Qingcheng is inconsequential if the Zhang family intervenes. Upon hearing Su Ming's concern for her safety, Zhang Xingling felt a stir of emotions. Ever since Zhang Weigong's incident, she had grown distant and taciturn, wholeheartedly pursuing strength, leading others to overlook her as someone in need of protection. Need. Thank you. Su Ming maintained a calm demeanor, once again declining Zhang Xingling's kindness. However, Miss Zhang, I am quite curious about the practitioners and elixirs in Qingzhou City. Could you enlighten me? Rather than dealing with the law enforcement hall, Su Ming was more interested in uncovering the secrets of Qingzhou City. Indeed, there are numerous practitioners. Although the Feng and Zhang families are the two major forces here, in Qingzhou City, wealth and power are two separate matters. The underground forces in the southeast and southwest wield considerable influence. Zhang Xingling elaborated. As for elixirs, they are not a secret in Qingzhou City, merely scarce enough to leave people yearning. Su Ming turned to the focused Zhang Xingling. Posing a question about the elixirs, Zhang Xingling explained that while most people had merely heard of elixirs without ever purchasing them, Chainan's Iron Fist had indeed acquired one at a high price and showcased it at a martial arts event, making it known to many in Qingzhou City, albeit without causing much of a stir. It seems there is considerable potential for promoting the elixir market in Qingzhou City, Su Ming mused aloud. Then turned to Zhang Xingling, asking, would you be interested in becoming my elixir agent? Agent for what? Zhang Xingling was taken aback by the sudden question, nearly losing her focus. Thankfully, her driving skills were impeccable, or the consequences could have been dire. Miss Zhang, please concentrate on driving. Following this, Su Ming elaborated on his proposal. For safety's sake, he grasped the armrest tightly, reminding Zhang Xingling not to be distracted. With a sharp screech of brakes, the vehicle came to a sudden halt, causing both of them to lurch forward at Mr. Su. Are you serious? Her voice quivered slightly, for to Zhang Xingling, elixirs were almost unattainable treasures. Observing her father and Uncle Wan possessing them had instilled within her a sense of envy, though she had never expressed it, fully aware of their immense value. Realizing that the timing of their discussion was rather inappropriate. But since they had already stopped, Su Ming nodded to affirm his proposal. Mr. Su, you really don't need me as an agent. Once the news gets out, many will certainly rush to seize the opportunity. Why bestow such a favor upon me? Zhang Xingling's voice revealed a hint of hesitation and confusion. I am not well acquainted with Qingzhou City, and the Zhang family's reputation would significantly aid in establishing trust. Moreover, I need to focus on alchemy. I have no time to deal with sales matters, nor do I wish for anyone to know that I am the one selling the elixirs, Su Ming explained. He gazed at Zhang Xingling, momentarily lost in thought, but quickly regained his composure and began to elaborate on his plans. Very well. Mr. Su, please enlighten me on how you intend to conduct the sales. Zhang Xingling inquired, her heart racing with excitement and caution as she realized the purpose of Su Ming's visit, eager not to miss this rare opportunity. Miss Zhang, hailing from a prominent business family, should be more familiar with these matters than since I have chosen you as my agent. I shall entrust all affairs to your capable hands. Su Ming replied with a smile, feeling a wave of relief and trust towards Zhang Xingling. After all, this marked his inaugural venture into entrepreneurship, despite not lacking in funds since descending the mountain. This time he sought to earn his wealth through his own efforts. Given the current scarcity of spiritual energy and the extreme difficulty of breaking through bottlenecks, Su Ming required a substantial quantity of elixirs to aid his cultivation. Even with the discounts provided by Wan Xiaolong, the cost of those precious herbs remained exorbitant. Thus, he needed to prepare in advance. As for the cards gifted by Old Master Han and others, Su Ming decided against using them, believing that wealth earned through his own labor would be far more solid and reliable. I must remind you that all things possess dualities. Although the Zhang family wields significant power, we do not monopolize the market. Should our elixirs be purchased in bulk by adversaries, it could precipitate unforeseen risks. Zhang Xingling calmly pointed out the potential issues. I have taken that into account, as well. High-grade elixirs require advance reservations and are limited in monthly availability. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xingling was astonished to learn that there were beauty-enhancing elixirs available, prompting her to raise her inquiries. Certainly, Su Ming chuckled. Ordinary individuals cannot withstand the potency of high-grade elixirs, so I will target not only cultivators, but also the affluent women and elders within their families, as they are significant custodians of wealth. After speaking, Zhang Xingling started the car and sped away, her heart brimming with anticipation for the collaboration with Su Ming. Meanwhile, the Liu family found themselves enveloped in a shroud of gloom. Old Master Liu and his granddaughter Liu Ronghua had gone 2 days and nights without rest, desperately seeking the whereabouts of Liu Rongua's abducted fiancée. The tragic incident at the law enforcement hall left them in a state of frantic urgency. The chaos at the scene, compounded by a fire that obliterated all evidence, rendered the investigation exceedingly challenging. Old Master Liu ordered the mobilization of all family resources to uncover the truth. Enraged to the point of near unconsciousness, he was rushed into the emergency room. Liu Ronghua, overwhelmed by grief, also fainted on the spot. After a day and night of anxious waiting, they gradually regained consciousness while reviewing the surveillance footage outside the law enforcement hall. They finally caught a glimpse of Su Ming getting into a car, which provided them with a slight sense of relief. However, from that moment onward, the Liu family tirelessly searched for Su Ming's whereabouts, turning Qingqing upside down, yet to no avail. Grandpa, do you think Su Ming might have already? Liu Rongua's voice was laced with worry and unease. No, Ronghua, Xiao Ming is clever. He will be just fine, Old Master Liu reassured her. Though his own heart was uncertain, comfort his granddaughter. He forced a semblance of strength, feeling as though he had aged significantly in that instant. Dad, is it possible that Su Ming has already left Binhai? Liu Chengjun posed his question. It is possible, but he has just descended the mountain. Unfamiliar with the area, where could he go from Binhai? Old Master Liu nodded, his mind filled with doubt. Perhaps someone has invited him elsewhere for treatment. Liu Chengjun suggested, attempting to lighten the atmosphere, even though he himself missed Su Ming dearly. Ronghua, we cannot allow you to go there alone. We're truly uneasy. Both Old Master Liu and Liu Chengjun immediately expressed their concerns. Rather than waiting idly, it would be better to remain where there are traces of Su Ming. Liu Ronghua was resolute in her decision. Very well, if you believe it will provide you comfort, then go. Old Master Liu eventually conceded, aware that his granddaughter needed to face matters with strength. Dad, the daughters of the Liu family cannot always be like flowers in a greenhouse. Liu Chengjun's words were abruptly interrupted, as Old Master Liu approved of his daughter's decision, hoping she would demonstrate the family's resilience. His words served as both a comfort to Old Master Liu and a source of encouragement for himself. Go ahead. Though Old Master Liu's smile was somewhat strained, his eyes radiated warmth. Liu Ronghua started her sports car and sped towards a villa in the outskirts. Unbeknownst to her, a van was quietly tailing her. Meanwhile, at the villa in the outskirts, Su Ming and Zhang Xingling had just concluded their discussion regarding the promotion of elixirs. Su Ming spoke as he handed her a precious elixir. Zhang Xingling stared incredulously at the elixir in her hand, unable to believe her eyes. Mr. Su, are you serious? Su Ming replied with nonchalance. I recall mentioning that I would provide 1 ninth grade elixir each month as part of our collaboration. But this does not need to be given to me right now. And since refining elixirs is no easy task, you should retain these exquisite ones to fetch a good price. Zhang Xingling firmly declined, fully aware that paving the way for Su Ming's elixir business was of paramount importance at this juncture. Su Ming smiled and clarified, do not worry, I have plenty of 9th grade elixirs in stock, which will not interfere with our sales plan. Plenty? Zhang Xingling's voice betrayed her astonishment. Mr. Su, how long does it take you to refine a 9th grade elixir? In response, Su Ming casually mentioned his sufficient inventory, leading Zhang Xingling to realize that the man before her possessed extraordinary abilities, capable of effortlessly crafting those legendary top-tier elixirs. Such prowess was simply unfathomable. Zhang Xingling felt as though she were in a dream. The finest alchemists in Yanjing typically required years to produce a single elixir, yet Su Ming not only could refine them, but did so at an astonishing speed. Well, I currently have about 7 left. If I maintain last night's pace, I can refine 1 ordinary elixir each hour. What did you say? An average of 1 elixir per hour. This time it was Zhang Xingling who was left astounded. To be able to refine a 9th grade elixir in just 1 hour. What an incredible ability. Now, Zhang Xingling understood why Su Ming had appeared so unfazed when discussing these elixirs earlier, even suggesting they were not particularly valuable. It turned out he was not feigning humility. To Su Ming, these elixirs genuinely lacked significance. For now, I can only refine lower-grade elixirs. Please accept this as I progress in my abilities. I will attempt to refine higher-grade elixirs, and your compensation will correspondingly increase. Su Ming offered the box to Zhang Xingling, gently explaining. Although it sounded like a promise that felt distant, Zhang Xingling could no longer maintain her composure and ultimately accepted the reality. Everyone possesses their unique qualities. Sometimes, one discovers that certain individuals are simply incomparable. Mr. Su, rest assured, I will ensure that within a month, your returns will reflect the true value of this 9th grade elixir. As she took the elixir, Zhang Xingling's hands trembled slightly, yet her eyes brimmed with determination. That I believe in you, that I will personally deliver the contract and sales location information in 3 days. Zhang Xingling rose, her tone resolute. All right, allow me to escort you out. Su Ming nodded and accompanied Zhang Xingling to the door on the other side. Gazing at the brightly lit villa, Liu Ronghua felt an overwhelming surge of emotion, nearly brought to tears. Be careful on the road. Su Ming's voice resonated, as though reminding everyone that regardless of what lay ahead, safety always comes first. Suddenly interrupted by a voice from outside, Liu Ronghua looked up, her gaze frozen in shock at the sight before her. There stood her boyfriend, Su Ming, engaged in light-hearted conversation with a beautiful woman she had never seen before who had evidently just exited his room. Liu Ronghua's complexion turned ashen, her lips tightly pressed together in anxiety, tears welling in her eyes. She concealed herself in the shadows, silently observing Su Ming speaking tenderly to the woman. Even after the woman departed, Su Ming remained at the doorway, watching her leave. Only after the vehicle disappeared into the night did he turn to re-enter the villa. With the resounding thud of the door closing, Liu Ronghua felt as though her own heart had been mercilessly shut away. So, in your eyes, am I so transparent? She stared at the closed door, a hint of bitterness coloring her expression as she opened her car door. That moment, she hesitated, uncertain whether she should step through that door. However, Su Ming remained oblivious to it all, his gaze captivated by the blooming roses in the courtyard. Entirely unaware of the car parked nearby and its occupant, as Zhang Xingling drove past, she inadvertently caught a glimpse of Liu Ronghua's beautiful face. Their eyes met briefly, but the vehicle soon departed the scene. She is truly beautiful, Liu Ronghua murmured, a thought she had never entertained before. The past few days of Su Ming's absence had illuminated her feelings, this realization filling her with unprecedented unease. Yet Liu Ronghua did not allow this sadness to linger for long. She resolved to check on Su Ming, wishing to confirm whether he had regained his health. Chapter 77. A dangerous challenge, as for other women, as Grandpa said. Su Ming is so exceptional. He will undoubtedly attract more admirers in the future. She could not easily give up after a single setback. Just as Liu Ronghua was preparing to take action, an urgent command rang out in her ear. Stop her. Immediately, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from behind. The woman's innate intuition warned her that these individuals harbored ill intentions. Su Ming. Liu Ronghua instinctively called out his name, but before she could react, a piece of white cloth was thrust over her mouth, and she was forcibly dragged into in the struggle. Her white dress snagged on a rose thorn, making it difficult to break free. The leader of the kidnappers, seeing this, immediately barked orders to his subordinates. What are you waiting for? Hurry and cut her loose. Following the command, his men swiftly used a knife to slice Liu Ronghua dress, while she gradually lost consciousness from inhaling the anesthetic powder in the cloth, ultimately being taken away by her captors. Upon entering the house, Su Ming headed straight upstairs, intending to rest well for the night, and planned to visit the Liu family early the next morning. He had been busy in Qingzhou City for several days and had not seen Liu Ronghua for quite some time. The tranquility of the Liu household was abruptly shattered the following morning by a flurry of hurried footsteps. Liu Qingjun, who was accompanying the elderly master while he took his medication, nearly dropped the bowl upon hearing the news. He stood up in astonishment, a look of joy spreading across his face. Really? Please let them in. The elderly master was equally excited, sitting up in bed, his mood brightening after days of gloom. This girl, why didn't she give us a heads up? Liu Qingjun chuckled, shaking his head as he stepped out of the room to greet Su Ming. Grandfather, Uncle Liu, where is Liu Ronghua? Su Ming inquired as he scanned the surroundings, not spotting his girlfriend. Xiao Ming, Ronghua came to find you yesterday. Didn't you two run into each other? Liu Qingjun felt a wave of unease wash over him and pressed further. Su Ming shook his head, indicating that he had not encountered her. Ronghua left around dusk to look for you. Did you not go to the villa in the suburbs? The elderly master frowned, hoping the two had merely missed each other. The room fell into a heavy silence, each person silently praying that this was just a misunderstanding. Upon hearing this, Su Ming's heart sank like a stone, worry flooding his mind, extinguishing the last flicker of hope in the elderly master's heart. What? Then where did she go last night? Liu Qingjun rose to his feet, his anxiety surpassing Su Ming's, demanding answers urgently. Don't panic. Let me try calling. Liu Haojuan, who had intended to catch up with Su Ming and apologize while also seeking to mend their relationship, realized now was not the moment. The mechanical voice on the speaker declared, "Your call cannot be completed as dialed. Please try again later." The chilling words struck like a cold hammer against the hearts of everyone present. You all stay here and wait for news. I'll go take a look. Su Ming could no longer sit still, signaling his family to remain calm as he set out to search for her. Liu Ronghua father and grandfather had never seen Su Ming lose his composure like this, but now their sole focus was on their daughter's safety, leaving no room for other thoughts. Xiao Ming. We must remain calm. I will arrange for people to search and check the surveillance footage along the way for any leads. Liu Qingjun halted the impulsive Su Ming, suggesting a more rational approach. Liu Qingjun's words prompted Su Ming to consider other possibilities. Ms. Zhang? Liu Qingjun furrowed his brow upon hearing the name, as the implications of that identity startled him. Su Ming was concerned that Liu Ronghua might misinterpret his relationship with Ms. Zhang. But his greater worry lay with his girlfriend's whereabouts, so he hastily explained a few points before rushing out the door. However, when Su Ming arrived at the villa, it was deserted and Liu Ronghua phone remained powered off. Suddenly, his phone rang, and he answered in haste. Su Ming received a call from Liu Qingjun, his voice laced with urgency. We checked the surveillance from your home to the villa and discovered that a van had been following Ronghua car after she left last night. However, due to the insufficient coverage of surveillance in the suburbs, we cannot ascertain what happened next. Investigate that vehicle and continue tracking the footage. Inform me immediately if you learn anything. Su Ming endeavored to maintain his composure, though anxiety gnawed at him that he understood that Ronghua might have encountered peril. Soon after, Liu Qingjun called again. Xiao Ming, we found that Ronghua car and the van traveled together to Qingzhou City just after midnight yesterday. Yet, with our Liu family's resources, we are unable to access the surveillance materials in Qingzhou City. leaving us in the dark about Ruoshi's condition. Liu Qingjuan's voice was nearly breaking, clearly worn down by the string of events. Su Ming reassured him, "Uncle Liu, don't panic. I have a few friends in Qingju City that I will ask for their assistance in the search. I believe Ruoshi will be all right." After hanging up, Su Ming promptly contacted Zhang Xingling. After briefly explaining the situation, he provided her with 2 license plate numbers, requesting her help in locating the vehicles. Zhang Xingling acted swiftly and soon reported that the sports car was indeed on the Ring Road in Qingju City. While they were on the call, Su Ming received another incoming call. He hastily wrapped up his conversation with Zhang Xingling and answered the new call that a voice with altered modulation threatened him, stating that Ruoshi was in his possession and demanding that Su Ming arrive in Qingju City alone within 3 hours, or else Ruoshi would face dire consequences. The caller abruptly hung up, leaving a number that had been disconnected. Su Ming's heart raced with dread, yet there was no time for contemplation. He had to act quickly. Zhang Xingling sensed the gravity of the situation and offered further assistance. "Mr. Su, is there anything I can do?" "Not at the moment." Su Ming declined the offer, finding the circumstances suspicious. The caller invited him to a location without revealing specific details and imposed a time limit. It felt less like a typical kidnapping and more like a perilous challenge. Xiao Ming, what's the situation? As soon as he stepped through the door of the Liu residence, Liu Qingjun hurriedly approached Su Ming. Chapter 78. Su Ming, even you have today. With a worried expression, Su Ming laid bare the truth. Ruoshi has been abducted. It appears they are targeting me. They demand I reach Qingju City within 3 hours and must go alone. 3 hours? How is that possible? Driving to Qingju City takes at least 2 hours. Liu Qingjun was taken aback, seemingly drained of all strength as he slumped onto the sofa. "Dad, don't worry. An hour is sufficient. I can fly a helicopter." Liu Haojuan suddenly chimed in, his voice tinged with tension. "Right, this kid may usually be a troublemaker and has picked up a myriad of random skills, but this time, it's finally useful." Liu Qingjun immediately perked up, expressing agreement that I'll arrange for a helicopter to come right away. Although Liu Haojuan sensed some dissatisfaction in his father's words, he understood what mattered most at this moment, so he refrained from further comment. Su Ming handed over a box and briefly explained before hastily leaving, accompanied by Liu Haojuan toward Qingju City. "What kind of drug is this?" After Su Ming departed, Liu Qingjun, filled with worry, opened the box. "Brother-in-law, I was wrong last time, and I sincerely apologize now. Please, you must save my sister." On the helicopter, Liu Haojuan finally had the opportunity to express his regret, but his primary concern remained his sister's safety. On the way to the Liu residence, he had discovered a fragment of Liu Ruoshi's dress among the rose bushes, proving she had been abducted right at their doorstep, and the process had not been gentle. Such behavior was intolerable to anyone, but for Su Ming, it crossed a line that he could not accept. "Brother-in-law, it will only take about 20 minutes from here. The Liu family will be waiting for us nearby." By the Ring Road, Liu Haojuan was briefing Su Ming and several companions on the situation that understood. Su Ming responded, quickening his pace toward the location provided by Zhang Xingling. Upon arrival, he found a bustling entertainment hotel, alive with activity and noise. "Are you Su Ming?" A man in a black shirt, chewing on a toothpick, approached him with a hint of disdain as Su Ming drew near. "Bind him." The man gestured, and immediately, 2 accomplices emerged from the shadows, binding Su Ming's hands with rope. "Third floor. Room 8. Keep your head down, or you'll regret." Su Ming pressed the button for the 8th floor as the elevator doors opened. His brow involuntarily furrowed. Compared to the cacophony below, this floor was eerily quiet, illuminated only by the vibrant lights that punctuated the daytime stillness. He hardly needed to search. He headed straight for his target. As a group of bodyguards already surrounded the room, each one imposing and clad in tailored suits. "Boss, the person has arrived." The bodyguards immediately reported upon seeing him. "Bring him," a gruff command echoed from within the private room, and several bodyguards swiftly moved to escort Su Ming inside. "Long time no see, Su Ming." As soon as he entered, Zhao Yin's voice dripped with sarcasm. Upon seeing Su Ming's dismissive expression, her fury ignited, and she was about to unleash her wrath when another voice interrupted. "Su Ming, do you remember me?" A figure emerged from the shadows, his face wrapped in bandages. When he removed the bandages, a grotesque array of burn scars was revealed. "Who are you?" Su Ming stared for a long moment, finally recognizing the man before him. "Wang Biao." Su Ming's gaze lingered, and he finally identified this burn-scarred individual as the man he had encountered at the hospital. Liu Ronghua had mentioned that this person had connections to the underground world of Qingsheng, leaving Su Ming perplexed, as he did not recall any grievances between himself and Wang Biao. And why greatest frustration lies in the fact that those subordinates dispatched on the highway failed to eliminate you and Liu Ronghua that day, resulting in the loss of Liu Ziyu's trust. As you were aware of the subsequent events, had it not been for someone targeting you, the Law Enforcement Bureau would not have endured an attack. Nor would I find myself in such a dire predicament. Wang Biao fixed his gaze on Su Ming, his eyes brimming with deep-seated hatred. Without Liu Ziyu's support, Wang Biao's position in Qingsheng rapidly crumbled, and his influence dissipated like smoke. In desperation, he sought refuge in the western district of Qingzhou City. However, to prove his worth, he was compelled to take action against the Law Enforcement Bureau. Little did he anticipate that upon entering the Bureau, he would be engulfed in chaos, dealing with the aftermath of a deadly fire, and nearly losing his life in a struggle with the director. Ultimately, he escaped the inferno, only to discover that he had become unrecognizable due to the very fire intended to target Su Ming. Fortunately, this disaster also presented him with an opportunity. The forces in the Western District were willing to grant him another chance, provided he could complete a bloody task within 3 days to regain their trust. Blaming all misfortunes on Su Ming, Wang Biao swiftly set his sights on a new target. The Law Enforcement Bureau encountered a fire. Compared to Wang Biao's personal tragedy, Su Ming was more astonished by the turmoil within the Bureau. "Damn, is this intentional?" Seeing that Su Ming seemed unfazed, Wang Biao, nearly driven to madness, furiously hurled a bottle at him. Bang! Su Ming effortlessly dodged, and the bottle soared past. "Wang Biao, I have no interest in hearing your tale. Your subordinates pose no threat to me. I could dispose of them with a mere flick of my finger." Whereas Liu Ronghua, Su Ming's gaze deepened, and after issuing a warning, he pressed for Liu Rongua's whereabouts. "Oh, Su Ming, do you dare hide? Want to know where she is? Do you still think you can evade me? Catch this bottle, and I'll let you see her. Wang Biao, if you wish to die with some semblance of dignity, it would be prudent to refrain from such self-destructive actions that in the face of Wang Biao's provocation, Su Ming's tone turned icy, delivering a stern warning. Su Ming, look at you now." Wang Biao erupted into laughter, as if relishing his opponent's predicament. "Wang Biao, strike me with all your might. Rest assured, when Sun Gu arrives, I will tell him just how hard you fought that time. I will use my influence to ensure you can become a lackey in the Western District." Chapter 79. Who lives and who dies is yet to be determined. Zhao Yin observed Su Ming's demeanor and felt a surge of delight as she sashayed over to Wang Biao, promising Wang Biao, "As long as you perform well today, I will certainly speak favorably of you in front of Sun Gu." "Miss Zhao, can you truly deliver?" "Of course. Have you forgotten my connection with Sun Gu?" Zhao Yin held her head high, exuding pride while emphasizing her status. "Indeed, Miss Zhao is now Sun Ji's prized possession. Your words undoubtedly carry weight." Wang Biao nodded, looking at Su Ming with a newfound arrogance. Zhao Yin approached Su Ming, venomously declaring, "Su Ming, your downfall alongside Liu Ronghua is entirely deserved. You killed my brother at the Liu family banquet, driving my grandfather to his grave and leaving my family in ruins, forcing me to sell myself. What is even more infuriating is that the fire at the Law Enforcement Bureau didn't claim your life. Zhao Yin, your family's current circumstances are wholly self-inflicted. I have given you too many opportunities. Yet you consistently chose the wrong path." With a resounding crash, Wang Biao swung a wine bottle at Su Ming's shoulder, narrowly missing his throat. "Su Ming, recognize your position. It is now our turn to dictate the terms." Wang Biao gazed with satisfaction at the blood on Su Ming's shoulder, a cruel smile gracing his face as he issued a haughty warning. "I have accepted your wine bottle. Now tell me, where is Liu Ronghua?" Su Ming suppressed his fury, calmly inquiring that he could have easily evaded that strike, but now he needed to ascertain Liu Rongua's safety. "Ha ha! Do you really think we would divulge that information? Who do you think you are? The two erupted into laughter, clearly unwilling to honor their previous promise. I ask once more, will you speak or not? Su Ming's expression darkened, his voice low and severe. Su Ming, do you think you can still act with impunity as you did in the Liu household? Zhao Yin mocked. I know you are capable of fighting, which is why I had Sun Ji's men bind your hands. Now, like Liu Ronghua, you are merely a fish at the mercy of others. She moved closer to Su Ming, a glimmer of triumph in her eyes as she foolishly boasted about her cunning plan. Su Ming took a deep breath, striving to contain his rage, and softly asked again, Zhao Yin, if you wish to prevent your family from facing even greater calamity, tell me where Liu Ronghua is. Su Ming, who do you think you are threatening? Zhao Yin retorted, a hint of provocation in her voice. Do you truly care that much for that woman? Why? What gave her the right to have it all? For the past 3 days, Sun Gu has heeded my every word, even agreeing to help me eliminate you. Yet, after merely meeting Liu Ronghua once, he completely turned his back on me, leaving me here to fend for myself. Upon hearing this, Su Ming's fury nearly shattered the bounds of reason. What did you say? He demanded. What else could it be? One of the 4 guardians of the Western District's Tyrannosaurus, someone you could never hope to reach. They're likely enjoying a sweet moment together right now. Wang Biao watched this unfold, reveling in Su Ming's anguish, and burst into laughter. However, the laughter abruptly ceased, as Su Ming suddenly broke free from his restraints and landed a punch on Wang Biao's cheek. Producing a thunderous crack, Wang Biao clutched his bleeding face, his distorted features contorting in disbelief as he stared wide-eyed at Su Ming, astonished that he dared to strike him. How dare you? Wang Biao gasped in terror. I will give you one last chance to spare your lives. Tell me, where are Liu Ronghua and that Sun fellow? Su Ming advanced on them, his tone ominous. What are you waiting for? Attack. If anything happens to me today, Sun Gu will ensure you pay dearly. Zhao Yin shouted to her subordinates, attempting to galvanize them into action, but I didn't expect you to have some skill. The bodyguards closed in, and despite their surprise at Su Ming's sudden freedom, they did not perceive him as a genuine threat. To them, subduing Su Ming was merely child's play. As Su Ming glared at Zhao Yin and Wang Biao, seething with rage, knowing that with every passing second, Liu Ronghua safety was further jeopardized. Su Ming, are you mistaken? Who lives and who dies is still uncertain. Wang Biao, clutching his bleeding face, rose from the crowd, gritting his teeth as he warned. Indeed, Su Ming, these bodyguards were meticulously selected by Sun Gu. Each one is a ruthless character forged in the crucible of life and death. And no matter how strong you are, you can only submit before them. Zhao Yin, emboldened, stood behind the muscular man, flaunting the protection Sun Gu had provided her. Is that so? Su Ming scoffed. Then a series of rapid footsteps echoed. Bang, bang, bang. Without warning, Su Ming kicked over the first 3 unsuspecting bodyguards' path. Damn it, a sneak attack. The remaining bodyguards roared in fury. Launching a counterattack, as Zhao Yin had mentioned, these bodyguards were indeed formidable. Their strikes were both swift and precise, aimed at vital points. However, to Su Ming, they posed no challenge. He deftly countered their moves, dispatching the remaining bodyguards within a few exchanges. Soon, only a handful of terrified individuals remained, their eyes wide with fear. How is this possible? Wang Biao gazed at the fallen bodyguards, his face a canvas of shock and terror as he sank onto the sofa. It was only then that Wang Biao truly grasped the extent of Su Ming's terrifying prowess. The previous descriptions from the thugs had not been exaggerated. As Su Ming approached Wang Biao, his voice low. Will you speak or not? Speak? Wang Biao forced a smile. Su Ming, come closer, and I'll whisper it to you. Wang Biao, have you lost your mind? If you reveal this and jeopardize Sun Ji's plans, do you think it will let you off the hook? Zhao Yin interjected, her voice trembling with urgency as she heard Wang Biao's decision to yield, her face contorted in anger. Shut up. This is none of your business. Wang Biao barked at Zhao Yin, his face marred by bruises, rendering him even more menacing, evoking fear in those who beheld him. Sun Gu will kill you. Zhao Yin despaired, shaking her head, her complexion as pale as a ghost as Su Ming leaned closer to Wang Biao. His tone grave. As long as you tell me, I will not harm you today. Get even closer, Wang Biao demanded. Despite his myriad doubts, Su Ming slowly inched forward for the sake of locating Liu Ronghua. Chapter 80. Do you have the guts? Suddenly, Wang Biao bellowed, drawing a dagger from his waist and lunging at Su Ming. However, Su Ming had anticipated this. The moment Wang Biao moved, he swiftly intervened, striking Wang Biao's wrist and deflecting the dagger from its intended target. Alas, the dagger ultimately plunged into Wang Biao's own chest. Wang Biao cried out in agony, yet his face bore no trace of fear, only resentment. Su Ming, I wish I could personally end your life. He continued to roar, revealing the depths of his despair for failing to accomplish his mission. Unable to join the Western District, the botched kidnapping of the Liu family heiress, and the irreversible damage to his visage. Given the circumstances, would it not be a tremendous loss not to drag you into this? He laughed maniacally, seemingly reveling in his vengeance. The Liu family's young lady may now belong to Brother Sun. With her temperament, she likely won't last long. As she accompanies me on the road to the underworld, I, Wang Biao, shall die with my eyes closed. As the laughter gradually faded, blood trickled from Wang Biao's lips, his gaze dimming until he ultimately succumbed to death. Su Ming, you actually killed him, Zhao Yin exclaimed in terror, her eyes wide with disbelief. The demise of Wang Biao stripped her of her last support within the KTV. Zhao Yin, I ask you one final time, where is the young lady of the Liu family? The man inquired coldly. Witnessing Wang Biao's lifeless form, Su Ming remained expressionless as he swiftly withdrew the dagger from Wang Biao's chest, its blade twisting to rest against Zhao Yin's neck. You put that knife away, and I will take you to her. Her voice trembled with fear as she gazed at the bloodied dagger. Her previous arrogance dissipating. Su Ming discarded the dagger onto the ground, confident that he could swiftly subdue Zhao Yin should she make any sudden moves. The two slowly proceeded towards the top floor, where Zhao Yin trembled with every step. Last, they halted before an opulent private room. Brother Sun is inside. You may enter on your own. Fear still lingered in her eyes, and her voice quivered slightly. You knock on the door. Su Ming had no intention of letting her off easily. He did not trust Zhao Yin in the slightest until he laid eyes on Liu Ronghua. Very well. Zhao Yin initially intended to refuse, but upon seeing Su Ming's frosty gaze, she could only nod reluctantly. Are you certain he is inside? Su Ming inquired, his brows furrowing, his expression darkening further. I am absolutely certain. He has been active in this private room the entire time, Zhao Yin explained urgently, trying to validate her words. Bang! Su Ming kicked the door open. The soundproofing of the luxurious room proved exceptional, nearly isolating all external noise. Suddenly, a cacophony of laughter erupted from within. Ha ha! Little wench, you truly have some spirit, refusing to let Brother Sun have his way. As the door swung open, the excited voice of the man claiming to be Brother Sun echoed forth. What unfolded before Su Ming's eyes was pure chaos. Brother Sun stood there, utterly naked, his back turned to them. Meanwhile, Liu Ronghwa's eyes were red-rimmed, her hair disheveled, and her dress in tatters. Ronghua. Su Ming transformed into a mere shadow, rushing to Liu Ronghwa's side, swiftly removing his outer coat to drape over her. Su Ming, is it really you? Liu Ronghua questioned, doubting whether she was dreaming, tears blurring her vision as she raised her hand only to let it fall. Seemingly fearful that this was all an illusion. It is I, Ronghua. I am sorry for arriving late and allowing you to suffer. Su Ming gently pressed her hand against his cheek, his eyes filled with compassion. Sob, Su Ming, it truly is you. I thought I would never see you again. Liu Ronghua finally broke down in tears, all her suppressed emotions erupting at that moment. Yet she simultaneously endeavored to prove that she had not been violated. What on earth is happening? Sun Wanqiong finally registered the intrusion, furiously demanding, who permitted you to disrupt my affairs? Brother Sun, this man is Su Ming, Liu Ronghwa's boyfriend. He said he would kill me if I didn't bring him here. Zhao Yin brazenly approached Sun Wanqiong, seeking refuge, but her scheme evidently failed. Wretched woman, Sun Wanqiong slapped Zhao Yin, exclaiming, what did you bring him here for? Brother Sunday. Zhao Yin cupped her bruised cheek, tears welling in her eyes. Get lost, Sun Wanxiong waved her away, then turned his scornful gaze towards Su Ming, his tone dripping with disdain. Kid, I do not know what the Liu family sees in you, but I must admit, you possess a modicum of courage for daring to come here to rescue someone. Alas, it is a path to self-destruction. Sun Wanxiong leisurely approached the sofa, beginning to dress, each article of clothing seeming to taunt Su Ming. His gaze brimmed with contempt, yet his words concealed an undeniable resolve. You are Sun Wanxiong. Su Ming locked eyes with him, his voice steady. You dare to touch my woman? You have some gall. Su Ming held Liu Ronghua tightly, coldly glaring at the man before him. The aura he exuded instilled a hint of pressure in Sun Wanxiong. Ha! It has been quite some time since I encountered such arrogance. Today, I shall demonstrate to you what true strength entails, and let you savor the taste of beauty. Sun Wanxiong not only remained unperturbed but laughed heartily, appearing thoroughly entertained. He flexed his limbs, his gaze icy. Sun Wanxiong's position among the four guardians of Shaanxi district was no mere coincidence. Every movement he made radiated a palpable threat, as if one stood on the brink of life and death. Just you. Su Ming, however, wore a look of disdain. Seeking death, Sun Wanxiong presumed Su Ming's arrogance stemmed from having recently defeated a few of his subordinates. Inciting his fury as he swung a punch directly at Su Ming, Su Ming, put me down. Liu Ronghua cried out anxiously, fearing it would impede Su Ming's actions. It's fine. Before he could finish speaking, the punch was upon him. Su Ming swiftly evaded the attack and immediately retaliated with a sweeping kick aimed at Sun Wanxiong. Sun Wanxiong, caught off guard by Su Ming's rapid response, quickly leapt onto the table to evade the blow. Kid, you possess some skill, but you are still too green. Sun Wanxiong stood atop the table, delivering his disdainful remark. Behold my earth-shattering fist. Sun Wanxiong spun his hands, instantly gathering a formidable force, transforming it into a heavy punch directed at Su Ming. So, he is a cultivator. Too bad. You are not qualified. Su Ming scoffed, cradling Liu Ronghua with one arm as it met the attack with an open palm. Ha! My earth-shattering fist can fell a wild boar with a single strike. How dare you face it barehanded? Sun Wanxiong charged forward, mockingly laughing. With a tremendous crash, the two forces collided mid-air. Bang! The impact of Su Ming and Sun Wanxiong's palms created a shockwave that sent the observing Zhao Yin tumbling to the ground. Blood spilling from her mouth. This is impossible. Chapter 81, I will protect you. Sun Wanxiong's eyes widened as he gazed at the undamaged Su Ming, his arm throbbing with unbearable pain, as though the agony had permeated every cell. His fist shattered upon contact, blood splattering, leaving him speechless in shock. Boom! Su Ming's gaze darkened further as he unleashed another wave of true energy, propelling Sun Wanxiong backwards. The imposing figure crashed against the wall before slowly sliding down to the floor. Fear etched across his face. How can you possess such strength? Sun Wanxiong lay on the ground, another mouthful of blood spewing forth, his face smeared with crimson as he looked up at Su Ming in disbelief. Su Ming cast him a cold glance. Remember, think twice about your capacity for endurance before striking next time. With that parting remark, Su Ming turned indifferently toward the door, leaving Sun Wanxiong writhing in pain on the floor. Su Ming, save me. Zhao Yin, an ordinary person, could hardly withstand the residual force from their clash that moment. Her body was exceedingly weak. Recalling Su Ming's miraculous healing abilities, she disregarded everything and rolled off the sofa. Pleading on her knees, the members of the Zhao family truly possess an astonishing lack of shame in a desperate bid for survival. Zhao Yin cast aside all dignity. If you save my life, I am willing to do anything for you, even be your servant. You think everyone is as shameless as you? Su Ming retorted with a cold laugh. The Zhao family's blind confidence and lack of decency are indeed astonishing. After speaking, Su Ming did not spare Zhao Yin another glance, cradling Liu Ronghua as he exited the room, leaving her to face the judgment of fate alone. Su Ming, Zhao Yin's voice echoed behind them, laden with despair and anguish. Simultaneously, the internal energy she unleashed from her fury caused her to spit blood. Liu Ronghua slightly lifted her head, gazing at Su Ming. who resembled a guardian deity, holding her, and softly inquired, "Has she not left? Then why am I unharmed?" Liu Ronghua asked, puzzled, given that the earlier attack had also affected her, "Because you have already begun cultivating, enabling you to naturally resist a portion of the power. And I am here to protect you," Su Ming explained gently, a hint of fondness in his smile. "Oh," Liu Ronghua responded softly, then nervously pressed on. "Su Ming, what about that man? Will he die? He certainly won't survive. With such severe injuries, no one can save him." Su Ming's voice brimmed with animosity when mentioning Sun Wanxiong. "That is good." Liu Ronghua nodded, her eyes devoid of sympathy, and then hesitated to ask, "Su Ming, are you not worried about whether I was—" Su Ming tenderly stroked Liu Ronghua hair, pained as he observed her injuries, saying, "I can sense that you are unharmed. Ronghua, can you tell me how he failed to harm you?" "I am not quite sure. After being brought here, the effects of the drug faded, and every time he approached me, I fought desperately. Although he did injure me, he never truly succeeded." Upon hearing this, Su Ming furrowed his brow. Given Sun Wanxiong's strength, controlling a novice should pose no challenge. This situation puzzled him. "Let me take a look." He expressed a mixture of relief and curiosity regarding Liu Ronghua safety. "Ronghua, have you been practicing your martial arts these past few days?" Su Ming gently grasped Liu Ronghua's wrist, and upon contact he felt a robust and pure flow of energy coursing through her. Such a level of energy was extraordinary, typically possessed only by those who had reached the mid-stage of qi gathering. The transformation was astonishingly rapid, leaving one in disbelief. Liu Ronghua shook her head. "Where would I find the time? I've been preoccupied with handling the matter of your disappearance. Yet your cultivation has evidently progressed significantly." Reaching the mid-stage of qi gathering, Su Ming explained, his heart brimming with delight. "And oh wonder Sun Wanxiong was helpless against you, that if you knew how to harness your power, you could defeat him within 3 moves. Mid-stage of qi gathering? I don't believe it, Su Ming. You mentioned that cultivation is quite challenging, and I haven't practiced at all." Liu Ronghua felt both perplexed and astonished, yet simultaneously elated by her unexpected surge in strength. "Perhaps it's due to your unique physique, but this is certainly a boon for you." Su Ming tightened his grip on her hand, genuinely pleased for her, as it implied that Liu Ronghua could better assist him in his plans. "Thank you, Su Ming. If it weren't for your guidance that day, I might have." Liu Ronghua embraced Su Ming warmly, her eyes brimming with gratitude. "Don't worry, I will protect you," Su Ming said tenderly, striving to contain his inner excitement as he softly kissed Liu Ronghua's forehead. Liu Ronghua touched her flushed forehead, her cheeks blooming like flowers, struggling to articulate her thoughts, overwhelmed by a sweet sensation in her heart. "Brother-in-law, where's sister?" At that moment, Liu Haojuan arrived with a group of people to escort them, and upon seeing Liu Ronghua wrapped in curtains, he curiously inquired, "Sister, why did brother-in-law wrap you up like a dumpling? Are you injured? Or are you too?" Liu Haojuan, being rather boisterous, completely failed to notice the peculiar atmosphere surrounding them. Incessantly asking questions, it wasn't until he caught sight of Liu Ronghua's face, flushed like a ripe apple, that he suddenly understood, a sly grin spreading across his face, drawing curious glances from those around. Liu Ronghua, mortified and furious, gritted her teeth and issued a command. "Oh, okay." Liu Haojuan, taken aback by his sister's outburst, quickly became obedient upon seeing Su Ming, eagerly rushing to open the car door. Liu Haojuan began to sense that he might not have much say in the household in the future. On the way back, Liu Haojuan finally asked the crucial question, "Sister, brother-in-law, who did this?" Liu Ronghua decided it was time to reveal the challenges the Liu family was currently facing, feeling it necessary for her brother to understand. However, both she and Su Ming chose to remain silent about Sun Wanxiong. "How dare that already declining Zhao family make a move against us? And Wang Biao, truly deserving of his fate, that brother-in-law's actions are a form of justice." Liu Ronghua softly stated, leaning against Su Ming, unwilling to delve further into the topic as it inevitably brought back memories of the events leading up to the kidnapping for that girl. Chapter 82. The precious pill. "You were startled today. You should rest a-b-it." Su Ming gently patted her head, offering comfort, hoping she could have a good sleep and forget today's fears. Meanwhile, at the Liu residence, The recently recovered elder Liu was glaring at his son with a pale expression, clearly dissatisfied with his conduct. Half an hour earlier, he had suddenly felt a warm current flowing through his dantian, followed by a wave of comfort spreading throughout his body, as if all ailments had vanished in an instant, giving the old man a new lease on life. "Qingjun, how is Ruashi?" The elder Liu immediately inquired about his granddaughter's condition upon waking. He marveled at Su Ming's medical prowess, as a single pill had restored his father's consciousness. But he first wanted to share this good news with the elder. "Wonderful. I knew I had chosen a worthy son-in-law." Xiaoming is truly remarkable, the elder Liu expressed with satisfaction, seemingly forgetting he had just risen from his sickbed, his complexion now rosy and appearing much stronger than a few days prior. "Indeed, father, with such an outstanding son-in-law, your health will surely improve, and you will definitely live to a ripe old age," Liu Changjun echoed, sharing in his father's joy at witnessing his revitalized spirit. "Strange, I felt unwell before, but now I feel completely refreshed. Could it really be because I heard Ruashi is fine?" The elder Liu chuckled, amusing himself with the thought. "Actually, before Su Ming left, he gave me a small box containing glowing pills, saying that taking one would do me good. I tried one, and it made me feel so much lighter, so I gave you one as well," Liu Changjun explained, handing a glass of water to the elder. "What? You took one? Is there any left?" "Let me see," the elder Liu inquired with astonishment. "There aren't any left. When I opened it, there were only two. They looked so peculiar and smelled delightful that I was anxious and decided to try one first. Dad, the effects of this pill are truly miraculous. After taking it, I felt invigorated and full of energy, which is why I decided to give you one as well," Liu Changjun proudly stated, anticipating his father's praise. "Of course, it's remarkable, but this substance is indeed extraordinary. After taking it, I feel revitalized, as if I've regained several years of youth." The elder Liu nodded in approval, though a hint of confusion lingered in his heart. "By the way, I believe such a wonderful item should be available in the market, so I took a photo for future reference." Liu Qingjun pulled out his phone, showing the photo to his father. This the pill Xiaoming gave. Upon seeing the photo, the elder Liu was instantly taken aback, his expression akin to discovering something monumental. "Indeed, father, what's wrong? Is there something amiss?" Liu Changjun looked at his father quizzically. "How could you be so oblivious?" The elder Liu's eyes widened in fury as he confronted his son. "How do you manage family affairs? Are you oblivious to business trends?" He nearly shouted, "This is a pill. It is only released publicly once every 5 years in Yanjing, worth tens of millions, even hundreds of millions, and you casually consumed it, treating it as if it were a mere supplement. You truly have failed in your responsibilities." The elder Liu smacked Liu Chengjuan's head in frustration, shaking with anger. What? What is this thing?" Liu Changjun rubbed his head, bewildered. "Useless, you worthless fool," the elder Liu bellowed. "Xiaoming gifted you such a precious pill, and you failed to inform me. Then shamelessly consumed one yourself. Now that I am awake, do you even realize the value of that one pill? If Xiaoming had been here, he could have used a few needles to restore me. Yet you squandered such a precious item," the elder Liu lamented, wishing he could somehow retrieve the wasted pill. "Tell me, what good deeds have you accomplished?" Liu Changjun stood there in shock for a while, hoarsely asking, "Father, what do you mean?" "See for yourself." The elder Liu tossed his phone to Liu Qingjun, cradling his head in despair, unwilling to look directly at his son for fear of losing his composure. Liu Qingjun trembled as he began searching for relevant information. When he saw the results, he let out a desperate scream. "Heavens, this can't be true. This is not real." As the foremost family in Qingjing, the once dignified head of the Liu family was now utterly devoid of his usual calm and composure. Finally, the elder Liu lowered his voice, filled with profound disappointment, saying, Liu Changjun looked utterly innocent as he attempted to explain to his father, "Dad, I truly didn't expect Su Ming would casually give away something so valuable. And who could have guessed that the pill, released only once every 5 years, will be something he not only possessed, but would give me too at once?" The elder Liu furrowed his brows and questioned, "You truly had no idea? Even if you weren't familiar with the pill, given our limited knowledge of such items, Xiaoming's gifts have always been exceptional. Just by looking at the pill, one could tell it was no ordinary item." How could you possibly fail to recognize its worth? It was precisely because I knew it was something valuable that I consumed it without hesitation. Liu Ronghua defended himself. I swear to heaven. I truly didn't think it would be such a precious pill. The elder Liu turned away, unwilling to look at his son's face, which bore an unfortunate resemblance to his own, and said, I no longer wish to discuss this. One pill was meant for you, and you'll have to figure out an explanation for the other. I simply cannot face anyone after this. Liu Ronghua gazed at the ceiling, contemplating how to broach the subject, but ultimately felt that no matter what he said, it would seem feeble. Faced with a priceless pill that was released only once every 5 years and available solely in Yanjing, no words could rectify his error. As evening approached, in an effort to help Liu Ronghua relax, Ming spent the entire day accompanying her on leisurely strolls through the streets. This sound caused both Liu Ronghua and the elder Liu to feel a wave of displeasure simultaneously. Let's go down and explain. The elder Liu inhaled deeply, swiftly rising to tidy his attire, casting a somewhat disdainful glance at his son. Come along. Chapter 83. The true value? Liu Ronghua paused for a moment, then let out a resigned sigh. Very well. In the dining hall downstairs, Ming and others were seated around the table, eagerly awaiting the arrival of their family, the table laden with a sumptuous dinner prepared by the servants in anticipation of their return. Grandfather! Upon seeing the elderly Liu patriarch descend, Liu Ronghua immediately rushed toward him, her eyes brimming with longing for her family and the grievances she had endured. Why, dear Ronghua, it is good that you are well. The old man gently stroked his granddaughter's back, his eyes slightly reddening, momentarily forgetting his own worries. Grandfather, are you feeling any better? You seemed quite weak when you saved my sister, Liu Ronghua asked with concern. At this moment, Liu Ronghua inappropriately interjected. Indeed, grandfather, the talents of the crouching dragon and the young phoenix are always found in pairs. This statement immediately jolted the old man back to reality. Under Liu Rongua's puzzled gaze, he shakily made his way to the dining table, secretly relieved that he had entrusted the family business to the discerning Liu Ronghua rather than the oblivious Liu Ronghua. Liu Ronghua scratched his head, bewildered by the unfriendly glances directed at him. Ming, do you know what you have given to Uncle Liu? The old man turned to Ming, tentatively inquiring, You know how precious that item is. And yet you returned it to me? The elderly patriarch was somewhat taken aback. He had genuinely accepted this grandson-in-law, but felt that the latter should not have so generously gifted such a valuable item. It is not precious, grandfather. Did it not improve your spirits after you used it? That is its true value, Ming replied calmly, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. But that is a pill. The old man pondered. Regardless of how you obtained it, why not use such a precious item for yourself instead of treating my minor ailment? He felt a pang of sorrow, thinking it too extravagant for a man of his age to consume such a miraculous remedy. Grandfather, this pill not only alleviates your headache but also strengthens your constitution, restores your internal organs, and prolongs your life. It is perfectly suited for you, Ming explained with a smile, utterly unfazed. What? A pill? Liu Ronghua and Liu Ronghua exclaimed in shock simultaneously, their eyes wide with disbelief as they gazed at Ming. Utterly astonished by the existence of such a pill, Liu Ronghua, having posed the question, observed the astonished expressions of the two children, clearly aware that they understood the extraordinary nature of the pill. Was he the only one left in the dark? He could not help but feel self-deprecating, yet he soon remembered that there were others in the family older than him. Of course I know. Who doesn't know the fame of that pill nowadays? I've been keeping an eye on various business opportunities, and this trending topic is hard to overlook. I am not particularly interested in business, but I enjoy watching television dramas and reading novels, which have sparked my curiosity about alchemists, Liu Ronghua explained, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. To brother-in-law, can you tell us how you obtained the pill? I have long yearned for it. Upon learning that Ming had indeed given their grandfather a pill, Liu Ronghua eagerly pressed for details, hoping to catch a glimpse of this legendary treasure. I gave Uncle Liu 2 pills. You can ask him to show you, Ming casually replied while peeling crab meat for his girlfriend. Seeing Liu Rongua's eager expression, he could not help but add, Dad, hurry and take it out for us to see. I've heard that the pills from Yanjing are fragrant and even glow. Liu Haojuan immediately turned to his father, neglecting his bowl and chopsticks, nearly leaping with excitement. I don't have it here. Liu Changjun pushed his son away, suddenly understanding his father's feelings from years past, and could no longer contain his frustration. Dad, don't joke around. Brother-in-law said it's right here with you. Liu Haojuan protested, his face a canvas of grievance. Please just show it to us, Dad. I'm also curious if it truly is as miraculous as the rumors say. Liu Ronghua joined in the persuasion, for who would not wish to explore such a remarkable item? Well, Liu Changjun hesitated for a moment, then took a deep breath, confessing to Su Ming, I apologize. Initially, I was unaware that it was a pill and concerned that it might not work for the old man. So I took one myself first. As soon as he spoke, Liu Changjun lowered his head like a child caught in wrongdoing, filled with remorse that he knew that even if Su Ming might be his future son-in-law, it did not entitle him to special respect or the gifting of rare items. A mistake is a mistake, and the situation could not be changed. You took it? You consumed it? Upon hearing this, Liu Haojuan and Liu Ronghua immediately stood up, their faces etched with astonishment. They first glanced at their father and then at Su Ming, anxiety flooding their hearts. That is a precious pill, not to mention the rarity of acquiring one. Even merely gazing upon it feels extravagant. When Su Ming produced 2 pills and offered one to their grandfather, the Liu siblings were already immensely grateful. They had not anticipated there would be an excess. But now their father had consumed one so carelessly. Dad, how could you be so reckless? Liu Ronghua said, somewhat helplessly. She did not wish to reproach her father, but felt apologetic for Su Ming's kindness, her tone inevitably carrying a hint of reproach. Father, brother-in-law only has these 2. How could you just eat one? Liu Haojuan bluntly remarked, offering no mercy. Xiao Ming, I truly apologize. This pill is indeed hard to come by, and I genuinely have no means to procure another. However, I have arranged for the Su family bank to transfer 100 million to you as compensation. Liu Changjun recognized his mistake. Even in the face of his children's accusations, he did not feel anger, but rather proactively admitted his error and endeavored to offer the greatest compensation possible. Uncle Liu, you are being overly kind. The pill was originally intended for you and grandfather. I simply did not expect you to consume it so quickly. Su Ming wiped his hands, indicating that it was of no consequence, and explained that those pills were meant for them, thus making their consumption irrelevant. What? Xiao Ming, is what you say true? The elderly Liu patriarch, who had initially intended to reprimand his son and defend Su Ming's honor, was rendered speechless by Su Ming's words that he could hardly believe that Su Ming would bestow such a precious item upon someone who was neither ill nor injured. Indeed, grandfather, I provided 2 pills. One for you and one for Uncle Liu. I simply did not anticipate that Uncle Liu would be unacquainted with it. I assumed he would at least use it under my guidance. Really? Su Ming, you actually gifted me a pill? But I am neither ill nor injured. How could you give it to me? Liu Changjun asked incredulously, his heart brimming with emotion and excitement, as Su Ming patiently explained. Observing Liu Changjun's gradually paling face, and eventually ceased speaking. Liu Changjun gazed at Su Ming, his eyes filled with reluctance. Are you implying that had I not consumed that pill, I could have begun my cultivation journey with you today? Is there still a way to remedy this? He looked skyward, his voice tinged with despair. Su Ming gently shook his head, his tone heavy. The time has passed. The pill's efficacy has diminished. It can now only serve to alleviate pain and act as a tonic. Upon hearing this, Liu Changjun felt as if all hope had been stripped away, and the atmosphere around them grew tense. Although the onlookers were astonished by this scene, they felt somewhat helpless regarding Liu Changjun's predicament. Brother-in-law, that is a precious pill. How could you so casually hand it out like candy? Liu Haojuan could not refrain from complaining that Su Ming smiled lightly. It is merely some trinkets I concocted myself. In an instant, the entire room fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Su Ming's words had abruptly cooled the once lively dinner table. What? Did I hear correctly? You can concoct pills? You are not only a master of cultivation, a miraculous healer, but now also an alchemist. This is simply unbelievable. Finally, The young Liu Haojuan was the first to break the silence, his voice nearly piercing through the ceiling. Su Ming rubbed his ears, gazing at the excited Liu Haojuan standing up, his brow furrowing. Is there anything wrong with that? Wrong. Of course it's wrong. Brother-in-law, you and my sister should get married immediately. I will cover the wedding expenses. Even if my sister disagrees, I will not mind that I agree regardless. Liu Haojuan slammed his hand on the table, seemingly overwhelmed by this revelation, even beginning to babble as he demanded immediate family unity. Smack! A crisp sound rang out, accompanied by a stern command. Kid, settle down. Though Su Ming's voice was not loud, it carried an undeniable authority, causing everyone present to flinch. Liu Changjun gently patted his son's head, a gesture reminiscent of his father, the elderly Liu patriarch, and quickly turned to Su Ming. Xiao Ming, can you truly concoct pills? The old man's voice was filled with astonishment. It is worth noting that in the vast land of Shenzhou, there are very few who can master the art of alchemy, and the value of pills is immeasurable. Previously, Su Ming's exceptional medical skills had led the old man to be willing to offer his most beloved granddaughter in friendship to this young man. After discovering that he was a cultivator, these two pieces of information were already enough to shock anyone. Now, he was also an alchemist. I have known how to do it for a long time. My master once said that to become a true healer, one must be proficient in all methods that can cure ailments and save lives. Faced with the astonishment of his family, Su Ming appeared remarkably composed as he explained. Brother-in-law, since you have concocted these elixirs yourself, might I request one to try? I wish to ascertain whether consuming it truly enables one to become a cultivator. Liu Haojuan implored, his eyes brimming with curiosity and longing. Xiao Jun, do not display such rudeness. Are you aware of the immense effort required to refine a single pill? Old Master Liu hastily interjected, chastising Liu Haojuan. Very well. Liu Haojuan, having been reprimanded, lowered his gaze. Yet deep disappointment lingered in his eyes. Xiao Jun, if you desire one, I have plenty to spare. Su Ming smiled as he retrieved a small box from his pocket, seemingly unconcerned about the precious elixirs within. Really? Liu Haojuan's excitement surged instantaneously. Xiao Ming, you too are a cultivator. These elixirs are vital for your future. Do not distribute them carelessly. Besides, your own supply must be limited. No? Old Master Liu, apprehensive that Su Ming would squander valuable resources once more, sought to dissuade him. However, when he witnessed Su Ming open the box, he was taken aback by the sight of numerous pills, perfectly arranged and exuding an enticing aroma. I could see that moment. Old Master Liu realized his concerns were unwarranted. Grandfather, look, brother-in-law has so many, Liu Haojuan exclaimed in delight. Xiao Ming, did you really refine all these? How could there be so many? Old Master Liu could no longer conceal his excitement, rising to his feet. His eyes fixed on the box of elixirs, incredulity etched on his face. And oh wonder you were so composed after consuming that pill. It turns out you have an abundance, Liu Haojuan marveled, clearly overwhelmed by the spectacle before him. Liu Qingjun was rendered speechless by the astonishing sight. Xiao Ming, how long did it take you to refine these elixirs? What? 3 or 4 days. Old Master Liu could scarcely believe his ears. He had assumed these elixirs were either the result of years of cultivation or a legacy left by predecessors. The unexpected answer left him astounded. Indeed, Su Ming nodded, maintaining his calm demeanor. It is truly unbelievable. It feels as though I am dreaming. Father, I feel the same, Liu Changjun echoed, sharing in the astonishment. That moment. Liu Haojuan's eyes gleamed with anticipation as he asked, Brother-in-law, may I have one? To secure the elixir, he quickly added, I promise to be ever respectful to you, and, when you're not present, I will ensure my sister's safety, shielding her from all potential dangers and unnecessary troubles. Hearing her brother's words, Liu Ruoshi's face flushed crimson, and she threatened, Liu Haojuan, if you utter another word of nonsense, I shall demonstrate my current strength upon you. Sister, do not frighten me. If I truly consume this elixir and become a cultivator, I might even surpass you. Liu Haojuan retorted nonchalantly, solely focused on obtaining the coveted elixir. As Su Ming spoke, he extracted a pill from the box and handed it to Liu Haojuan, casually explaining, What? Just for fun. Liu Haojuan took the elixir, ready to express his gratitude, but was stunned by Su Ming's words that he never expected such a precious elixir to be referred to as merely a toy. Making him feel diminutive in his understanding of the world. 7th grade? He repeated in astonishment. Just as Old Master Liu had settled down, upon hearing that Su Ming could refine 7th grade pills, he immediately stood up again, his eyes wide with surprise. Chapter 85. A solid support. The requirements for 7th grade pills are not particularly high. As long as I apply myself, I should be able to succeed. Su Ming maintained his composure, as if this were merely an everyday occurrence. This unruffled demeanor once again highlighted the vast disparity between individuals. This is truly marvelous, Old Master Liu exclaimed. Xiao Ming, having you as part of our family is an honor for the Liu clan. Grandfather, it is my privilege to be with Ruoshi. I am equally delighted to be alongside you, Su Ming replied. Liu Ruoshi, gazing at Su Ming's hand, felt her face flush with warmth, gently biting her lip as she conveyed her feelings. In that moment, the knot in her heart seemed to unravel, no longer entangled by the events of yesterday, focusing solely on the presence of Su Ming by her side. Could you not be so sweet? Liu Haojuan lamented, playing with the elixir in his hands, clearly disheartened by the display of affection between his sister and brother-in-law. What? Is this elixir not sufficient to silence you? Liu Ruoshi's face turned even redder, her demeanor swiftly shifting from a gentle lover to a stern sister, her gaze sharp and voice icy. Huh? What? Sister, what are you saying? I'm hard of hearing. Liu Haojuan feigned ignorance, clutching the elixir tightly, and then fled the scene like a gust of wind. That mischievous brat. Liu Changjun chuckled, scolding him lightly. Xiao Ming, is there still an opportunity for you to take me on the path of cultivation? With Liu Haojuan's antics momentarily quelled, the atmosphere at the dining table grew significantly calmer, prompting Old Master Liu to inquire about serious matters. Of course, there is still an opportunity, but you and Uncle Liu have just consumed 9th grade pills. It would be unwise to take any more elixirs for the time being, as it may strain your bodies, Su Ming stated. Having developed a close relationship with the Liu family, he decided to no longer conceal the truth, candidly disclosing everything to Old Master Liu. After careful consideration, he concluded that the Liu family was his closest ally, and since Liu Ruoshi would be his future wife, he was determined to commit fully. Xiao Ming, I share the same concerns. The current situation is quite unstable. The audacity of individuals to abduct Ruoshi in broad daylight indicates that many do not fear the strength of the Liu family. How can we rest easy with you two acting independently? Old Master Liu remarked that, assuming not in agreement, I understand. Earlier, when rescuing Ruoshi, I killed Sun Luanxiong in Qingzhou City. I suspect the other party will not let this slide easily. But I cannot remain by her side indefinitely. Indeed, even Qingzhou City is rife with undercurrents. Many are eyeing the Liu family with predatory intent. That Ziyu foolishly allied himself with the Feng family, which may lead to considerable trouble in the future. We must prepare in advance, Old Master Liu cautioned, his years of family management experience rendering him acutely aware of potential dangers. Father, enough of this. Let Xiao Ming rest. He exerted considerable effort to save Ruoshi today. Liu Changjun interjected. His own worries mirrored those of the family patriarch. Indeed, both of you should retire early. Ruoshi must have been greatly alarmed today and needs to recuperate properly. Grandfather Su Ming was taken aback, glancing at Liu Ruoshi, his gaze filled with lingering affection. Indeed, the engagement is not far off. What is there to be shy about? Liu Changjun added, seemingly more eager than the parties involved. But is there not enough guest room? Su Ming inquired. Old Master Liu regarded his son's rare display of cleverness with approval. Grandfather, upon hearing this call, the crimson hue that had just faded from Liu Ruoshi's cheeks returned, and she looked helplessly at Old Master Liu. Let be that I am old, and my health is not what it used to be. I ought to rest. Ruoshi, remember to take good care of Xiao Ming. With that, Old Master Liu walked away, hands clasped behind his back, as if oblivious to his granddaughter's pleading gaze. Father! Liu Ruoshi turned to her father, Liu Qingjun, seeking support. Oh right, I too must rest. After consuming that pill, I feel considerably more relaxed and need to recuperate properly, Su Ming remarked, casting his gaze down at the blushing Liu Ruoshi. Having just risen from her seat, this angle allowed Su Ming a glimpse of something he ought not to see. Causing his voice to lower and become husky, Ruashi, shall we head to the room first? Though Liu Ruashi had never encountered such a situation, she immediately grasped Su Ming's intention, her heart racing with both anxiety and anticipation. Let us go, Su Ming replied with a smile, then bent down to lift Liu Ruashi from her chair, striding purposefully toward the room. Father, is this appropriate? We are the elders Liu Chengjun, standing outside the villa. Witnessed the scene with a satisfied smile, leaning against the window with his cane. Although he felt a twinge of discomfort, he could not help but remind them, I have awaited this day for a long time. Su Ming is a responsible individual, and such an exceptional man is bound to attract numerous suitors. If we do not act swiftly, what will happen if someone else gets to her first? Old Master Liu mused, nodding in satisfaction as he observed the couple disappearing from view. Now that they are together, Su Ming will undoubtedly take responsibility for Ruashi, even if he encounters other women in the future. Ruashi will always hold a unique place in his heart. However, Old Master Liu's thoughts turned to the future. While Su Ming was indeed remarkable and Ruashi an exceptional girl, the world was full of talent and infinite possibilities. What if one day a woman more outstanding and beautiful than Ruashi appeared? Would Su Ming still treat Ruashi as he did now? Liu Chengjun furrowed his brow, expressing a father-esque concern. He will not. Even if Su Ming meets other women, he would never forsake Ruashi. Moreover, our Liu family will benefit from this union. Liu Laoi calmly stated, you must also be prepared. Su Ming's stage extends far beyond Qingcheng. Our Liu family must continually strive for progress, not only for the development of our clan, but also to provide a solid support for Ruashi. Chapter 86. I do not wish to harm you, Liu Chengjun responded with a resolute affirmation and departed from the opulent residence. Inside Liu Ruashi's chamber, after being embraced by Su Ming and laid upon the bed, she felt her cheeks flush as he gazed intently at her, softly calling his name, The fervor in Su Ming's eyes ignited not solely due to the enchanting presence of his girlfriend, but also because her unique constitution exerted an irresistible influence on his peculiar condition. I think I'll take a shower first. Facing Su Ming's ardent gaze, Liu Ruashi felt a wave of nervousness, her words slightly stammering. Gathering her courage, she finally voiced her desire. Go ahead. A flicker of amusement crossed Su Ming's eyes as he tenderly kissed her forehead, then turned aside to grant her request. Liu Ruashi felt as though her forehead had been kissed by fire, accompanied by a faint, tingling sensation. Assuming her words had affected his mood, she shyly darted towards the bathroom. Worn out from a day of shopping, Su Ming paused at Liu Ruashi's statement, but the sound of running water from the bathroom heightened his restlessness, as if flames had ignited within him once more. Sensing the restless energy stirring within, he promptly sat up and began meditative practices to quell the tumultuous waves inside him. Time slipped by quietly, the sound of water ceased, and Su Ming successfully subdued his impulses. Su Ming. The bathroom door swung open, and Liu Ruashi emerged, her voice laced with shyness. Su Ming looked up, and his recently calmed heart surged once again. Liu Ruashi was clad only in a bath towel, which, despite its ample coverage, could not conceal her elegant curves and slender waist. Her deep collarbone, smooth shoulders, and arms, along with her cascading red locks, gently brushed against her skin with each movement, exuding an irresistible allure. Her long, straight legs nearly peeked from beneath the towel, and the subtle sway of her hips as she walked made it difficult for him to look away. What's wrong? For the first time feeling so exposed before another, Liu Ruashi's cheeks flushed, yet she approached Su Ming with concern. Ruashi, you look truly beautiful today. Su Ming, reclining on the bed, inadvertently lifted his gaze, meeting Liu Ruashi's captivating figure, and he genuinely complimented her. Su Ming. Liu Ruashi's heart raced slightly, and she unconsciously took a step closer. Her proximity stirred Su Ming's emotions, and in a moment of impulse, he gently wrapped his arms around her waist, drawing her softly onto the bed. Their bodies now intimately close. The room was enveloped in a tender and affectionate ambience. Liu Ruashi gazed at Su Ming's handsome visage, her long eyelashes trembling slightly from nervousness, adding to her charm. Cautiously, she leaned towards his lips. Moments later, her cheeks flushed deeper, her breath quickening, and they reluctantly parted. However, Su Ming did not advance further. Liu Ronghua looked at him with confusion and anxiety, appearing somewhat lost. Sleep well. I'll take a shower. Su Ming gazed at Liu Ronghua, suppressing his desires, kissed her forehead softly, and spoke in a low voice, preparing to rise. Su Ming. Liu Ronghua's voice was filled with perplexity and bewilderment. Unsure why he had suddenly halted, "Do not worry. The time is not yet right. I do not wish to harm you," Su Ming explained, aware of his unique condition and understanding that Liu Ronghua's current cultivation was insufficient to manage the situation. His explanation illuminated Liu Ronghua understanding. Realizing her eagerness had been excessive, her face turned crimson as she hurriedly dove under the covers, feeling both shy and frustrated. Upon arriving at the villa, he spotted Han Linlin, her anxious figure rushing towards him to inquire about his whereabouts. "Linlin, what brings you here?" Observing the concern and worry in Han Linlin's eyes, Su Ming was taken aback, prompting him to voice his question. Seeing the urgency in Han Linlin's demeanor, Su Ming comprehended that her worries were not solely due to the poison, yet he refrained from stating this outright, gently suggesting, "Let us go inside. I'll tell you everything in due time." "All right." Han Linlin acquiesced, watching Su Ming's retreating figure. Realizing her reaction had been somewhat excessive, she endeavored to calm her emotions. Within the villa, Su Ming recounted the events of the past few days. Someone had rescued him. And to conceal their whereabouts, that person had set the entire enforcement hall ablaze. As Han Linlin listened, her suspicions were confirmed, yet she remained astonished by the unexpected turn of events. She was aware of Su Ming's exceptional abilities, but had not anticipated the situation escalating to such a degree. What surprised her even more was that the person who saved Su Ming was not Liu Ronghua, as she had assumed. However, now everything is well. Your visit to me must entail more than merely seeking this information. Correct? Su Ming inquired, believing that with Han Linlin's capabilities, uncovering this matter should be a trivial task. Indeed, it is not solely for that. "I miss you," Han Linlin stated, regaining her alluring demeanor as she gently leaned closer to Su Ming. "Linlin, please refrain from this. You know I have a girlfriend," Su Ming cautioned, gently pushing her away. "All right, you are always so dull." Han Linlin sighed. "Do you know? Sometimes I genuinely envy Liu Ronghua. Had I met you sooner, perhaps this special treatment would have been mine." Su Ming understood Han Linlin's sentiments, but he did not wish for her to harbor unrealistic expectations or for Liu Ronghua to misunderstand the situation. Therefore, he deemed it necessary to clarify certain matters promptly. "Now that you are safe, I can finally rest easy. However, do you remember the promise you made to me earlier?" Han Linlin asked with a bittersweet smile, quickly masking her emotions to resume her usual enchanting demeanor. Of course I remember." Observing Han Linlin's reserved attitude, Su Ming sighed in relief and nodded in affirmation. "That is good. My grandfather will be visiting in a few days. If it is convenient for you, please come to the villa outside the mountain to treat me." Chapter 87. Finally achieved. Realizing Su Ming harbored no special feelings for her, Han Linlin ceased her pursuit and redirected her focus towards her health concerns. "If you wish to treat it now, I can perform acupuncture immediately." Su Ming frowned, puzzled by her reluctance to undergo treatment, assuming she had come to resolve the internal cold poison. "No need. I have tasks today. Let's meet again in a week at the hillside villa." Han Linlin declined his proposal, scheduling a new time and location. "Very well." Understanding Han Linlin's unique circumstances, Su Ming did not press further and simply acquiesced to her arrangement. Han Linlin then departed, driving off into the distance, while Su Ming, after her exit, retrieved the dragon blood pill he had refined, observing it closely before swallowing it, and proceeding upstairs to cultivate as the effects of the dragon blood pill unfolded within him. Su Ming felt a warm current coursing through his body, cleansing his meridians and internal organs. With each breath imbued with comfort, as time passed, dawn gradually broke across the night sky. Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from Su Ming's hillside villa, the force so immense that it felled nearby trees. "I've truly broken through." Su Ming felt exhilarated, With the aid of the Dragon Blood Pill and the ninth grade pill, he had successfully shattered the long stagnant foundation period bottleneck. Reaching a higher realm, as he slowly opened his eyes, a flash of golden light sparkled within. Quickly vanishing, he observed the authentic energy in his hand, not yet fully integrated into his body, and vowed to himself. His master had warned him before passing that until he reached the nascent soul realm and resolved the toxins within, he must never set foot in Yanjing. Yanjing, the largest city in Shenzhou, teemed with experts and was fraught with peril, particularly given his status as the Lin family's outcast. One misstep could lead to fatal consequences. For the arrival of this day, Su Ming practiced diligently each day. By day, he refined beauty and health-enhancing pills for Han Lin, and by night, he focused on refining high-grade pills to elevate his own cultivation. Throughout this journey, Liu Ronghua often visited, and their bond grew increasingly intimate. Occasionally, Su Ming guided her in her cultivation. Due to her unique constitution, her progress was rapid. Although she soon encountered a bottleneck, her advancements evoked envy among others. At last, after numerous failures, Su Ming successfully refined a crimson pill emanating a faint golden glow, the bone-cleansing pill. "Wonderful! I've finally succeeded," he exclaimed excitedly that moment. Liu Ronghua, engrossed in her reading nearby, rushed over to confirm the exhilarating news. Indeed, as Su Ming affirmed, presenting the precious pill to Liu 11. Su Ming's strength gradually solidified. His collaboration with Han Lin fell into place, and his feelings for Liu Ronghua deepened continuously. Liu Ronghua, toying with several pills in her hands, curiously inquired, "With these pills, will my grandfather and the others truly be able to commence their cultivation?" A smile of satisfaction graced Su Ming's face as he nodded in confirmation. "Indeed. Thank you, Su Ming." Liu Ronghua gazed at the man before her, who had tirelessly labored day and night for the elixir that would benefit her family. His eyes shadowed with exhaustion. Her heart brimmed with gratitude. "Do not say that. Your family is just as much my family." In the living room of the Liu residence, the atmosphere was tense yet filled with anticipation. "Brother-in-law, are you saying that after consuming this marrow-cleansing pill, we can officially embark on the path of cultivation?" Liu Haojuan exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with eagerness as he clutched the pill, seeking affirmation from Su Ming. Beside him, Elder Liu and Liu Changjun could hardly conceal their inner excitement. "Xiaoming, I appreciate your hard work these past few days." Elder Liu's voice carried a hint of emotion. "Grandpa, what are you saying? We are family, and it's only natural to do this." Su Ming comforted with a smile. "Shall we begin now? What is the procedure?" Liu Changjun, always the proactive one, was eager to understand the next steps. "You can start immediately. However, I recommend you change into lighter clothing, preferably without jackets," Su Ming kindly reminded them, observing the heavy garments they wore. Although Elder Liu felt a twinge of confusion, the prospect of the cultivation journey ahead prompted him to nod in agreement. Liu Haojuan looked disdainfully at his baggy trousers, exclaiming, "I refuse to wear such ugly clothes. I'll stick to my own." He insisted on donning his beloved custom jeans, merely shedding his top, trusting Su Ming's judgment. Elder Liu opted for a comfortable vest and loose-fitting trousers, preparing to embrace the new adventure in the living room. Apart from their family, everyone else had long since departed. Liu Ronghua and Su Ming sat cross-legged, ready to safeguard the forthcoming ritual. "Let us commence." With Su Ming's command, the three simultaneously swallowed the marrow-cleansing pill. I don't feel anything," Liu Haojuan remarked after a moment, licking his fingers, seemingly unsatisfied with the pill. Liu Changjun also relaxed, secretly doubting the efficacy of the elixir. However, when his gaze fell upon Su Ming's focused expression, he became alert again. The air was thick with a sense of calm before the storm. Elder Liu remained ever vigilant, understanding that if the situation were not dire, Su Ming would not be so solemnly present. Suddenly, "Wow! What is happening?" Liu Haojuan's voice shattered the silence, accompanied by a cry of terror. "It is working," Su Ming remarked with a sidelong glance at the astonished Liu Haojuan. "What? It hurts. It hurts so much. It feels like a truck has run over my body." As soon as Liu Haojuan finished speaking, waves of agony washed over him, compelling him to scream, Liu Changjun soon felt the effects of the pill as well, his previously calm face twisted in pain, low moans escaping his lips as he struggled against the discomfort. Though Elder Liu began to breathe heavily, he appeared more composed than the other two. After all, he had endured illness for 5 years. Sister, brother-in-law, save me. Can someone give me some painkillers? This is unbearable. Liu Haojuan, having never before endured such suffering, sought help from his family. Having been pampered throughout his life, Su Ming watched Liu Haojuan writhe in agony from the reaction to the pill, a dull ache forming at his temples from the boy's complaints. Chapter 88. Unknown risks. Taking a deep breath, he spoke as gently as he could. Brother-in-law, you must grit your teeth and endure. This is the only way to truly elevate your abilities. Why does this pill feel so dreadful? The one you gave me last time left me feeling invigorated. This is completely different. Liu Haojuan's forehead glistened with cold sweat as he tried to divert his attention with words. That was an auxiliary remedy. This is the genuine marrow-cleansing pill. It will purge the impurities from your body, hence the discomfort. Su Ming explained, empathizing with Liu Haojuan's pain and offering additional words of consolation. The effects of the pill intensified. The atmosphere grew eerily quiet. Liu Haojuan finally fell silent, gritting his teeth against the agony. Seeing her family drenched in sweat, some even with crimson droplets oozing that emitted a foul odor, Liu Ronghua couldn't help but worryingly ask Su Ming, "Why are they like this?" Do not fret. This is a normal effect of the marrow-cleansing pill. It is essential to eliminate internal impurities in this manner to better absorb spiritual energy, facilitating a smoother cultivation process. Su Ming reassured Liu Ronghua, explaining why she was not undergoing the same ordeal due to her unique constitution, which required a different approach to open her dantian. Liu Ronghua smiled, her expression warm as the sun on a spring day. However, Liu Haojuan's suffering persisted. Trembling, he pleaded with Su Ming, "Brother-in-law, I truly cannot endure this any longer. If you give up now, every future breakthrough will present even greater challenges, potentially overwhelming you mentally," Su Ming warned sternly. Knowing this was a crucial test for Liu Haojuan. "Then I will endure a bit longer," Liu Haojuan replied, his face paling as he bit down hard, gripping his hands tightly, veins bulging, showcasing the immense pain he was enduring. Beside him, Elder Liu and Liu Changjun also found the pain nearly unbearable. However, due to their age, they maintained a semblance of composure, even though they yearned to scream like the younger ones as time passed. The remedy's effects gradually manifested, with pores opening wide and the stasis and toxins within their bodies swiftly purging. When the pain peaked, even the resilient Elder Liu and Liu Qingjun could no longer contain themselves, involuntarily letting out cries of agony. That moment, Su Ming calmly issued an order. "Ronghua now, use your gentlest power to assist them." Liu Ronghua was already prepared. At Su Ming's signal, she gracefully waved her hands. A soft blue light emanating from her palms, gently enveloping the three men. Almost instantaneously, as the spiritual energy touched their bodies, their expressions visibly relaxed, and their breathing steadied. Sit cross-legged, try to sense the core of your body. Relax your shoulders, focus on everything around you, and once found, concentrate on absorbing the energy within. Su Ming's voice was steady and clear, guiding them into a state of cultivation, with Liu Ronghua assistance. The three quickly followed Su Ming's instructions, beginning to absorb the surrounding energy. Should anyone pass by the Liu family villa at that moment, they would undoubtedly be astounded by the unique force permeating the air. Liu Haojuan opened his eyes, experiencing an unprecedented sense of ease and strength, exclaiming, "Brother-in-law, I feel like I'm full of energy. After this, I truly comprehend the meaning of suffering before sweetness," Liu Haojuan continued, gratitude radiating from his face. "Xiaoming, have we officially begun our cultivation?" Liu Changjun inquired, his gaze revealing newfound sharpness and determination. "Indeed," Su Ming affirmed, "you have set foot on this path. Fantastic. From now on, if anyone dares to provoke me, I can easily respond and teach them a memorable lesson." Liu Haojuan immediately seized upon the point, excitedly forgetting the discomfort he had just endured, animatedly planning for the future. This the feeling of being a cultivator? Liu Qingjun and Elder Liu began to notice changes within themselves. Marveling, but soon they became aware of a more immediate concern. Their skin had turned unusually dark, and Liu Haojuan discovered his beloved genes were now grotesquely disfigured. Why have we all turned so dark? Oh my goodness, my pants. Su Ming stood up, gently supporting his somewhat weakened girlfriend, Liu Ronghua, while explaining, the marrow-cleansing pill will eliminate all impurities from your bodies. This is the first step in cultivation, as I had previously warned everyone. Sniff. Although today has been fraught with unpleasant events, the joy of becoming cultivators far outweighs these troubles. Liu Haojuan lamented over his pants while attempting to self-soothe. Enough, go take a shower, Liu Changjun playfully admonished. Despite being equally dirty himself, as he took his chatty son to wash up. Xiaoming, you, and Rawashi should take a rest. I'll go clean myself up. Go ahead, Su Ming acquiesced, watching them depart. After a shower, I feel so much more refreshed. The first to emerge, Liu Haojuan threw punches and kicked, attempting to feel the newfound strength coursing through him. However, he failed to realize the increase in power after a series of rapid punches. The luxurious furniture in the house suffered severe damage. With a resounding crash, the room was left in disarray. Just as Liu Qingjun stepped out, he witnessed the scene. His son Liu Haojuan was unleashing his frustration on an expensive set of furniture. A custom piece specially ordered by Grandpa, worth millions. Enough, Liu Qingjun could no longer contain his anger, impulsively swinging a fist at Liu Haojuan. The outcome was predictable. Having just begun his cultivation, Liu Qingjun had yet to learn to control his strength. With a single punch, Liu Haojuan was sent flying, tracing an arc before landing on the ground. Wow, I'm actually this strong. Liu Qingjun stared at his fist, a mix of surprise and excitement flooding through him. You're really my biological father, Liu Haojuan complained, rubbing his sore spots as he got back to his feet. That moment, the esteemed Elder Liu emerged, clad in a traditional Zhongshan suit, exuding an aura of renewed youth and vitality after his cultivation. Now that I have embarked on this path of training, I must exert greater effort to become a reliable aid to Su Ming, he stated with unwavering resolve, his tone imbued with an undeniable authority. This determination stemmed from Su Ming's prior revelation about his imminent journey to Yanjing, where he would confront perilous and unpredictable challenges. Chapter 89. A brief respite, however. Su Ming wished to alleviate any pressure his family might feel. Thus he reassured them, as long as you safeguard Ruashi, the rest can wait until I have secured my footing. Rest assured, brother-in-law, my current prowess is extraordinary. I can handle anyone with ease and ensure my sister's safety. Liu Haojuan declared confidently. Such bravado is easy to proclaim, yet your abilities hardly surpass mine. In the face of true danger, you may find yourself of little help. Liu Ronghua, she retorted without hesitation. Amidst the laughter, the atmosphere in the household transformed into one of lightheartedness, and Su Ming too smiled, though his mind lingered on a question posed by his master. If one could choose a life of happiness, would they still be willing to risk it all for revenge? Naturally. Had my family not forsaken me, I would not have found myself in your clutches, enduring a 15-year existence more torturous than death. You have shown me kindness, hence I spare your life. Yet, those responsible for my plight must pay dearly. As he reminisced about those words, he gazed at the warm, familial scene before him, and a fleeting sense of hesitation washed over him. Perhaps living in tranquility like this would not be so bad. Yet, this thought was but a momentary flicker. Even disregarding the subsequent 15 years spent in the mountains, the experience of being abandoned as an infant was enough to rend his heart. This was no mere abandonment. It was a profound enmity concerning life and death. As time passed, his resentment toward his master gradually faded, but the thirst for vengeance could not be so easily dismissed. Hatred surged once more within Su Ming's heart, rekindling thoughts of departure. Xiaoming, why not stay and rest? Or perhaps allow Ruashi to accompany you? Elder Liu suggested, having sensed the shift in Su Ming's mood. Before Liu Ruashi could speak, Su Ming declined, motivated by concern for her well-being. Very well. Elder Liu conceded after a moment's contemplation, having noted Liu Ruashi's recent pallor. Be careful on the road. Despite her reluctance, Liu Ruashi gently offered a reminder, Do not worry. Su Ming nodded, then tenderly kissed Liu Ronghua forehead before bidding farewell to everyone to Mr. Su. This is Zhang X Singling. Is there something amiss? Su Ming was taken aback by the unexpected call. Is this regarding the opening of the pharmacy? He inquired politely. Previously, they had decided to establish a pharmacy rather than excessively promote elixirs, due to Su Ming's medical expertise, as well as the fact that elixirs, despite their mysterious nature, were not widely recognized by the public. Mr. Su, I regret to inform you that the pharmacy will likely be unable to operate tomorrow. Zhang Xingling's voice came through the phone, tinged with heaviness and regret. What has transpired? Su Ming furrowed his brow, sensing the unease in Zhang Xingling's tone. While he cared about the pharmacy's fate, his concern for her distress took precedence. Mr. Su, there is a citywide manhunt for you in Qingzhou City. The 4 great guardians of the West are actively seeking your whereabouts, and since the pharmacy is registered under your name, it has been compelled to close. Zhang Xingling hesitated before divulging the truth. A manhunt for me? Su Ming questioned as he opened the door, his mind racing with confusion. Indeed, did you not kill Sun Wanxiong a few days ago? Zhang Xingling confirmed, adding, the 4 great guardians regard him as a sworn brother. Having slain him, they have issued a bounty on your head, vowing to take severe action against you. I see now. No wonder they are making such a fuss. Su Ming mused, realizing that this was not an initiative of the West's leader, but rather the personal vendetta of the 4 guardians. Even our Zhang family, which holds some influence in Qingzhou City, would not dare to confront them lightly. These individuals are ruthless, and many prominent families would rather offend upright families like ours than provoke them. Upon hearing this, Su Ming finally grasped the intricacy of the situation. It appeared that his plans for the following day would have to be altered. That I shall proceed with caution and will not venture into Qingzhou City for the time being, he promised. Once the storm passes, I will personally address this matter. That is a prudent decision, Mr. Su, Zhang Xingling agreed, understanding that sometimes patience is itself a strategy. Very well, do not worry. Su Ming concluded the call, refraining from further words. He stared at the phone screen, a cold smile forming on his lips as he muttered to himself. The 4 great guardians? I must see this pharmacy venture through, should you attempt to thwart my business. Then let us settle both new and old scores in the days that followed. Su Ming had been engrossed in the concoction of the bone-cleansing pill, scarcely affording himself a moment's respite. Now that the pharmacy could not open, he welcomed a brief reprieve and resolved to temporarily set aside alchemy to rest for a few days. Knock, knock, knock. No sooner had he settled onto the sofa than a soft knocking echoed from the door. Who could it be at this hour? Su Ming pondered, yet he rose to answer the door. Standing before him was Han Linlin, who had not appeared in several days. She donned a black bodysuit, her complexion pale as paper, and her normally smooth hair was disheveled against her scalp from cold sweat. Nevertheless, her beauty remained undeniable. What troubles you? Su Ming inquired, swiftly supporting the wavering Han Linlin, his brow furrowed with concern. Cold poison, Han Linlin managed to utter weakly before collapsing into his embrace. Realizing the severity of her condition, Su Ming swiftly scooped her up and hurried to the bedroom. Even in unconsciousness, she trembled from the cold. Instinctively seeking warmth from Su Ming, cold. Very cold. She murmured, curling her body tightly, as Su Ming endeavored to remain calm as he gently laid her onto the bed. Witnessing her shivering form tormented by the cold poison tugged at his heartstrings. To alleviate her suffering, he began to channel his internal energy to suppress his own pure yang poison while striving to soothe her. Do not fear. I shall assist you, Su Ming whispered, aware that Han Linlin might not hear him in her current state. Quickly retrieving silver needles, he carefully lifted her bodysuit to prepare for acupuncture and to expel the cold poison that had spread to her heart. However, as his hand touched her skin, he was unexpectedly met with a slick warmth. Frowning, he discovered his palm stained with blood. Clearly, Han Linlin was not only suffering from the cold poison, but had also sustained grave injuries. The quantity of blood lost, if left unaddressed, could endanger her life. Resolute, Su Ming decided to treat her wounds immediately, reaching for the bandage covering her chest. Just as his hand approached Han Linlin, previously unconscious, suddenly regained awareness, tightly grasping his hand with a look of wariness in her eyes. "What are you doing?" Her voice, though weak, was laced with caution. "Your injuries are severe. We must stop the bleeding at once," Ming explained, fully aware that her response was instinctual, stemming from a partially dulled consciousness. Ming, Han Linlin whispered, seemingly searching for a trace of familiarity. Faced with this situation, Ming felt a mix of helplessness and solace, for at least she trusted him. With utmost care, he unwrapped the bandage, loosening her bodysuit in the process. Momentarily taken aback, Ming had anticipated further layers of clothing, only to be confronted with her fair skin, leaving him momentarily flustered. Hastily, he snatched a nearby blanket to cover her exposed form, revealing only the wound that required attention. "This wound is perilously close to being fatal," Ming murmured as he cleaned the injury, aware that had the blade been even slightly askew, the consequences would have been dire. After an entire night of treatment, Han Linlin's abdomen was adorned with silver needles. Ming noticed the tips of the needles quivering slightly, emanating a faint chill. This sight reminded him of the characteristic of Liu Ronghua, she's pure in body. Yet a crucial difference existed. Liu Ronghua, constitution had a nourishing effect, while the cold energy within Han Linlin's body was detrimental to her physical form. How is this possible? Ming pondered. Perplexed, could there truly be more than one pure in body in existence? Han Linlin, having had some of the cold poison alleviated, began to regain a hint of color in her face, which astonished Ming. He recalled his master's assertion that the pure in body was unique, and he was confident in Liu Ronghua, condition. However, the characteristics of the cold poison within Han Linlin were at least 60% similar to that of a pure in body, even attracting his pure yang poison. Yet the sensation he experienced when in contact with Han Linlin was far less comforting than that with Liu Ronghua. This revelation plunged Ming into deep contemplation. If the pure in body was not a singular phenomenon, did it imply that the pure yang body might also not be an anomaly? This fleeting thought stirred ripples in Ming's heart. For those possessing a pure yang body experienced astonishing cultivation speeds at a young age and exhibited remarkable comprehension. This was one of the reasons Ming could master Ouyang Zheng's unparalleled medical arts and achieve his current standing within mere 15 years. Just as Ming was lost in thought, Han Linlin let out a soft moan and slowly opened her eyes. "Did you save me, Ming?" In Han Linlin's gaze, a complex array of emotions was evident, as if she harbored her own answers to the question at hand. "You still dare to inquire?" Ming sighed, gazing at Han Linlin and speaking softly though. Han Linlin, having recently awakened from a fainting spell, still recovering from her injuries and plagued by the cold poison, appeared somewhat disoriented. Upon hearing Ming's words, she nodded slightly, her voice barely above a whisper. "Did you tend to my wounds?" Suddenly, Han Linlin's senses sharpened as she noticed the bandages wrapped around her, and her beautiful visage flushed a deep crimson. Ming, do you think my figure is... Observing the shift in Ming's expression, her shyness quickly dissipated, replaced by an alluring smile as she leaned in closer. Her voice laced with a hint of seduction that a wave of heat surged through Ming, memories of the previous day's encounters flooding his mind, and the sweetness of her voice left him momentarily flustered. Indeed, it looks splendid, but I was working with my eyes closed." Realizing that the conversation could spiral out of control, he hastily pushed Han Linlin away slightly, striving to maintain his composure. "With your eyes closed? Then how did you ascertain that my figure is commendable? Did you perhaps touch it?" Han Linlin paused, then once again revealed a gentle smile, her head resting on her hand as she lowered her voice to tease Ming further. Though she appeared composed, the blush at the tips of her ears betrayed her inner secret. "Ahem. Enough with the jesting. How have you transformed into this?" Upon hearing Ming's inquiry, Han Linlin's countenance shifted to one of embarrassment. As she attempted to feign nonchalance, "It's perfectly fine if you don't wish to discuss it." Ming, perceptive to her hesitation, refrained from pressing her, instead offering gentle understanding that it's nothing too sensitive. "I merely went on a mission and ended up being ambushed." Han Linlin succinctly explained, seemingly unwilling to delve deeper in the matter. "Why do you ask such questions?" she retorted, clearly not eager to continue the discourse. She noted Su Ming, typically calm in her presence, now appeared unusually anxious. Raising an eyebrow slightly, she questioned with a hint of curiosity, just a casual inquiry. Su Ming blinked in surprise, straightening his posture, and fell silent. After a moment, he met Han Linlin's gaze earnestly, stating, "Yes, I'm curious, though I'm unsure if it bears any relevance to what I suspect." Han Linlin scrutinized him, a rare seriousness flickering across her features. "Have you perhaps already surmised something?" Taking a deep breath, Han Linlin resolved to speak candidly. After all, had it not been for Su Ming's assistance the previous day, she might not have been alive. Especially with my enemies, who have been winning consecutively in international bidding contests. Their power is only growing. Chapter 91. She has been forced into marriage. At this revelation, Su Ming's curiosity was piqued. "Who are your enemies, given that the Han family holds considerable influence in Yinjing? Why have you repeatedly faced persecution?" Han Linlin offered a wry smile. "Yinjing is unlike coastal cities such as Binhai. Here, power shifts occur frequently, and only by remaining formidable can one have a voice. Yinjing is divided into 4 regions: north, south, east, and west, each major family backed by significant forces, and my grandfather has recently encountered troubles at the border, and the Han family's enterprises have also experienced fluctuations. Many matters cannot be succinctly explained, which is why I must take the perilous route of establishing my own organization." She paused. "In Yinjing, there are no eternal sovereigns. If there were, their influence would surely encompass the entirety of Shenzhou." Su Ming narrowed his eyes, seemingly comprehending. The warnings from his mentor and Han Linlin's words appeared to converge on a singular answer. "Whom do you deem the most formidable force currently?" Han Linlin's expression darkened. Her fists clenched. "It is he. Su Wenhua. Every time I utter that name, I feel as though I am plunging back into an abyss of despair. Su Wenhua." Su Ming echoed, a torrent of questions swelling within him. "Leave with your illegitimate child. You wretched woman, how dare you aspire to ascend? Take your bastard and get lost." In his mind's eye, he envisioned a scene, a child, barely 2 or 3 years old, clinging tightly to a woman who, though disheveled, remained strikingly beautiful. They stood trembling in the wind outside a door, tears streaming down their faces as they endured a man's venomous words. Su Ming's brow furrowed. Filled with confusion, he recalled his mentor once telling him he had been abandoned as a child, wandering Yinjing for years, until a chance encounter led to him being sold to Qingqing, where he became a laborer for the Zhao family. It was then that his mentor discovered him, not only rescuing him, but also compensating the Zhao family with a sum of money. Why did the mention of this name evoke such an inexplicable sensation within him? Seeing Su Ming lost in thought, Han Linlin gently spoke. "Su Ming, there is something I believe you should find intriguing." "What is it?" Su Ming turned to her. "Su Wenhua bears an uncanny resemblance to you." Han Linlin met Su Ming's gaze directly, uttering a weighty statement. Su Ming's expression shifted to one of complexity. Staring at Han Linlin in astonishment, "I doubt you are merely an ordinary person, especially after seeing your face. Su Ming, do you harbor secrets unknown to me?" Han Linlin stepped closer, her eyes piercing, as she inquired. Since the day they first met, Han Linlin and her grandfather had conducted an investigation into him. Yet, apart from superficial details, everything about his life before the age of 8 remained a mystery. "You are overthinking things." Su Ming shifted the topic. "Did you not mention that your grandfather is hosting a banquet?" Understood." Su Ming nodded, recognizing the gravity of Han Linlin's demeanor when she mentioned the matter, realizing that it was far more intricate than she had stated, yet he refrained from pressing further. Suddenly, Han Linlin raised her head, a flicker of melancholy crossing her features as she sincerely asked. Su Ming remained silent, gazing at Han Linlin. His heart, a tumult of emotions, he sensed that her feelings transcended mere friendship, yet he wished to spare her from unnecessary anguish and did not want to create false hopes. "I understand." Su Ming respected her emotions and quietly exited the room. The following day, Han Linlin returned to her usual vivacious self, engaging in light-hearted banter with Su Ming, though an occasional glimmer of sorrow in her eyes betrayed her concealed thoughts. As the days passed, the time spent together in the villa deepened the bond between them. "Linlin, today is the final treatment. I will use my vital energy to purge the cold poison from your body. And afterward, however, as Su Ming prepared to commence the treatment, he discovered the room devoid of her presence. Where has she gone? He scanned the surroundings, unable to find Han Linlin, a wave of unease washing over him. While tidying the bed, he inadvertently knocked over an item from the nightstand and stumbled upon a letter. In it. Han Linlin confessed her feelings for him and the necessity of her departure due to family obligations. She left behind a black necklace and a beautifully crafted dagger as mementos, warning Su Ming against venturing to Yanjing until he possessed sufficient strength to protect himself. Upon reading the letter, Su Ming felt a profound sense of loss. As though he had lost something of great importance, he attempted to contact Han Linlin by phone, only to be met with a mechanical voice. The number you have dialed does not exist. Please check and try again. Realizing something was amiss, Su Ming tried calling Han's grandfather, yet there was no answer. Recalling how Han Linlin had insisted he stay with her in her room the previous night, Su Ming suddenly understood. She must have already planned her departure then. She left without so much as a farewell. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Su Ming was lost in his thoughts, he was abruptly interrupted by an urgent knocking from downstairs. The sound was frantic like raindrops, as if the person outside could not wait to enter. He quickly gathered Han Linlin's belongings, steadied himself, and hurried down the stairs. Knock, knock, knock. Brother-in-law, open the door. Hearing Liu Haojuan's anxious voice made Su Ming's heart race. He quickened his pace to the door, flinging it open. Xiaojun, what has happened? His tone carried a hint of unease. Liu Haojuan was panting heavily, clearly having rushed over to Tia's my sister. He could barely articulate a complete sentence. What's wrong with your sister? Su Ming felt a foreboding sensation rise within him, instinctively gripping Liu Haojuan's shoulder. My sister. She's been forced into marriage. Liu Haojuan nearly shouted, his eyes filled with distress. Su Ming was taken aback, his mind swirling in confusion. Qingsheng, who had the audacity to pressure the Liu family, especially considering the support from their grandfather and uncle regarding their relationship. It's urgent. You must see for yourself. If we delay any longer, I fear. Liu Haojuan's words trailed off, but Su Ming grasped the urgency embedded within. Chapter 92. Ruoxi already has a boyfriend. Let us go. Su Ming's expression darkened, swiftly locking the door behind him, and pulled Liu Haojuan toward the car parked outside. The two hurried to the Liu family villa. Before they could exit the vehicle, Su Ming noticed a line of luxury cars parked outside, alongside burly men stationed at the entrance. The scene immediately alerted him to the fact that the situation was far more complicated than he had anticipated. Just as they were about to enter, they were blocked by a group of bodyguards. Halt! Who are you? Entry is prohibited. The bodyguard stood on high alert, vigilantly observing the two uninvited guests. Liu Haojuan widened his eyes in disbelief and shouted at several bodyguards. The leading bodyguard glanced at Liu Haojuan and inquired with confusion, "Are you a member of the Liu family?" Another bodyguard chimed in. Indeed, he bears a resemblance to that young lady from the Liu family. I recall that the head of the Liu family has a son, beneath Miss Su. Realizing it was young Master Liu, he gestured for him to enter. However, upon shifting his gaze to Su Ming, he halted, stating, "But this friend of yours cannot enter." What? This is my brother-in-law. Why can't he come in? Liu Haojuan shouted to the bodyguard before Su Ming could react. Brother-in-law. The leading bodyguard scoffed. That makes it even more impossible. What do you mean by this? My home is not your territory. How dare you act so arrogantly at my doorstep? Liu Haojuan could hardly believe his ears as he questioned them. We are acting on young Master's orders. He said no one is to disturb today's engagement discussions. Young Master Liu, allowing you to enter is already a courtesy. The bodyguard remained unmoved, continuing, I am about to get engaged to Liu Ruoxi. Regardless of who your young master is, his plans must change. Su Ming clenched his fists, struggling to control his anger as he warned, Humph, it is an honor for a young lady from the Liu family to catch our young master's eye. If you wish to cause trouble, you best abandon that thought. This is outrageous, brother-in-law. We cannot let this go. Liu Haojuan could no longer contain his pent-up fury and was prepared to teach the bodyguard a lesson. Stop! A stern voice suddenly rang out from within the villa, and everyone looked up to see old Master Liu had arrived. Seeing his grandfather, Liu Haojuan immediately began to voice his grievances, his anger undiminished by the presence of his elder. Old Master Liu's expression had been sour since his entrance, and upon hearing his grandson's words, it darkened further. He turned to Feng Zan, saying, "Young Master Feng, your family indeed possesses great power, but if you wish to forge connections, this behavior is rather excessive, don't you think?" Although Feng Zan's words seemed to support the Liu family, the undeniable tone of authority made everyone present uncomfortable. His intention was all too clear, to assert his claim over Liu Ronghua. The bodyguards snorted in disdain and allowed Su Ming and Liu Haojuan to pass. Upon entering the villa, Su Ming beheld a meticulously dressed man casually seated beside Liu Ronghua, exuding an air of superiority. Liu Ronghua, adorned in a shimmering white dress, looked stunning, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Su Ming, filled with longing and grievance, but more so with resignation. "Is this your incompetent little doctor?" the man inquired of Liu Ronghua. A smile gracing his lips, though his displeasure at Su Ming's arrival was evident. "Feng Zan, please refrain from referring to him in that manner. I share a deep bond with Su Ming, and I am already in a relationship, soon to be engaged. I cannot bear your misguided affections. Feng Zan, you are but a side branch of the Feng family. My sister is the chairperson of the Liu group. How do you presume to be worthy of her?" Liu Haojuan indignantly questioned Feng Zan. "Xiaojun, be silent." Old Master Liu interjected, concerned that his son's words might provoke Feng Zan. "Old Master Liu, out of respect for you, I shall not hold this young master accountable. You are the only reasonable person in this family. What is your stance on this matter?" Feng Zan turned to Old Master Liu, seeking his opinion. Though Feng Zan had been reprimanded by Liu Haojuan, he bore his displeasure silently, now directing his attention to the most authoritative figure, Old Master Liu. "Old Liu, consider my terms. They are indeed enticing, and our collaboration would benefit both sides. However, you are aware that Ronghua already has a boyfriend." Old Master Liu's brow furrowed as he attempted to maintain a gentle tone, seeking a middle ground. Upon hearing this, Feng Zan's expression changed abruptly, akin to a storm brewing in the dark sky. "So you are rejecting this union?" He slammed his hand on the table, his voice laced with anger and challenge. The bodyguards sprang into action, surging into the room with an intimidating presence, instantly escalating the tension. "Young Master Feng, this..." Old Master Liu appeared increasingly troubled, torn between not wanting to lose an outstanding grandson-in-law like Su Ming and fearing the powerful influence of the Feng family in Qingzhou City. "Feng Zan, you have gone too far." Liu Ronghua beautiful face was filled with rage upon witnessing the bodyguards invade. "Stand down." Feng Zan waved his hand, calming the bodyguards, then turned to Liu Ronghua, arrogantly declaring, "Who do you think you are? If I didn't find you somewhat pleasing, who would even care for you? Isn't your cousin the young master of the Feng family?" Su Ming narrowed his eyes, fixating on Feng Zan with a steady and serious tone. Feng Zan was taken aback momentarily before bursting into laughter. "Look at the fool she has chosen." He mocked Liu Ronghua taste. "Liu Ronghua, my cousin became interested in you through Liu Ziyu's introduction, and upon hearing you have a new boyfriend, he ordered his men in Qingcheng to dispose of him. That I never expected that brat to survive. But he certainly doesn't know my cousin." As the laughter gradually subsided, Feng Zan regarded Liu Ronghua without an ounce of remorse, instead wearing a smug expression. Chapter 93. The matter is far from simple, so? "The fire at the Law Enforcement Bureau was orchestrated by you." Liu Ronghua furrowed her brow and asked, "So, you first sought to kill me, and now you wish to take my woman?" Su Ming's voice was filled with anger and bewilderment. He cared little for the safety of those in the Law Enforcement Bureau. His focus lay solely on the Feng family's repeated challenges to his patience. "You are Su Ming? Indeed, what of it? My cousin intends to deal with you. Make no mistake, your entire family is merely a finger's flick away from him. You should consider yourself fortunate, for upon learning of your relationship with Liu Ronghua, my cousin has already lost interest in her. Otherwise, you might not be here today. As for me, I am rather magnanimous. I do not hold Liu Ronghua past against her, as long as she pleases my eye. Now, you have two options. Either you leave voluntarily, blessing us, or I shall personally send you on your way, holding your wedding on your death anniversary. Do you understand?" Feng Zan finally dropped the facade. revealing his true self as he approached Su Ming, exuding an air of superiority while issuing a threat. That's so. What if I don't? Su Ming scoffed, his gaze sharp as he met Feng Zhan's challenge. Bring it on. Teach him a lesson. Feng Zhan chuckled lightly, feigning a sigh, then gestured to the eager bodyguards beside him, effortlessly issuing the command. Understood, the bodyguards, eager to comply, lunged at Su Ming. Let me go first. The lead bodyguard, who had provoked Su Ming earlier, bellowed as he leaped forward, swinging his fist at Su Ming. Unfazed, Su Ming clenched his fists and charged straight at him. With a resounding thud, their fists collided, and the bodyguard's confident grin instantly froze, as if he had struck a wall, the pain unbearable. Before he could react, Su Ming's other fist slammed into his abdomen with such force it felt like being hit by a truck, shattering bones as he was sent flying. The other bodyguards exchanged glances, realizing Su Ming was not to be trifled with, and decided to swarm him, hoping to overwhelm him with numbers. Yet to a true master, numerical superiority merely provided additional targets. Bang, bang, bang. Su Ming's footwork was agile. His hands spread wide as a torrent of dominating energy swept through the room, sending all of Feng Zhan's bodyguards crashing to the ground. You have some audacity. Those are bodyguards trained at great expense by our Feng family, and you dare to eliminate them all. Feng Zhan's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom how his last hope had been so easily extinguished. Facing Su Ming's relentless advance, he trembled, pointing a finger at him in a futile attempt to mask his growing fear with anger that I will not only deal with them, you will not fare any better. Su Ming's voice was cold and merciless, a faint aura of energy visible around him, his gaze icy, causing Feng Zhan to instinctively retreat, the earlier arrogance evaporating. You cannot do this. Feng Zhan attempted to threaten with his family's name. I am part of the Feng family. If you dare to touch me, neither the Feng family nor the patriarch will spare you. Though old Master Liu supported Su Ming in his heart, he cautiously interjected, Xiao Ming, remain calm. While Feng Zhan is no saint, he has the Feng family backing him, and we must think this through. Indeed, Su Ming, should you harm me, the Feng family will surely not let you off lightly. Feng Zhan seized the opportunity, as if newfound courage surged within him. However, Su Ming merely cautioned, Today, I shall spare you, but if you threaten Ruashi again, consider the consequences yours to bear. Liu Haojuan stepped forward, adding, Exactly. If you come crashing in here again, not only will I handle you, but I could make it so your mother wouldn't recognize you. Feeling the pressure from both of them, Feng Zhan's face was filled with wariness and terror. Just wait and see. This matter is far from over. As he cautiously retreated, he hurled a few harsh words, only to hasten his escape once he was sufficiently far from Su Ming and the others. Brother-in-law, this man cannot be spared. Liu Haojuan clenched his fists, displaying his profound dissatisfaction. Not a chance upon hearing this. Feng Zhan hurriedly fled, leaving behind a threatening remark. Humph, as Liu Haojuan watched Feng Zhan drive away. He couldn't help but curse under his breath. Old Master Liu did not relax despite the temporary departure of trouble. Instead, he expressed his deep concern, stating, It seems our Liu family is about to face a challenge. Observing this, Su Ming furrowed his brow and asked, Grandfather Ruashi, what has happened? Old Master Liu decided to let Ruashi explain the situation while he reached out to some old friends for assistance. He remained silent, believing it more suitable for the involved party to speak for themselves. Su Ming sat beside Liu Ruashi, gently taking her hand and asking softly, What happened? Please tell me. Liu Ruashi took a deep breath and began to recount. After you were taken away by the Enforcement Bureau that day, I signed an agreement with Liu Ziyu that we agreed that if I could not secure more orders than him within the stipulated time to increase the company's revenue, I would have to relinquish the position of chairman to him, along with my father's title as head of the family. Currently, Liu Ziyu has almost monopolized all the major contracts in Binhai City. She said this. Liu Ruashi managed a faint smile, yet concealed an almost imperceptible bitterness. Su Ming frowned and patiently inquired, What sort of agreement was it? How much time is left? It's quite simple. It's a matter of who can secure more contract for construction projects, with the higher profits determining the victor. The family elders will decide the ultimate heir based on the results. If I lose, not only must I step aside, but my father would also have to relinquish his position as the family head. Liu Ronghua lightly bit her lip, a trace of melancholy flashing in her eyes. Only 3 days remained as Ming gazed at her, a tumult of emotions swirling within him. He knew this agreement was largely a consequence of his own actions. Do not worry, we will find a solution. Liu Ronghua understood the significance of this position to her. Since her grandfather's illness, she had been striving to maintain the company's growth. For such a strong-willed individual, it was excruciating to witness her hard work slipping into another's grasp. Just then, Liu Haojuan approached, adding, "Brother-in-law, things are far more complicated than they appear. Liu Ziyu has long harbored resentment towards our family, especially towards my sister. Once he gains control of the company, do you think he would let us off easily?" Su Ming, perplexed, responded, "Aren't you all relatives? There should be some familial affection among cousins. In affluent families, rivalries among siblings are not uncommon, let alone between cousins." Chapter 94. "Leave the other matters to me." Liu Ronghua shot her brother a warning glance, signaling him to cease his comments. She understood that since being with Su Ming, he had already sacrificed too much for the Liu family. Liu Ronghua softly said, hoping to alleviate some of Su Ming's burdens, "Xiaojun, if something comes up, I will contact you. Just call, and I will come immediately." Seeing his sister's troubled expression, Liu Haojuan realized that lingering could only exacerbate her distress, so he waved goodbye and left the villa. What needed to be said had been expressed, and now it was up to time. Su Ming looked at Liu Ronghua, concern etched on his face. "Ronghua, are you preventing Xiaojun from staying because you fear I might learn of these matters? How could you think that? Given the nature of our relationship, do you truly believe I would abandon you in your time of need?" Hearing the sense of grievance in Su Ming's words, Liu Ronghua quickly clarified, "It's not like that, Su Ming. I simply do not wish for you to worry about me." Her voice carried a hint of panic, fearing Su Ming might misunderstand her intentions. Su Ming tenderly embraced her. "Then share everything with me. Do not hide anything. While you worry for me, I equally worry for you." Feeling the sense of security from Su Ming's solid chest, Liu Ronghua gradually calmed down. She finally nodded in agreement, contemplating that since they were united, there should be no secrets. "Ronghua, since the incident with the Enforcement Bureau, why have you never mentioned it when we met?" Su Ming gently kissed her cheek and softly inquired. Liu Ronghua candidly expressed her concerns that today, when the Feng family proposed the engagement and grandfather mentioned the conditions, it indeed relates to this matter. Su Ming understood why old Master Liu had appeared so troubled at that moment. Feng Zhan's conditions were evidently intertwined with this. Indeed, after the Zhao family incident, Liu Ziyu collaborated with Wang An, and together they managed to have Yu sent to the Enforcement Bureau, garnering considerable support from the Feng family. Liu Ronghua no longer concealed the truth, straightforwardly explaining the situation. However, since Liu Ziyu has secured the Feng family support and solidified the collaboration, why would the Feng family still approach you and use this matter as a condition? Su Ming furrowed his brow, trying to untangle the logic behind it. Feng Zhan just mentioned that Liu Ziyu had promised the young Master Feng something as a bargaining chip. I suspect the condition may involve me. Liu Ronghua turned to Su Ming, calmly analyzing the situation. "You?" Su Ming asked, puzzled. Yes, under Wang An's introduction, Liu Ziyu mentioned during his meeting with young Master Feng that should he gain control of the Liu family, he would arrange for my marriage to young Master Feng at that time. We had just announced our engagement. Making you an obstacle, they decided to eliminate first. Liu Ronghua expression was tranquil, yet her words cut like a knife, revealing the truth to Su Ming. Then why did young Master Feng later abandon this plan? Su Ming pressed on, his brow still furrowed as he sought to comprehend the underlying reasons. Su Ming's brow knitted in concern. Even though the news was exhilarating, he continued to pursue the matter, needing to grasp the complete picture. The Enforcement Bureau feared the Liu family's influence and dared not act against you directly. Thus, Liu Ziyu informed Liu Xiao that we were not officially together, intending to leverage his power against you. However, after I visited the Feng family and openly admitted our relationship, due to his extreme need for personal space, he lost interest in me. Consequently, Liu Ronghua's collaboration with the Feng family fell through, and Feng Zan seized the opportunity to propose a marriage alliance with Yu Ming seemed to have pieced together the subsequent developments. Yes, although Feng Zan is a member of the Feng family's collateral line, his mother dotes on him, and he can have nearly everything he desires. Liu Ronghua nodded in affirmation, acknowledging Su Ming's understanding. Given that the Feng family's support has evaporated, what leverage does Liu Ronghua have to contend with you? Su Ming's gaze returned to Liu Ronghua as he posed a new question. Liu Ronghua anxiously analyzed Liu Ronghua's advantages. Once the sole chairman of the Liu family, she had many partners in Qingqing. However, now, due to this competition, Liu Ronghua, bolstered by his status as the eldest son and the purported support from the Feng family, acted with increased decisiveness, leading many to prefer collaboration with him. After all, who wouldn't want to enjoy both business cooperation and the benefits of associating with the Feng family? What are your plans? Su Ming's expression grew serious as he recognized the urgency of the situation that I haven't figured out yet. Currently, Liu Ronghua's partnerships have surpassed mine by more than double, and with only 3 days remaining. It seems I am destined to lose, that I want to ensure my grandfather and the others have security by transferring my shares to him, guaranteeing their future well-being. Liu Ronghua lightly bit her lip. Despite her reluctance, her eyes revealed that she had thoroughly considered this decision. You think Liu Ronghua, given his character, would easily accept your arrangement. If you lose, he probably won't allow you to continue residing in Qingqing, as your presence poses a threat to him. Thus, even if Liu Ronghua withdraws from the competition, their family's safety cannot be guaranteed. This is a concern I share. Yu Ming's worries mirrored the shadows in Liu Ronghua's heart. She too was uncertain how to navigate this predicament. Noticing Liu Ronghua's unease, Su Ming gently stroked her head and softly said, "Do not worry. I will handle it well. Do you have any plans?" Liu Ronghua raised her head, her eyes filled with curiosity and concern. Yu Ming's abilities were beyond question, but this matter was far from simple. Liu Ronghua did not wish for him to become embroiled in this turmoil. It's all right. Chapter 95. A little stratagem. Where are you going? Liu Ronghua inquired. Sensing Su Ming might be contemplating departure, "I need to make a trip to Qingzhou City," Su Ming candidly responded. Upon hearing this, Liu Ronghua immediately grew alert. Qingzhou City? No way. If you go now, aren't you walking into a trap? In Qingqing, we still have the Liu family support, but in Qingzhou City, danger lurks at every corner. Su Ming shook his head, dismissing Feng Zan's threats with indifference. Just a mere Feng Zan. I am not afraid, Yu Ming. I understand you are unafraid of Feng Zan, but he is backed by the entire Feng family, whose influence in Qingzhou City is formidable. You must not take such risks. Liu Ronghua stood firm in her stance, unwilling to let Su Ming put himself in jeopardy. Ronghua, do you not trust me? Su Ming's expression turned serious. Are you willing to watch your own company be seized, or let your grandfather and uncles live in constant fear? Liu Ronghua opened her mouth to respond, but found herself at a loss for words. For she too did not wish to see such an outcome. Yu Ming understood her struggles and embraced her, patiently reassuring her, "Do not worry. Everything will turn out well." Ultimately, Liu Ronghua gently nodded, choosing to place her trust in Su Ming. "I will accompany you," she declared, taking a deep breath and striving to calm the turmoil within her heart. She gazed directly into Su Ming's eyes, her expression brimming with determination, clearly conveying her intent. Su Ming shook his head. He had never intended for Liu Ronghua to accompany him. Qingzhou City was fraught with danger, the numerous crises Zhang Xingling had mentioned still vivid in his mind, compounded by the involvement of the Feng family. Taking Liu Ronghua along would only place her in peril and potentially become a burden to him. And oh buts, Su Ming interrupted her unfinished thought. "I promise to call you every day to update you on my situation. If anything were to happen, you'll be the first to know and could come to my aid." Liu Ronghua looked at Su Ming, realizing that once he had made up his mind, it would be difficult to sway him. Moreover, he was right. She could not easily leave Qingqing, especially with Su Ronghua lurking menacingly, recently undermining her collaborative efforts. She could no longer afford to sit idly by. Very well, Liu Ronghua reluctantly agreed, feeling a pang of sorrow for Su Ming, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She had deeply fallen for Su Ming. How could she not worry for his safety? Observing her distress, Su Ming offered a gentle smile and placed a soft kiss on her forehead. Comforting her, rest assured, he then strode confidently towards the door. Driving one of the Liu family's cars towards Qingzhou City, as evening descended. In a private villa, Zhang Xingling, clad in comfortable loungewear, was organizing the pharmacy's documents in her study. Suddenly, her phone vibrated with a text notification. Miss Zhang, I have arrived in Qingzhou City. Where are you? Hello, a deep, magnetic voice resonated on the other end. Mr. Su, you have truly arrived in Qingzhou City. Zhang Xingling's voice trembled slightly with disbelief. Indeed. Where are you currently? Su Ming's tone remained calm as he reiterated his question from the text. I am at home. It is rather late for you to come over. Is there something of great importance? Despite her joy, Zhang Xingling felt apprehensive about the purpose of Su Ming's visit and the potential risks it might entail. Her concern lay with his safety, rather than her own circumstances. Please assist me in contacting several influential figures in the real estate sector tomorrow, preferably those with significant standing within their families. I wish to meet them in person, Su Ming instructed as he drove. Real estate. What specific aspects are you interested in? Zhang Xingling rapidly considered which families held authority in this field while posing her question. Mr. Su, are you certain you wish to meet with these individuals? The situation in Qingzhou City is quite complex at present, and your arrival could easily draw attention, especially considering the 4 great guardians are actively seeking you. She expressed her concerns, cautioning Su Ming about the current dangers. Just make the arrangements. Remember to select the finest hotel. It is not about the quantity of people, but the quality. Su Ming's tone was resolute, clearly having made his decision. Very well, I will do my utmost. However, due to recent changes in Yanjing, many of the old families have lost power and new forces have emerged. The Zhang family has also been affected, so I can only do my best. Zhang Xingling acknowledged his request while candidly revealing the challenges of the current situation. Additionally, prepare the promotional materials for the pharmacy. I must open this establishment. Before ending the call, Su Ming added, his tone imbued with unwavering determination. But Mr. Su, regarding the 3 great guardians. Zhang Xingling's words were cut short as the call was disconnected. When Su Ming hung up, she intended to offer further caution, but he merely replied with a nonchalant "it's fine," and ended the conversation. Clearly, he did not intend to take this matter too seriously, as Su Ming understood that if he constantly retreated in the face of challenges, he would only find himself in a disadvantageous position. Since those so-called 3 great guardians had previously targeted Sun Wanong, he feared no repercussions from whatever might unfold next if they sought revenge. Then let them come. The following morning, a gentle knock on the door accompanied Zhang Xingling's voice. Mr. Su, it's me. Please come in, Su Ming responded, promptly opening the door. Zhang Xingling stood outside, her casual sportswear lending her an air of vitality. Her high ponytail adding a refreshing touch. Just call me by my name. We are of the same generation. No need for such formality. Su Ming interjected. I have invited 3 friends, all influential figures from the Lingqing area, on par with the Zhang family, and each possessing unique traits. I believe they will be of assistance to you. Zhang Xingling presented 3 personal profiles while briefly outlining their situations. Point 3. Su Ming expressed his surprise. And they are all chairpersons? Quite impressive. Indeed, I employed some special methods, Zhang Xingling replied with a smile. Su Ming raised an eyebrow in curiosity, softly prompting her for details. Zhang Xingling chuckled as she explained how she had accomplished this. Haha, Miss Zhang, you are indeed clever. Su Ming couldn't help but laugh, sincerely commending her. Chapter 96. Seeking medical advice, he had just noticed that Zhang Xingling had employed a clever strategy in inviting the business magnates. She informed each of them that the Zhang family was in search of a renowned physician to foster goodwill with this physician. She specially invited several business leaders to participate. As anticipated, 3 business tycoons suffering from severe and difficult-to-treat ailments arrived uninvited. With the Zhang family's reputation as a guarantee, these individuals felt more at ease regarding the gathering. This way, when Su Ming discussed potential collaborations with them, it would be easier to find common ground, as cooperation thrives on mutual benefit. Zhang Xingling appeared in good spirits, her smile radiant upon receiving Su Ming's praise, even suggesting that he should address her by her first name. since you've invited me to call you by your name. I won't be shy. I shall call you Xingling, that if we truly develop something in Qingzhou, we shall be friends, he declared. Very well, Zhang Xingling readily agreed with a smile. Let us go. They should have arrived at the hotel by now. Zhang Xingling stood, indicating that it was time to meet the guests. Indeed, Su Ming affirmed, taking the lead. Zhang Xingling watched Su Ming's retreating figure, recalling her father's word from the previous day. Su Ming is no ordinary person. He is destined for greatness. You must cultivate a close relationship with him. It would be even better if you could become his partner. With that thought, her cheeks flushed slightly. What's the matter? Su Ming noticed Zhang Xingling had halted, a faint blush adorning her face, and inquired curiously, Oh, it's nothing. Let us go, she replied, internally chiding herself for becoming distracted at such a moment. In a private dining room of a restaurant rich with classical charm. The three invited heads of families exchanged discontented glances. Is this how the Zhang family treats their guests in Qingzhou City? One of them complained. Are they toying with us? Outside, no one had yet entered. And Zheng Mingmei frowned slightly, her mood evidently less buoyant than when she had arrived. As the wife of the chairman of Channon Real Estate. Although nearing 40, she maintained her appearance well, exuding elegance. This visit to Qingzhou City was not only for the company's expansion plans, but also to seek treatment for her long-standing health issues. At that moment, a middle-aged man named Chao Yun broke the silence. I hear a renowned physician has arrived here, he inquired, his gaze filled with anticipation. Chao Yun was a real estate magnate from a neighboring city, his purpose mirroring Zheng Mingmei's in seeking medical assistance. Although Shan Guangying was younger, he held a prominent position in the real estate industry. His presence immediately captured the attention of the other two, as individuals from the capital were typically not ordinary. I have heard about the Zhang family situation. Their patriarch was gravely ill a few years ago, but has recently made a miraculous recovery, supposedly thanks to this physician. Zheng Mingmei interjected, displaying particular interest in the topic. I researched some details and discovered that it was an old Chinese medicine practitioner named Feng who cured the Zhang family's patriarch. This Dr. Feng enjoys a stellar reputation in the community, but is not easily accessible. Shen Guangying added, evidently having done his homework. If it truly is Dr. Feng, then we are indeed fortunate today. Chao Yun appeared even more eager, while Zheng Mingmei nodded in agreement, having previously attempted to invite Dr. Feng for a consultation. But to no avail. If it were indeed him, the wait would be worthwhile. Shen Guangying rarely displayed a smile, but now a hint of relaxation graced his features. The three, united by common goal and background, quickly drew closer, making the wait seem less interminable. As time passed, the air thickened with a blend of hope and anxiety. The trio grew increasingly impatient, prompting Zheng Mingmei to finally pick up her phone. I sincerely apologize for keeping everyone waiting. Zhang Xingling entered hastily after receiving the call, an apologetic expression on her face. Miss Zhang, since the invitation was extended by you, you ought to have arrived before us. Zheng Mingmei remarked, a hint of dissatisfaction creeping into her voice as she regarded the elegantly entered Zhang Xingling. She felt the wait had been excessive, and her tone bore a trace of complaint. I apologize. I did not anticipate your early arrival, Zhang Xingling said, her brow furrowing slightly in remorse. Though she too felt perplexed, she had arranged to meet Su Ming at noon, and now it was only 9 o'clock. It was only while she was in the car that she learned they had already arrived at 7. Miss Zhang. Seeing is believing. Truly, she is as beautiful as a celestial being. Upon seeing Zhang Xingling, Chao Yun immediately forgot his earlier discomfort from waiting, rising to greet her with admiration in his eyes. Thank you for the compliment, Zhang Xingling replied with a slight smile, although she felt a hint of confusion within. You certainly didn't say that while we were waiting just now. Zheng Mingmei scoffed, casting a sidelong glance at Chao Yun, evidently displeased by his change in demeanor, which reminded her of how her husband treated younger women. Well, since everyone is here, it must be fate, Shen Guangying interjected calmly, breaking their conversation and getting straight to the point. Miss Zhang, where is that renowned physician? At that moment, Su Ming was indeed out shopping, having forgotten his silver needles at the villa in Qingcheng in his haste the previous day. What? Is it not Dr. Feng? Zheng Mingmei immediately inquired upon hearing Zhang Xingling's words, clearly curious about the sudden appearance of Mr. Su, Dr. Feng. Zhang Xingling turned to Zheng Mingmei, revealing a puzzled expression. Miss Zhang, did not the Zhang family issue an announcement yesterday stating that a distinguished physician would make an appearance today, hoping to establish connections with our families? Zheng Mingmei explained, attempting to clarify the misunderstanding. Noticing the change in Zhang Xingling's expression, Shen Guangying felt something was amiss and stood up to inquire further. There seems to be a misunderstanding. The person you're meeting today is Mr. Su, not Dr. Feng, Zhang Xingling clarified, attempting to dispel the prior confusion. What? Not Dr. Feng. Zheng Mingmei reacted strongly, clearly displeased with this revelation that we specifically came here to meet that legendary physician, if he is not present. Why do we bother to come and wait for so long? Chao Yin also grew impatient, despite having had a favorable impression of Zhang Xingling earlier. After all, he valued health over social niceties. Chapter 97. By what right are you so confident? Miss Zhang, are you not referring to the esteemed Dr. Feng who healed your father? Although Shen Guangying was also displeased, he remained rational, knowing that Zhang Xingling would not easily go back on her word. Zhang Xingling added with a smile. Upon hearing this, Zheng Mingmei's anger intensified. You said you could find a genuine physician to help us. Are you mocking us now? Who in Qingzhou City can compare to Dr. Feng? Others also displayed clear disappointment, as if their quest for medical assistance was destined to be in vain once again. Rest assured, as the daughter of the Zhang family, I represent our family's credibility and would never joke about such matters, Zhang Xingling stated firmly. Moreover, the physician I am about to introduce to you possesses medical skills that are not only on par with, but may even surpass those of Dr. Feng. More importantly, if it were not for Mr. Su's intention to forge connections within the real estate sector, you might not even have had the opportunity to meet him. There was a hint of pride in Zhang Xingling's voice when mentioning Mr. Su, stronger than Dr. Feng. Zheng Mingmei's previously angry expression transformed into one of astonishment, incredulously asking that is you truly that capable? The voice of the third man revealed a trace of wavering and anticipation. I find it hard to believe. Who exactly is this Mr. Su? Some expressed skepticism. Aside from the renowned Dr. Feng, I've never heard of this Mr. Su. Is he truly as miraculous as you claim? Chao Yun furrowed his brow, cautiously inquiring, evidently holding reservations about the matter. Zhang Xingling raised an eyebrow, casting a penetrating gaze at Chao Yun, her tone turning stern. Mr. Chao, are you questioning the credibility of the Zhang family? Despite Chao Yun's status as a powerful real estate tycoon from a neighboring city, Zhang Xingling did not think they had the right to casually question one of Qingzhou City's top families. Her words carried an implicit warning, reminding him to choose his words carefully. Miss Zhang, you jest. Among friends, there should be no such suspicion. Haha. Chao Yun's expression appeared somewhat awkward, laughter serving as a veil for his discomfort, as he understood that it was unwise to easily create enemies in the business world to avoid unnecessary trouble. I apologize for being late. Everyone, Su Ming, clutching the silver needles, finally appeared in the dining hall, breaking the stalemate and apologizing for his tardiness. His arrival rendered the atmosphere even more delicate, shattering the silence and some people's expectations. Is this the M.R.S.U. you mentioned? Zheng Mingmei's gaze was immediately drawn to him, her voice tinged with clear dissatisfaction. What capabilities could this young man possibly possess? Chao Yun's expression was equally unpleasant. Seemingly attempting to reassure himself while also trying to placate others, Shen Guangying directly inquired of Su Ming. Who are you? I am the M.R.S.U. who invited everyone here, Su Ming replied calmly, disregarding the tense atmosphere in the private room as he graciously seated himself at the dining table. Miss Zhang, are you truly certain? Chao Yin questioned once more, his tone laced with evident uncertainty. Indeed, he is the M.R.S.U. I wish to introduce to you, Zhang Xingling affirmed with a nod. Zhang Xingling. Zheng Mingmei suddenly slammed her hand on the table, her face pale with fury. Do you think you were playing a joke on us? No matter how powerful your Zhang family is, our Zheng family and Chao family are not to be trifled with, not to mention the presence of Mr. Shen from Kyoto. Do you think we would indulge in such games? Zheng Mingmei's emotions had reached their peak, almost roaring. Su Ming gently turned his head, smiling at the furious Zheng Mingmei, and asked softly, You must be Ms. Zhang, correct? I am merely curious. do you currently have any children? Su Ming's tone was calm, yet the weight of his words was significant. Zhang Mingmei's expression stiffened, forcing out a rebuttal. What nonsense are you talking about? In reality, Zhang Mingmei and her husband did indeed have an heir. It was a child they had adopted from their cousin's family. To maintain the facade of family harmony, they publicly claimed the child was their biological offspring. Su Ming continued calmly. I have observed your physical condition, and there is no substantial issue preventing you from conceiving. It is merely the result of prolonged stress and emotional fluctuations affecting your health. Hearing this, Zhang Mingmei appeared increasingly uneasy, yet she still adamantly denied it. You are completely lying. I simply have a bit of a cold. What you are saying does not exist at all. However, Su Ming remained unfazed by her reaction, confidently asserting, I can help you achieve your desire, ensuring that you will conceive smoothly and deliver safely, without the risks associated with advanced maternal age. This statement left Zhang Mingmei momentarily stunned, her gaze revealing a glimmer of hope and doubt. Really? Absolutely. After treatment, you will notice a significant change in your body, Su Ming declared, having perceived her hesitation and understanding the significance of this promise for her. Zhang Mingmei took a deep breath, attempting to mask her inner turmoil. I have heard such guarantees far too many times before. The journey of preparing for pregnancy had become an endless spiritual trial for her. Su Ming locked eyes with her, his tone resolute. If I fail to fulfill my promise, you may pursue me without mercy. Furthermore, I will restore your body to its youthful state by the end of today. Really? Zhang Mingmei's lips parted slightly, a flicker of wavering hope surfacing within her, for she alone understood that the symptoms Su Ming described aligned perfectly with her own condition, despite him never having taken her pulse or examined her. Yes, Su Ming nodded in affirmation that a flicker of uncertainty crossed Zhang Mingmei's eyes, years of despair gradually being replaced by hope, yet she still warned through gritted teeth. For now, I shall trust you that if it proves ineffective, even with the Zhang family's guarantee, I will not show mercy. For years, Zhang Mingmei had sought out renowned physicians, her patience and hope long since depleted, and she harbored skepticism towards doctors who made promises too easily. Do not worry. Should I fail to heal you, you may take my life. It has nothing to do with the Zhang family. Su Ming stated resolutely. Very well. Let us see what you can do. I am curious to know why you are so confident. Zhang Mingmei ultimately acquiesced, the pressure within her compelling her to accept the proposal. Zhang, please lie down and expose your abdomen. If you feel uncomfortable, we can find a more private place. Su Ming gently reminded as he picked up the silver needles. Chapter 98. I have no other intentions. Then let it be on this sofa. What is the big deal about exposing my belly? Zhang Mingmei walked over to the sofa, lying down gracefully and nonchalantly lifting her clothing to reveal her flat and toned abdomen. It must be said that, even nearing 40, Zhang Mingmei maintained her skin exceptionally well, her lower abdomen smooth and fair like that of a young girl. The only unusual aspect was the presence of some dark body hair around her navel, which appeared somewhat peculiar. The two approached to observe, eager to verify Zhang Xingling's claims. Are you ready? Su Ming calmly inquired, holding the silver needle to Zhang Mingmei nodded, her heart racing as she gazed at the needle. Yet she still agreed. After all, this was not her first encounter with acupuncture treatment. Without further hesitation, Su Ming swiftly inserted the needle with precision, leaving 2/3 exposed, executing the entire motion cleanly and efficiently. Zhang Mingmei blinked in astonishment as she observed Su Ming deftly administering acupuncture. She vividly recalled her own arduous experience during her last attempt at acupuncture, and thus, witnessing Su Ming's effortless approach to treatment filled her with a myriad of questions. Nevertheless, she resolved to withhold her opinions for the moment, as she did not wish to speak prematurely before fully ascertaining Su Ming's medical prowess. Su Ming harnessed his inner energy, gently massaging Zhang Mingmei's abdomen while precisely inserting needles at several acupoints. Subsequently, he utilized his internal force to assist her body in expelling excess fluid. It is done. Su Ming stated calmly as he withdrew the silver needles. I don't see any difference. Chao Yin remarked in confusion from the side, appearing skeptical of Su Ming's assertions. You truly not feel any change? Su Ming inquired with a smile directed at Zhang Mingmei, discarding the used needles. You might want to try the restroom, Su Ming suggested with a light chuckle. Initially bewildered, Zhang Mingmei suddenly became aware of an unusual sensation within her body. After a moment of astonishment, she hurriedly rushed to the restroom under the watchful eyes of the others. Before long, Zhang Xingling's phone rang. Miss Zhang, could you do me a favor and fetch some sanitary pads? Zhang Mingmei's voice came through the phone, laced with a tone of both request and barely contained excitement. Of course, Zhang Xingling replied. Now you must believe, Zhang Xingling laughed as she hung up the phone, turning to ask the still-dazed Chao Yun and Shen Guangying. The two exchanged glances, each reading the other's doubts. Su Ming had indeed demonstrated extraordinary abilities, yet his youth made it difficult for them to reconcile his image with that of the traditional miraculous healer. Years of medical experience had instilled in them a cautious attitude towards new faces. Before long, Zhang Mingmei emerged from the treatment room. Her complexion visibly improved, and her demeanor appeared much gentler and more amiable. Clearly, the effects of the treatment had exceeded her expectations of Mr. Su. I must apologize for my earlier misjudgment. You are the first doctor to have provided me with such immediate results, she sincerely expressed to Su Ming, whose demeanor earned the respect of everyone present. Zhang Mingmei hesitated for a moment. Blushing as she asked, Mr. Su, you mentioned my estrogen issue earlier. Su Ming seemed prepared, handing her a small vial. Upon hearing the term elixir, Zhang Mingmei froze, clearly skeptical. Shen Guangying could not help but scoff. Elixirs are not mere ordinary medicines. They cannot simply be called elixirs just because they are a pill. Su Ming regarded Shen Guangying calmly. Mr. Shen, it is never too late to see for yourself. Yes, Su Ming opened the box. An enchanting fragrance wafted through the air, leaving everyone in awe. Wow, it smells amazing, they exclaimed in unison. Wow, the color is exquisite. Zhang Mingmei marveled upon opening the box. Her eyes filled with admiration as she clutched the delicate container as if it held the most precious treasure in the world. Chao Yun nodded in agreement. Both he and Zhang Mingmei, despite their lack of knowledge regarding elixirs, were captivated by its beautiful appearance and subtle fragrance. Zhang Xingling appeared somewhat surprised, having conducted business with Su Ming before. This was her first encounter with such a so-called beauty elixir. The name and the item itself filled her with a sense of novelty. Is this truly an elixir? In stark contrast, Shen Guangying's reaction was entirely different. He reflexively snatched the elixir from Zhang Mingmei's grasp, examining it closely. Hey, what are you doing? This was given to me by Mr. Su. You have no right to take it, Zhang Mingmei exclaimed, aware of the elixir's value, but unwilling to relinquish it easily. After Shen Guangying returned the elixir to Zhang Mingmei, his gaze remained fixated on it, unable to conceal his astonishment. Mr. Su, this is indeed a genuine elixir, but I have never heard of such a product in Yanjing. Where did you acquire it? Mr. Su is an alchemist. Shen Guangying could hardly believe his ears. Mr. Shen is familiar with alchemists. Su Ming's interest in Shen Guangying piqued as he narrowed his eyes slightly. Of course, I have heard of them, Shen Guangying explained. Alchemists are exceedingly rare in the land of Shenzhou, particularly in Yanjing, where they once lived in seclusion but have recently begun to emerge, albeit with varying quality in their work. Su Ming nodded in agreement, expressing a desire to engage in a deeper conversation with Shen Guangying. Indeed, Mr. Shen possesses vast knowledge. I must seek you out for a thorough discussion one day. However, Zhang Mingmei could not contain her eagerness. Clutching the elixir as she urgently inquired, Mr. Su, enough with the pleasantries. How much do you want for this treasure? As long as the price is reasonable and the effects are swift, money is no object. This is a gift for you. I will not accept payment, Su Ming stated nonchalantly. What? You're giving it to me for free. Zhang Mingmei could hardly believe her ears. Su Ming's declaration left the four present in stunned silence. Each of them speaking simultaneously, their voices intertwining. Wait, Mr. Su, I must have misheard you. Did you truly say you want to give me this medicine for free? The elixir in her hands suddenly felt heavy, as though she both wished to set it down and yet could not bear to part with it. Indeed, it is free of charge, Su Ming affirmed with a nod, his gaze sincere and devoid of any jest. Moreover, I harbor no ulterior motives. Then what exactly is the purpose of your invitation to us? Zhang Mingmei pressed, her heart laden with suspicion. Chapter 99. I have no reason to deceive you. She recognized that Su Ming had invested considerable effort into her treatment. If it were not for monetary gain, could it be for something even more challenging? Chao Yun and Shen Guangying also grew wary, mentally preparing to depart should Su Ming present any excessive demands. As they owed him no favors, rest assured, Su Ming said calmly, I will not engage in any actions that would jeopardize myself or others. All requests will remain within your capabilities. Zhang Mingmei forced a smile. Mr. Su, please just be straightforward. Holding this makes me quite uneasy that in truth, I would like to ask for your assistance with a small matter, investing in the Liu family South real estate project in Xinjiang, thereby supporting my girlfriend and becoming the chairperson. Seeing the trio's expressions turn doubtful, Su Ming directly articulated his request. What? Zhang Mingmei gasped, her mouth agape in surprise at not worry, if you are willing to assist. All treatments today are free of charge, and each of you will receive an elixir as a gift, Su Ming added, assuming Zhang Mingmei felt troubled by her perceived inability to help. Why didn't you say so earlier? Zhang Mingmei sighed in relief, her face brightening with a relaxed smile. It was merely a small task, and given that you have cured my ailment, of course, I can assist with that at AS for the elixir. Please accept payment, otherwise I would feel remiss. Zhang Mingmei felt somewhat embarrassed, believing she had received too much while giving too little. No, Ms. Zhang, while this may seem trivial to you, it is a crucial assistance to me. Su Ming reassured her, lightheartedly alleviating her concerns and indicating that he did not mind the effort expended. He candidly acknowledged that, for him, the precious elixirs merely required some time and energy, thus lacking any true cost. Wait a moment, Mr. Su, are you serious? Chao Yun, having finally grasped Su Ming's intent, stood in shock, unable to comprehend the reality of the situation. Indeed, Su Ming confirmed with a nod, his earnest and resolute gaze leaving no room for doubt. Though Shen Guangying was a rational individual, and despite being astonished by Su Ming's words, he maintained clarity and questioned the efficacy of the elixirs and the truth behind Su Ming's reputed medical skills. We still do not know the effects of these elixirs, nor has it been confirmed whether your medical skills are as exceptional as Ms. Zhang claims. Can you truly cure our ailments? Yes. I nearly fell into your trap, Chao Yun remarked, regaining his focus as Shen Guangying's reminder snapped him back to reality. Su Ming, unfazed by their skepticism, observed Chao Yun intently before nodding. Of course. I can. Can you truly cure me? You're not joking, are you? Chao Yun's heart brimmed with doubt. After all, his condition had been deemed incurable by multiple hospitals, and repeated disappointments had nearly extinguished his faith. Hearing Su Ming's assertion, how could he easily accept it? Su Ming directly pinpointed the issue with Chao Yun, excessive fluid accumulation in the liver, with the potential for deterioration and spread. This revelation left Chao Yun utterly stunned, as Su Ming had accurately identified his ailment without any examination. The method of diagnosing diseases in traditional Chinese medicine is rather straightforward, relying on the 4 steps of observation, listening, inquiry, and palpation. If one cannot perform even these basic tasks, how can they claim to heal and save lives? Su Ming elucidated, his tone matter-of-fact and unpretentious, as if this were mere common knowledge. Devoid of any hint of arrogance, filled with a glimmer of hope, Chao Yun eagerly inquired whether there were any alleviating measures, gazing at Su Ming with anticipation. There are none. Previously, having witnessed Su Ming successfully treat complex ailments on 2 occasions, she brimmed with confidence. However, Su Ming's subsequent statement revealed a deeper implication. He did not mean that treatment was impossible, but rather that no special therapy was required for relief, as he believed that fundamental healing was paramount. Renowned for his ability to cure various intricate conditions, this particular case posed a slight challenge for Su Ming. Faced with the patient before him, he found himself momentarily at a loss, causing those around him to grow increasingly uneasy. Are the conditions of these patients truly so intricate that they surpass his capabilities? Surely, you jest. Chao Yun's complexion darkened with rage. If you cannot cure him, why waste our time here? He slammed his hand on the table, his voice brimming with dissatisfaction. However, Su Ming's tone shifted. I may not alleviate the symptoms temporarily, but I can offer a complete cure. Upon hearing this, Chow Yun's movements halted, his anger gradually giving way to confusion. He froze, the gesture of venting his displeasure suspended in mid-air. Ming further elucidated. My treatment approach directly targets the root cause of the illness, seeking a definitive cure rather than merely controlling the symptoms. You claim you can heal me. Are you aware of the consequences if you deceive me? Years of torment from illness had nearly extinguished Chow Yun's hope, and now, hearing of a potential cure, who could remain unmoved? His emotions surged uncontrollably, even causing his body to tremble slightly. He vowed, if you can heal me, not only will I collaborate with the Liu family, but I would even gladly assist in elevating the Liu family's young lady to the position of chairperson. Ming nodded in agreement and instructed Chow Yun to lie down in preparation for treatment. He retrieved silver needles and gestured for Chow Yun to assume the position previously occupied by Zhang Mingmei. Shen Guangying stood nearby, maintaining an outward calm, yet his tightly clenched hands betrayed his anxiety. After all, Chow Yun had informed him that he was afflicted with an incurable disease, one that left renowned hospitals and physicians at a loss. Shen Guangying had never believed someone could cure Chow Yun's ailment, fully aware that it was nearly an unattainable dream. Thus, when Ming asserted his capability, the excitement and anticipation were palpable if Ming could indeed cure Chow Yun's terminal illness. Perhaps there was hope for his wife as well. Mr. Su, I am ready. Please begin. Chow Yun reclined on the sofa, his corpulence revealing a life of indulgence. Ming, holding the silver needles, delicately probed Chow Yun's skin until he located the acupoint, then gradually inserted the needle. With a swift insertion into the Guanyuan acupoint, followed by a gentle twist, Ming quickly withdrew the needle and instructed Chow Yun to turn over. Chapter 100. I only hope you will fulfill your promise. Ming disposed of the used needles, then picked up 3 longer, thicker silver needles. Chow Yun swallowed nervously, voicing his concern. Mr. Su, won't this be too perilous? It will not, Ming reassured him. If we do not expel the accumulated fluids from your liver and kidneys promptly, they will spread to other organs, and time is of the essence. That Ming's movements were swift and precise as he simultaneously inserted needles into the Ganshu, Shenshu, and Wei Shu acupoints. Each insertion executed with unwavering accuracy. Shen Guangying observed in awe, marveling at Ming's medical prowess. He had encountered numerous practitioners, yet had never seen one so young yet so exceptionally skilled. Please fetch a large towel. Ming instructed the equally focused Zhang Xingling. Upon realizing, Zhang Xingling promptly retrieved a bath towel and handed it to Ming. He accepted the towel and carefully draped it over Chow Yun, ensuring the needles remained undisturbed. Calm and composed, Ming gently twisted his wrist, channeling a surge of vital energy into Chow Yun's body, activating the needle's effects, and beginning to expel the internal fluids. As time passed, the room fell silent, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. This odor is quite overpowering, Zhang Mingmei finally exclaimed, covering her nose and stepping back, clearly unable to endure the foul stench. Chow Yun realized the unpleasant odor emanated from himself, but as he lay there immobilized, he could only whisper his inquiry. These fluids have been within you for years, decaying your body. Their expulsion will naturally carry a foul odor. Ming was also feeling the discomfort, being in such close proximity, but he persevered for the sake of treatment. Shen Guangying pinched his nose and asked, Are you suggesting he is detoxifying? I smell the scent of dead rats, Zhang Mingmei interjected, her expression puzzled to her. Aside from the odor, Chow Yun seemed to exhibit no other reactions. Just look for yourselves. Ming unveiled the towel covering Chow Yun and disposed of the silver needles into a waste bin. Witnessing this, Shen Guangying pondered. Could Ming be the legendary cultivator? More astonishing events were yet to unfold that a black liquid began to flow from Chow Yun's back, exuding a noxious odor. The dark fluid gradually diminished. His physique appeared to change. The fat seemed to be reducing, and his skin began to smoothen. Mr. Su, I feel so much better now. Chow Yun exclaimed in delight. My liver and kidneys no longer ache, and I feel utterly at ease. Despite the lingering, unpleasant smell, he was astonished by this unprecedented sense of comfort. An overwhelming lightness washed over him, as if every heavy stone within his body had been lifted. He was elated to discover he could breathe freely without pain, even rising to his feet in excitement. "Mr. Chow, the dark spots on your face have vanished." Zhang Mingmei gasped, her concern for the odor momentarily overshadowed by her fascination with his transformation. Truly gone. Chow Yun could hardly believe it as he hurried toward the restroom to confirm, while Su Ming chuckled behind him. "Perhaps take a shower while you're at it." Moments later, the sound of running water echoed from the restroom, accompanied by Chow Yun's jubilant cries. "My goodness, it's truly gone." Soon, Chow Yun emerged clad in a newly purchased outfit, grasping Su Ming's hand with tears of gratitude. "Mr. Su, you are nothing short of a miraculous doctor. My previous demeanor was utterly disrespectful. Please forgive me." "Certainly, certainly." Chow Yun nodded vigorously, calling to have a waiter purchase new clothes for him, generously tipping as well, as Su Ming regarded the group earnestly. "I seek no gratitude. I only hope you will fulfill your promise." Zhang Xingling silently observed all of this, her admiration and pride for Su Ming growing deeper. Shen Guangying, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Chow Yun, how do you know you are truly healed?" The doctor mentioned that internal ailments manifest on the face, and the dark spots were indicative of the illness. Chow Yun explained, "Now, not only are the dark spots gone, but I can also feel that my body has improved." A joyful expression spread across Chow Yun's face as he elaborated to Shen Guangying why he felt so assured. This time, Shen Guangying held unwavering faith in Su Ming's medical skills, respectfully imploring, "Mr. Su, I previously overstepped. Please, I beg you to save my wife." "Your wife?" Su Ming inquired. "Indeed, Mr. Su, I've come to seek treatment for my wife. A car accident 3 years ago left her paralyzed from the waist down. We were fortunate to have preserved her life." As Shen Guangying spoke, his eyes glistened with moisture. "However, in the past year, her condition has steadily deteriorated, stiffness spreading to her neck. The doctors have declared this illness incurable, and it may ultimately lead to full-body paralysis or even a vegetative state." When discussing his wife, Shen Guangying's gaze brimmed with profound love and sorrow, as if he had aged significantly in an instant. "Where is she?" Su Ming inquired calmly, showing no sign of hesitation. "She is in Kyoto. I hope you can accompany me. We have a helicopter ready for immediate transport, and it will not delay your time." Shen Guangying noted Su Ming's demeanor, sensing his confidence, and promptly continued, "I am quite busy and cannot afford to waste time. Do you have any recent videos or photos of her?" Su Ming furrowed his brow, declining the invitation and instead asking, "Do you have any?" "Yes." Shen Guangying quickly nodded, rummaging through his phone for the information. Soon, a sweet young girl in a wheelchair appeared on the screen, despite her physical limitations. Her smile remained radiant, evidently receiving meticulous care. "Mr. Su, do you think she can be cured?" Shen Guangying inquired anxiously. "That would be splendid. I will arrange for the helicopter to come and fetch us immediately." Shen Guangying trembled with excitement, preparing to make the call. "What? An 8th-grade elixir?" Shen Guangying found it hard to believe, thinking Su Ming was joking about not wanting to join him, his tone turning serious. Initially filled with hope, Shen Guangying felt a wave of disappointment wash over him at Su Ming's words, as if he were being mocked. "An 8th-grade elixir," he mused. As a native of Kyoto, Shen Guangying understood the rarity and preciousness of the 8th-grade elixir. He found it difficult to believe that Su Ming possessed such a treasure, let alone use it to cure his wife's ailment. Chapter 101. A casual effort to Shen Guangying. It seemed that Su Ming did not genuinely intend to assist his wife, or perhaps was entirely incapable, merely seeking an excuse to decline. Faced with Shen Guangying's skepticism, Su Ming's expression turned serious. "Mr. Shen, everything I have said is sincere. If you do not believe me, I am powerless to change that." Shen Guangying attempted to clarify his concerns. "Mr. Su, please do not misunderstand. I do not distrust you. However, I have witnessed your medical skills firsthand, and if you could personally treat my wife, I would feel far more at ease." He continued, "Moreover, the elixirs previously administered to her showed no effect." Realizing Su Ming's shift in demeanor, Shen Guangying felt a wave of anxiety. SU was his last hope. He was unwilling to give up or gamble with his wife's health. "The elixir you mentioned? Why is it ineffective?" Su Ming inquired, furrowing his brow, clearly perplexed by the news. However, after consumption, there was no effect. Rather, the condition had worsened. Thus, my hopes for the so-called miraculous elixir have been dashed. Even if the 8th grade pill you mentioned is exceedingly precious. Shen Guangying nodded in understanding, yet his doubts remained. But Mr. Su, how can you convince me that the pill in your possession is genuine and truly effective? Su Ming did not respond with anger, but rather maintained a calm demeanor. Mr. Shen, if you are willing, you may witness its effects personally. After all, we are in a cooperative relationship, and it is my responsibility to alleviate your concerns. But my wife is not here. How can we witness it? Shen Guangying raised a practical dilemma. Su Ming smiled slightly, as if he had anticipated this. You need not worry about that, Mr. Shen. We can arrange a suitable time and place for your wife to try the pill and witness its efficacy firsthand. I have faith that the results will speak for themselves, and I look forward to assisting you and your family. Shen Guangying, with a perplexed expression, posed a straightforward suggestion. Ms. Zheng, since you just expressed your concerns, why not take the beauty-enhancing pill in front of everyone right now? This way, everyone can witness the effect and avoid unnecessary doubts. Zheng Mingmei hesitated for a moment, tightly clutching the small box containing the pill. A flicker of surprise crossing her face. Do you really want me to take it now? Her voice was a mixture of excitement and apprehension. Excitement because the pill seemed to be within her grasp, yet apprehension stemming from an instinctive wariness of oral medication. However, after Su Ming's treatment, she felt an unprecedented comfort in her body, and this trust ultimately triumphed over her worries. Of course, you can take it with peace of mind. This beauty-enhancing pill is entirely safe. Even if it does not significantly improve your constitution, it will not bring about any adverse effects, Su Ming assured, nodding in an effort to ease her concerns while also reassuring those present. All right, Zheng Mingmei resolutely nodded, unhesitatingly placing the pill in her mouth and swallowing it, demonstrating her absolute trust in Su Ming. Chao Yun, watching nervously from the side, unconsciously moved his lips, eagerly asking after a few seconds, "How do you feel? Isn't it too soon to see effects?" Zheng Mingmei shot him a sidelong glance, her tone tinged with mild annoyance. Yet within less than a minute, a miracle occurred. "Wow!" Zheng Mingmei exclaimed suddenly, feeling as if an invisible force was tightening her skin. "Incredible!" Chao Yun echoed in astonishment. This was not an illusion or exaggeration. Zheng Mingmei's skin was visibly becoming firmer and smoother, the laxity in her arms rapidly dissipating. The fine lines on her face were gradually fading, and the cheeks and corners of her eyes, which had appeared slightly sagging due to age, began to regain a youthful appearance. Approaching 40, Zheng Mingmei had always maintained excellent skincare, yet some minor imperfections remained. However, these tiny flaws seemed to be vanishing before her eyes. That it truly has such an effect. Shen Guangying, beside her, was equally astonished, evidently taken aback by the transformation. "Wow, my skin has become so fair and smooth. Just like when I was in my 20s, Zheng Mingmei exclaimed, marveling at her arms and skin, nearly jumping in delight. Even the perpetually youthful Zhang Xingling gazed at her with envy. After all, which woman does not desire to become more beautiful? Don't be too surprised. This is merely the beginning, Su Ming said casually, words that held profound significance for Zheng Mingmei. What? Are you saying that I will continue to improve over the next 3 days? Not just my skin, but my body will also become as firm as a young girl's. My goodness, my husband will surely see me in a new light. Zheng Mingmei pointed at her skin, initially believing this was already a miracle, only to realize this was just the start. Chao Yun, standing by, was wide-eyed in disbelief, nearly drooling. "Mrs. Zheng, you are so beautiful. Had I known you were from the neighboring city, I would have introduced you to potential suitors long ago." "What did you say? My face has changed too?" Zheng Mingmei asked hastily. "Indeed, Ms. Zheng, your appearance has indeed become more youthful and beautiful," Zhang Xingling chimed in, smiling as she handed her a small mirror. Zheng Mingmei took the mirror and, upon seeing her rejuvenated reflection, could not help but burst into laughter, her joy beyond words. "Wow, this is exactly how I looked when I was younger. It is simply magical," Zheng Mingmei exclaimed, tears of excitement welling in her eyes as she deeply bowed to Su Ming, her gratitude sincere. "There's no need for such formality, Ms. Zhang. It is but a small matter." Su Ming replied. For him, this was merely a matter of convenience. "Mr. Su, please, I beg you for a pill as well." Chao Yun, witnessing the transformation, immediately knelt, earnestly gazing at Su Ming, desire evident in his eyes. "I would pay any price to appear younger." "Mr. Chao, please stand up," Su Ming urged, quickly helping him to his feet. "That pill is not suitable for you. The beauty-enhancing pill has limited effects on men." "Why not? I saw how effective it was for Ms. Zhang." Chao Yun stood, his expression a mix of confusion and disappointment. "This one is more appropriate for you," Su Ming said with a resigned smile, producing another pill and handing it to Chao Yun while explaining. "It promotes physical strength and is particularly beneficial for men." Upon hearing this, Chao Yun's eyes brightened. For a successful man, maintaining health and vitality is equally important. He silently rejoiced, quickly accepting the pill and happily swallowing it. The onlookers were initially taken aback, then gathered around with curious gazes. Anticipating Chao Yun's transformation, "Mr. Su, is it starting to take effect?" Chao Yun inquired, his eyes brimming with expectation. Approximately a minute later, Chao Yun suddenly shouted with excitement, his arms involuntarily bulging, resembling a cartoon character, eliciting laughter from the crowd. "There is indeed a change," Zhang Mingmei marveled from the side. Indeed, while Chao Yun's physique remained rounded, muscular definition began to emerge, the excess flesh around his abdomen tightening noticeably. The most apparent change was in his facial contours. The previously sagging double chin and fat pads at the back of his neck significantly reduced, making him appear revitalized and full of vigor. "Wonderful. I feel like I've aged backward by several years." Chao Yun exclaimed, a mixture of surprise and joy as he showcased his newly acquired muscles in front of a mirror, as if he had discovered treasure. This experience was undoubtedly a fortuitous day for both Chao Yun and Zhang Mingmei. They not only addressed long-standing health issues, but also received precious pills as an unexpected bonus. Observing their joy, Su Ming smiled and asked, "Mr. Shun, you must now believe in the efficacy of these pills?" Having witnessed everything firsthand, Shun Guangying's doubts dissipated. "Mr. Su, is it truly your remarkable skills that produce these pills?" he asked, his tone imbued with respect and curiosity. After all, Shun Guangying's standing and insight were not ordinary. He pondered matters more thoroughly. Indeed, Su Ming acknowledged candidly that, "Mr. Su, I apologize for my previous skepticism. Please forgive me," Shun Guangying replied sincerely, even requesting to see the legendary 8th grade pill. In response to Shun Guangying's apology and request, Su Ming smiled lightly. "I fully understand your concern for your family." With that, he retrieved a delicate small box from his waist, preparing to satisfy the other's curiosity. This action was not merely a choice, but a symbol of trust. A glance revealed that this box was indeed extraordinary. Everyone shifted their gaze towards Su Ming's actions, their hearts filled with curiosity about the pills inside. After all, Su Ming had just mentioned that this was an 8th grade pill. A rare treasure seldom seen, that Su Ming handed the box to the visibly excited Shun Guangying, urging him once more, "Mr. Shun, please open it. Let us all behold what lies within." Shun Guangying received the box. His hands trembled slightly. He hesitated for a moment before asking, "Mr. Su, are you certain this is the 8th grade pill?" "Yes," Su Ming affirmed, his expression serious and sincere. "Mr. Shun, hasten and open it. Let us feast our eyes," Zhang Mingmei urged, gathering closer, her eyes sparkling with the same curiosity. "Indeed, I've heard that 9th grade pills command exorbitant prices in Yanjing. Pills with grades are invariably rare and precious. Not to mention we have never encountered an 8th grade pill." Zhang Xingling added, joining them. "Shall I open it now?" Shun Guangying took a deep breath, attempting to steady his racing heart. Su Ming nodded, signaling everyone to hold their breath in anticipation. With a soft click, the box opened. Wow! A chorus of awe erupted. What a captivating fragrance! Chao Yun inhaled deeply, closing his eyes to relish the moment. The aroma was simply otherworldly, transporting one to a realm of ethereal beauty. Zhang Mingmei similarly expressed her admiration, enveloped in the strange fragrance. Zhang Xingling also showed signs of longing. Faced with such high-grade pills, who could remain indifferent? Of course, apart from the one capable of concocting such miraculous pills. Ming. Is this truly an 8th-grade pill? Shen Guangying's voice quivered with excitement, almost forcing out a cry from his throat, for this moment was overwhelmingly shocking to him. An 8th-grade elixir, such a rare treasure. While the beauty-enhancing and restorative potions were already worth their weight in gold, they paled in comparison to the 8th-grade elixir. Even in the bustling city of Yanjing, such a potion of this caliber was a rare sight. Shen Guangying cradled the box containing the elixir in his hands, trembling with exhilaration. In contrast, Ming appeared unfazed in the face of everyone's astonishment. Shen Guangying respectfully produced a bank card containing a staggering sum of 50 million and implored Ming. Please accept this token of our gratitude, to the bystanders. 50 million might seem an astronomical figure, yet those present understood that in light of the elixir's value, it was merely trifling. Mr. Shen, I assure you that I will fulfill my promise without any expectation of reward. Ming declined the monetary offer, reminding the three to uphold their commitments. Rest assured, we will accomplish the task and will not let you down, they vowed in unison, brimming with confidence. This is not about compensation. Shen Guangying hastily clarified. It is to express our heartfelt appreciation. Mr. Shen, I am a man of my word. I will take responsibility for the healing, and money need not be mentioned. Ming insisted. We will forever remember your immense kindness. Mr. Su, they expressed, deeply moved and grateful. In that case, I shall take my leave now. We will be in touch in 3 days, Ming stated, having settled the matter and seeking an excuse to depart. Shall we not have a meal before you go? Shen Guangying suggested, hoping to prolong Ming's stay. As the conversation flowed warmly, Ming abruptly announced his intention to leave. Upon hearing this, everyone hurried to retain him, not only because they had just received his assistance, but also recognizing that individuals like Ming were rare, and missing this opportunity might mean never crossing paths again. I appreciate your kindness, but I truly have urgent matters to attend to. Let us gather another day. Ming politely declined the invitation, clearly with more pressing concerns today. Witnessing this, the group reluctantly bid farewell to Ming, urging him to contact them should he need anything. Very well, Ming nodded in agreement, and then departed alongside Zhang Xingling. Chapter 103. Everything will be all right. There is a vehicle following us closely, Ming remarked, furrowing his brow as they entered the city center. What? Zhang Xingling, the driver, exclaimed in surprise, quickly inquiring further. It is a black jeep. Maintaining a steady distance behind us, he explained. How could this happen? Zhang Xingling checked the rearview mirror, feeling perplexed. Well, you recall you mentioned someone had issued a warrant for my arrest. They may be here for me, Ming stated calmly, as if discussing an everyday matter. Are you suggesting that these individuals hail from the West District? Zhang Xingling asked, astonished. It is quite possible, Ming nodded, remaining composed. Since we cannot evade them, we might as well confront them. The outcome will likely be the same. What shall we do now? Zhang Xingling, influenced by Ming's demeanor, began to steady herself. She briefly acknowledged his words, her expression turning increasingly resolute on the streets of Qingzhou City. A supercar was being closely pursued by a jeep, both vehicles racing through the winds howling. What lunacy! Do they think they can act with impunity simply because they have money? Occasionally, angry shouts from other drivers echoed along the road, quickly swept away by the gale. Initially, the jeep maintained a stable distance. Yet as they ventured into the outskirts, it suddenly accelerated, rapidly closing the gap on the supercar. They're closing in on us. Zhang Xingling anxiously glanced in the rearview mirror, simultaneously increasing her speed and looking at Ming. Slow down. Let them draw closer, Ming calmly advised, his gaze sweeping over the mirror. How can we do that? They'll catch up to us immediately. Do you believe they will easily relinquish their pursuit? Ming replied with a faint smile, countering her concern. Zhang Xingling did not decelerate, but instead suggested an alternative to soothe him. Her complexion paled slightly, clearly anxious about the chase. Pull over. Do not worry. Everything will be all right. Noticing Zhang Xingling's unease, Ming decided to halt, recognizing that driving under such pressure was perilous, with a sharp screech of brakes. The supercar gradually pulled to the side, that I hope I can handle whoever has come. He mused. Be careful, Su Ming. Stay in the car and do not exit, Zhang Xingling instructed, unbuckling her seatbelt before resolutely stepping out. Su Ming squinted. Was Zhang Xingling attempting to protect him? A soft smile crossed his lips as he pondered whether she had forgotten that his abilities had long surpassed hers. Nonetheless, he hesitated not and unfastened his seatbelt. Stepping out of the vehicle. Why did you come out? Zhang Xingling questioned. They might be after you, that if you do not show yourself, I might be able to scare them off by presenting myself as Miss Zhang. She explained, keeping her wary gaze on the approaching jeep. In Qingzhou City, the West District and our commercial families have always coexisted peacefully, without interference. Su Ming shook his head, pointing out that if these individuals truly feared Zhang Xingling's status, they would not pursue them so closely. Zhang Xingling appeared somewhat unsettled, clearly uncertain about the current situation. Nevertheless, she chose to stand in front, attempting to shield Su Ming. Not fret. Whatever challenges arise, we will always find solution. Su Ming reassured her, adding, moreover, I do not wish to bring unnecessary trouble to your Zhang family. More importantly, I do not like hiding behind a woman when faced with difficulties. He smiled slightly, his gaze exuding a reassuring strength. Zhang Xingling looked at him, her previously frantic heart gradually calming. However, their conversation was swiftly interrupted as the jeep came to a halt not far away, and several armed individuals emerged, led by a muscular man. I didn't expect you to run so well, the leader grumbled in dissatisfaction. Why are you pursuing us? Zhang Xingling calmly inquired. You really need further clarification? It is to take your lives, the burly man spat, stepping forward impatiently, directing his voice at Zhang Xingling. You know who I am. How dare you boldly pursue me? Zhang Xingling's expression turned as frigid as frost, her aura powerful and commanding, though her voice was not loud. Each word resonated with strength and intimidation. I do not care who you are. I only know that this person is our target. As for you, who are you? Ha, so it turns out you are a beauty. Once we resolve this nuisance, we will certainly treat you well, the burly man said, first sizing up Zhang Xingling with a puzzled expression, but upon spotting Su Ming, he pointed his knife at him, sternly proclaiming their intentions. His gaze then lewdly roamed over Zhang Xingling's long legs, uttering indecent remarks. Brother truly has guts. His four companions erupted in laughter, their eyes brimming with greed and anticipation, appearing exceedingly lewd. How dare you be so rude? I am Zhang Xingling, the daughter of the Zhang family. If you dare lay a hand on me, you will be opposing the Zhang family. No woman could maintain her composure in the face of such crude remarks. Zhang Xingling's countenance turned ashen, delivering a stern warning to these men. What? The Zhang family. The burly man's expression shifted, seemingly surprised. Brother, it appears this lady is indeed the eldest daughter of the Zhang family. Zhang Xingling. One of the lackeys quickly confirmed with his phone, his demeanor shifting to one of caution as he relayed the information to the burly man. Damn it, is this for real? The burly man cursed, his expression darkening as he walked towards the vehicle, followed by the other lackeys. As they cleared the path, Su Ming and Zhang Xingling noticed a man in a suit with a scarred face sitting inside the vehicle. His expression grim. Wu Cheng. Zhang Xingling recognized him, her tone filled with shock. Who is Wu Cheng? Su Ming furrowed his brow, voicing his curiosity. Chapter 104. What a hassle. Zhang Xingling's face turned pale instantly, and she whispered, he is the leader of the 4 guardians of the West District. These 4 guardians were trained and strengthened by him. I originally thought only a few lackeys would come. I did not expect him to appear in person, so he is quite a big shot. Su Ming inquired, noticing that Wu Cheng was engrossed in his phone, not sparing them a glance. Indeed, as the leader of the 4 guardians. Do you think he would be an ordinary person? Su Ming slightly raised an eyebrow, realizing that the situation might be more complex than he had anticipated. It seems we are in for a tough encounter. He remarked, a hint of surprise in his tone. Su Ming, I know you possess your own abilities, but Wu Cheng is not someone you can easily deal with. In the past, he could contend with peak Qi practitioners. Even today, his true strength remains unknown, but it certainly does not fall short of that level. Zhang Xingling cautioned, clearly anxious about the impending confrontation. Peak Qi practitioners. Are there such experts in Qingzhou City? Su Ming expressed his surprise, having previously thought such strong individuals only existed in Yanjing. Indeed, as the years have passed, who can fathom the extent of his progress? Moreover, Wu Qing is a person of great significance to the leader of the Western District. Should we take action against him, the repercussions would be unfathomable. Zhang Xingling's words render the atmosphere even more tense. Suddenly, with a resounding bang, the car door slammed shut, and Wu Qing leisurely exited the vehicle, directly questioning Zhang Xingling and Su Ming about their intentions. Miss Zhang, as a member of Qingzhou City and one of such esteemed standing, you must be aware of the recent wanted notice issued by our Western District. Now, please enlighten me as to your intentions. That Wu Qing's gaze shifted between the two, particularly deepening when it settled on Su Ming. Zhang Xingling stepped forward, attempting to defend Su Ming. Wu Qing, regarding Sun Wanxiong, Su Ming indeed has his reasons. Oh, reasons? Then I would very much like to hear what those reasons are. Wu Qing scoffed, clearly awaiting a plausible explanation. Today, I seek clarity, not conflict. Upon hearing Zhang Xingling's words, a slight smirk crept onto Wu Qing's lips. Accompanied by a cold chuckle, his voice gradually rose, clearly inflamed with anger. Wu Qing, what do you mean by that? Zhang Xingling inquired. Let me make this clear. Su Ming is an important guest of the Zhang family and has once saved our father's life. If you lay a finger on him, you are declaring war on the entire Zhang family. Zhang Xingling's tone was resolute, yet her tightly clenched fist betrayed her unease. Haha, so Sun Wanxiong's demise is connected to your Zhang family? Wu Qing's words struck at the heart of the matter, his tone laced with dissatisfaction. This matter is solely my responsibility and has nothing to do with the Zhang family. If you have grievances, direct them towards me. Su Ming interjected, willingly taking the blame. Su Ming, what are you saying? Wu Qing is unreasonable, admitting it could cost you your life. Zhang Xingling whispered anxiously. Clap, such audacity. You dare to provoke one of the four guardians of the Western District? Truly ignorant of your own limitations. Alas, misplacing your efforts will only lead to your own demise. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, Wu Qing first squinted, then applauded mockingly, his expression darkening, ultimately gritting his teeth as he made his remarks. Do you truly intend to go against the Zhang family to the bitter end? Zhang Xingling questioned, brows furrowed. Miss Zhang, I must inquire, are you prepared to openly oppose the Western District for the sake of this fool? Wu Qing's demeanor remained unfazed by Zhang Xingling's defiance. Instead, he retorted coolly as Su Ming stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Zhang Xingling, and boldly admitted, it was indeed I who dealt with Sun Wanxiong. And it has nothing to do with the Zhang family. If you have grievances, direct them toward me. Su Ming's declaration momentarily stunned Zhang Xingling, but she soon grasped his intention to shield the innocent from blame. Observing this, Wu Qing nodded in understanding, stating, if that is the case, then I shall settle the score with you. Miss Zhang, best not to interfere. He turned to Wu Qing, impatience creeping into his voice. How do you wish to resolve this? I'm quite busy, so do not waste my time. Wu Qing smirked coldly, tossing a knife to Su Ming. Since you refuse to let me take action, then do it yourself. A life for a life. Fair and square. Su Ming regarded the knife on the ground, chuckling softly. And what if I choose not to? Choose not to. Then I shall beat you until you do. With a sharp command, Chao Tu led his men to swiftly surround them. However, to Su Ming, these individuals were merely a minor nuisance. With a single powerful punch, several adversaries were sent flying. These pathetic minions come to their demise in droves. How utterly tedious. Su Ming frowned, clearly disdainful of such opponents. Witnessing this, Wu Qing's eyes flickered with surprise before narrowing, letting out a cold snort. So, you possess some skill after all. No wonder my fourth brother fell to you. If we're to fight, let us do so together. Su Ming urged, adopting a posture ready for battle, that he cast a challenging gaze at Wu Qing, his tone calm, yet unmistakably defiant. Damn it. Wu Qing cursed. You dare challenge us, the first guardian? I'll send you on your way. With rage etched on his face, Chao Tu bellowed, launching a punch towards Su Ming, the wind howling from the force of his strike. Su Ming merely sighed, as if lamenting the other's refusal to heed warnings. Then effortlessly raised a hand to intercept the blow. You? Wuqing was taken aback, evidently unprepared for Su Ming's ease in absorbing the attack, his expression devoid of any pain. Su Ming, with an icy demeanor, twisted Wuqing's wrist, causing him to cry out in agony. Enraged, Wuqing lifted his right hand to strike again, but before he could approach, Su Ming swiftly countered, landing a punch squarely in Wuqing's chest. Blood spewed from Wuqing's mouth as he was sent hurtling backward. Su Ming, displeased, wiped the blood splatters from his clothing. What a nuisance. Wuqing struggled to utter a word, but the searing pain rendered him speechless, ultimately collapsing to the ground, his fate uncertain. Su Ming turned to the ever-composed Wuqing and asked, "What about you? Care to give it a try?" His tone was as casual as if inquiring about dinner. "You really have the audacity to speak so boldly." Wuqing's scarred face twisted, making him appear even more formidable. "Wuqing, do you truly have no regard for the Zhang family's dignity?" Zhang Xingling stepped in front of Su Ming, her voice steady as she posed the question. Her pallor betrayed her inner turmoil. "Zhang Xingling, do not presume that your affiliation with the Zhang family grants you free rein," Wuqing retorted, clearly viewing the authority of the Western District as unassailable. Su Ming had not only laid hands on one of the four guardians, but had also humiliated Wuqing's subordinates in front of everyone. An affront to his status. "Enough of the chatter. If you wish to fight, then let us." Su Ming narrowed his eyes, snorting disdainfully. "Seeking death?" Wuqing roared, throwing a punch. The wind howled, demonstrating the tremendous force behind his strike. Aimed directly at Zhang Xingling. Zhang Xingling's eyes widened in terror as she felt the overwhelming power approaching, her legs seemingly nailed to the ground. Just as she closed her eyes in anticipation of the impact, bang! A tremendous sound erupted, yet the anticipated pain never came. Zhang Xingling opened her eyes to behold Su Ming's solid back. "Su Ming," she whispered, an overwhelming sense of gratitude flooding her heart. Su Ming had absorbed the blow for her. "Haha, the Zhang family values you so highly, yet you're merely a guard dog." Wuqing scoffed upon realizing Su Ming was unharmed. "Who is the dog is quite evident, is it not?" His words darkened Wuqing's expression. For despite the grandiose title of guardian, in reality, he was merely a tool serving the Western District, derisively labeled a lapdog. When one must obey another's commands, one's role resembles that of an aide or, more bluntly, a servant. "You truly are courting disaster." Wuqing, feeling the sting of the truth, roared, then launched a ferocious attack. Su Ming reacted swiftly, and the two were soon engaged in a fierce struggle. Each move was infused with power. Any misstep by either party could lead to grievous injury. "Step aside," Su Ming reminded Zhang Xingling amidst their clash, ensuring her safety. "Huh. All right," she stammered, then nodded in agreement, astonished at Su Ming's concern for her well-being even while facing Wuqing's relentless onslaught. Wuqing unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, while Su Ming skillfully retreated, maintaining a safe distance. "Kid, you possess some real skill," Wuqing remarked, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth from their earlier exchange, coldly acknowledging Su Ming. "You are quite formidable yourself, at the pinnacle of qi refinement. You can discern my level of cultivation." Wuqing was taken aback, as typically only those with higher cultivation could perceive another's true capabilities. This indicated that Su Ming might indeed possess the prowess of a foundation-building expert, an astonishing feat for one in their early 20s. "Had I not recognized your level, I would have fallen long ago," Su Ming retorted, finding the question redundant. "You are a foundation-building expert?" Wuqing squinted, his tone a mix of inquiry and confirmation. "The foundation building." Upon hearing this term, Zhang Xingling's eyes widened, her understanding of Su Ming's strength fundamentally transformed. Previously, she had believed Su Ming to be merely stronger than the average person, never considering he could be a formidable foundation-building cultivator. Su Ming smirked derisively, seemingly disappointed by his foe. "After all this time, is this the extent of your insight?" he taunted, his tone dripping with scorn that Wuqing's heart quaked as he realized he had underestimated Su Ming. The latter's abilities clearly exceeded his expectations, causing Wuqing's expression to turn grave. "I have truly gained insight. Your audacity in confronting my fourth brother stems from such power." Wuqing gritted his teeth, believing Su Ming was merely flaunting his strength. However, Su Ming's statement bore a deeper meaning. After such a lengthy battle, Wu Qing had only discerned that he was a foundation-building expert, which struck Su Ming as both amusing and lamentable. Now that you are aware of my capabilities, do you wish to flee or stand down? Su Ming inquired with a hint of boredom, his gaze sweeping over the still astonished Wu Cheng. Flee? You must be dreaming, Wu Cheng bellowed, his voice brimming with resolve and fury, even if you are in the foundation establishment stage. I shall avenge my fourth brother. Before Wu Cheng could finish his sentence, he charged towards Su Ming like an arrow released from its bow, his aura imposing. Observing this, Su Ming chose silence, with a flourish of his hands. A formidable surge of true energy erupted from his palms, coiling and taking shape, exuding an invisible yet oppressive weight. With a resounding crash, Su Ming struck, the fierce force accompanied by the howling wind. The two forces collided, and a shockwave akin to an explosion swiftly radiated outward, as if the space between them had been rent asunder, light flashing brilliantly. Accompanied by a muffled thud, Wu Cheng spat out a mouthful of blood, his body involuntarily retreating several meters, carving deep grooves into the ground. In stark contrast, Su Ming remained as steady as a mountain, unyielding, showcasing the vast disparity in their strengths at that moment. The difference was not merely quantitative, but a qualitative transformation, almost insurmountable. Ah! Wu Cheng roared, filled with despair and rage. I will surely kill you. Even if it costs me my life today, I shall drag you down to hell with me. Despite Wu Cheng's evident determination, his efforts appeared trivial and powerless before Su Ming. His expression turned ferocious, resembling an enraged beast lunging at Su Ming. You seek your own demise. Su Ming's eyes hardened, and as soon as the words left his lips, he nimbly evaded Wu Cheng's assault. That Wu Cheng, left grasping at air, barely had time to adjust his stance before he felt a chill creeping up his back. That he whirled around, but it was too late. A hand imbued with lethal intent was already upon him. No! A voice of terror escaped Wu Cheng's lips, but it was swiftly silenced. Accompanied by a dull thud, Su Ming's hand pierced through Wu Cheng's body. Wu Cheng's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the hand protruding from his chest. His vision gradually blurring, and his body weakly crumpling to the ground, the flame of life extinguishing quietly. This once mighty warrior met his end without showcasing his ultimate skills. Chapter 106. Countering moves. He is dead? Zhang Xingling was momentarily stunned, then cautiously approached, her voice laced with unease. Indeed, Su Ming replied, glancing at his blood-stained hand, wrinkling his nose in mild distaste, yet his tone remained eerily calm. Su Ming, we may have truly stirred up a great deal of trouble this time. Zhang Xingling swallowed hard, her gaze complex as it fell upon Wu Cheng's still open eyes, filled with unfulfilled resentment. Sun Wanxiong was merely the least among the four guardians, of neither high nor low standing. The leader of the West District might not even recognize him, which is why we only face the retribution of a single guardian. However, Wu Cheng is different. He is the foremost of the four guardians, personally recruited by the third master of the West District. Over the years, he has single-handedly managed the affairs of the West District, mediating all external interactions. Now that he is dead, the West District will undoubtedly be thrown into turmoil. Even the foremost figure there will likely intervene in this matter. Zhang Xingling gazed at Wu Cheng's lifeless form, her brows furrowing in evident concern for the impending situation. The foremost figure of the West District, Su Ming repeated softly, seemingly intrigued by the name, yet displaying no fear or trepidation. He is the founder of the West District, reportedly having established roots there for decades, wielding immense power, and has never been defeated in his long-standing opposition to the East District. In recent years, the influence of the West District has grown ever stronger, beginning to encroach upon the territory of the East District, which is why many fear the West District. When Su Ming inquired further, Zhang Xingling elaborated, her voice tinged with apprehension about the West District. Is that so? Su Ming responded, appearing unsurprised. That individual does possess some abilities, but he is no longer among the living. Zhang Xingling added, as if justifying herself, it was either him or me. Su Ming shrugged indifferently. Now we can only counter each move as it comes. He cautioned Zhang Xingling to be wary of those who might seek revenge, not out of fear, but out of sheer realism that I understand. Zhang Xingling sighed, conceding to the situation. Though doubts lingered in her heart, she recognized the lack of alternatives and hoped for a smooth resolution. She urged Su Ming to act with utmost caution. After changing into clean attire, Su Ming descended the stairs and inquired, "Xingling, do you have the contract I asked you to prepare? What do you intend to do with that document?" Zhang Xingling asked curiously as she handed over the file. Sensing that Su Ming no longer regarded Qingzhou City as a long-term residence, rendering the contract seemingly of little value to complete the unfinished business, Su Ming succinctly stated, beginning to scrutinize the contract for areas ripe for optimization. "Wait, are you saying you intend to sell elixirs?" Zhang Xingling exclaimed in surprise, taking a seat opposite Su Ming, attempting to confirm her understanding. "I don't quite grasp your meaning," she frowned, clearly bewildered by Su Ming's words. "Operating a pharmacy yields slim profit margins and can easily invite trouble," Su Ming clarified. "I wish to establish a company focused on beauty, health, and fitness products." Upon hearing Zhang Xingling's remarks, Su Ming smiled slightly, shaking his head, and shared his new plan. "You mean to say you want to start a company?" Zhang Xingling asked in astonishment, seemingly unable to believe her ears. "Yes, abandoning the old pharmacy plan in favor of launching a company." Su Ming elucidated. He understood Zhang Xingling's bewilderment. After all, it was indeed a bold shift. Do you realize the amount of preparation this requires?" Zhang Xingling probed further, unsure if Su Ming comprehended the intricacies involved. "To be honest, I am not entirely clear, but I hope you will join me in facing this challenge. What do you think?" Su Ming closed the contract in his hands, his gaze earnest as he looked at her. Zhang Xingling felt a stir within her. She had complete confidence in Su Ming's abilities. Collaboration would certainly be beneficial. "I trust you." "Where then? Where do you plan to establish the company?" Zhang Xingling's curiosity was piqued. Momentarily setting aside the difficulties, Zhang Xingling's smile froze instantly, and she sprang to her feet. "Qingzhou City?" Anticipating Zhang Xingling's reaction, Su Ming was unfazed. "Indeed, since we are to collaborate, it shall be in Qingzhou City." His tone was resolute, affirming his stance that Su Ming, we must prioritize profitability. "Qingzhou City poses too great a risk for us." Zhang Xingling attempted to persuade Su Ming to reconsider. "I understand your concerns," Su Ming reassured her. "But Qingzhou City is rapidly developing, brimming with opportunities. Its geographical advantage makes it an excellent location for business." Zhang Xingling was well aware of Su Ming's determination, yet she remained apprehensive. "The people of the West District have already made enemies of us. Operating in Qingzhou City indeed carries risks." Su Ming nodded in understanding. "I am aware of the risks, yet opportunities often coexist with dangers. Qingzhou City is not only bustling with people, but also teeming with various factions, making it an ideal moment to conduct business." That he patiently articulated his perspective, hoping to garner Zhang Xingling's support. Some issues cannot be resolved through avoidance. Zhang Xingling was momentarily at a loss for words. She knew that once a resolute person like Su Ming made up his mind, it would be challenging to sway him. However, Su Ming soon adjusted his tone, calmly addressing Zhang Xingling. "Xingling, I understand your concerns. Collaboration requires both parties to feel secure. If you have any apprehensions, feel free to act according to your own judgment." Su Ming, "I'm not afraid of trouble for myself. I genuinely worry for you." The people of the West District are not easy to deal with. A flicker of anxiety crossed Zhang Xingling's eyes as she hastily explained her hesitation and emphasized that her determination to collaborate with Su Ming had never wavered. She had already done her utmost regarding the pharmacy contract, solely to support him. Su Ming chuckled lightly, reassuring her, "Do not worry. We can overcome any difficulties we encounter." He sincerely appreciated Zhang Xingling's concern and wished to put her at ease. "Very well, let us settle on this." Zhang Xingling resolved to cast aside her doubts and earnestly engage in the forthcoming discussions. "I will address the funding issues. However, other matters may require time for planning." Chapter 107. The beginning of the Revenge Storm collaboration is a shared endeavor. You need not bear all the pressure alone. Zhang Xingling suggested, indicating that she would leverage her father's assistance to obtain the necessary qualifications and support from the Zhang family's factory. Facilitating a smoother launch for the company, as the daughter of a business family, she handled such matters with ease. However, Su Ming held a different perspective. I wish to establish our own company. With you overseeing internal management while I handle production, collectively selling the products, that I do not wish to involve the Zhang family. Particularly your father, Su Ming, was apprehensive that involving the Zhang family could impose greater risks upon them. He had witnessed Wu Cheng's lethal strike against Zhang Xingling and understood the formidable strength of the West District. Presently, the Feng family held the advantage, and the Zhang family had already been suppressed on multiple fronts. Should the pressure from the West District be added, the consequences would be dire, and my father would undoubtedly be willing to assist. Zhang Xingling hoped to reciprocate Su Ming's kindness by utilizing her family's resources. Xingling, if you insist on entangling the Zhang family, I would rather not establish this company, Su Ming resolutely asserted, his intent to protect evident in his demeanor. His stance was unwavering. He wished neither to implicate others due to his own actions, nor to incur excessive debts of gratitude. Very well, Zhang Xingling sighed. I will do my utmost to keep this matter from my family. Although she felt helpless, confronted with Su Ming's steadfast determination, she had no choice but to acquiesce. Su Ming nodded in satisfaction and proceeded to outline the next steps of their plan. Should any issues arise, do remember to call me. With that, Zhang Xingling picked up the documents and strode towards the door. After bidding her farewell, Su Ming immediately immersed himself in his training within the villa. As tensions escalated, he could not afford to let his guard down for even a moment. What heightened Su Ming's alertness was the realization that Wu Cheng's strength had reached the pinnacle of qi refinement. Initially, Su Ming believed that the number of cultivators on the Shenzhou continent was scarce and their capabilities limited. However, it now appeared that his understanding was indeed narrowed if subordinates like Wu Chang could achieve such prowess. How formidable must those at the highest echelons be? Su Ming was acutely aware that in this world fraught with uncertainty and peril, a single misstep could prove fatal. Therefore, he must maintain a state of heightened vigilance, ensuring that every step he took was deliberate and secure. Meanwhile, in a lavish villa located in the Western District, Wang Shuwang was indulging in a life of opulence when suddenly a flustered subordinate burst in, shattering the tranquility. "Third master, it's bad," the subordinate exclaimed, clearly having encountered an urgent situation. Wang Shuwang's expression darkened instantly as he casually hurled a glass ashtray at the subordinate, striking him squarely on the head. The atmosphere in the room shifted dramatically, the previous lightheartedness vanishing without a trace. "Speak! What has happened?" Wang Shuwang bellowed, his face clouded with fury. The subordinate, trembling and bleeding from his forehead, bowed repeatedly in a show of contrition. Demonstrating his respect for Wang Shuwang's authority, be erect, Wang Shuwang demanded, his voice laced with menace. Someone reported that the great protector The subordinate struggled to overcome his fear and continued, "He is no longer with us." At this revelation, Wang Shuwang's rage erupted like a volcano that he kicked over a coffee table, exclaiming, "What did you say? Repeat it." His final words struck the room like a bomb, sending chills through everyone present. Wang Shuwang's reaction was explosive. He lunged forward, seizing the subordinate with eyes ablaze with fury. Following a brief silence, he released his grip, and the subordinate crumpled to the floor in a heap. That moment, the surrounding attendants and maids knelt, too fearful to raise their heads, terrified of becoming the next target. "Take me to the scene." Wang Shuwang's voice was cold and merciless, imbued with an undeniable authority. The others hurriedly rose, cautiously guiding him. Soon, they arrived at a training base on the outskirts, where silence reigned, save for the sound of the wind. Inside the vehicle, the atmosphere was stifling, the driver gripping the steering wheel tightly, only relaxing somewhat upon reaching their destination. "Brother, how could you leave us like this?" Upon entering the morgue in the Western District, Wang Shuwang was met with the heart-wrenching sounds of grief. "Silence," he thundered, his eyes wide with fury, suppressing the fire within as he glared at the couple weeping with their backs turned to him. They turned in fear, facing the imposing figure of the third master. "Third brother, please, you must take care of our elder brother." The one lamenting was a woman in her 30s, with striking features and a fit physique, dressed in form-fitting attire that accentuated her spirited demeanor. She was Mei, one of the four great protectors, renowned for her dagger techniques that struck with the swiftness of lightning. Beside her stood Gui Jiao, his gaze icy yet with reddened eyes. As the second of the four protectors, he excelled in stealthy leg attacks. "What has transpired?" Wang Shuguang demanded, kicking aside Mei who stood in his way, his anger palpable as he strode towards Wu Cheng, surrounded by his subordinates who were handling the body. Upon seeing Wu Cheng's state, Wang Shuguang's fury surged anew. Wu Cheng bore a massive wound on his chest, his eyes wide open as if filled with unyielding resentment and death. And most distressing was that his body remained in a kneeling position. "You useless lot, can't you even allow the great protector to rest in peace?" Wang Shuguang roared, kicking at those attempting to arrange the corpse. "Didn't want this either, but the body was found too late, and it has already stiffened, making it difficult to adjust," one subordinate stammered. Wang Shuguang inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain composure before making a decisive proclamation. "Restore him to his original state. Even if it means breaking bones, he cannot depart this world in such a humiliating manner." Though this command bordered on cruelty, Wang Shuguang felt he had no alternative. He understood the pride Wu Cheng possessed and would not allow him to leave in disgrace. The subordinates exchanged glances of resignation, but knew they must comply with the third masteress' orders. A heavy air pervaded the morgue, and everyone felt a chill, aware that this was merely the beginning of the storm of vengeance that Wang Shuguang would unleash. Only when everything was prepared did Wang Shuguang slowly rise. His expression still grim as he approached Wu Cheng and gently closed his eyes. "Now, who will tell me? Who dares to strike at our western district?" Wang Shuguang's cold gaze swept over the kneeling individuals. His tone somber. "Biao Yi, the great protector left early this morning. We truly do not know," one replied. Wang Shuguang disregarded the body on the floor and the fear surrounding him, his tone becoming even more frigid. "I will ask once more, who did this?" It seemed the Western District had fostered a group of inept individuals. It was time to clean house. Wang Shuguang narrowed his eyes and slowly stood, an air of danger enveloping him. The hearts of everyone present raced, fearing they might be the next target. Just then, a hand timidly raised in the corner, and a voice trembled. "Biao Yi, I know. Where were you earlier?" Wang Shuguang's gaze sharpened, locking onto the quaking subordinate. That I was afraid I couldn't explain clearly," the subordinate stuttered, unable to meet Wang Shuguang's piercing eyes. "Speak." Wang Shuguang realized this might be his final chance to glean information, suppressing his ire as he commanded. "This morning, I heard that the elder brother found traces of Xiao Cheng, saying he arrived in Qingzhou City. Since everyone was training, the great protector